Chapter 1. The Intersection of Destinies. Romen, a bespectacled young man with an air of refinement, stands as a modern-day magician. Despite his title, the essence of modern sorcery diverges significantly from its ancient counterpart. The ambient magical energy is but a mere shadow of what it once was, resulting in contemporary magicians possessing a power that pales in comparison to their ancient predecessors. In the bygone era, sorcerers could practice their craft anywhere. During the medieval period, they were required to seek out locations rich in magical essence, often found in remote forests and mountains. As the modern age dawned, magicians mastered techniques to draw upon the ley lines of the earth for their training. Yet, even this ley line magic is only marginally more potent than the ambient energy, compelling magicians to tap into their own life force to generate power. By converting their own dissipating vitality into magical energy, they can sustain their magic without jeopardizing their very essence. After all, every individual continuously radiates life energy through their pores and perspiration. Nevertheless, the amount of magical energy remains scant, necessitating frugal use. Consequently, crude and powerful spells have been rendered obsolete, giving rise to more refined and practical forms of magic that consume less energy. For instance, the basic offensive spell, the magic missile, merges modern scientific knowledge with magical techniques. Utilizing brainwaves as a medium, it requires a profound understanding of cerebral structure, enhanced by hypnotic suggestions and the essence of illusion, resulting in a suite of mental spells such as hypnosis, suggestion, memory alteration, personality shaping, nightmares, terror, and panic, among others. Furthermore, by integrating modern physical and chemical sciences with alchemy, spells for shaping, transmutation, extraction, and fusion have emerged. In the realm of biology and modern medicine, magical innovations such as contemporary healing spells, cold remedies, organ restoration, bone realignment, disease separation, cellular exploration, and even cellular repair have been developed. In addition to these, a plethora of low-energy consuming intricate spells exists. Reflecting on the extensive repertoire of modern magic at his disposal, Romen finds himself lamenting one particular aspect. He has achieved what can only be described as a miraculous spell, the vitality conversion spell. This extraordinary incantation allows for the transformation of magical energy into life force. While converting life force into magical energy is commonplace for modern magicians, the reverse process is a feat beyond the comprehension of most. In an era where magical energy is scarce and reliant upon the life essence of individuals, what purpose does such a miraculous spell serve? We're at the age of abundant magic. Romen could have harnessed this remarkable spell to achieve the coveted dream of immortality that many long for. Thus, the vitality conversion spell appears rather futile. Not entirely, Romen muses, his expression betraying a hint of inner conflict. After all, converting life force into magical energy is fundamental for magicians of this age. More adept sorcerers can even siphon the life energy from others to augment their own magical reserves. By appropriating the vitality of others to enhance his own, Romen recognizes that such an act is within his capabilities. If he is willing to forsake his conscience, immortality could indeed be within reach. What about the life energy of animals, one might ask? While it is true that animal vitality can be converted into magical energy, the yield is minuscule, insufficient to offset the energy expended in the transformation. Perhaps this is due to animals lacking the spiritual depth and intellect of humanity. Thus, to attain immortality, one must resort to the plundering of human life force. I am, after all, still human, Romen reflects, ultimately deciding against such a cruel course of action. I am still quite young. Indeed, at the tender age of 22, he has a long way to go before his time comes. He resolves to defer such decisions until he is older. With that thought, Romen shifts his focus to the task at hand. He had been crafting a magical construct, and now it is complete, requiring only a few final adjustments. The cognitive core is intact, with no malfunctions detected. The artificial body is functioning optimally, with internal circulation operating smoothly. Magic infusion initiated now. Only the programming of the virtual persona remains. As he gazes upon the young girl before him, Roman's expression softens. This girl is not a true human, but a magically fabricated doll, the embodiment of his ideal and the intended companion for his future. It is undeniable that this endeavor is somewhat grotesque. Yet, having found no genuine woman who captures his heart, he has resolved to create one of his own design. Perhaps all geniuses are, in some sense, eccentric. With only the virtual persona programming left to complete, the beloved companion will soon come to life. Yet, at this critical juncture, Roman hesitates, contemplating a profoundly significant question. What kind of personality should my future lover possess? Gentle? Tsundere? Adorable? Naive? A submissive, easily bullied type? Or a cunning, sadistic character? The choices are indeed daunting. This question must be deliberated thoroughly. It is, after all, a matter of my lifelong happiness. Roman begins to ponder intensely. At that very moment, in a world unbeknownst to him, in the capital of a certain kingdom, chaos ensues. Your Highness, Princess, you must flee at once. As long as life endures, everything can be reclaimed. Loyal guards implore the royal twins as the palace teeters on the brink of collapse. No, I will not abandon my kingdom. The young prince retorts vehemently, his face contorted with hatred. The twin princess beside him stubbornly clutches her brother's hand, resolutely echoing, "Your opinion is mine as well. But your Highness, forgive my impudence. You lack the strength." That is not true. There is still hope. The interdimensional summoning gem. The prince declares, producing a dazzling pale yellow gem from his person. That, a look of alarm crosses the guard's face. Brother, are you really going to? The princess realizes the gravity of the situation. Indeed, if fortune smiles upon us, we might perish together. Ha, ha, ha. In that moment of despair, the prince succumbs to darkness. The so-called interdimensional summoning gem, as its name suggests, is a miraculous stone capable of calling forth beings from other realms. However, the summons is entirely random. One might summon a formidable ally or, conversely, a mundane creature from another world. The gem's notorious reputation in this realm stems from its past, having once summoned a demon lord who obliterated all enemies, only to turn on the summoner, unleashing devastation upon the world. That demon lord was subsequently sealed away. Thus, the interdimensional summoning gem is a perilous artifact. However, it cannot be used indiscriminately after each use. It requires a significant period to recharge, rumored to be at least 300 years. Utilization of this gem is akin to gambling. With luck, one could summon a noble and powerful being from another dimension to turn the tide of battle. However, should fortune frown, a mere sheep from another world could spell disaster. The guard and princess watch expectantly as the prince prepares to act. From the farthest reaches of time and space, I call upon you to come forth. The prince intones, channeling magic into the gem. In response, the gem levitates, and a complex array of magical symbols materializes. A radiant portal opens, and the atmosphere shifts dramatically, clouds swirling ominously as darkness threatens to engulf the earth. What is that? A soldier from the opposing forces stares, dumbfounded by the awe-inspiring phenomenon. Many within the royal city share his astonishment. At that critical moment, on another side of the earth, in a workshop dedicated to the magical arts, Roman finally makes a decision. It's settled. A sadistic, tsundere woman with a cool exterior, yet warm heart. Such a character would provide the thrill of conquest. Just as he prepares to commence the programming of the virtual persona, an unfamiliar magical circle appears before him. Roman's pupils dilate as he feels an invisible force tugging at him. With a sense of foreboding, he swiftly scoops up the unfinished lover before him. In an instant, the workshop is engulfed in blinding light. At this moment, the realms converge once more. In the palace courtyard, the brilliance of the magical array gradually fades, revealing to the eager eyes of the prince, princess, and guard the young man with black hair and eyes, bespectacled and refined, cradling a girl clad in a black Gothic Lolita dress. The ambient air here is rich with magical energy. The refined young man remarks upon his arrival in this new world. 2. A sudden surge of malevolence. It's over. This is merely a magical apprentice. The princess, a bona fide sorceress, swiftly discerns the truth and exclaims in alarm. The prince's expression of anticipation crumbles, his face contorting in despair as he clutches his head, murmuring, "How could this be? Why is this happening? An apprentice? What use is that? Your Highness, we must depart at once. If we delay any longer, it will be too late." The loyal guard urged the prince once more. Yet the unfortunate prince was utterly ensnared in his predicament. Seeing this, the guard gritted his teeth and declared, "Your Highness, I beg your pardon." With that, he hoisted the prince onto his shoulder. Turning, he addressed the princess, "Princess, we must make haste." "Oh, very well," the princess replied, ready to follow the guard and the prince. However, she suddenly recalled something and turned to the bespectacled man who was not far off, cradling the young girl. "Come with me," she called out to the man, then swiftly turned away. This bespectacled man was none other than Romen, who had previously been in his workshop. Upon hearing the prince's call, he hesitated for a moment before following along, still clutching his beloved. Meanwhile, he pondered the situation. Undoubtedly, this was not Earth. The attire and architecture bore a resemblance to ancient Western styles, and the atmosphere was saturated with an astonishing amount of magical energy. Moreover, the language, though unfamiliar, was somehow comprehensible to him. He could even articulate it himself. The perks of being summoned. There is only one conclusion to draw. This is a parallel world, resembling an ancient Western society, and with such abundant magic, it would be absurd to deny the existence of a fantastical realm. Furthermore, the girl referred to as a princess is undoubtedly a sorceress, possessing far greater magical prowess than I. His gaze fixated intently on the young woman ahead. He had overheard the mention of magic apprentice, clearly referring to a sorceress at the apprentice stage. This indicated that Roman's standing in this world was inferior, even to the most novice of sorcerers, placing him in an unqualified phase yet to graduate. Realizing this, Roman felt a sense of despair. As he heard the cacophony of battle cries outside, he understood that their current situation was perilous. This was why he chose to follow the trio ahead. Before long, a concealed underground passage within the palace was revealed, and the group of four along with the doll entered. "Here it is. The mechanism is located here," the princess exclaimed, pressing down firmly on a brick in the passageway. The newly opened passage quickly sealed shut, plunging them into darkness. Soon, a light flickered to life, ignited by a torch the guard had procured from an unknown source, illuminating the surroundings. "Why is he following us?" The guard frowned, noticing Roman. The princess sighed, her face etched with worry as she replied, "I insisted he accompany us." "But your Highness, we know nothing of his character. Without a binding contract, allowing someone like him to follow us could lead to dire consequences. He was summoned by my royal brother through the interdimensional summoning gem. He was living peacefully in his own world, yet due to our circumstances, he has found himself in this perilous situation, and thus, I must take responsibility for him." The princess, who appeared rather petite, spoke with unwavering conviction. Upon hearing her words and sensing the sincerity in her mental resonance, Roman found himself developing a fondness for this princess. He also discerned a notable distinction. This sorceress princess was vastly different from the sorcerers on Earth. Due to the scarcity of magical energy, Earth sorcerers had refined low-energy spells to perfection, particularly in the realm of mental magic, which was almost essential for any sorcerer. Consequently, ordinary people on Earth stood no chance against sorcerers. Although, in terms of destructive power, modern sorcerers could not compete with contemporary weaponry. When it came to the mysterious and the arcane, sorcerers undeniably occupied the apex of the shadowy realm. The terrifying nature of mental series magic is evident that it is precisely because of this awareness that virtually every magician on Earth possesses a specific spell, the brain sealing technique. This spell effectively blocks the brain's electrical wave fluctuations. As a result, one Earth magician can hardly pry into the thoughts of another, nor can they perform hypnotic suggestions, terrifying intimidation, or even illusions mediated through brainwaves. However, in this world, such circumstances do not exist. Despite the princess's magical prowess being far superior to that of Romen, the absence of the brain-sealing technique leaves Romen with a rather peculiar sensation. While he contemplates this, the princess articulates her plan to traverse the secret passage that leads into the mountain's heart behind the palace. There, a considerable collection of treasures amassed by the royal family over the years awaits, along with sufficient supplies for us to reside there for several months. We shall stay there for a while until the commotion subsides, then depart through another passage to leave the royal city. At this juncture, it seems we have no choice but to proceed in this manner. The guard nodded in agreement. The prince, who had been previously carried, suddenly spoke up. "Put me down." The guard hastily complied. Now regaining his senses, the prince brushed himself off, seemingly disgusted by the dirt on the guard. This moment rendered the guard's expression slightly awkward. "Brother, are you all right?" the princess inquired with concern. The prince shook his head. "I'm fine, Lily." "Then let us hurry, brother. Just a moment." The prince raised his hand at the guards and Princess Lily remained puzzled. The young prince turned to Romen. In his emerald gaze, a hint of hostility flickered. He then spoke. "George was right. I am quite uneasy about a stranger like you accompanying us." "Brother," the prince interrupted his sister's attempt to reason. "Silence. Lily, we are now tasked with the heavy burden of restoring our kingdom. Any potential threat must be eliminated. If you still consider yourself a royal descendant of the Table Kingdom, abandon any naive notions." At this point, the prince's eyes blazed with a fiery intensity, a flame fueled by vengeance. It was a flame filled with hope, yearning for the restoration of their kingdom. Romen, after a prolonged silence, finally spoke. "How do you intend to eliminate me?" "This threat? Quite simply, by killing you. And remember my name, Charlotte Table, a mid-tier knight and the future king of Table." Declaring this, the young Prince Charlotte drew his sword with confidence. After all, he was a mid-tier knight, while his opponent was merely an apprentice magician. "Brother," Princess Lily wished to say something, but it was too late. That a swift whoosh cut through the air, imbued with a force beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. As the sword swung down, Princess Lily shut her eyes, unable to bear the sight. "Is this some kind of jest? A mid-tier knight? Then, there must also be low-tier and high-tier knights." The might of that sword strike was indeed formidable. Romen mused that perhaps only the remnants of ancient immortals could achieve such power on Earth. Yet, those ancient beings do not stand atop the dark world of Earth. The true pinnacle is held by the magicians. Those powerful ancient beings are enslaved by the formidable magicians of Earth. Clearly, in terms of absolute power, magicians are inferior to those ancient remnants. How could this be? Charlotte could hardly believe it. His strike had missed. No, he had struck the wrong position, for Romen remained standing, while the sword had struck beside him. Indeed, Romen had come to an understanding. Indeed, what? Charlotte took a cautious step back, inquiring. Romen did not hesitate to respond. This is a disparity of civilization, akin to the gap between agricultural and industrial societies. My homeland, during the final feudal dynasty, was vast and possessed the highest wealth in the world. Yet, it was overwhelmed by a minuscule industrial nation. I know far more than you realize, operating with far greater efficiency, understanding, and targeting. What are you saying? Knowledge is power, perspective is power, patterns are power, laws are power. In summary, I possess greater strength than you, Romen declared without mercy. Stating a fact. Who can comprehend what you're saying? Feeling insulted, Charlotte swung his sword once more with all his might. However, his eyes caught the strange, kaleidoscopic colors emanating from the black eyes beneath the glasses of the man before him. Just as the blade was about to strike Romen, it halted abruptly, not by Charlotte's will, but by his own compulsion. Next, he struggled, yet somehow found himself gripping the sword with both hands, its tip aimed at his chest. It seemed he was on the verge of self-inflicted death. No. Lily cried out in alarm. So, is this prince, who vows revenge and restoration, truly destined to perish by his own blade? The answer is no. Charlotte collapsed to the ground, utterly drained, gasping for breath, the sword discarded beside him. Princess Lily rushed to his side, helping him up. "Why didn't you kill me?" the young prince asked Romen which Romen simply replied. "Do I need so many reasons?" He glanced at Princess Lily. It was evident that his favorable impression of her influenced his decision not to pursue the matter of Charlotte's attempt on his life. However, there will be no next time, Romen stated, tightening his embrace around his beloved, the doll. and turned to vanish into the darkness at the end of the passage. The princess, prince, and guard exchanged glances before following closely behind, soon catching up to Romen. However, Prince Charlotte and Guard George kept their distance, still haunted by previous events. During this walk, Romen fell into contemplation. Now that he has arrived in this alternate world, it was not by choice. He still has parents back on Earth. Although he became an apprentice at the age of 12, spending little time with them in the subsequent decade, that bond of kinship cannot simply be discarded. Thus, Romen felt a profound sense of melancholy. If possible, he would wish to return, yet he remains uncertain if he can. Of course, arriving in this alternate world brings not only homesickness, but also an undeniable joy that comes with being a magician. The abundance of magical energy in this world is astonishing. In just this brief period, Romen, who has been quietly absorbing the atmospheric magic, senses a notable increase in his magical capacity. He was already close to crossing a threshold. And in this world, it would not be long before he surpasses the barrier that has hindered countless magicians on Earth. Magicians who cross that threshold are referred to as quasi-great magicians. Great magic requires a significant amount of magical power, and only by surpassing that threshold can one wield enough power to use it. Those capable of performing great magic earn the true title of great magician. That is the pinnacle among magicians on Earth. Well then, given that Romen's magical ability in this world is merely that of an apprentice magician, once he crosses that threshold, he will likely only be the lowest tier of formal magician here. However, this formal magician differs from those in this world. May I ask your name? I am Liliana Table. You may call me Lily. With an abundance of curiosity, Liliana finally mustered the courage to approach Romen and inquire. With a refined and gentle smile, Romen introduced himself. Romen. Romen? Is that your surname? My surname is Luo, and my given name is Min. What a peculiar name, Liliana remarked, surprised. Romen paid it little mind, simply smiling in response. By the way, Mr. Romen, who is she? Liliana pointed to the black Gothic Lolita girl in Romen's arms, asking with curiosity. In an instant, Romen's expression softened to "My beloved," he affirmed that is she asleep? More or less. What is her name? Liliana grew curious about Romen's beloved. Romen shyly smiled. I just finished making her, and I haven't named her yet. Just finished, and not named yet. Liliana found this difficult to comprehend. How could a beloved be just made? It seems improbable that someone of such stature has yet to name her. The subsequent explanation provided by Romen addressed Liliana's doubts. There was nothing to conceal. Had this been Earth, Romen would have undoubtedly hidden the truth. Yet, in this realm, such secrecy was unnecessary. This world was one where magic was the norm. She is a doll I created, recently completed, and before I could even name her, she was summoned to this world by you. A doll? Prince Charlotte exclaimed, astonished. The guardsman George and Princess Lily shared in his surprise, particularly upon realizing that Romen regarded a doll of his own making as a romantic partner. Was this some form of fetishism? Immediately, the expressions of the other three transformed into a mixture of oddity and pity, akin to gazing upon someone of questionable sanity. What significance is there in loving a lifeless doll? Charlotte couldn't help but mutter sotto voce. However, it was evident that Romen heard this remark clearly. He shook his head and continued his explanation. She is not merely a lifeless doll. She can be animated through magical energy. Once I complete her virtual personality, she will be capable of thought, experience pain, feel sorrow, consume food, express joy, and engage in conversation. She will become my most perfect companion. Why do you all look so bewildered? Romen inquired, observing the trio's shattered worldview. Liliana swallowed hard before speaking. The Forbidden Zone, the realm of the gods. Mr. Romen, are you certain you are not jesting? Within the cavern's interior, the space resembled that of a grand palace. Magical lamps illuminated the surroundings. And upon noticing that the energy consumed by these lamps stemmed from a previously unseen magical crystal, Romen felt a sense of extravagance in his case. He could easily modify the lamps to draw upon the atmospheric magic, enabling them to shine eternally. After all, the ambient magical energy in this world was overwhelmingly abundant. Lord Romen, we have brought the stone platform you requested, a voice from the nearby guardsman announced, unbeknownst to him. They had started addressing him as Lord. Turning to look, he saw Prince Charlotte and guardsman George carrying a long, narrow stone platform. Swiftly, they placed it in the center of the hall. Romen approached the platform and, after inspecting it for a moment, laid his hand upon its surface. He infused it with magical energy, making adjustments. "How impressive!" exclaimed Princess Lily, who was watching in awe. Gradually, intricate red patterns emerged upon the stone. Dense, complex, mysterious, and beautiful, exuding an elusive secret. Earthly magicians would perceive within it the elegance of modern mathematics, aware that beneath the surface, the interior of the stone was densely woven with three-dimensional red patterns. Of course, Princess Lily could not discern these details and could only marvel at the surface. Yet, even that superficial beauty left her in a my teacher seems unable to achieve such feats, she murmured to herself. Finally, Romen withdrew his hand from the stone platform. That it was remarkably effortless. On Earth, such modifications would have required considerable time. Yet here, simply harnessing the atmospheric magic allowed for swift transformation. His internal magical energy remained sufficiently abundant. Excellent. He nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, he placed the doll-like girl atop the platform. What remained was the task that had yet to be completed in his workshop on Earth. Is it truly achievable? Prince Charlotte mused. Still struggling to believe what was about to unfold, beside him, Guardsman George added, "Your Highness, given Lord Roman's earlier display of skill, he might truly accomplish such a feat, and if so, you will. I know, let's wait and see." Charlotte interrupted, unable to contain his anticipation. Would a miracle truly manifest? If it were real, then this Roman could not merely be a magical apprentice. The so-called apprentice was merely a guise for someone who had stepped into the forbidden realm of powerful sorcery. If that were the case, my previous actions against him could only be deemed foolish. I must cultivate a favorable relationship. As these thoughts churned in his mind, intertwined with memories of Roman's mysterious and uncanny methods, Prince Charlotte felt increasingly convinced of the validity of his reasoning. His gaze remained fixed, unwavering, upon the unfolding events. Let the truth reveal itself. At that moment, Roman's hand rested upon the abdomen of the black, Gothic Lolita-clad doll. Feeling the softness beneath his touch and gazing upon the perfect form before him, his expression softened, becoming increasingly enamored. "Wait, let me recall the character traits I previously decided upon. Sharp-tongued, Sundara, cold exterior, yet warm interior." "Quite splendid," Roman murmured, a smile creeping upon his lips. Infusing magic, he commenced the final step of crafting her virtual personality. "That I can hardly wait to meet you, my beloved." The programming began, and the red patterns on the stone platform gradually illuminated, casting an air of mystery and eeriness that in realms unseen by ordinary eyes. Complex magical energies flowed within the doll, circulating with the stone below, as an intangible force intervened in the core of the doll's cognitive processes. Roman injected his predetermined character settings into this core's internal programming. Time slipped away, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his brow. After what felt like an eternity, he finally withdrew his hand. Now stiffened, the operational program. "It's gone?" he murmured, his throat dry. Princess Lily, who had been watching intently, asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" "The product of modern artificial intelligence technology combined with this magical endowment. The program set within the cognitive core has vanished." "Has the cognitive core been rendered inoperative?" "No. There exists a strange energy that seems to be dissipating the magic. Nevertheless, the spiritual glow persists, and this energy continues to sustain it," Roman replied, his expression revealing his anguish. "Then why not replace this so-called cognitive core with another one?" Princess Lily suggested. Roman shook his head, his demeanor complex. "That I had considered extracting this cognitive core and crafting a new one to insert. However, you must understand that I am a magician. Faced with such unknown materials, my curiosity compels me to explore, an uncertainty about whether extracting it would lead to the dissipation of this unknown energy. It feels like a loss to abandon the creation of an unfinished beloved." As he spoke, Roman's expression twisted into a perplexing mix of frustration, reluctance, fervor, curiosity, pain, and joy, coexisting on his otherwise handsome visage. "Life is truly a roller coaster of emotions," he exclaimed before extinguishing his enthusiasm for having a romantic partner. Thus, the Gothic Lolita-clad doll transformed into a precious subject for his future research. "That I wish to be alone. Please do not disturb me, nor inquire about who alone is." He cradled the doll once more and strode toward a side chamber. Princess Lily, desiring to follow, found herself halted, realizing that after Roman's departure, her brother Charlotte and guardsman George engaged in hushed deliberation, ensuring their words did not reach Roman's ears. Was he deceiving us? He cannot possibly create a doll that intrudes upon the realm of the gods. So he fabricated an excuse. Your Highness, you are correct. Perhaps we should not place our hopes in this stranger. Indeed, we must rely on ourselves. Although that Roman possesses some mysterious methods, we must exercise caution and avoid provoking him. In the future, we will find an opportunity to discard him. But, Your Highness, if we cast him aside, and those rebels discover it, how will we prevent them from tracing our whereabouts through him? Guardsman George voiced his concerns. The young prince's expression faltered before darkening, his voice lowered as he replied, Indeed, we should find a way to eliminate him. Brother, can't you at least have a bit of faith in Mr. Roman? Princess Lily interjected. Unable to suppress her plead, in response, she was met with her brother's face, filled with repressed fury. Have faith? Aside from you and George, I know not whom I can trust. Did I not once trust Duke Satri? Yet look where we stand now. Princess Lily fell silent. Duke Satri was the leader of the rebel forces, once a trusted ally of Prince Charlotte, who had betrayed that trust. To have such sincere emotions shattered into bloody tatters is a profound tragedy. When an individual is betrayed by their most trusted confidant, especially if it has occurred recently, they may transform into a vigilant lone wolf, viciously attacking anyone who approaches without offering a sense of security. Relentlessly until they confirm the other's demise. Calm yourself, Brother Wong. I am perfectly composed. Lily, let us not forget the heavy burden we bear. The rebels await our retaliation. The nation anticipates our restoration. There is an abundance of tasks ahead of us. And to accomplish these, we must inevitably relinquish much. Awaken to this reality. Otherwise, you may become a hindrance to me that I do not wish to witness that day. However, I shall not halt my progress for you. Keep close behind me. My sister left these words, and Charlotte took a deep breath to steady her agitated heart, resolutely ascending the steps towards the throne in the hall. Turning to sit, her hand propped against her cheek. She appeared to be deep in contemplation about the future that awaited her, her brow furrowed in concern. The entire hall thus transformed into a stifling silence. Meanwhile, in a stone chamber, Roman was engrossed in studying his puppet. He was indifferent to the events that had transpired in the hall. Magic, a toxic force endowed with spirit, is a form of ancient sorcery passed down through the ages on Earth. Its most renowned application is perhaps the broomsticks wielded by ancient Western witches, obedient to their mistress's commands. Furthermore, the ancient elemental puppet series of magic is partially constructed from this very magic. When the master of the elemental puppet issues a simple command, the puppet will automatically comply without requiring additional mental exertion to control it. Objects imbued with this magic emit an invisible radiance known as spiritual brilliance, which, according to the research of ancient sorcerers, resonates with a frequency akin to that of the soul. Indeed, this unknown energy pervades the entirety of the puppet's form. Albeit difficult to observe, with a breakthrough in his studies, Roman, brimming with excitement, adjusted his glasses and stifled his exhilaration. Moments ago, he had cast the spell of spiritual endowment on the puppet's left hand, causing the spiritual brilliance to emanate from the palm of the puppet girl's left hand. Without undergoing stabilization treatment, the spiritual brilliance did not dissipate, for within the puppet's left hand, as in the core of its operation, there existed that peculiar energy capable of dissolving magic. This energy sustained the brilliance in the puppet's left hand. What does this signify? It indicates that the spiritual brilliance can awaken this latent energy within the puppet's entirety, rendering it observable to me. What could be the reason? Could it be due to the similar frequency to that of the soul? If this is proven, Roman found himself gasping in realization. His gaze towards the puppet girl ignited with fervor, devoid of any carnal desire, only the fervor of a researcher confronting an extraordinarily rare material. Murmuring to himself while caressing the puppet's form, he mused, to validate my hypothesis, I require a soul. Indeed, a soul. It need not be whole. A fragment will suffice. In that instant, he was seized by an impulsive desire to kill someone and extract their soul. Yet, this impulse was quickly suppressed as a young sorcerer. His basic moral compass informed him that such actions were wrong. Subsequently, he returned to his studies of the puppet, Mr. Roman. A sudden call interrupted him. He looked up to see a petite, golden-haired girl clad in luxurious attire, none other than Princess Lily. The moment their eyes met, Princess Lily was taken aback, stumbling back a couple of steps. Observing this, Roman recognized his current state. The bizarre hues in his eyes behind his glasses reverted to their normal shade of black. Once steady, the princess gazed into Roman's eyes again, finding nothing amiss. Was it an illusion? She whispered. What brings you here? Roman inquired, his brow furrowed, his tone flat, as he was displeased by the interruption of his research. Noticing his discontent, the princess chuckled awkwardly, replying, "It is getting late. Surely you must be hungry." Upon hearing this, a wave of hunger washed over Roman. With a resigned sigh, he cast one last glance at the black Gothic Lolita-skirted puppet girl before departing the stone chamber alongside Princess Lily. In another stone chamber, a long stone table was set with 4 silver plates, each filled with bread, thick soup, and roasted meat. Prince Charlotte and his guard, George, sat on one side of the table, upon seeing Princess Lily take a seat directly opposite Charlotte. Roman also took his place beside her, across from Guard George. "That I prepared this food. If it's unpalatable, please excuse me," Guard George explained to Roman. Indeed, one could easily surmise that a prince and princess would lack culinary skills. Politely returning a smile and nod, Roman picked up his knife and forked a slice into the roasted meat. As he savored the meat, his brow remained unwrinkled, at least it was cooked food. Far more palatable than the instant noodles he often resorted to during his experiments. That moment, Charlotte set down his utensils, clasping his hands on the table, and with a serious demeanor, addressed him. "Roman, may I pose a question?" "Feel free," Roman mumbled, his words muffled by food. Charlotte's expression grew grave. "Would you be willing to lend me your strength?" "I am not inclined," Roman replied, his words still somewhat indistinct. The young prince's forehead twitched in irritation. Taking a deep breath, he continued, "Assist me in reclaiming my kingdom, and I shall offer you endless wealth and glory. I'm afraid such empty promises hold no allure for me." Empty promises? Charlotte appeared puzzled, clearly unfamiliar with the concept of a check in Earth's culture. However, his expression soon darkened. He understood Roman's refusal. With another deep breath, he spoke again. "This is the location of our Tabor's secret treasures. Should you choose to join us and sign a contract with me, you may freely access these treasures." This time, it was no longer an empty promise but a tangible offer. Truthfully, Roman felt a flicker of temptation. In this world brimming with magic, treasures could very well be of use to him. For instance, a magical lamp functioning as a source of magical crystal energy would undoubtedly be a treasure on Earth. Yet, to engage in a war that was sure to arise, facing such peril, Roman deemed it less than worthwhile. Should I refuse again? However, with each refusal, he felt a palpable sense of hostility, without the barrier of mental cloaking. Charlotte's disdain and animosity were easily perceived. Although Roman believed that dealing with this prince and his guard would not pose much difficulty, the kindness exhibited by the princess made him wary. Should conflict arise, he might be forced to act against her. "Let me ponder this." Roman ultimately decided to defer his response. Noticing Roman's hesitation to outright refuse, Charlotte's expression softened slightly. Thus, this meal unfolded in an atmosphere far from pleasant. Afterward, Roman did not immediately return to the chamber housing the puppet girl. He left the hall and began to traverse the tunnels within the nearby mountains to eye in the dark passageways. 2 orbs of magical light floated around him as he surveyed the tunnels. Speculating on their formation, there are no signs of excavation. The tunnel walls are densely compacted, indicating they were likely created using earth element magic. Retracting his hand from the tunnel wall, he adjusted his glasses and gazed in a particular direction. That must be the spot. According to the detected geological flow, there is a clear overflow point there. Having identified his target, Roman continued deeper into the tunnel. The intricate maze of tunnels was filled with numerous forks. Yet Roman did not hesitate for a moment, that he pressed on until he halted in a small cavern. On the walls of this cavern were embedded familiar crystals. Magic crystals? Indeed, such formations only arise in areas where magical energy is densely concentrated. With a clearer understanding of the origin of the magic crystals, Roman quickly found a clean spot within the cavern to sit cross-legged. He began to draw upon the magical energy from this astonishingly potent source of magical overflow. Absorbing the energy at an astonishing and ravenous pace, the growth of magical power is progressing at an astonishing speed. However, it wasn't long before Roman furrowed his brow and had to cease his efforts to absorb magic here. He raised his hand, and under the illumination of the magical orb, his now translucent skin revealed a network of dense blood vessels, presenting a rather horrifying sight that it became evident that magic could not be absorbed at will. Faced with a situation unseen on Earth, Roman realized that his desire to swiftly surpass the threshold had come to naught. The excessive absorption of ley line magic had led to his body being corroded by magic, resulting in the current malignant mutation. Continuing to draw in more magic would undoubtedly yield dire consequences. Such torment was something the magicians of Earth could scarcely fathom. Happiness intertwined with suffering, Roman couldn't help but sigh. The erosion of the body by magic is a rather troublesome matter, yet fortunately, this erosion was detected in a timely manner. Subsequently, Roman spent 2 hours restoring his body, accelerating the division of normal cells. A keratinous texture appeared on his skin. He then stripped himself bare, tearing away the layer of keratinous skin, along with his hair. Thus, a bald figure with smooth, fair skin emerged. Soon after, eyebrows sprouted, and hair began to grow back. The newly sprouted eyebrows appeared notably thicker, and the hair, standing upright, resembled that of a hedgehog, much to Roman's dismay. After feeling the texture of his hair, he found it indeed resembled a hedgehog's. He decided to let it continue growing. Before long, his hair reached a medium length, cascading behind him. Then he pulled a long fiber from his clothing, folded it a few times, and using a fusion technique, crafted a fine string to tie up his half-length hair. Dressed anew, Roman embraced a fresh appearance. The rapid division of cells would inevitably lead to a decline in cellular vitality, and thus a reduction in life force. That I shall replenish my vitality, Roman declared after inspecting his body. Proceeding to utilize his miraculous spell, the magic vitality transformation. A portion of his magic was thus converted into life force, permeating every cell throughout his body, invigorating those fatigued cells resulting from accelerated division. Such vigorous cellular vitality soon unveiled an unexpected realization for Roman. This was the first time he employed such a magnitude of magic for the vitality transformation spell. Previously, he had sensed nothing out of the ordinary. But this time, the extensive use of magic not only rendered his body relaxed and at ease, but also sharpened his mind, significantly accelerating his thought processes. This surge in brain cell activity was likely the cause, amplifying brainwaves and life energy. Closing his eyes to reflect, Roman identified an area of particular interest. The amplification of brainwaves could indeed be achieved through magical means. Many traditional illusions employ such techniques, stimulating certain regions of the brain with magic. However, this was merely a technique rather than a fundamental enhancement. There was also a way to amplify life energy, as evidenced by vampires among the long-lived species on Earth, who can augment their life force by consuming fresh blood. Yet, the life force of vampires is tainted with impurities, leading to their aversion to sunlight and allergies to silver and garlic. In contrast, Roman's life force, while amplified, appeared remarkably pure. Evolution. The word escaped his lips involuntarily, as if a path leading to an unknown destination materialized before him. Evolution, in essence, represents the pursuit of the most fundamental essence of life. It seems that my arrival in this world presents a tremendous opportunity, albeit at the cost of separation from my homeland and loved ones. Adjusting his glasses, Roman furrowed his brow in contemplation, bending down to pick up the shed skin and hair. Regardless of the circumstances, this material, altered by magical erosion, possessed considerable research value. Perhaps it could lead to methods for resisting magical corrosion while simultaneously allowing for the abundant absorption of magic. For both his identity as a magician and the evolutionary path revealed through the vitality transformation spell, Roman found himself with an immense need for magic. For modern magicians, the greatest fear is not the inability to solve problems, but rather the failure to recognize them. Since the problem is now evident, it is time to seek a solution. Turning, Roman headed back. Upon returning to the hall, he noticed that the stone clock on the wall indicated it was the early hours of the morning. Yet, within this midnight hall, one person remained awake. Sitting upon the staircase throne was Charlotte Table, the prince of a fallen kingdom, looking troubled and unable to sleep, likely preoccupied with the recent fall of the royal capital. Roman had no intention of disturbing him and proceeded directly towards the stone chamber where the doll maiden was kept. However, a sudden voice commanded, "Halt." He stopped, turning to inquire, "What is it? Where have you been?" "I thought you had run away. I merely took a stroll nearby and almost lost my way," Roman replied, offering a small lie. Charlotte narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing him. Without an ounce of fear, Roman greeted him with a faint smile and asked, "Were you waiting for my return at this late hour?" "Humph," Charlotte scoffed, waving his hand dismissively, signaling that he could leave. Without hesitation, Roman made his way to the stone chamber housing the doll, quickly exiting the hall. After Roman departed, Charlotte rose from the throne, descending the steps toward the hall's exit. Shortly after, Roman returned to the hall, gazing toward the door, which led to the palace corridor. Should he follow to see what transpired? Certainly not. Why would he pursue someone who despised him, pressing himself against their cold demeanor? Such a self-deprecating act was beneath him. As time passed, the following morning, Roman was awakened by an alerting magical spell. He quickly rose to find Princess Lily, her face etched with worry, approaching him. "Mr. Roman, have you seen my brother, Prince Charlotte? He was missing upon my waking, and when I checked his bed, it was still cold. He hasn't slept all night. Where could he have gone?" "Ah, he has gone toward the palace corridor," Roman replied without a hint of concealment. Unsurprisingly, Lily's expression changed drastically, exclaiming, "My brother has gone to the palace. What could he possibly intend to do?" As if recalling something, Lily swiftly turned and hurried away. Since he was already awake, Roman had no intention of returning to slumber. He meandered toward the hall, where he soon heard Lily's frantic cries. "The cloak of invisibility is missing. This is terrible. He must be attempting to assassinate Dar." "Who is Dar?" Roman inquired, following Lily as she rushed back to the hall. The anxious princess explained in rapid succession. "Dar, the Wind Weaver, is a young high-ranking magician renowned for his command of wind magic. He is a disciple of the grand sorcerer Crottle. The rebel forces attacking the royal capital are led by him. And he is also the rival of my brother, a sworn enemy of our table family. It is said that my father and mother were killed during a royal court meeting by him. My brother must harbor a deep hatred for Dar. It is likely that Dar stayed overnight at the palace, and he and Duke Satri are not subordinates, but allies. He could leave at any moment after fulfilling Satri's commission. After all, Dar is as free-spirited as the wind and cannot be restrained. My brother must have realized this and intends to assassinate him before he departs. Perhaps your brother has successfully carried out the assassination?" Roman couldn't help but retort that Lily's response was resolute. "Impossible. Why not? My brother has never won against Dar." Such a powerful answer would surely bring tears to Charlotte's eyes if he were aware of his sister's lack of faith in him. As Roman pondered this, he suddenly noticed something. Princess Lily was regarding him with an expression of eager anticipation. "Mr. Roman, please, you must help me save my brother. I promise to grant any condition you desire. Would you like me to accompany you to bed right now?" Roman attempted to dissuade her. However, her response was unexpectedly decisive. "Of course. Hurry. Even though it's my first time, I won't mind if you are rough with me." "Young lady, do you realize you have shattered all semblance of dignity?" In the end, Roman did not take Lily's virginity. Did that mean he refused to help save her brother? Not quite. It's merely that I never imagined I would take such risks without recompense. Am I truly a paragon of virtue, as noble as a mountain? What a close call. I almost awarded myself a Good Samaritan card. Roman patted his bulging pocket, feeling considerably more reassured that, of course, he would not embark on a rescue mission unprepared. This world is replete with exceptional resources, and through these resources, Roman found ample confidence as for the charming Princess Lily, who wished to accompany him on this noble quest. She was rendered unconscious by his methods. Without his intervention, she wouldn't awaken for at least 5 hours. Naturally, the guard George, well acquainted with the palace layout, accompanied him as well. After gathering information, George returned to Roman, reporting, "My Lord Roman, I have learned that the prince was the target of an assassination attempt yesterday and is now imprisoned in the palace dungeon. He will be executed by hanging in front of a crowd tomorrow morning. You must save him. I implore you. Hasn't he perished? What a pity. If he had died, Roman would not have to trouble himself with a rescue." George, catching the unspoken implication in Roman's words, felt a wave of frustration. Meanwhile, Roman pondered. Since he had already promised to rescue the prince, he had no intention of retracting his vow. However, the execution time for Charlotte was set for tomorrow morning, leaving little room for preparation. And if the execution were postponed by a few days, Roman would be better equipped. Provided all went according to plan, in just a few days he could surpass that hurdle and attain the level of a junior magician in this world. What a pity. Let us proceed with the rescue at once, Roman resolved. Yet George had a differing opinion. Wouldn't it be better to ambush the execution site tomorrow morning? There will be a large crowd. And amidst the chaos, we could easily escape. To this, Roman shook his head and replied, "For you, that may be a wise choice. However, for me, it would be courting trouble. Remember, do not stray more than 2 meters from me. Now, lead me to the dungeon. You want to go directly in broad daylight." George found this hard to believe. Roman nodded firmly. Consequently, George flatly refused. "No, you are being foolish. Enough chatter. Just do as I say." Thus, under Roman's firm insistence, George reluctantly guided him through the palace. Before long, George was left speechless. He was astonished to discover that the guards and passing servants were oblivious to their presence. Invisibility, he speculated. Roman shook his head in rebuttal. Not invisibility, but neglect that a form of mental suggestion magic aimed at ordinary people, in the magical realm of Earth. It is quite a common spell. After all, true invisibility can be cumbersome on the streets. One risks being struck by pedestrians or vehicles. This magic allows others to subconsciously acknowledge one's existence while simultaneously ignoring them, thus preventing unfortunate accidents. Of course, this spell is entirely ineffective against those magic users whose minds have been sealed. However, this is not Earth. Thus, Roman and George soon reached the dungeon. Effortlessly hypnotizing the guard, they acquired the key and entered the dungeon. Is it really that simple? George exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, it is that simple. If I did not believe we could safely rescue Prince Charlotte without risks, I would not have so readily agreed to Lily's plea for help. As someone who knows his limits, if it is within my capacity, then there is no reason not to proceed. Thus, they found the cell where Charlotte was imprisoned. He appeared quite wretched, bound to a wooden cross, his handsome face marked with clear signs of having been whipped. Hearing their entrance, he strained to lift his head, shouting, "If you have the guts, just kill me." "Is it you?" he asked, astonished to see Roman. He seemed to have never considered he would encounter him here. Clearly, Roman had not been captured. Could it be he had turned traitor? The reason he was so easily discovered by Dar was that Roman had done something. The more Charlotte thought about it, the more likely it seemed that as for George, Charlotte had never completely trusted this guard, having vowed never to place his faith in anyone again after being betrayed by those he once trusted, except for his sister. However, what Roman said next truly astonished him. "I have come to rescue you." "What are you joking about?" Charlotte retorted loudly. He could hardly believe such a possibility. Roman's subsequent words provoked his fury instantly. "Your sister is willing to offer her virtue as a reward for your rescue." A torrent of curse words, traditional in this world, erupted from Charlotte's lips as he struggled against his bonds. It was clear that if he were not restrained, he would indeed confront Roman. Maintaining a smile in the face of Charlotte's rage, Roman continued, "Do not worry. I have not yet agreed. This time, it is a voluntary rescue. If, after the fact, you possess the decency to offer me a reward, I would not object." Upon hearing this, Charlotte fell into a stupor. After a long pause, he finally stammered, "Why?" He could not comprehend why Roman would risk danger to save him. What could possibly motivate such an act? Charlotte was eager to understand. Roman's response was as follows. "A lovely young lady is willing to sacrifice everything to implore me to do a task within my capabilities, having received an education steeped in humanitarian values. I would feel remiss not to acquiesce." "Is that all?" Charlotte still could not believe it. "What more do you desire?" Roman, somewhat exasperated, admitted he too found it hard to believe. While the two conversed, George had been busy as well. He used his sword to cut through the ropes binding Charlotte, then supported him as he appeared weak and unsteady. "Your Highness, what has happened to you?" "I was sedated," Charlotte explained briefly. Roman and George understood. As a mid-level knight, it would be difficult to restrain him with ordinary ropes. Thus, administering a sedative was not surprising. Subsequently, with George's assistance, the three of them exited the cell, traversing the dim corridors of the dungeon towards the exit. Just as they approached the exit, suddenly, the dungeon door swung open. A young man, elegantly dressed and holding a harp, entered, momentarily halting the trio in their tracks. Upon seeing them, the young man paused in surprise. Roman adjusted his glasses, certain that the neglect spell would have no effect on this individual. Or rather, the energy emanating from him was so potent that this spell would be powerless against him. "Dar," Charlotte gritted his teeth, uttering the named S.O. It was. The harpist mentioned by Lily was none other than Dar, a powerful high-ranking magician, 3 levels above Roman in magical prowess, an undeniable adversary. Then, with a gentle smile, Dar lifted his harp and plucked a string. A compressed blast of distorted air surged forth, aimed directly at Roman, who was preparing to act. But at that moment, he was unexpectedly shoved aside. The wind blast passed cleanly through Charlotte, who had stepped in to take Roman's place. Consequently, Charlotte collapsed to the ground, facing Roman, struggling to utter his last words. "I no longer owe you anything. Please protect Lily. Take good care of her." With that, Charlotte's head slumped to the side. Faced with this final request, Roman felt utterly betrayed. This was no jest. He muttered a wry smile in resignation. Turning towards the harpist Dar, his dark eyes beneath the glasses became iridescent. The magic eye, the once charming young man's expression changed dramatically. The magic eye, a manifestation of magical power that in this world. Anyone possessing a magic eye is undeniably a formidable magician. Even the most powerful archmages would find them troublesome. Conversely, on Earth, a magician with a magic eye signifies substantial strength. In the eyes of modern magicians like Roman, the magic eye is an essential tool, the most commonly used instrument for observing the world. It is crucial for magical endeavors. To explore truth, having a pair of eyes capable of such exploration is of utmost importance. Essentially, modern magicians on Earth who reach a certain level typically possess a magic eye. Those formidable archmages, standing at the pinnacle of the magical realm, each possess an extraordinary magical eye. Consequently, Roman did not pay much heed to his own magical eye, while the organist Darl was taken aback. It is noteworthy that in this world, brimming with magical energy, even archmages may not necessarily possess a magical eye. The concept of a magical eye is one of rarity, power, and mystery. With such a notion in mind, Darl instinctively lowered his gaze, avoiding eye contact with Roman. However, it was too late. His entire body suddenly felt heavy, and beads of sweat began to form on Roman's forehead. The true strength of his magical eye lies in its ability to control the physical actions of those who meet his gaze. Charlotte had been easily knocked out by this very tactic. Yet this time he was up against a mage, a high-ranking mage. The immense magical power inherently grants a significant degree of magical resistance, compounded by a disparity of 3 levels in their respective magical prowess. This resulted in Roman's efforts to control Darl's movements rapidly, depleting his magical energy, and he could not compel the opponent to harm himself. At best, he could only temporarily immobilize him. In comparison, dealing with Charlotte, a mid-tier knight, was far simpler. Fortunately, Roman had a contingency planned. He extracted a magical crystal from his pocket, which bore intricate 3-dimensional patterns. This was the trump card he had meticulously prepared. With a series of swift motions, energy projectiles erupted from the crystal. Utilizing a high-quality magical crystal, Roman unleashed a barrage of basic attack magic projectiles resembling a machine gun's relentless fire. Although each projectile contained minimal magical energy from the perspective of a magic apprentice in this world, the precise construction ensured that each shot wielded power comparable to that of commonly used attack spells among mid-tier mages. Such a torrent of magical might would be challenging for any high-ranking mage to withstand under normal circumstances, let alone Darl, who was currently restrained as he beheld the rapidly approaching projectiles, threatening to engulf him. Darl displayed a resigned smile rather than panic. The projectiles continued to surge forth, and after several seconds, the magical crystal in Roman's hand dimmed, ultimately shattering due to energy depletion. The relentless assault stirred up dust, obscuring the entrance to the dungeon, allowing only faint glimpses of light from beyond the door. The guard, cradling Charlotte's still warm body, looked on in sorrow, questioning, "Is she dead?" "Not yet," Roman replied, "that I am still alive, though if it weren't for the protective gem bestowed upon me by my mentor, I might have very well perished." Another voice emerged from the dissipating dust as the haze cleared. A figure gradually became visible against the light streaming through the doorway. It was unmistakably Darl, one hand cradling a harp and the other grasping a small azure gem the size of an infant's fist, glowing with ethereal radiance. "You see, the power of the protective gem has already diminished by 30%, and replenishing it is no simple feat. However, with the remaining 70%, as long as you lack that magical crystal-like artifact, victory shall undoubtedly be mine," Darl declared with utmost confidence, as if stating an undeniable truth. That a magical crystal-like artifact? Roman pondered. Indeed, a mere magical crystal could unleash the magnitude of the earlier attack. an unfathomable concept for the mages of this world. Romen sighed in resignation. "What? Are you planning to surrender?" Darl inquired. Sensing his own assuredness, in the next instant, his handsome visage contorted in shock. Romen had once again procured 7 more crystals from his pocket. "My apologies, but I still have 7, Romen stated as Darl began to pluck the strings of his harp. An intangible force propelled him backward with the grace of the wind. The barrage of projectiles whizzed past him. Realizing this, Romen understood. Darl would not be foolish enough to remain in the confined corridors of the dungeon to endure the onslaught. Outside the dungeon lay a more expansive environment, providing ample opportunity to evade the projectiles. It was evident that Romen's crystals were sufficient to exhaust Darl's protective gem, and the solution was to evade Romen's assault while utilizing the protective gem to ensure his safety. Thus, once Romen's crystals were depleted, the protective gem might still retain some of its power. While Romen silently acknowledged Darl's cleverness, he found his thoughts aligned with his own. With no obstacles ahead, they could indeed escape the dungeon. "Let us go," he called to the guard George, racing toward the exit. George, clutching Charlotte tightly, hurriedly followed suit. Upon emerging, they were met with a throng of soldiers gathered due to the earlier commotion. The sound of the harp resonated from above, and Romen looked up to see Darl, suspended in midair while playing. This time, Darl did not meet Romen's magical gaze. However, Romen had no intention of using his magical eye to control him. Instead, he aimed to observe Darl's current state. "Are you substituting harp strings for incantations?" Romen discerned that in traditional magic, spells consist of 2 components, a psychological self-suggestion and a structural complement of the magic itself, due to the ignorance of ancient peoples. Traditional magic was laden with many superstitious elements. This manifests as religion. Believing in the power of a presence, convinced that such a presence could achieve desired outcomes. This belief, through the interplay of brainwaves and magical energy, transforms into something tangible, thereby truly lending power from this essence. Consequently, ancient mages infused self-hypnosis into every spell they cast. Beyond self-hypnosis, the structural component of the spell constitutes the true essence of magic that in Romen's eyes. Each time Darl plucked a string, he established a remarkably simple magical structure within the vibrations of the harp. Moreover, music itself could serve as a form of self-hypnosis, and the presence from which Darl drew strength comprised ethereal beings constructed from elemental winds. Invisible to ordinary eyes, yet swirling around him. These wind elementals, born of superstition in Romen's view, combined with the magical structures created by Darl's harp, sustained him in midair. Furthermore, the surrounding atmosphere began to stir, agitated by the accumulating wind elements. "Soldiers, stand clear." Darl's voice, carried by the winds, reached the ears of the assembled troops. Realizing their commander was preparing to unleash a formidable spell, the soldiers hastily scattered. Indeed, a tempest was brewing. A miniature whirlwind began to form. Its target undeniably Romen. Unknown wielder of the magical eye, "Allow me to perform for you the aria of the wind elementals," Darl proclaimed. Although he found it somewhat peculiar that Romen was merely observing his impending grand display, the momentum was undeniable that in his eyes, the 2 living beings and 1 deceased individual below could not escape his grasp. Perhaps they would soon be torn asunder by the wind-laden tempest. Yet, would events truly unfold as he envisioned? The organist's determination summoned a tempestuous magic that Romen beheld for the first time in modern Earth. Only archmages possess the ability to cast such high-level magic. However, the atmospheric magic of archmages differs significantly from the aria of the wind elementals before him. The crude magical structure drew upon the superstitions that modern mages scorn. Not only did it consume vast amounts of magical energy, but the terrifying potency was also largely attributable to the abundant magical energy present in this world's atmosphere. In contrast, the magical energy of archmages on Earth would be equivalent to that of lower-tier mages here, where the atmosphere's magical energy is so sparse it is nearly negligible. Under such adverse conditions, Earth's archmages could wield high-level magic, albeit the lengthy preparations required render such spells largely impractical. Thus, Romen felt no sense of admiration for Darl, who wielded such magic. Meanwhile, the soldiers watching from a distance erupted in excitement, shouting, "Look, that's the mightiest spell of Lord Darl, the esteemed high-ranking mage closest to becoming an archmage, the aria of the wind elementals. Ha! Those fools are surely doomed. However, it is rather peculiar that Lord Dar has resorted to such formidable magic. Could it be that those few individuals are exceptionally strong? Regardless of their strength, once Lord Dar employs this spell, the outcome is already sealed. Even a grand sorcerer would not easily permit Lord Dar to unleash such magic. Now that it has been invoked, undoubtedly, the soldiers surrounding them, like Dar, believe that victory is within reach under the ballad of the wind spirit. The whirlwind has begun to tear apart the fragile objects around. Stones, branches, and grass, once caught in the tempest, are swiftly shredded into fine particles by countless blades of wind. The terrifying power of this phenomenon causes the loyal attendant George to gasp in astonishment. In that moment, this devoted guardian feels a sense of despair. Surrounded by a throng of soldiers, they now face such a terrifying magic. Are they destined to perish here? The wielder of the magic, I must surely feel regret. I had intended to leave you with a complete corpse, but once I unleash my proud magic, your remains will be utterly unrecognizable. Even for an enemy, this would be excessively cruel, continuing to pluck the strings and control the tempest. The suspended Dar, unaffected by the winds, casually remarks. However, at this moment, Romen pays no heed to Dar's smug expression that he remains engrossed in observing the magic before him. Although the structure of this spell is quite simple, it is nonetheless a magic from another world, providing him with some inspiration. Thus, he finds himself captivated. Seeing Romen's intense focus on the whirlwind, Dar mistakenly believes he is paralyzed by fear. With that thought, he loses interest in further conversation, and the harp's melody grows increasingly frantic as the tempest begins to advance towards Romen. The moment Romen perceives this shift, he snaps back to reality with a resigned sigh. He prepares to take action. Prior to Dar's invocation of the Ballad of the Wind Spirit, Romen held trepidation towards the wind sorcerer. The moment the spell is cast, he suddenly feels safe. At such a level of magic, surely you cannot truly control it, can you? Romen casually inquires. Dar, taken aback by the question, smiles and replies, "Indeed, only a grand sorcerer can genuinely master magic of this caliber. Then this is your downfall." As Romen speaks, he raises the crystal in his hand, aiming it at the approaching whirlwind. Witnessing this action, Dar can only chuckle in disbelief. If it were aimed at him, it might be understandable, but with the protective gem in place, the tempest could crush Romen before any rapid-fire assault could breach the gem's defenses. To attack the whirlwind with such a trivial means. What madness is this? Hey, are you insane? George, the loyal attendant, shouts at Romen. And he is not alone. The surrounding soldiers snicker, deeming this an act of sheer folly. Yet in this moment, Romen asserts, this is not a hurricane born of natural cycles. It is artificially constructed. If the force driving a natural hurricane originates from the vast ocean of nature, then the tempest before us is merely a tiny droplet from an individual's magical reservoir. Therefore, if I strike at the weak point of this constructed magic structure, what do you suppose will happen? As Romen speaks, the crystal in his hand shatters that a complex magical structure materializes before his outstretched palm, as the magical energy contained within the crystal transforms into a massive beam of light, shooting directly towards a specific part of the tempest. That specific location is undoubtedly the weak point of the Ballad of the Wind Spirit magic structure, and this substantial beam of light is not merely a simple attack spell. It possesses the properties of a powerful disruptive magic. The moment the beam penetrates the whirlwind, the magical structure of the Wind Spirit's ballad becomes unbalanced, unable to regain equilibrium. Dar, who cannot truly control this magic, finds himself in a precarious situation. The unbalanced magical structure leads to chaos within his own magical energy. The more complex the unbalanced structure, the greater the chaos within. This situation is termed magical backlash. Struggling to articulate his condition, Dar suddenly spews forth a copious amount of blood. As the whirlwind collapses, his suspended body plummets. Thud, a dull sound echoes. Fortunately, the protective gem remains effective. Otherwise, this fall would surely be fatal for Dar. As the tempest dissipates, a profound silence envelopes the area, broken only by the faint sound of soldiers swallowing hard. "Let us depart," Romen states, choosing a direction to walk. The attendant hastily follows, urgently asking, "Are we not going to kill him?" The him in question is undoubtedly Dar. Romen shakes his head. That protective gem cannot be breached in the short term. Lingering here will only invite unforeseen complications at this juncture. Roman gazes towards a certain direction. Among a group of soldiers stands a robust red-haired man, arms crossed. Observing, he seems indifferent to Roman's departure. Upon noticing Roman's gaze, the red-haired man smiles slightly and nods that it is the lava swordsman, Cates, following Roman's line of sight. George gasps in realization, understanding why Roman has decided to leave in haste. Consequently, he refrains from further comment, closely trailing behind Roman, carrying the lifeless body of Prince Charlotte. Wait, a sudden voice calls out, sounding weak and feeble. Roman halts, glancing back at Dar, who lies on the ground reaching out as if attempting to grasp him. The renowned wind sorcerer poses a question. Who are you really? Roman, that name lingers in the air. Roman turns and resumes his stride. Merely hearing a name, devoid of any title, leaves Dar momentarily stunned. After a considerable pause, he laboriously rolls over to gaze at the azure sky and white clouds. It turns out, I was never a myth. Indeed, the once invincible aura of a legendary genius has been shattered. You must be feeling quite miserable, no? The red-haired man approaches Dar's side, inquiring with keen interest. Dar smiles faintly. Cates, I will defeat him, just as countless others who have sought to chase me down. As Dar resolves to do so. Unbeknownst to him, Roman, who has become the target of pursuit, moves with George and the body of Charlotte towards the hidden passage of the palace. Along the way, soldiers patrol the area, though these soldiers are largely ordinary individuals, at best aspiring knights. Yet even these aspiring knights are not immune to Roman's magic of neglect. The prince is dead. How will I explain this to Her Highness the Princess? George, following in silence, suddenly speaks up. Upon hearing this, Roman responds, I might be able to bring him back to life. This. His gaze turns towards Charlotte's lifeless form. What Roman perceives is another dimension within the corpse. An unseen writhing shadow. Really? George asks, astonished that a broad smile brightens Roman's face. I happen to be in need of a soul for experimental purposes. What did you say? I said I would be more than willing to attempt it. However, I cannot guarantee success. This is merely a possibility, and with possibility comes the risk of failure, so one must be prepared for that eventuality. Roman's smile is radiant as the sun. Although what he intends to do may very well deprive Charlotte of even the chance for reincarnation, if such a concept exists in this world. The vengeful spirit finds itself in a realm rife with ghosts, inevitably consuming them, and ultimately, it may even evolve into a malevolent specter. However, such entities are exceedingly rare. Each malevolent spirit is regarded as a precious material by sorcerers. Yet, due to the multitude of legends surrounding these spirits, even sorcerers often fail to locate them. Despite their efforts, of course, it is not impossible to acquire a malevolent spirit as material. Inflicting torment upon an individual until they are consumed by extreme hatred, and then slaying them can give rise to a vengeful spirit. Furthermore, through the mutual consumption of these spirits, a malevolent entity can also be born. This method is indeed found in ancient Chinese sorcery, though it has been strictly prohibited due to its inhumane nature. As a thoughtful, moral, and emotionally sensitive sorcerer, Roman would never resort to such cruel actions. Therefore, he has never encountered a malevolent spirit, having only chanced upon a few vengeful spirits, most of which disintegrated due to their unfortunate circumstances, such as exposure to the sun or intense interference from waves. The crux of this discussion is to illustrate the profound difficulty of encountering a complete soul on Earth. Even when a sorcerer extracts a soul from a living being, an approach that incurs minimal loss, the souls obtained are predominantly fragmented. However, in this world, where the atmosphere is rich with magical energy, the scenario is markedly different. Charlotte's corpse lay upon the altar, and her soul was gradually absorbing magical energy with the passage of time, forming what could be termed a spiritual body, not to be confused with a thought body. This is what one might refer to as a natural spiritual body. Previously, I had only encountered artificial spiritual bodies. This is my first experience with a natural one. As Roman observed, he murmured to himself. The concepts of the thought body and spiritual body are distinctly different. If there is any distinction, the thought body represents the essence of the soul or fragments thereof, while the spiritual body comprises the essence of the soul combined with magical energy to form a body. The spiritual body can be regarded as a form of being distinct from humanity. In China, it is considered the most primitive form of ghost, existing during an era when the atmosphere was still rich in magical energy. Furthermore, this entity, unlike humans, has established societal groups in alternate dimensions, which in ancient China were referred to as the underworld. However, in modern Earth, the underworld has long faded into legend. Yet, this world still gives rise to spiritual beings that, if my assumptions hold true, it is likely that a spiritual society in an alternate dimension, akin to the underworld, persists in this realm. Analyzing various national mythologies from Earth suggests that roles akin to grim reapers, who guide souls from the mortal realm to the place of rest, must also exist. Otherwise, the accumulation of spiritual beings in this world would inevitably render it a realm of ghosts. Given that such a situation is evidently absent, it stands to reason that a governing body for spiritual entities, akin to the underworld, must exist. According to Lilly, tales of the underworld do persist in this world, where soul collectors escort souls to the underworld 7 days post-mortem. At this juncture, Roman placed his hand upon Charlotte's chest. He infused magical energy, commencing his examination. After a while, he withdrew his hand, nodding in understanding as he remarked, based on the progress of Charlotte's spiritual body formation, it is likely that a complete spiritual body will materialize approximately 7 days after death. Thus, the notion of soul collectors taking souls to the underworld after 7 days becomes coherent. Having clarified yet another query, Roman adjusted his glasses with a sense of excitement that it must be said that, as a sorcerer, arriving in this world feels akin to discovering an immense treasure that in this light. The Chinese legend of the first 7 days of a soul's return home is not a genuine return. Rather, it signifies the birth of a natural spiritual body after 7 days, observed by relatives during an emotionally charged state, leading them to mistakenly believe it to be a return home, when in fact it is merely the newly formed spiritual body departing from the physical form. If this is indeed the case, then there must exist an intrinsic law governing the formation of spiritual bodies within this 7-day time frame. Such a law is unattainable in modern Earth, yet in this world, abundant in magical energy, there exists ample material for me to uncover this law. At this point, Roman was practically itching to commence his research. Although sorcerers on Earth can create artificial spiritual bodies by blending the thought body born from a deceased individual with magical energy, the intelligence of these artificial constructs is typically subpar. In contrast, the legendary natural spiritual bodies are said to possess intelligence comparable to that of ordinary humans. This clearly indicates that sorcerers have yet to fully grasp the laws governing the formation of spiritual bodies. Through understanding this law, one could even further comprehend the fundamental structure of the thought body, an aspect that even modern sorcerers struggle to observe. The significance of this discovery is immense. If a sorcerer on Earth were to unravel this mystery, it would undoubtedly be etched into the annals of magical history. However, this is not Earth, and Roman has commitments to fulfill. Thus, taking a deep breath, he quelled his excitement. He placed his hands upon Charlotte's abdomen, specifically at the dantian, the sea of qi, which serves as the body's central point. That he infused magical energy, circumventing the forming spiritual body, penetrating the physical form, and connecting with the stone altar below. The red patterns on the altar illuminated, and Roman's magical eye opened wide, his full attention devoted to the intricate workings at play. As he raised his hand, the forming spiritual body was gradually extracted, condensing into a luminous sphere invisible to ordinary eyes. Indeed, with the protection of the spiritual body, the thought body did not exhibit signs of fragmentation. However, Roman would not merely stand idly by and observe the formation of the spiritual body. Although the essence of the spiritual body is comprised of the thought body and magical energy, the changes induced by the influx of magical energy would inevitably result in significant structural differences between the two. What Roman aimed to accomplish now was to place the thought body, essentially the soul, into another physical form. This new vessel possessed a mysterious energy capable of dissolving magical energy, while the spiritual body was constructed from magical energy. Should the magical energy that forms a complete spiritual body vanish, that spiritual body would completely collapse and dissipate, leaving no trace of the thought body behind. At least on Earth, artificial spiritual bodies would meet this fate. Through research, the conclusion drawn is that the structural variations between the spiritual body and thought body result in differing outcomes. Now, seizing the opportunity before the 7-day formation of the spiritual body commenced, while the structure of the thought body had not yet undergone significant alteration, Roman directed his attention to the lifeless form of a girl in a black Gothic dress upon another stone altar. He moved closer to the doll-like figure. The luminous sphere in his hand descended, passing through the dantian and gradually entering the body of the doll-like girl. At the point of contact, the mysterious energy manifested. A smile spread across Roman's face. This confirmed that the mysterious energy would alter upon contact with the thought body, or what one might refer to as the soul in modern Earth terms, transforming into a state observable by Roman's magical eye. This newly altered state of mysterious energy exhibited properties capable of dissolving magical energy. Subsequent developments confirmed this notion. The magical energy constituting the forming spiritual body was swiftly dissolved, leaving only the pure thought body to unfold within the doll-like girl. The previously unobservable mysterious energy dispersed throughout the doll's form rapidly transformed into a state perceivable by Roman, and crucially, it fully maintained the existence of the thought body, unlike the magical energy that eroded the thought body during the formation of a spiritual body. Soon, every inch of the doll-like girl's body was filled with this observable energy form. Observing the passage of time, it became apparent that this mysterious energy was not depleted in its effort to sustain the thought body. Of course, it was not truly without consumption. In reality, it was slowly absorbing magical energy from the atmosphere, transforming it into this energy form, thus giving the impression of no depletion. What does this signify? As long as magical energy is abundant, the soul may achieve immortality. The spiritual body, too, possesses a lifespan, often referred to as longevity. Presently, as long as this energy persists, the soul endures. This energy likely entered the doll during the transmigration process, representing a remarkably precious resource. Now, with a complete soul thought body sustained by this energy, what transformations might occur? Roman murmured, his anticipation directed towards the doll-like girl. His magical eye remained fixed, unblinking, as he observed. Ultimately, the soul thought body and the mysterious energy, akin to a wave, were engaged in a complex interaction beyond Roman's comprehension, undergoing transformation. If the soul's cognitive entity retains its animality during this transformation, it signifies the birth of an energetic life form cloaked in the guise of a puppet. Conversely, if the soul's cognitive entity not only preserves its animality, but also its human wisdom, it represents the emergence of an energetic wise life form shrouded in the same puppet exterior. Therefore, at this moment, which of these two possibilities is most likely? Frankly, Roman believes that the former is far more probable. Wisdom is an exceedingly intricate matter, not easily maintained amidst change. Thus, Roman has already prepared to present Lily with an idiotic brother. No, rather an idiotic sister. Finally, the changes Roman had been observing came to a halt in that very instant. The puppet girl's eyes abruptly opened. The eyes, just unveiled, were as resplendent as amethysts, yet they appeared vacant and hollow. Upon witnessing such a pair of eyes, Roman nodded in understanding and remarked, "Indeed, wisdom has not been preserved, has it? It seems I can only inform Lily that her brother has transformed into a sister, and an idiotic one at that. Am I not dead?" The puppet girl suddenly spoke, the voice Roman had meticulously configured resonating beautifully in his ears. However, Roman felt as though his face was ablaze with pain, as if it had been struck. How astonishing! Wisdom had indeed been retained. "You are dead, but I have resurrected you." Adjusting his glasses, Roman concealed his embarrassment and spoke as calmly as he could, upon hearing his words. The puppet girl was momentarily taken aback, then asked, "Resurrected?" Her voice bore disbelief, as if no one in this world would accept the notion of their own resurrection. Nevertheless, it was not entirely devoid of possibility. "Necromancy," the puppet girl exclaimed, her expression darkening as she glared at Roman. In this world, necromancy was a forbidden art, and those revived by it were treated like pariahs. Roman, however, shook his head. He had not employed necromancy for her resurrection. My voice, why has it changed like this?" "Have you finally realized?" Roman retorted. "I have switched your body, utilizing that of my puppet. Don't glare at me. You should be grateful. Otherwise, I would have indeed resorted to necromancy to bring you back." With that, Roman contemptuously curled his lip. He could surmise how necromancy functioned in this world. Once a soul formed its spiritual body, it could be forced into a corpse, which would then be animated through magic. Roman could easily devise numerous methods to achieve such a feat. However, he found it lacking in sophistication. "I have turned into a woman." The puppet girl, or Charlotte, could hardly accept her current predicament. She rose, pointing an accusatory finger at Roman. berating him. Observing this, Roman furrowed his brow, feeling as though something beautiful had been sullied, while he initially intended for the setting to be that of a serpent. Her vitriolic outbursts were also of a certain caliber. Hear such vulgarities erupt from the mouth of this exquisite puppet body was truly disheartening for Roman. Suddenly, he regretted using Charlotte's soul for this experiment. The only reason he had seized her soul from Lily was due to its proximity. Indeed, was impulsiveness the devil? Silence, Roman commanded, and under the influence of his magic, his words carried an invisible force. Charlotte immediately fell silent, her eyes filled with defiance as if questioning what was happening. Roman chuckled ominously. He would not be so foolish, such a precious material, imbued with mysterious energy, if truly granted consciousness, could easily exceed his control. The troubling aspect was that once that mysterious energy was activated, it would consume magical power, rendering him unable to manipulate the puppet. Yet, that was not the case. The breakthrough lay within the spiritual radiance. Roman infused Charlotte's body with 47 instances of spiritual radiance, forming a complex structure. This intricate configuration generated a unique energy field that extended beyond the puppet's body, akin to an antenna capable of receiving signals. It is important to note that objects adorned with spiritual radiance can be controlled by the one who created that radiance. Thus, Roman could issue commands to the puppet body through language imbued with special vibrations. You must remember, your body, your current form of existence, is my property. You have been revived by me. Do you comprehend what this entails? Roman adjusted his glasses as he spoke, ultimately inquiring, Charlotte, do you understand? Gritting her teeth, Charlotte responded, You mean to say, I will be your slave henceforth? Pretty much. If that's how you perceive it, I cannot help it. In any case, without my command, you cannot stray from my side. You must do as I instruct, and should the need arise, you must cooperate with me. As he spoke, Roman's gaze roamed over Charlotte's puppet body, his eyes growing increasingly fervent. In an instant, Charlotte covered her chest and turned away, angrily retorting, What are you scheming? Roman was taken aback, seemingly unable to comprehend her meaning. However, he would not remain in the dark for long. Soon enough, he realized and could not help but burst into laughter. I meant you. You cannot truly believe I would do such a thing to you. The very thought of a man's soul residing within this body precludes any such desire. What I meant was, should the necessity arise, you must assist me in my experiments. As a valuable specimen, I require a thorough study of your body and existential structure, Roman stated earnestly, a smile dancing upon his lips. Meanwhile, Charlotte, realizing her misunderstanding, felt a surge of embarrassment and anger, her face flushing. Were it not for her restraints, she likely would have lashed out at Roman. All right, I shall now take you to meet your sister. Prepare yourself mentally. Charlotte, who had been fuming, momentarily froze upon hearing Roman's words. She then bowed her head and nodded in acknowledgement. With their footsteps echoing, they gradually departed the stone chamber. Outside, someone awaited with eager anticipation. Upon crossing that threshold, Charlotte, who had been completely transformed, encountered her sister, who had been waiting. Brother Wong, Lily exclaimed, tears brimming in her eyes as she rushed into Charlotte's embrace. Initially apprehensive about being unrecognizable, Charlotte, after a brief moment of shock, raised her hands to embrace Lily tightly. I am fine. I am well. Lily, do not worry about me. The sensation was truly that of Brother Wong. How wonderful. You have returned to life? Yes, Lily nuzzled against Charlotte's soft chest. Inquiring, Brother Wong, may I call you sister from now on? No, that won't do, Charlotte instinctively replied, but then immediately realized her mistake and quickly rejected the notion. Lily puffed up her cheeks in discontent, ignoring the emotional reunion of the siblings. No, they should now be referred to as sisters. Roman had matters of his own to attend to. He first returned to the stone chamber to handle Charlotte's former body before departing from the palace nestled within the mountains. Making his way to the labyrinthine tunnels nearby, his destination was a small cave situated at a point where the earth's magical energy overflowed. Upon arriving at this energy-rich cavern, he casually chipped away a few magical crystal fragments from the cave walls, known in this world as magic crystals. Pressing his hand to the ground, he activated a shaping spell, and the design of a circular magic array emerged, complete with several clamps that he placed the collected magic crystals into these clamps. And upon activation, the magic array began to radiate light. After peering through his magical eye, Roman nodded in satisfaction. Ultimately, the flat magic array structure he had created so effortlessly was utterly elementary for him. Requiring no modifications whatsoever. As for the purpose of this magic array, it was to reduce the concentration of magical energy within its confines, although it would still exceed the ambient magical energy in the outside atmosphere. It would be significantly lower than that within the cave. The reason behind this was simple. Excessive absorption of magical energy could lead to bodily erosion. To avert such an occurrence while maximizing energy absorption, Roman had thus set up this magic array at the overflow point of the Earth's magical energy. For the next few days, I shall peacefully absorb magical energy here. Lily has already promised to bring me meals at designated times. I must swiftly break through that barrier. With his eyes glimmering, Roman murmured as he entered the magic array, seated himself cross-legged, and commenced his absorption of magical energy. As for why he was so eager to breach that barrier, ultimately, it all boils down to a profound sense of insecurity. Despite his considerable talents in this world, once he became entangled with the royal siblings, he realized he had stepped into a vortex of trouble. Given this predicament, it is imperative that he swiftly amplifies his strength. It is crucial to understand that once he surmounts that hurdle, his magical prowess will ascend to the level of the greatest sorcerers on Earth. At that juncture, he will be able to forge his own unique, great magic. As time passed, 5 days swiftly elapsed. When the moment arrived to deliver a meal to Romen, Lily was initially prepared to undertake the task. However, someone could no longer bear to watch. Lily, as the sole descendant of the Tabor lineage and the future queen of Tabor, how could she act like a servant delivering meals? With her hands on her hips, the indignant girl in boy-s attire, Charlotte, reproached her sister, Lily. Lily innocently replied, "But I promised, and one must fulfill their promises. Isn't that so? You are the future queen, a queen." Charlotte emphasized, exasperated by Lily's reasoning. "But isn't there still our brother?" Lily countered. Charlotte raised an eyebrow and retorted, "Indeed, I am still here. Yet, as you can see, I am currently incapable of upholding the responsibility of continuing the royal bloodline. Thus, it is essential that you bear this burden as the future inheritor of Tabor. Once we reclaim our nation, you will undoubtedly ascend to the throne. But brother, if I do not deliver the meal, then who will?" Lily inquired. Without hesitation, Charlotte replied, "Why, of course, it should be George. George has gone out to gather information." Charlotte was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, George, both a guard and a servant, had been dispatched to the royal capital for intelligence. So, who would deliver the meal now? "In any case, you cannot go," Charlotte insisted, somewhat petulantly. At that moment, Lily sighed in resignation. "Brother, please step aside. One must honor their word. And besides, Mr. Romen did save you, at the very least. A token of gratitude is warranted." "Humph, what's the worst that could happen?" Lily inquired. Charlotte hesitated before mustering the courage to respond. "The worst? I shall go deliver it myself." With that, she snatched the meal basket from Lily's hands and fled. Lily was momentarily stunned, and it took her a while to react before she hurriedly called out, "Brother, don't go just yet. At the very least, you need to know where to go." However, no amount of calling could catch Charlotte, who had already dashed into the tunnel. Subsequently, she found herself lost. Not only did she fail to locate Romen, but she also could not find her way back. The labyrinthine tunnel was enveloped in darkness. Of course, had she been a magic apprentice, she could have dispelled the surrounding gloom with a light spell. In addition to being a mid-tier knight, Charlotte also possessed rudimentary magical skills in this world. It was not uncommon for high-ranking nobles or royal members to invest some effort into practicing simple magic while honing their knightly skills. However, at that moment, the mysterious energy within Charlotte that was dissipating her magic meant she could not even cast the simplest spells. Without the benefit of illumination, she had to rely on feeling her way along the walls, aimlessly traversing the dark tunnel. The overwhelming fear of being unable to escape the darkness gradually consumed her spirit. Moreover, the formidable strength of a mid-tier knight had vanished with her change of form. Lacking robust personal power as a safeguard, Charlotte felt utterly devoid of her previous confidence. "Damn it, where am I now?" Charlotte muttered under her breath, feeling on the verge of losing her sanity. Eventually, fatigue overcame her, and she had to stop, leaning against the tunnel wall to rest. "If I cannot find my way out, will I perish here?" she pondered anxiously. As time flowed on, she gradually succumbed to a daze, and drowsiness overtook her. Just as she drifted into slumber, the sound of footsteps approached, accompanied by a growing light. Two orbs of light circled around Romen, who soon halted, gazing at the sleeping girl in boy's attire and the meal basket beside her. After a moment's contemplation, he grasped the situation that I was wondering why the meal delivery took so long. This girl must have gotten lost, he muttered with a hint of exasperation, before gently lifting Charlotte's petite form onto his back and carrying the meal basket as he made his way back to the palace. Of course, he did not come to check on the situation out of hunger. He had left the small cave where the magical energy was seeping out because he had finally crossed that threshold. What lay ahead was the construction of his unique great magic. Presently, he was deep in thought about it. As crafting great magic was of utmost importance, that it was critical that no errors occurred. For a mistake could lead to irreparable harm to his body, making recovery exceedingly difficult. Wait. Harm to the body? Romen's eyes lit up. It seemed he need not be concerned about that. As Romen began to contemplate this, a sudden voice pierced through the air behind him. Sorcerer, Endao, I will surely kill you. I will have my revenge. Undoubtedly, it was Charlotte's voice, albeit in her sleep, uttering words filled with vengeance. Was her spirit so consumed with hatred even in dreams? Romen mused, feeling a twinge of sympathy, before casting a soothing spell. The soothing spell was designed to relax the spirit, evoking pleasant memories. Under the influence of such memories, the spirit would naturally unwind and find solace. When cast upon someone dreaming, it would ensure a peaceful slumber. Next, listening to Charlotte's sleep-talking, he realized she had indeed drifted into a pleasant dream. Elena. We are finally together. Haha. Dao. Look, Elena ultimately belongs to me. Father, Mother, Lily, please bless me. Elena, I will ensure your happiness. Sorcerer, you promised to surprise me on my wedding day. Where is it? Everyone, let us revel in joy. Haha. This wedding banquet is delightful. When shall we all go for afternoon tea together? My treat. In recent days, every time she fell asleep, nightmares plagued her, leaving her in despair and anguish, yearning for an outlet for her suffering. Yet just moments ago, Charlotte had experienced a blissful dream. She dreamt of marrying the woman she adored, Elena, with that scoundrel Dal attending the wedding, boasting and demanding surprises from Sorcerer. Moreover, she found herself surrounded by family, friends, and even current adversaries, sharing a delightful afternoon tea, savoring a joyous and leisurely afternoon dodo, and she felt a warmth enveloping her in her sleep. But why, upon waking, did she find herself staring at the ceiling? Wasn't she in the dark tunnel? Charlotte lay in bed, perplexed, muttering to herself. Before long, the familiar voice of her sister responded, You indeed fell asleep in the tunnel, but Mr. Romen happened upon you upon his return and brought you back. Oh, I see, Charlotte exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. Then, she was struck with surprise and hurriedly asked, What? Romen has returned. Yes, Lily affirmed with a nod. Does this mean he has completed what he referred to as important matters? Charlotte pondered. However, Lily's response was somewhat unexpected. Not yet. Mr. Romen stated that he has only completed half. There remains another half before he considers it a success. He has now returned to his room and requested not to be disturbed unless in urgent circumstances. Furthermore, he has asked me to continue delivering meals. I shall take on the task of delivering the meals, Charlotte declared suddenly. Lily stared at her brother in astonishment. She couldn't help but wonder if Charlotte had lost her mind. Charlotte's expression was somewhat awkward, yet she resolutely affirmed, Leave the meal delivery to me. Brother, why do you? Lily, do you recall what I stated? As a descendant of the Tabor royal family, especially being the only one at present, you must shoulder this responsibility. Charlotte's expression grew serious. Seeing this, Lily straightened her face and nodded, uttering two words, reclaiming the nation. Indeed, we must reclaim our nation. However, our current strength is insufficient. We need to seek assistance. At this moment, we have a potential ally. Are you referring to leveraging Mr. Romen's strength? Lily quickly grasped the implication. Charlotte's face reflected a teachable spirit as she nodded and continued, Precisely, according to George. Romen effortlessly shattered the chant of the wind spirit. You should understand what a formidable spell that is. It can be said that our downfall as a nation was significantly influenced by that terrifying magic. Did not that Romen mention to you that once this crucial task is accomplished, his power would significantly amplify? At the very least, by that time, he would be a formidable archmage. As she pondered this, Charlotte's gaze ignited with fervor. This was the realization she had just reached. Previously, her disdain for Romen had clouded her attention. Yet now, upon recalling that Romen might, or is on the verge of becoming, an archmage, Charlotte felt a stirring within her. It is worth noting that there are scarcely fewer than 20 archmages in this world. The number operating in secrecy is unknown, yet certainly limited. Each archmage is a titan whose name reverberates throughout the realm. Should she manage to enlist such an entity in the quest to restore her homeland, the odds would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. However, the fact that this archmage is Romen is the sole source of Charlotte's trepidation. Yet, for the sake of her nation's resurrection, what does that truly matter? Thus, with a gaze full of emotion, Charlotte turned to Lily and declared, "Lily, what does it matter if I must make sacrifices for the restoration of my homeland? After all, I have already taken on a new form, severing ties to my bloodline. Sacrificing this inconsequential self to revive the glory of Table is a worthy endeavor. Lily, do not worry for me. No matter the humiliation I endure, I shall persevere for you." Upon hearing her brother's impassioned speech, Lily, truthfully, felt no stirrings of emotion. Was delivering meals to Romen truly a daunting endeavor? Was fostering a good rapport with him an insurmountable challenge? What was with this display of unwavering resolve in the face of adversity? In response, Lily could only remain silent. Once Charlotte had concluded her heartfelt oration, she hastily interjected, "Brother, I support you. This weighty responsibility shall rest upon your shoulders." Seeing his sister don a solemn expression that conveyed, "I entrust everything to you," Charlotte felt an overwhelming sense of sacred duty swell within her. Henceforth, the task of delivering meals to Romen would fall to Charlotte. Of course, Romen remained oblivious to this arrangement, likely to discover it only when mealtime approached. He was currently engrossed in writing and sketching on paper with remarkable speed, or rather, his thoughts flowed with such rapidity. The floor was already littered with crumpled drafts. "This won't do. This structure has issues with magical operation. This one is no good either. It will disrupt the other established structures. How vexing. My previous concepts are all but overturned." After all, the environment is different, Romen lamented, caught in a mix of frustration and elation. This world, after all, was not Earth. The abundance of magical energy was overwhelming. On Earth, the atmosphere's thin magical essence meant that Romen's previous grand designs were quite conservative in their consumption of magic. However, in this realm, the situation diverged. Although his prior concepts were efficient in magic usage, they also constrained the efficacy of the grand magic. Thus, Romen realized that his previously conceived grand magic required substantial revision. As he made adjustments, he increasingly felt the necessity to overhaul everything entirely. Consequently, Romen's workload escalated. Given his current pace, crafting a new grand magic would require at least 3 months as he continued to sketch. Romen muttered to himself, 3 months, neither excessively long nor short. Yet, if possible, I would like to shorten that duration that I in this regard. He had indeed conceived a plan. However, unlike other archmages who only have 1 or 2 opportunities to construct grand magic, where failure could mean death, I possess the magic vitality transmutation technique, allowing me to convert magical energy into life force to mend any damage. This means that my opportunities for construction are limitless. At this juncture, countless ideas began to shimmer in Romen's eyes. Limitless opportunities imply that I can treat each construction as an experiment, each experiment providing invaluable data, allowing for countless revisions as time passed. My grand magic could infinitely approach perfection. Realizing this, a torrent of inspiration surged within Romen's mind. Many wild and imaginative concepts that he had previously abandoned for fear of risk now resurfaced, unveiling an infinite array of possibilities before him. Romen's pen danced faster, fueled by inspiration, as these fantastical concepts took form on the page. Finally, he halted his writing, having completed a rough outline of his grand magic. Next, he prepared to use this rough concept to construct the grand magic. Let the experiments validate this idea. If anything goes awry, I will simply start anew, Romen declared, setting down his pen and finding a suitable spot to sit cross-legged. Closing his eyes, he began to channel magic according to the recently completed outline, constructing intricate and complex magical structures throughout his body. Indeed, every part of his being. The so-called grand magic entails using magical energy to create a precise and elaborate magical framework enveloping every corner of the body. This structure would integrate with the mage, transforming them into an embodiment of magic itself, such as the terrifying power of archmages on Earth. The grand magic encapsulates the entirety of an archmage's wisdom and is the very essence of their power. As the construction of the grand magic within Romen gradually progressed, time slipped away to at last. The final fragment of magical energy filled the last minuscule area of the magical structure. Romen initiated the fusion of the grand magic with his body. Initially, the process proceeded smoothly, but before long, he spat forth a mouthful of blood. Just then, the stone chamber door swung open, and a girl dressed as a boy entered with a meal basket. Witnessing this scene, "Are you all right?" Charlotte rushed forward, concern etched on her face. Romen cast a curious glance at Charlotte. He found it odd that she, who had always harbored animosity toward him, now seemed so worried. Could it be due to his previous guidance when she had lost her way? With this thought, Romen's perception of Charlotte shifted, and he resolved to be a tad more amiable toward her in the future. Unbeknownst to him, he had misjudged her intentions. Charlotte was not concerned for him as a person, but rather for her own interests in the revival of her nation. "I'm fine. You are here to deliver the meal, correct?" Romen waved his hand dismissively, glancing at the basket Charlotte held. Charlotte nodded in affirmation. Seeing this, Romen said, "You may set the basket down. I shall not eat just yet." With that, Romen closed his eyes once more, beginning to assess the damage to his body. Charlotte, upon hearing this, placed the basket down. Since Romen had not requested her to leave, she hesitated to depart, instead surveying her surroundings. Before long, she spotted the crumpled papers scattered across the floor. Crouching down, she picked one up and unfolded it. She was utterly baffled. Charlotte rubbed her forehead in exasperation. Not only was the three-dimensional composition incomprehensible, but even the simple two-dimensional layouts were so intricate that they dazzled the eyes. Moreover, some designs encompassed other dimensions as well. Any archmage in this world would likely be at a loss upon seeing them. While Charlotte struggled to decipher the complex diagrams on the discarded papers, Romen began to grasp the condition of his own body that it was dire. Indeed, exceedingly dire. Portions of his body that had intertwined with the grand magic began to destabilize after the collapse of the magic. With even the cellular structure wavering, for any person, any mage, such damage was horrifically severe. Had Romen not developed the magic vitality transmutation technique, he might have survived, but would never be able to undertake another construction of grand magic. It must be acknowledged that at times, a single technique can spark a fundamental revolution. As the magical structure of the grand magic disintegrated, aside from a portion that dissipated, most of the residual magic remained within his body. Romen began to employ the magic vitality transmutation technique to convert this residual magic into life force, permeating every cell within his body. The damaged cells absorbed the life force most abundantly. Thus, as his magical energy dwindled, Romen's entire being radiated with vitality. Romen exclaimed, a hint of astonishment creeping into his voice. This caught Charlotte's attention, prompting her to ask, "What's the matter?" "Nothing," Romen replied somewhat evasively. Charlotte seemed to dismiss him with a scoff. Meanwhile, Romen fell into contemplation. Just moments ago, a noteworthy occurrence had transpired within him. The cells that had been damaged and subsequently repaired were more vibrant and full of life than the others infused with life force. What could this signify? Romen recalled a phrase. Breaking to rebuild. The pace of evolution could thus accelerate, synergizing with the construction of grand magic. However, Romen could not yet construct the grand magic. First and foremost, he was devoid of magical energy. Secondly, with the recent experiment behind him, it was time to refine the grand magic based on the insights gleaned from the data acquired, paving the way for the next phase of experimentation. Thus, Romen swiftly rose to his feet, seizing the inspiration sparked by his newfound knowledge before it dissipated, and took up paper and pen to sketch his thoughts. Meanwhile, the bored Charlotte quietly departed, immersed in the act of transcribing his ideas onto the page. Romen continued until he finally paused. He retrieved a magic crystal, drawing power directly from it. The magical energy replenished rapidly, soon reaching Romen's current limit. Although further extraction could enhance his magical capacity, it would merely extend his limits. Romen had no intention of using the magic crystal for that purpose. as the varying qualities of the crystals meant that the drawn energy would invariably contain impurities. This impure energy was sufficient for restoring his limits. But purging those impurities was essential thereafter. Utilizing this tainted energy to expand his limits would only allow the impurities to seep into his body, the greater the infiltration of these impurities. The more obstructed his magical capacity would become. Removing them later would prove to be quite a hassle. This was a conclusion Romen had drawn after his studies on magic crystals. Before long, he expelled the impurities from his body, leaving behind pure magical energy. The second construction of the grand magic commenced. As anticipated, Romen encountered failure once again, but he employed the magic transformation technique and proceeded to revise the grand magic. During this process, further inspiration struck, prompting him to incorporate additional elements into his revisions. Should earthly sorcerers become aware, they would undoubtedly deem him reckless. After restoring his magical energy and expelling impurities, the third construction of the grand magic began. Unsurprisingly, due to the newly added magical structures born from inspiration, Romen's third attempt continued to falter. Failure was merely a setback. The fourth, fifth, and sixth attempts blurred together, and finally, after countless tries, Romen achieved success in constructing the grand magic. A structure of magic that he would have once deemed inconceivable now harmonized with his very being. In that moment, Romen himself embodied magic. Viewing the world from the perspective of magic, he found it utterly wondrous. The construct of his magical eye became increasingly profound, allowing him to perceive the fundamental changes in things. Every object in his sight bore corresponding magical patterns. Everything he observed was magic. Magic was omnipresent. Yet humanity remained oblivious. Only by existing on the same plane as magic could one perceive the world through its lens. Was this what his teacher referred to as the supermagic perspective? It was indeed true that without attaining the status of a grand sorcerer, one could never fathom the dimension in which grand sorcerers resided. No wonder some proclaimed grand sorcerers to be divine beings among mortals. Romen couldn't help but reflect, feeling ashamed of his previous arrogance. Resolutely, he shattered the grand magic that had fused with his essence, swiftly converting magical energy into life force amidst the tumult within his cellular structure. This act stabilized his faltering body, ushering in a transformative experience throughout his being. Each cell resonated in unison at that moment. Romen sensed a significant amplification of his brainwaves and life force. Following this amplification, the rate at which he could expand his magical limits would accelerate, and as his body grew more resilient to the collapse of the grand magic structure, Romen's audacity in constructing it would only intensify. Yet, it was still not enough. This was far from sufficient. With the continuous growth of his magical energy and the ongoing evolution of his life essence, the infinite that I could bear lay before me. Any moment of hesitation would squander this infinite life, this infinite brilliance. I cannot abide merely making trivial modifications after constructing the grand magic. Why grand magic? Let it experience infinite destruction and infinite rebirth. From this point forth, I shall name it infinity. Thus, Romen designated the grand magic he would infinitely deconstruct and reconstruct as infinity. Romen continued to write and draw, and upon completing yet another grand magic concept, he restored his magical energy and began the construction anew. As time passed, Romen's continuous construction and reconstruction of the grand magic became increasingly intricate and complex, teetering on the edge of fanciful and whimsical. Each time he completed a grand magic, the world before him appeared ever more transformed. Throughout this period, Charlotte consistently brought him meals. Observing his relentless dedication, the cross-dressing girl couldn't help but click her tongue in disbelief. Moreover, Charlotte noticed a change in Romen over the course of his 7th day of enigmatic research. It was as if he existed there, yet simultaneously did not, a paradoxical sensation. Now, on the 23rd day, this feeling had intensified, until that afternoon of the 23rd day, when the contradictory sensation surrounding Romen suddenly vanished. For the first time in 23 days, he left his room. What happened? Have you completed your important task? Charlotte inquired. Romen nodded, yet his expression bore a hint of gloom as he replied. Almost in truth, he had long since completed the construction of the grand magic. However, Romen now found himself confronting a bottleneck. Regardless of the inspiration or modifications he pursued, the grand magic infinity could not surpass its previous sophistication. As for the reason, it stemmed from the limitations of the total knowledge residing within Romen's mind. The intricacy of his grand magic infinity had reached the pinnacle of what he could currently comprehend. To transcend this boundary, the sole recourse was to augment his understanding of the world. Romen contemplated whether the knowledge of this world might aid him. Thus, he turned to Charlotte and asked, "Do you possess any magical tomes from this world? If so, may I borrow them?" 15 half-elemental transformation. The magical tomes of this world, as Romen anticipated, were rudimentary and crude. Their contents barely worthy of description. Particularly disconcerting were the superstitious notions embedded within certain meditative practices, which sought to borrow power from lofty, incomprehensible, and divine entities through relentless hypnotic suggestion. Indeed, much of meditation was merely about shaping such superstitious powers rather than genuinely enhancing mental fortitude. Concepts like mental strength were far too vague and nebulous. The speed of cognitive processing, thought patterns, brainwaves, and the intensity of life force, alongside one's comprehension and application of magic, were the true crux. The so-called mental coverage was, in actuality, the capture of information within a given range under the influence of magical energy, employing brainwaves and life force, principles that would perplex advocates of mental power. Modern meditation, on the other hand, was a training mechanism for enhancing the brain's magical modeling and construction capabilities that, in contrast, ancient meditation practices from Earth and this world sought to concretize and visualize concepts. Take, for instance, the visualization method in meditation, wherein one conjures the image of deities, continuously envisioning and embedding these images within their mind to borrow strength from the envisioned entities. That it was utterly foolish. This so-called power of superstition was, in reality, derived from within oneself. Belief begets power, disbelief begets impotence. Skipping over the superstitious elements that held no value for him, Romen focused his attention on the simple, crude, and primitive magical structures within the tomes, though these magical structures were so elementary as to be inconsequential to Romen. They were nonetheless the remnants of otherworldly sorcerers' exploration of the world, and certain concepts sparked a light of inspiration within him. Ideas began to surge in his mind, suppressing some of his thoughts. Romen continued his reading that as he bypassed certain superstitious content. It wasn't long before he finished perusing the few magical tomes. He then turned to Charlotte, who lingered nearby, and asked, "Are there more?" "Yes," Charlotte replied promptly. "Where?" "In the royal palace's library." Upon hearing Charlotte's answer, Romen immediately stood up and commanded, "Lead me there. Right now?" The cross-dressing girl seemed incredulous. "Yes, take me quickly." "But, what?" Romen interjected, his brow furrowing. His mind was consumed with a thirst for knowledge, and Charlotte's hesitance was beginning to frustrate him. He contemplated issuing a command for her to obey unconditionally. Yet, he soon recalled the concern she had shown when she stumbled upon him bleeding, and the thought of treating her with greater kindness surfaced. Thus, Romen softened his tone, saying, "Be good, listen, and lead the way." "You." Charlotte nearly erupted in indignation. This condescending tone, as if he were speaking to a child, felt like an affront to her dignity. Yet, considering the hope of restoration resting upon Romen's shoulders, she found herself in a position where she had little choice but to comply with him. Charlotte, despite her urge to unleash a torrent of foul language, managed to restrain herself. "Allow me to guide you," she replied through gritted teeth. Romen cast her a quizzical glance, but chose not to dwell on it. Thus, under Charlotte's lead, they traversed a concealed passageway. Arriving directly at the royal palace, it must be noted that the entrance and exit of this passage were remarkably clandestine, making Romen feel as though the palace were akin to a private garden, provided they remained undetected. The two proceeded through the palace, mirroring their previous venture to rescue Charlotte, employing an enchantment to render the guards oblivious to their presence. They carefully circumvented several critical areas, and after mesmerizing a few sentinels, Romen found himself in the palace's library. To his relief, it was currently unoccupied, allowing him to peruse the magical tomes at his leisure. Meanwhile, Charlotte felt a palpable sense of trepidation. After all, it was still daylight. While this area remained under occupation and was not the enemy's stronghold, it was still fraught with danger, though George's accounts had led her to conclude that Romen possessed considerable strength. She lacked a clear understanding of just how formidable he truly was. Consequently, Charlotte felt a twinge of uncertainty. Moreover, a more pressing concern loomed over her. From her inquiries with George, she had gleaned vital information. The formidable Dar, who had been grievously injured, was currently in Table's royal city, and his master, the great sorcerer Crottle, had arrived just 2 days prior. This implied that a powerful archmage was likely lurking somewhere within the palace. Additionally, Charlotte found herself in a weakened state. Should fortune turn against them and they encounter this archmage, would Romen be able to protect her while contending with such a foe, despite her resolve to reclaim her homeland? Having faced death once, Charlotte now held a greater appreciation for the value of life. Should she disclose this information to Romen, allowing him to prepare in advance? She pondered, wavering in her thoughts. What was she hesitating over? In truth, she harbored a sense of anticipation for a confrontation between Romen and the archmage Crottle. If a conflict were to arise, it might compel Romen to agree to aid her in her quest for restoration. Yet, if she were to reveal Crottle's presence to Romen now, would that cause him to retreat, thereby letting slip the opportunity to enlist him in her cause, while Charlotte wrestled with her anxieties? Romen, engrossed in the magical texts, was not entirely focused on his reading. Having achieved the status of a great mage, he had undergone a remarkable transformation. Upon entering the palace, he had sensed an unusual fluctuation in the atmospheric magical energies nearby. This change felt both familiar and alien to him. Elementalization? No, it was merely a tendency towards such, exhibiting distinct characteristics of wind magic. Contemplating this, Romen raised his hand, swiftly capturing the peculiar magical energy that had manifested above his palm. His eyes sparkled with brilliance as he activated his magical sight to observe more closely. After a moment, he arrived at a conclusion. Semi-elementalization. Lowering his hand, he released the captured semi-elemental magic and directed his gaze toward a certain point. The core from which the surrounding atmospheric energies were gravitating towards elementalization. How had he discerned this? The closer he approached that direction, the more pronounced the magical anomaly became. What could be the cause of this attraction of atmospheric energies towards semi-elementalization? Romen pondered. Elementalization, in essence, refers to the transformation of magical energy into the classic elemental forces. The ancient theories of earth, wind, water, and fire were widely accepted both on Earth and in this world. While the notion that the world is composed of these 4 elements is patently absurd, modern mages have long since abandoned such beliefs. Both traditional earth magic and the magic of this world are fundamentally rooted in this elemental theory. For instance, mages in this realm firmly believe in consuming magical energy to summon elemental power, which they then utilize for elemental magic. This belief is utterly nonsensical. The so-called summoning of elements is merely a result of superstition surrounding this power. The belief in the 4 elemental foundation alters the magical energy manipulated by mages, transforming it into the so-called 4 elements in reality. This process is referred to by modern mages as illusionary processing. To be susceptible to illusionary processing is one of the essential characteristics of magical energy, as well as the reason behind its seemingly omnipotent capabilities. It is akin to the ancient Chinese belief in the 5 elemental forces, where a metal and a wood element can outright refute the 4-element theory. If both the 5-element and 4-element theories were valid, which should people believe? The modern mage opts for neither, grasping the fundamental characteristics of magical energy, which can be illusionarily processed. This has vastly expanded the applicability of magic, evolving into the contemporary field of modern magic through the integration of modern scientific theories. However, as an aspiring modern mage, this was Romen's first encounter with magical energy, exhibiting a self-directed inclination toward elementalization. Could there be some artifact involved? Romen speculated. The more he contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. Yet he soon noticed that the degree of elemental fluctuation nearby was changing. Was the center of this anomaly drawing closer to him? Romen quickly arrived at this conclusion. Should he leave now? His choice was to wait. He was eager to discern the nature of the phenomenon causing this anomaly. Not long after, the door to the library swung open. Coincidentally, Romen's gaze fell upon it. Who was it that captured the elements I command within this old elemental domain? An elderly man clad in a gray robe and pointed gray hat entered, his face etched with confusion. Soon, his eyes fell upon Romen, and his expression grew grave. Upon seeing this elder, Romen's brow furrowed, astonished by the unexpected presence before him that a great mage confronting another great mage. What was this? A humanoid wind element? A puppet constructed from wind elements? Yet, the degree of its human-like appearance was astonishing. Even Earth's doll-making technology could not compare. Roman was genuinely taken aback, even without deliberately activating his magical sight. The structural analysis provided by his automated great magic had left him incredulous regarding the Elder's existence. Not only was Roman bewildered, but the Elder, in turn, was also perplexed as he regarded Roman. At that moment, in the Elder's eyes, Roman appeared as a black hole. Indeed, a void independent of the world that it seemed to harbor infinite, yet incomprehensible mysteries, obscured and indistinct. Old Crodle, may I inquire who you are? The Elder introduced himself and promptly posed his question. Having arrived just 2 days prior, Crodle was unaware if Roman was also residing within the palace. However, the moment his name was spoken, Charlotte's expression transformed drastically. As for Roman, upon hearing that name, his previously furrowed brow relaxed, as if a sudden realization had dawned upon him. Body elementalization, is it? The great mage Crodle, he muttered, though softly. For an archmage, such words were hardly lost. Crodle nodded in agreement, replying, indeed, body elementalization. Only by achieving this can one be deemed a great mage. You have yet to reveal your identity, young man. Roman, he stated plainly, without any intention of concealment, the instant that name escaped his lips. Even Charlotte, who was watching from the side, sensed that the ensuing developments could hardly end well. Indeed, in Roman's perception, the atmospheric magic began to seethe. Those magical energies inclined towards the wind element swiftly transformed into wind itself. The magical structure began to form, evolving from simplicity to complexity within the atmospheric magic that a colossal humanoid silhouette appeared to materialize behind Crodle, resembling a deity wielding the tempest. Undoubtedly, this was yet another manifestation of superstitious power. Were they on the verge of battle? Books and knowledge are the treasures of mages. This is not a suitable place for a conflict. Let us relocate, Roman suggested, adjusting his glasses. Hearing this, Crodle surveyed the surroundings and recognized that they were indeed in a library. He nodded in agreement, saying, very well. With a wave of his hand, the window beside them was thrust open by the wind. In the blink of an eye, the figure of Crowdeer vanished from the room. At this moment, Roman had activated his magical eye, discerning Crowdeer's mode of movement. In an instant, his entire body transformed into a gust of wind, dispersing his human form in the briefest of moments, a feat achievable only through the essence of wind elements. Undoubtedly, he was far more formidable than his disciple, the wind harpist, Dar. Instead of pursuing immediately, Roman placed his hand on a nearby table, where intricate patterns swiftly emerged on its surface. Turning to Charlotte, he pointed at the designs and said, "This is the field of neglect, encompassing the entirety of the library. Do not leave this library until I return." Without waiting for Charlotte's response, Roman fixed the coordinates of Crowdeer's location and executed a spatial displacement. In the next moment, he disappeared from Charlotte's sight. "Hey, I wanted to say something," Charlotte murmured, staring at the spot where his figure had vanished, rendered speechless. She then turned her gaze to the mysterious patterns on the table before her. "Oh well, at least he remembers my safety," she sighed, shaking her head in resignation before picking up a knight's novel to read. Meanwhile, in a clearing within a forest, Crowdeer was taken aback when Roman suddenly appeared before him. "Teleportation?" he inquired, surprised. "Close enough," Roman replied. Crowdeer observed Roman's youthful visage and couldn't help but marvel. "Truly, you are the wizard who easily defeated my proud disciple. Although you are not a grand magician, your mastery of magic is remarkable. Had you not severely wounded my disciple, I would have relished the opportunity to engage in a meaningful exchange of magical insights with you." "Everything must come to a conclusion," Roman retorted succinctly. Crowdeer nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, everything must reach a resolution. You have injured my disciple, and thus I have come to settle this matter today." With those domineering words, multiple high-pressure spiral wind guns surged forth. Crowdeer anticipated that Roman would evade, as even other grand wizards would choose to do the same in the face of such an attack. It was not that they could not withstand it, but rather that the magical energy expended in defense far outweighed that required for evasion. In battles between grand wizards, one must be frugal with magical energy. Sometimes, even a slight disparity could determine the outcome of victory. However, contrary to Crowdeer's expectations, Roman remained utterly still, neither dodging nor countering the incoming high-pressure wind guns. Is he going to use a defensive spell? Crowdeer speculated, convinced this must be the case. Simultaneously, he noted Roman's youthfulness. deeming him inexperienced. Naturally, he had no intention of offering any advice in an instant. Crowdeer's pupils constricted, the surrounding wind elements stirred chaotically, causing the air around him to become tumultuous. The high-pressure spiral wind guns struck Romen. Yet Crowdeer failed to perceive any protective magic at play. However, the moment the wind guns collided with Romen, they silently dissipated without leaving a trace. How is this possible? How did you accomplish that? Crowdeer exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment that in the next moment, the aged Grand Wizard transformed into a flurry of wind elements in the spot he had occupied. There lay a magic crystal stone, intricately patterned and faintly glowing. Boom! The magic crystal erupted, releasing a surge of magical energy confined within a spherical space of less than 2 meters in diameter. The turbulent magical energy within began to contract. It shrank to its limits, leaving behind a singular black point. Soon, that black point vanished altogether. From a distance, Crowdeer, now assuming human form, raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his brow. Meanwhile, Romen, who had launched a counterattack, refrained from unleashing further aggression. In truth, the power of Crowdeer's high-pressure spiral wind guns was considerable. Romen had utilized one of the abilities from the grand spell Infinity, known as force absorption, to absorb the kinetic force contained within the wind guns at the moment of impact, leading to their disintegration. Subsequently, Romen processed this absorbed force alongside a magic crystal stone he carried, crafting a magic devouring bomb, which he then transported to Crowdeer's spatial vicinity via spatial displacement, set to detonate shortly thereafter. Simultaneously, the absorbed force would manifest another effect. When the energy concentrated to a singular point in space, it warped the very fabric of reality, generating a pulling force. The explosion was merely a facade. If the chaotic magical energy from the magic crystal struck the opponent, it would disrupt the elemental form of the adversary. Consequently, the opponent would be drawn into the black point generated by the overwhelming force exceeding spatial tolerance, disappearing entirely from this world. In other words, had Crowdeer been careless, relying on his almost physical immunity as an elemental being, without heeding the object Romen had sent through spatial displacement, he would have faced inevitable demise. Now, Crowdeer realized this truth, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, that a mere counterattack had exposed him to the threat of death. Indeed, throughout his life, Crowdeer had encountered numerous enemies, yet this was the first time he had witnessed an opponent unleash a lethal strike in such silence. He had truly come perilously close to his end, without leaving even a trace behind. Moreover, he had yet to ascertain the full capabilities of this young wizard before him. Had he truly perished, it would have been a rather laughable fate for a renowned grand wizard. Thus, a heavy silence enveloped the atmosphere. Romen refrained from making a move, while Crowdeer, now wary from the earlier danger, was reluctant to act hastily. Consequently, a minute passed, then 2, then 3, leaving Romen increasingly impatient, who had initially wished to observe the grand wizard's techniques. Finally, he unleashed a magical missile, which, as it flew forth, rapidly absorbed the magical energy from the surrounding atmosphere. Crowdeer's expression shifted dramatically. This was his elemental domain. The semi-elemental and fully elemental magical energies could only be controlled with great difficulty by a grand wizard, yet here they were, forcibly siphoned by a single magical missile. Where was the common sense in this? What an odd spell, Crowdeer muttered, preparing to evade using conventional methods. However, as he attempted to dodge, the missile deftly arced towards him, transforming his smug expression into one of shock. Boom! An explosion erupted, kicking up dust from the ground. As the dust settled, Crowdeer emerged unscathed, yet the frustration etched on his face was palpable, despite the protective magic having mitigated the missile's impact. Romen, seeing that Crowdeer remained unharmed, felt no surprise. If a grand wizard could not withstand even a simple magical missile, it would be a considerable disappointment to him as a grand wizard from Earth. Adjusting his glasses, Romen's magical eye shimmered with an even more vibrant array of colors. With a panoramic view of 365 degrees, the nearby atmosphere, spatial structure, and terrain were rapidly calculated under the influence of the grand magic connecting to his magical eye. Romen raised his hand, releasing magical energy as complex, three-dimensional, and higher-dimensional magical structures began to form. What is this? Crowdeer murmured, instinctively wanting to flee, yet at that moment, His gaze was captivated by the invisible patterns suspended in the air. The infinite mysteries contained within them led Crowdeer to believe that the truth of the world sought by wizards lay before him. This obsession compelled Crowdeer to remain at that moment. Romen spoke. Colorless barrier. Under the Grand Magic's effect, the spell known as Colorless Barrier was activated. The spatial distortion transformed the scene into one reminiscent of an old black-and-white film that in this realm. The only colors present were those of Romen and Crowdeer. Why had space lost its color? Why were only Romen and Crowdeer untouched by this loss? The answer was simple. This was a spatial interstice, where portions of the spectrum were obstructed by spatial membranes. So, why were Romen and Crowdeer in this interstice not deprived of their colors? Upon deeper reflection, the answer became clear. The space occupied by Romen and Crowdeer was the most normal area within this spatial interstice. What, then, was the purpose of this? Goodbye, Romen stated, in the next instant. Romen's figure vanished from the colorless interstitial space. Subsequently, Crowdeer, still within this interstice, observed a disconcerting phenomenon. His body was slowly fading. Gradually, the vibrant colors were transitioning into shades of black and white. Meanwhile, Romen, who had returned to the realm of normalcy, observed the figure of Crowdeer in the distance, slowly becoming ephemeral. What was happening? It was simple. Crowdeer's body was being assimilated by the colorless barrier. Once the assimilation was complete, Crowdeer's presence in the normal space would vanish, while his form in the interstitial space would transform into a monochromatic silhouette. If the colorless barrier could not be breached before he became fully monochrome, then breaking it after would result in his destruction alongside the barrier itself. In other words, if Crowdeer could not escape the colorless barrier within a certain time frame, he would be condemned to remain trapped within it indefinitely. Conversely, breaching the barrier would equate to death. It must be said. This was a rather insidious and ruthless form of magic. Yet, Romen felt no remorse. As the saying goes, one must be prepared for death if they intend to kill. If Crowdeer sought to end him, he would not hesitate to do the same in return. Moreover, Romen had left Crowdeer a sliver of hope, contingent upon whether he could escape before being consumed by the spatial assimilation. Subsequently, Romen executed a spatial displacement and returned to the royal library. Approaching Charlotte, who was engrossed in a nightly novel, he found himself momentarily entranced by the sight of the beautiful young girl clad in male attire. So absorbed in her reading. After all, Charlotte's current form was entirely in accordance with Romen's aesthetic preferences. However, the moment he recalled that it was Charlotte within that guise, his inclination to admire dissipated. He promptly issued a command to Charlotte to retrieve all the magical tomes in the library. Instantly, Charlotte's body began to move, despite her protests. "Hey, I was reading just fine." "Why?" "Silence," Romen interrupted. Consequently, Charlotte begrudgingly complied, sealing her lips and commencing the search for the magical texts. The collection of magical tomes in the Table royal family was not particularly extensive, perhaps only a few dozen. Despite the era being one where magic flourished, practitioners of the arcane arts were undoubtedly a rarity. The study of magical structures demanded a high level of intelligence, and the magic of this world was far from the systematic and intuitive understanding found in modern Earth. Although it was less complex than modern Earth magic, it could be as inscrutable as ancient texts. Moreover, the pursuit of magical mastery in this world was inherently costly. Coupled with the insular nature of magic among practitioners, even wealth could not guarantee access to its secrets. Thus, the Table royal family's collection of a few dozen magical books was quite commendable. However, Romen was far from satisfied. He questioned Charlotte. "Is this truly all there is?" "You may speak," Romen commanded, finally allowed to speak. Charlotte retorted, "Is this all?" "This is already quite a lot. Do you think magical tomes grow on trees?" Through Charlotte's tone, Romen confirmed the veracity of the few dozen tomes, letting out a resigned sigh. A mere handful of books, most of which were rather thin, and much of the content regarding superstitions would require filtering. The information contained within was, to be frank, rather scant in Romen's view, not to mention the redundancy. "And I even had a showdown with a grand sorcerer," Romen lamented. Charlotte, however, perked up, hastily inquiring, "Crowdeer? What has become of him? Did you defeat him?" "I ensnared him with a barrier spell. He might never escape," Romen replied. The young girl, dressed as a boy, gazed at him in astonishment. "Really?" Of course, Romen had omitted the last part of his sentence. He turned his gaze toward a specific direction. In that direction, within the clearing of the woods. The ephemeral figure began to swell that a colossal figure, composed of a storm, chanted complex and convoluted incantations, while its hands crackled with flickering lightning. With a forceful tearing motion, the storm giant rent the fabric of space, revealing a void of black and white. Soon, the monochromatic space collapsed as the rift widened, and the storm giant began to shrink, transforming into a human form. Who else could this person be but Crodir himself? At this moment, the Grand Sorcerer's face was as pale as parchment, sweat cascading down as if it were rain that he gasped for breath. That last effort had drained the vast majority of his magical energy. "I almost missed it," Crodir couldn't help but exclaim. Recalling the sensation of his body gradually losing color, he felt a bone-chilling sense of danger as he approached the monochrome state. He was relieved to have escaped just in time. Though uncertain of the consequences of becoming monochrome, he understood it would not bode well. Next, Crodir glanced around, realizing Romen was nowhere to be seen, and he exhaled in relief, having expended most of his magical energy. He lacked the confidence to confront Romen that he chose a direction and hurried away, not towards the table capital, but to find a secluded spot to recuperate and restore his magic, evading any chance encounter with Romen. In the library, Charlotte noticed Romen suddenly fall silent and inquired, "What's wrong?" "Crodir has escaped the barrier I set," Romen replied that Charlotte's smile faltered instantly. "How did he manage to escape?" "By manipulating electromagnetic fields. He likely used lightning magic. The high-energy magnetic field generated by the accumulation of electrical currents destabilized the magnetic field of the interstitial space, weakening the barrier, allowing him to break free. 1 must commend him as a grand sorcerer," Romen deduced, having observed the magnetic fluctuations from the battlefield direction. However, Charlotte neither understood nor followed his reasoning. Romen saw no need to elaborate further. He instructed Charlotte to hold tightly onto the few tomes, then positioned himself behind her, placing a hand on her shoulder. With a spatial displacement, Romen and Charlotte, along with the tomes, vanished from the spot. In an instant, Charlotte found herself in the stone chamber where Romen resided. Upon their return, Romen immediately seized one of the magical books from Charlotte's embrace, engrossing himself in its contents. Observing Romen's disinterest in her, Charlotte huffed and carelessly tossed the remaining tomes onto the ground. Turning to leave, however, she soon turned back, mustering her courage to say, "I say." Romen remained absorbed in his reading. "Help me restore my kingdom," Charlotte implored. You know of the interdimensional summoning gem?" Charlotte's sudden inquiry finally garnered Romen's attention. He lifted his head to look at her. If memory served him correctly, Princess Lily had mentioned that Charlotte had summoned him to this world using some sort of interdimensional summoning gem. However, at the time, due to his limited understanding of this world, he had not pursued the matter. Later, as he immersed himself in the advancement of magic, he had momentarily forgotten. Now, with Charlotte bringing up the interdimensional summoning gem, he found himself intrigued, for it pertained to his potential return to Earth. In Charlotte's recounting, Romen grasped the nature of the interdimensional summoning gem. Undoubtedly, this artifact represented a possibility for him to return to his home. Moreover, as a tool capable of summoning from other realms, such a powerful, albeit somewhat impractical, magical item held significant research value in Romen's eyes. Given his identity as a modern sorcerer, hand it over, Romen stated plainly. After all, Charlotte was now his personal possession. What was hers was his, and what was his remained his. Without hesitation, Romen demanded it. However, Charlotte chuckled coldly. I've placed the gem in the treasury, and I've entrusted the key to Lily." In essence, she was indicating that he could forget about obtaining it from her. Faced with Charlotte's lack of cooperation, Romen furrowed his brow that a mere treasury could not possibly obstruct him. Yet, the gem was no longer in Charlotte's possession. It belonged to Princess Lily. As for Princess Lily, Romen had nearly come to regard her as a friend. To seize items from a friend is, to be frank, beneath Romen's character. In other words, to obtain the gem, communication with Lily is imperative. Romen set aside the spellbook, disregarding Charlotte, who was fixated on him, and departed the room. Under the influence of powerful magic, Romen pinpointed Lily's location and proceeded in that direction. Soon arriving at the kitchen, the princess was busily preparing a meal, chopping vegetables while humming a tune. That Romen's presence did not go unnoticed. Lily quickly recognized him and the ever-watchful Charlotte trailing behind. She raised her unoccupied left hand in greeting. "Mr. Romen, and brother." "Cooking," Roman inquired, somewhat astonished. Lily beamed sweetly, nodding as she explained, George has been dispatched by the king to gather intelligence, and it would be too much trouble to ask him to prepare meals as well. Thus, I have taken it upon myself to handle our meals for this period. Oh, that explains why the food has tasted somewhat different these past few days, Roman remarked, as if unraveling a long-standing mystery. With a hint of nostalgia that Lily's eyes brightened at his words, eagerly asking, So, what do you think, Mr. Roman? Is it tasty? It's quite good, Roman objectively assessed, in comparison to George's culinary skills. Perhaps women do possess a certain delicacy in this regard. However, when juxtaposed with Chinese cuisine, apologies, but the culinary standards of this world are exceedingly low. What is deemed a master chef, in Roman's eyes, is merely adequate. This is also due to Roman being someone who does not hold high expectations for food. A Chinese gourmand in this world would likely be compelled to cook for themselves. Is it merely good? Lily's expression faltered slightly at Roman's evaluation, sensing that their conversation was veering away from the matter at hand. Roman swiftly articulated his purpose for visiting. Lily, I have come to seek the interdimensional summoning gem. Of course, you were summoned by the interdimensional summoning gem, so it is only natural that you would be interested in it. Very well, I shall retrieve it from the treasury immediately. Lily agreed with exuberance. Charlotte, anticipating a request from her sister, could no longer contain herself. I say, Lily. Yet her voice faded abruptly. Huh? Whereas, brother? Having focused intently on Roman, Lily turned to find Charlotte's figure absent. Where could Charlotte be? Well, she was currently ensnared in a dark tunnel. Yes, the very tunnel where she had once lost her way, shrouded in obscurity. Roman had merely executed a spatial displacement and left her there. Pushing up his glasses, Roman replied with a serious demeanor. Lily, accepting his explanation without suspicion, nodded in understanding. She then set aside her cooking and led Roman out of the kitchen towards the treasury. The so-called treasury was located within a wall of a corridor. Lily produced a key, merely a necklace, and tapped it against 7 designated spots on the wall in sequence. Soon, a portion of the wall sank down, revealing an interior space. The modestly sized chamber was illuminated by magical lamps. Under Roman's gaze, Lily retrieved a wooden box from a shelf, opened it, and extracted a pale yellow gem in no time. This gem was placed into Roman's hands. You re-giving this to me directly? Roman questioned, surprised. Well, it can only be used once every 300 years, and even then, it may not yield benefits. Bestow it upon you. Perhaps that will better reflect its value. Lily replied with a smile. Roman adjusted his glasses and secured the interdimensional summoning gem close to him. His eyes fixed on Lily, he perceived her as a mere novice mage, devoid of any pretense or insincerity. Thank you, a smile graced Roman's face at that moment. Lily was momentarily taken aback. Though she had seen Roman smile before, this was the first time she witnessed such genuine warmth in his expression. Consequently, Lily smiled back, revealing her own unwavering sincerity. There's no need for thanks. Thus, the bond between Roman and Lily grew ever more intimate, as Lily needed to continue her culinary endeavors and lacked time for idle chatter. Their farewells were swift. Watching Lily's silhouette disappear around the corner, Roman's smile faded. Replaced by a steely composure at that moment, he resolved to make a decision. The next instant, he found himself in the dark tunnel. 2 magical orbs of light illuminated his surroundings as his gaze fell upon the girl in male attire, leaning against the wall. Upon seeing Roman's sudden appearance, Charlotte huffed, turning her head away. Then, an authoritative command resonated, compelling her to obey. Charlotte turned around in haste, accepting the item Roman had tossed her way. What are you doing? Just as Charlotte was about to question Roman, she was taken aback by the object now in her hands. A pale yellow gem. Was this not the interdimensional summoning gem? Why was he entrusting this gem to her? Charlotte was utterly bewildered by Roman's intentions. Had he lost his mind? Roman's subsequent words only deepened her astonishment. Before the restoration of the kingdom, keep it safe. After the restoration, return it to me. Do not misplace it, for you cannot afford to lose it. Am I dreaming? Charlotte couldn't help but ponder this. She raised her hand and pinched her cheek. Remarkably, the artificial nerves of her doll-like body were quite effective, and she felt a tangible sting. Realizing that this was indeed reality, Charlotte quickly stood and excitedly inquired of Roman, Why? Why are you? Silence. Charlotte glowered at Roman, feeling a familiar frustration. How many times had she been silenced since becoming a doll? Having her questions stifled was an uncomfortable experience. Nonetheless, Charlotte recognized that Roman was reluctant to address certain inquiries. She gestured, indicating her intent to refrain from pursuing certain questions. Whether Roman understood her signal was uncertain, but shortly thereafter, he issued another command. You may speak. Phew. At long last, she could speak. Charlotte exhaled in relief. Patting her chest, the Roman's hand rested on Charlotte's shoulder as they transitioned through space, arriving at a grassy slope at the foot of a mountain. Roman activated his magical eye, his kaleidoscopic gaze scanning the area. Seemingly in search of something, piquing Charlotte's curiosity. What are you looking for? I am probing the ley lines, seeking the nodes of the Earth's energy. Probing the ley lines, seeking energy nodes. Charlotte expressed her confusion. As a foundational study for modern magicians, ley line studies are essential. Regardless of the overall magical scarcity in Earth's environment, the fact remains that ley line energy surpasses atmospheric energy, as long as magicians exist. They will inevitably prioritize the accumulation of magical energy. Modern magicians, in their quest to amass power swiftly, must pay heed to the ley lines that are in China. The origins of ley line studies can be traced back to ancient practices, originally intended not for energy extraction but for formations. Using ley lines as the foundation for formations, the magical energy flowing through them serves as the source of power for the arrays. Once activated, these formations can unleash tremendous power, altering the very fabric of reality. The ancient mountain-protecting formations of Chinese sects stand as prime examples. Though in the modern world, where magic is scarce, these formations have largely become obsolete, with many rendered inoperative due to insufficient energy. Roman had not specifically studied these ancient Chinese formations, but even without formal training, his profound understanding of ley line studies, coupled with his mastery of high-level magic, would allow him to create one with relative ease, provided he could discern the nearby ley line's direction and understand the branching nodes of energy flow. Forming an array is not a trivial endeavor. One cannot simply declare an intention without prior investigation. The ley lines are not malleable to human whims. Thus, under Roman's guidance, he and Charlotte began to traverse the pathways of the ley lines surrounding the royal capital. As time passed, the intricate patterns of the ley lines became increasingly vivid in Roman's mind, each node of energy becoming clear through their exploration. Whether grand or humble, the intricacies and nodes gradually coalesced into a complex schematic diagram under the analytical integration of Roman and the workings of grand magic. It is, of course, far from a mere planar array. For a modern magician of such caliber to construct a magical formation based on ley lines with a flat structure would be utterly ludicrous. Thus, a month passed in the hall nestled within the mountains behind the royal palace. A projection spell unveiled a three-dimensional topographical map. Roman stood before the map, flanked by Lily and Charlotte. Is this the terrain of the mountains behind the palace and its vicinity? Lily inquired, recognizing the origins of the depicted landscape. Charlotte, who had accompanied Roman in exploring the ley lines over the past month, was already familiar with the topographical map and refrained from questioning it. Upon hearing Lily's query, Roman nodded, raising his hands to prod and poke at the map. Each ley line node he had discovered appeared as varying points of light within the mountainous terrain of the map. Once all the ley line nodes were marked, Roman simulated the flow of magical energy with a stream-like luminescent pattern, connecting these points with lines of varying thickness, thereby forming a standard schematic of the ley line's dynamics. Lily gazed in astonishment. After a considerable pause, she finally grasped the concept and exclaimed, "Is this the manifestation of the power of the earth? So this is what the earth's energy beneath my feet truly resembles. The power of the earth. This is how the people of this world refer to the energy of the ley lines that I in their eyes. Atmospheric magic and ley line magic are two distinct forces. The former can be absorbed by the human body, while the latter leads to malignant mutations upon absorption. They fail to comprehend that this is due to the vast difference in concentration between atmospheric and ley line magic. It is akin to the fact that one does not get poisoned from drinking alcohol, yet consuming pure ethanol would undoubtedly result in poisoning. However, Roman paid this little heed. With the ley lines and nodes delineated, it was time to address the primary matter. Roman projected the intricate and colossal magical structure he had conceived, based on the ley lines, onto the schematic of the ley line nodes. Adjustments and modifications were made intermittently. After roughly 2 hours, Roman completed the preliminary version of his work. Next, he needed to create the array devices to embed into the ley line nodes, and any further corrections could be made after completion if needed. Adjusting his glasses, Roman smiled as he articulated the next steps. Charlotte, intrigued, inquired, "Array devices? A kind of magical tool, ideally one for each node depicted in this diagram. The total amounts to 1,372. They are categorized into 3 sizes: large, medium, and small, according to the significance and size of the nodes. There are 23 large devices, 312 medium devices, and 1,037 small devices," Roman explained regarding the types and quantity of the array devices. Charlotte, along with Lily, felt dizzy from the information. Over 1,000 magical tools? "Mr. Roman, are you jesting?" Lily asked with a dry mouth. "Heavens! 1,000 weapons represent no small fortune. 1,000 magical devices. Is the Table Treasure House a repository of the great empire?" Roman chuckled dismissively, waving his hand that it's not a troublesome matter. "I can produce the small and medium devices in bulk with uniform specifications. The large devices, however, are a bit more complicated. Each large node encompasses a broader range, and the environmental conditions are uniquely intricate. The required devices must be specific and singular." Upon hearing this, Charlotte and Lily exchanged glances, both still bewildered by the explanations. What did he mean by uniform specifications? Roman did not elaborate further. Having confirmed the structure of the magical array, he began to gather materials to create the array devices that in truth, the material requirements could be deemed both high and low. They were high in the sense that the fundamental material for the devices is a kind of magical alloy, which the people of this world are incapable of producing. The materials science and microstructural integration involved are entirely beyond the imagination of the magicians here. Yet, for Roman, this posed no challenge. The metals constituting this magical alloy are not rare commodities, being rather common in the mines of this world, namely, iron, copper, and aluminum. During his exploration of the ley lines, Roman also identified the locations of nearby deposits of these 3 metals, setting up a magical array to temporarily sever the magnetic field surrounding the mines, enabling him to extract the ores through spatial displacement. The temporary severance of the magnetic field was necessary, as the connection would affect the efficacy of the spatial displacement magic. If one were merely displacing smaller items, it would be straightforward. However, displacing a sufficient quantity of ores without severing the magnetic field would exhaust all of Roman's magical energy, rendering it impossible. After acquiring a sufficient amount of ore, he then laid down the magical array for large-scale refining, fusion, microstructural construction, and shaping. Thus, after a week of rigorous effort, he completed 1,037 small array devices, 312 medium devices, and 23 large device embryos. The small devices resembled over 1,000 slender needles, seemingly insignificant but surprisingly heavy and condensed. Each consumed material equaled that of crafting a sword. The medium devices were spherical, about the size of a fist. The large device embryos were cylindrical, roughly the thickness of an arm. These cylinders required further intricate construction and adjustments internally to serve as the corresponding large devices for the 23 major ley line nodes. After 2 additional days, Roman utilized spatial displacement to embed the small and medium devices into the respective nodes, initiating the preliminary guidance and accumulation of the ley line energy. The subsequent task was to complete the large devices. Once the large devices were finished, he could commence the first step of his restoration promise. Meanwhile, during the month of Roman's fervent endeavors to construct a magical array based on ley lines, the Grand Magician Crowdeer found himself in a state of distress. His source of anguish lay in Roman, or rather, he was contemplating how to defeat Roman. Crowdeer had instructed his disciple to assist Duke Satri in his treasonous endeavors. Naturally, in pursuit of something, he sought an item from the Table Kingdom's treasury, aligning perfectly with Duke Satri's ambitions. Now, he had located the entrance to that treasury, hidden somewhere within the palace. Logically, with his prowess as a grand magician, he could simply crush through and advance. However, he suspected that Roman was likely within the treasury. After all, Roman was evidently allied with the prince who had failed in his assassination attempt against Crowdeer's disciple. Although that prince had perished, it would not be surprising if Roman had knowledge of the treasury. Since their last confrontation, in which Crowdeer had been forced to the brink of death, he had failed to discern Roman's true capabilities. Truth be told, Crowdeer, as a grand magician, had developed quite a sense of trepidation towards this rather peculiar magician named Romen. Am I to remain stagnant and indecisive? With his brow furrowed, Crowdeer inadvertently glanced in the direction of a certain corner of the palace, where a concealed passageway led to the treasury. After a tumultuous internal struggle, he finally made a decision. Perhaps it was time to seek external assistance. He was reluctant to share that coveted item with anyone else. As he spoke, a mirror slipped from his voluminous sleeves, floating before Crowdeer. Infusing it with magic, the surface became a swirling chaos. After a prolonged moment, an image materialized. Crowdeer, what do you require of me? A mature and alluring face appeared, accompanied by a sultry and enticing voice. That brazen old maid. Crowdeer cursed inwardly yet maintained a congenial facade. Chinoshiana, you remain as captivating as ever. Are you serious? That item resides within the Table Kingdom's treasury? The woman named Chinoshiana inquired with palpable excitement. Crowdeer nodded affirmatively. What I say is devoid of falsehood. Then why did you not consider keeping it all for yourself? Or are you facing some troublesome predicament? Chinoshiana speculated, questioning Crowdeer's intentions. That cunning vixen. Crowdeer cursed silently once more, his expression darkening as he explained. Indeed, there is a rather formidable adversary that I cannot confront alone. Thus I seek assistance, and no wonder. I was wondering when you became so generous. So, what manner of troublesome individual are we dealing with? Without a doubt, Chinoshiana found herself intrigued. The fact that it could bring Crowdeer to his knees made it evident to Chinoshiana that this would not be a simple role. Crowdeer, with an impassive demeanor, began to narrate. There exists a rather peculiar sorcerer named Romen, and thus, he elaborated in great detail about how he had once defeated Romen's disciple in their ensuing battle. Although his account was detailed, he intentionally concealed certain elements to in truth. Crowdeer harbored intentions of monopolizing the spoils. Should Chinoshiana suffer grievously in her confrontation with Romen due to a lack of information, he would then have the opportunity to act. One could not help but deem this rather insidious. Yet it was unavoidable. If possible, Crowdeer would undoubtedly wish to seize for himself the treasures within the Tabor vault. After Crowdeer concluded his tale, Chinoshiana gazed into the mirror and declared, I understand. I shall hasten my journey there to ask for how to divide the spoils once acquired. We shall discuss that upon our success. Her subsequent words seemed somewhat vague. Soon, the image in the mirror faded, and without a doubt, Chinoshiana had already set forth towards the capital of Tabor. Crowdeer's eyes narrowed slightly. Chinoshiana's ambiguous remarks regarding the division of the spoils made him realize that this which likely intended to claim them for herself as well. Of course, until they had obtained the treasure, there was no need to clarify matters. Once the treasure was in their grasp, who would take possession would be determined by their respective cunning. Humph, that matter could wait until later. With that thought, Crowdeer settled into a cross-legged position and began to meditate. Before Chinoshiana's arrival, he needed to prepare himself to face any situation at his peak condition. Meanwhile, Romen was engaged in the intricate internal adjustments of the grand array apparatus. This adjustment process was exceedingly complex, given the delicate and dense magical structures involved. Fortunately, Romen had attained the mastery of grand magic, and the strength and intricacies of his grand magic would be deemed miraculous even on Earth. Each grand apparatus required Romen approximately 3 hours for its magical structural adjustments. With 23 grand apparatuses, a total of 69 hours passed, coupled with time for meals, recovering magical energy, and resting. 5 days elapsed before the completion of the 23 grand apparatuses. Romen cast a weight-reducing spell on the apparatuses and magically connected them, ensuring they would not fall, and then instructed Charlotte to carry them to be swift and return. Mr. Romen and brother, Lily called out. Romen nodded, employing spatial displacement. Thus, he and Charlotte, who was laboriously carrying the grand apparatus, vanished from Lily's sight. Shortly thereafter, they arrived near the nearest major ley line node. Romen inserted the first grand apparatus into this significant ley line node. Yet, this was not the end. He needed to use the grand apparatus as a core to connect the nearby medium and small apparatuses, constructing a vast magical structure, naturally, with the aid of the grand apparatus. This did not take long. After all, the magical structure within the grand apparatus was designed for this very purpose, and in a matter of mere minutes, a complex large-scale magical structure was erected. On to the next location, Romen stated, once again utilizing spatial displacement magic. Soon, he and Charlotte arrived at the vicinity of the next major ley line node. The second grand apparatus was inserted, and once more. After a brief span of time, the large-scale magical structure was completed. Then came the third, the fourth, and the fifth, as Romen progressively perfected the foundation of the magical array. Meanwhile, within the Tabor Palace, Crodier was entertaining a visitor. Cyanoceana, when do you believe we should commence our operation? Crodier inquired, seeking the opinion of the alluring woman clad in a flowing purple gown before him. The woman named Cyanoceana smiled seductively, lifted her glass of red wine, took a gentle sip, and replied, "Now. Then let us depart," Crodier affirmed with a nod. Subsequently, the two exited the guest chamber, heading towards the concealed passageway leading to the palace vault. Having already discerned the mechanism, Crodier opened the entrance, and the pair entered the dark corridors side by side. Illuminating magic ignited, casting light upon their path. After some time, they reached the sanctuary within the mountain of the palace. Not long after, they encountered Lily. She was likely the princess of Tabor. Following the demise of that prince at the hands of the elderly disciple, she was probably the last remaining royal bloodline of Tabor. She must know the more specific location of the vault. With her assistance, we can save time, Crodier remarked, casting a glance at Lily. Cyanoceana nodded in agreement. If possible, it was better to avoid unnecessary complications. They deduced that Romen was not present, likely having stepped out. Seizing this opportunity to swiftly acquire the treasure was of utmost importance. However, upon hearing Crodier's comment about the prince being slain by the old man's disciple, Lily immediately recognized that the aged sorcerer in the gray robe and pointed hat was none other than the formidable mage Crodier, and thus an enemy. In a flurry, she turned to flee. Cyanoceana transformed into a flurry of red sparkles, coalescing before Lily, compelling her to halt. "Little one, you would do well not to entertain thoughts of escape. If you are willing to cooperate, we shall not make things difficult for you. We merely seek a certain item from the vault. If you are wise, you will know how to proceed," Cyanoceana said, bending down, her slender fingers caressing Lily's rigid face, her voice dripping with temptation. Faced with such an inescapable predicament, what choices did Lily have? "Very well, I shall lead you to the vault," Lily replied, feigning compliance. Observing this, Cyanoceana offered a gentle smile. She possessed a fondness for the adorable young girl. Thus, under Lily's guidance, the trio traversed the underground palace. However, Lily did not head directly to the vault. She intended to buy time, waiting for Romen's return. Of course, she was also aware that she could not delay for too long. In fact, her plan to meander and stall was soon uncovered. "Hurry and take us to the vault. The old man's patience is limited," Crodier growled, gripping Lily by the throat, coercing her. Although Cyanoceana felt some discontent at Crodier's bullying of the girl, she refrained from intervening at this critical moment. After pondering for a moment, Lily slowly nodded, and Crodier released his grip. Following that, once Lily had regained her breath, she guided the two towards the vault. While the treasures within were significant, they paled in comparison to her life. Moreover, ever since meeting Romen, her perspective had shifted, making her less concerned about the vault's riches. Soon, they reached a corridor where the vault entrance was revealed. Crodier and Cyanoceana began their search, and before long, they discovered a small, forearm-length statue tucked away in a corner. It was an ancient figure, seemingly having withstood the test of time since the barbaric era. Upon sighting the statue, Crodier and Cyanoceana's eyes blazed with fervor. Unable to resist, Crodier instinctively reached out to grasp it. Suddenly, a chilling sensation enveloped him. Turning his head, he found Cyanoceana smiling at him, yet her eyes glimmered with a cold light. Clearly, should he attempt to seize the statue, Cyanoceana would become a formidable adversary. What then to do? A spark of inspiration struck, and Crodier turned to the nervously watching Lily. He instructed her, "You, take it." With no option to resist, Lily complied, lifting the statue. This time, Cyanoceana voiced no objections. With the statue in Lily's possession, conflict would not erupt so swiftly. Subsequently, the two, accompanied by Lily, returned to the palace. Yet, this was not the end. To evade Romen, they agreed to first escort Lily, who bore the statue, away from Tabor's capital. Once they reached a location where Romen could not pursue them, they would then deliberate upon the statue's ownership. "Lily, is she not here? Master, are you leaving now?" The lava swordsman Cartes inquired, perplexed. Crodier nodded, offering a brief explanation. "There is an urgent matter. A few days ago, did I not send my disciple Darl on an errand? He has sent word that the situation remains unresolved. Thus I must depart at a reasonable explanation that Cartes could not dispute, given that Darl had indeed been dispatched by his master a few days prior after recovering from his injuries. Yet, in truth, Crowdeer had been anxious that leaving his disciple in this place would pose a danger, prompting him to send Darl away preemptively. Certainly, Crowdeer would never articulate such thoughts aloud. Master, could you not linger a while longer? Though he concurred with Crowdeer's rationale, Caters found himself compelled to persuade him. After all, his lord, Duke Satri, was preoccupied with the eradication of the remnants of the royalist faction within Tabor and had yet to arrive in the capital to assert control over this pivotal city. Before that could happen, it was imperative to have a formidable figure in place. Take, for instance, the organist Dar, whose potent spell, the aria of the wind sprite, served as an excellent deterrent. Crowdeer, with his status as a grand sorcerer, was an even greater source of intimidation. With Dar absent and Crowdeer present, the situation within the capital remained stable. However, should Crowdeer depart, it was likely that ominous signs would soon emerge within the capital. It was crucial to remember that another powerful sorcerer, Romen, who could vanquish the organist, lurked in the shadows. Caters was not without concern in this regard. Yet, Crowdeer was resolute in no need for persuasion. I shall not remain here any longer. With that declaration, Crowdeer transformed into a gust of wind and vanished. Witnessing this, Caters fell silent. In truth, if it were not for the enigmatic sorcerer Romen, Crowdeer's presence would be of little consequence. The mere hint of trouble could not thwart the momentum that Duke Satri had already established. Nevertheless, the unexpected variable of Romen complicated matters. Under such circumstances, it would have been prudent for Crowdeer to remain. Yet, the Grand Sorcerer had urgent matters to attend to. Of course, had Caters been privy to the underlying truth, he would have surmised that Crowdeer's departure was due to having acquired what he sought. However, Crowdeer wished to keep the news of the statue under wraps, and had agreed with Duke Satri that the details of their transaction must remain confidential. Thus, the lava swordsman Caters was unaware of the true intentions behind Crowdeer and his apprentice's treachery to seize control of the nation. Once Crowdeer had departed, Caters swiftly took action that he heightened the capital's vigilance, ordered soldiers to patrol, inspected the stockpiles of weapons and provisions, and took stern measures against any signs of dissent within the capital. The residents of the capital, having recently emerged from the turmoil of war, began to sense the tension and grew anxious. In an instant, the atmosphere in Tabor's capital was charged with an impending storm. Not far from the city gates, in the wilderness, Crowdeer, Chinoshiana, and the statue-bearing Lily stood together. Before long, a whirlwind approached from the direction of the capital, merging with Crowdeer's form. Upon receiving the returning wind elemental avatar, Crowdeer turned to Chinoshiana and said, "While Romen remains unaware, we must make our departure at once." "Agreed," Chinoshiana replied. Subsequently, the two joined forces to envelop Lily, and under the protection of the wind element and crimson light, they swiftly advanced away from the capital until they had distanced themselves from the city. No conflicts would arise between them. However, once they were far removed, matters would take a different turn. Meanwhile, Romen had finally inserted the last of the major array devices into the final large ley line node. The entire area surrounding the rear mountain of the royal palace had been integrated into a singular foundational structure. Furthermore, even prior to this, while embedding the smaller array devices, the ley lines within the foundation's range had been accumulating magical energy. Now, with the vast reservoir of accumulated magical power, the magic array could be activated. Soon enough, Romen, along with Charlotte, found themselves suspended above the rear mountain of the royal palace. This mountain was the very heart of the ley line foundation. Gazing down at the royal city, Romen addressed Charlotte, saying, "Behold, I shall reclaim the royal city momentarily. This is merely the first step. Next, I will assist you in eliminating Duke Satri. Once your restoration is complete, you shall hand over the gemstone to me." "Yes, I will do so." Charlotte nodded solemnly, her excitement barely contained. Under her watchful gaze, Romen prepared to act. Raising his hand, the grand magic within him surged forth, and intricate magical structures rapidly materialized. The ley line foundation responded to the summons, initiating the grand and complex magic array on an unprecedented scale. Above, the clouds began to churn violently, quickly darkening as if a turbulent tide of darkness had surged forth. This dramatic shift in the sky was a natural phenomenon resulting from the intense fluctuations of the local energy field that, of course, while Roman regarded this as a normal byproduct, the inhabitants of the royal city below beheld an extraordinary spectacle. The rapidity of the celestial changes was astounding. The tumultuous clouds were a sight to behold. As the heavens transformed before her eyes, Charlotte was left utterly astonished. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Naturally, Roman had no intention of unleashing the full might of the magic array. To obliterate the city below would be a grave error. Addressing the throngs below, Roman proclaimed, "Rebellious sinners, heed my judgment." Under the influence of the magic array, his voice resonated with the force of divine authority. Enveloping the entire royal city, Roman's majestic voice echoed in the ears of every citizen within the royal city. Upon hearing such a proclamation, many were struck with fear and fell to their knees. Indeed, numerous individuals began to pray, beseeching the deity who had seemingly declared judgment upon them. Roman continued, "Should any among you harbor rebellion against the Tabor royal family, two paths lay before you. Kneel and beseech forgiveness. Vowing allegiance to the Tabor royal family, or face the wrath of heaven and be struck down by lightning." With this ultimatum, several trembling rebel soldiers hastily knelt, imploring forgiveness and pledging fealty to the Tabor royal family. However, most of those complying were lower-ranking soldiers. The more seasoned officers, such as apprentice knights and higher-ranking knights, recognized the gravity of the situation. Although superstitious, they understood that such phenomena were likely the work of an immensely powerful sorcerer. Yet, had they encountered a true grand sorcerer before, they would have comprehended that such celestial transformations were not easily conjured. As the leader of the rebel forces within the capital, Lava Swordsman Caters was acutely aware of this reality. At this moment, he gazed skyward, his complexion pale with fear, that he prayed fervently that the judgment of thunder would not manifest in truth. Alas, his pleas seemed to go unheard. Bolts of lightning rained down from the heavens, predominantly striking those who had defied the decreed. As for how the lightning pinpointed its targets, it was simple. Roman's previous words contained subtle hints. The emotional fluctuations of the rebellious individuals set them apart from the rest. Conversely, those willing to surrender and pledge loyalty to the royal family were distinguishable from the defiant. This distinction served as a marker for the lightning's aim. Consequently, the bolts of lightning struck with precision, claiming not only the lives of officers and soldiers but also those of certain nobles within the capital who had sided with Duke Satri. Among them was, of course, Lava Swordsman Caters. Caters cried out. He was struck by lightning, collapsing to the ground, convulsing violently. Due to his formidable strength, he did not perish immediately. Noticing this, Roman contemplated delivering a final blow. Suddenly, Roman sensed an anomaly. Where were Crotier and his apprentice? With the aid of the ley line-based magic array, he had failed to detect their presence. There was only one possibility. They had both departed. A sense of foreboding gripped Roman's heart as he diverted his attention from the still-alive Caters and began to search the internal structure of the rear mountain of the royal palace through the array's influence. The result was alarming. Lily is not here. Not only was she absent from the palace within the mountain, but subsequent searches revealed she was nowhere to be found in the royal city or the vast area beneath the magic array's coverage. Coupled with Crotier's departure, Roman's suspicion solidified. What do you mean Lily is not here? What is happening? Noticing Roman's grave expression and hearing his words, Charlotte quickly inquired. However, Roman remained silent. Under his command, an image materialized before them. The scene depicted Crotier and a woman entering the palace's secret passage, coercing Lily to locate the treasury. It showed the moments where they took the statue and departed with Lily in tow. This was a playback of the past recorded within that region, akin to a film reel capturing residual imagery. By consolidating the lingering visual information of the area, they attained the desired fragments. The closer the timeline was, the more complete the imagery could be acquired. Of course, it was only through the assistance of this grand magic array that the sequence of events could be presented so thoroughly and clearly. Indeed, it was confirmed that Crotier had taken Lily, along with the woman named Chinosiana. Roman's suspicions were validated, and he spoke in a low voice. Meanwhile, after watching the visual playback, Charlotte grew anxious and exclaimed, "Let us hurry and rescue Lily." "Yes, but before that, we must secure our gains." "What?" Charlotte, somewhat perplexed, inquired. Roman did not respond. In Charlotte's view, he merely raised his hand and pressed it downwards. Sleep. The single, succinct word escaped him. Under the influence of the magic circle, a broad suggestion took effect. And just like that, everyone in the royal city succumbed to slumber, their bodies growing limp. Furthermore, Roman activated a protective barrier encompassing the entire royal city. The power of the curse, 1 against 2. Roman had put everyone in the royal city to sleep, and his intentions were straightforward. Originally, Lily was to be the object of loyalty, but she was no longer available. Without the royal family of Table to serve as the guiding figure for the future order of the royal city, leaving things as they were would inevitably lead to chaos. As for Charlotte, her presence would not be recognized as that of a prince. Given these circumstances, it would suffice to let everyone in the royal city sleep for the time being, allowing Roman to retrieve Lily. "I am leaving," Roman called to Charlotte, preparing to depart. However, Charlotte grasped his arm firmly. "Did I want to go too?" Her gaze, resolute, met Roman's. Yet, Roman bluntly replied, "You are a burden. I know. But she is my sister. Take me with you. And you need not worry about me. I only wish to see Lily safe." The determination in her violet eyes, glistening with moisture, was unmistakable. Although Charlotte feared death, she feared even more for the safety of her sister, the sole anchor of her existence. She yearned to witness Lily's safety with her own eyes, even at the cost of her own life. Of course, it was more than that. What she had just seen was merely uncertain. Faced with such unwavering and fervent emotions, Roman paused for a moment, nodded, and said, "I will take you, but I cannot guarantee your safety." "Thank you," Charlotte responded, filled with gratitude. Even without Roman ensuring her safety, she felt immense joy merely at the prospect of being taken along. Roman had ignited hope for the restoration of their kingdom within her, and thus he must not come to harm. At this moment, Charlotte believed that with Roman's assistance, Lily's return to the throne as queen would not be an insurmountable task. In this light, Charlotte, who wished to assist Lily, felt somewhat superfluous. Yet, it was perhaps for the best. After all, she was already a specter long since deceased. Roman clearly held feelings for Lily, and with him looking after her, Charlotte would not hesitate, even if it meant her demise in the next instant. Moreover, she felt overwhelmingly exhausted, burdened by the weighty responsibility of restoration. Unconsciously, a smile graced Charlotte's face, a smile that seemed both ephemeral and genuine. This prompted Roman to gaze at her deeply, a faint recognition dawning upon him. At that moment, Charlotte resembled something he had encountered before. Indeed, it was akin to those thought forms, or ghosts, coalesced from obsessions, who, upon receiving information that could dissolve their attachments, found liberation, their forms dispersing amidst serene smiles. In the cultural context of the Northeast Islands, this phenomenon was referred to as becoming a Buddha. Northeast Islands, the land of the rising sun. Could it be that Charlotte possessed a tendency towards such enlightened liberation? Unthinkable. Charlotte was not a fragmented thought form constructed around obsession. She was now a fully realized energy entity of wisdom clad in the guise of a doll. One could say she was a living being. And thus, she would not disintegrate into thoughtless oblivion due to liberation. Of course, even without disintegration, there existed another possibility, a period of cognitive lethargy, wherein the sudden release from burdens could render existence wearisome. With a self-destructive mindset seeking death, one might actively pursue it when faced with potential demise. That if such were the case, it would indeed pose a problem. Roman suddenly regretted acquiescing to Charlotte's request. Yet having agreed, he could not go back on his word. With a resigned sigh, he grasped Charlotte's hand. "That I cannot assure your safety." "I mean it," Roman stated earnestly to Charlotte. In response, Charlotte simply smiled, gritting his teeth. Roman activated spatial displacement. Damn. How could Roman possibly neglect Charlotte's safety? After all, she was a precious asset to him. Nevertheless, his attempt to instill a survival instinct in Charlotte through intimidation seemed to have faltered. All that remained was to hope that she would not recklessly endanger herself while Roman rescued Lily. In the blink of an eye, Roman and Charlotte vanished from sight. When they reappeared, they were already some distance from the royal city. However, they had not yet left the bounds of Roman's magical ley line base. Glancing towards the direction indicated by the image of Crotier and his companions, Roman began to capture the residual wind elements in the area. Within the ley line base's range, all remaining wind elements, along with a rather chaotic force in Roman's view, were gathered together. Undoubtedly, the wind elements were remnants left behind by Crotier. The chaotic force likely emanated from the woman known as Kenoshiana. This power, akin to classic elemental energy, was a product of magical energy processed through imagination. It was termed chaotic because the traces of this power's imaginative processing were evidently not the work of a single individual. Typically, a magician's elemental energy results from personal imaginative processing. However, this force, upon Roman's examination, was a composite of many individuals' imaginative efforts and harbored numerous malicious thoughts. In traditional Earth parlance, this was referred to as a curse. In essence, this was a form of magical energy characterized by a complex origin of curse-infused imaginative processing. Romen found himself intrigued by the woman who wielded such energy. Curiosity aside, the pressing matter remained to rescue Lily promptly. Furthermore, encountering this woman and rescuing Lily were not mutually exclusive. Subsequently, Romen utilized these two remnants of energy as a medium to locate the coordinates of Crotier and his companions. Soon enough, he pinpointed their exact location. The ley-line base beneath his feet surged with magical energy. Under this seemingly boundless magical support, Romen executed a long-distance spatial displacement. Once again, he and Charlotte vanished, only to materialize in a valley. The two combatants present were compelled to cease hostilities upon his arrival on a distant hillside. Lily, observing the battle while clutching a stone statue, brightened at the sight of Romen and Charlotte, just as she was about to greet them. A startled cry escaped her lips. Deal with him first. It turned out that Crotier had uttered those words, and he and Kenoshiana jointly launched an assault on Romen. They decided to unite against the interloper before addressing him. Could their combined might potentially slay Romen here? Facing their onslaught, Romen raised his hand, invoking intricate magical structures to summon atmospheric magic, effortlessly deflecting the wind blades and a giant axe. With another wave of his hand, he executed a spatial displacement, relocating Charlotte to Lily's side. Witnessing this maneuver, Crotier and Kenoshiana felt a pang of trepidation. However, after observing Charlotte for a moment, they relaxed. It was evident to them that Charlotte was weak. Lacking any magical power and not being a formidable knight, her life force was too insignificant to escape the notice of two top-tier powerhouses. For instance, Romen, in their eyes, emanated an aura that could only be described as inhuman, a result of continuous cellular metamorphosis. Coupled with the complex fluctuations generated by the ongoing grand spell surrounding him, from another perspective, he appeared akin to a black hole, existing apart from the world, ignoring Charlotte and Lily, whom they deemed utterly incapable of escaping their grasp. The two exchanged glances and resumed their assault on Romen. First, Kenoshiana extended her hands, summoning dozens of axes that shimmered with crimson light, hurtling towards Romen at breakneck speed. Meanwhile, Crotier began reciting a convoluted incantation, conjuring a 7-layer floating magical array around him, crackling with electric sparks that grew increasingly dense, seemingly gathering power. Clearly, Kenoshiana was buying time for Crotier. Faced with the barrage of flying axes, Romen's magical eyes flickered with vibrant colors. The construction of these flying axes quickly became evident. They were a product of fantasy manifestation, imbued with the power of curses, and a mere brush with them could prove fatal for an ordinary individual. Nevertheless, these axes did not captivate Romen's attention excessively. His gaze remained predominantly fixed upon Kenoshiana. Under the scrutiny of his magical eye, he had thoroughly deciphered the very essence of her existence. Chapter 23. The Blood Wheat and Ball Lightning. She was not human. Indeed, Kenoshiana could no longer be classified as human. Unlike Crotier, whose elemental body retained its structural essence as undeniably human, Kenoshiana was something entirely different, a manifestation of a thought conglomerate shaped by a particular mental entity. It was as if, at every moment, a multitude of malevolent thoughts coalesced under the influence of magical power. This was the product of countless waves of consciousness laden with malice, catalyzed by magic within the framework of a singular thought entity, resulting in a cursed malignant life. Simultaneously, it was a manifestation of superstitious power in ancient Earth, irrespective of East or West. This was referred to as demonry. As a female embodiment, it could only bear one name. A witch. Contemplating this designation, Romen raised his hand. A warmth akin to sunlight surged forth within a complex magical structure. Under this wave, the dozens of flying axes, which constituted the fundamental structure, disintegrated, their malevolent consciousness collapsing. The collapse of this foundational structure resulted in the instantaneous dissolution of those axes. Witnessing this scene, Kenoshiana's eyes widened, and a single word escaped her lips. Holy power? Yet, she quickly refuted her own conjecture. No, it doesn't resemble it. This was certainly not holy power. This fluctuation was specifically developed by Earth's mages to counter cursed power. Of course, Chianoceana was oblivious to this fact. However, she grew increasingly cautious of Romen, attributing her misfortune to encountering a formidable adversary adept at countering her. This time, she approached the situation with utmost seriousness. Observing Romen standing motionless, neither attacking nor retreating, she narrowed her eyes and began to utter incantations. The alluring woman clad in a purple gown recited. She severed the farmer's head with an axe. While the farmer clutched his hoe tightly, the headless farmer still yearned for his wheat fields. That night, someone witnessed the headless farmer toiling, using his own blood to irrigate the land, causing the wheat stalks that sprouted to bloom a crimson hue. Even more resplendent than golden wheat, the sky darkened, the cold moon hanging overhead. The previous day's light seemed but an illusion. In reality, Romen discerned that this was an illusionary space overflowing with cursed power. Within this imagined realm, a headless farmer garbed in burlap toiled with a hoe, and after plowing, he used his head as a ladle to pour blood onto the field, prompting the rapid growth of blood-red wheat that radiated a dazzling crimson glow. These stalks soon spread to the horizon, staining the very edge of the earth with a sanguine hue that Romen's feet became shrouded in this endless sea of blood-colored wheat. Anyone witnessing this blood-like field would inevitably be engulfed by its crimson waves. Chianoceana's voice resonated like a hammer striking an anvil. Thus, the endless blood-colored wheat surged forth. Like the tides of an ocean, countless blood stalks surged towards Romen. Faced with such an overwhelming assault, even an army would likely be powerless against these malevolent wheat stalks. Destined to be consumed and obliterated, one might say. As expected of the reinforcements summoned by As she observed Romen being engulfed without a hint of evasion or counterattack, Chianoceana could not help but exclaim, "At least for a month, I will be unable to use the blood wheat chapter." Subsequently, a relaxed smile graced her lips. She did not believe that anyone could survive her blood wheat chapter assault unscathed. Just as she prepared to withdraw the blood wheat chapter, her expression suddenly shifted. With horror, she gazed at the spot where Romen had been submerged by the waves of wheat, where a transformation was underway. Such a colossal and cursed assault, even if Romen expended all his magical energy to counter the cursed power, would likely prove futile, for the magnitude of the cursed power was simply too vast. It was an accumulation of curses from countless souls over an unfathomably long period. Yet, must one truly confront it head-on? Ultimately, the driving force of the attack fundamentally relied upon magic. At the very moment the blood wheat tide struck, Romen's magical eye rapidly analyzed the structure of the blood-colored stalks, and in the instant of impact, a grand spell commenced its operation, forming an invisible membrane upon its surface. This membrane swiftly disintegrated the encroaching blood-colored wheat, expelling the malevolent consciousness wave information while absorbing the essence of the magical power that constituted the cursed force. The so-called cursed power was, in essence, the product of malevolent consciousness waves that had undergone fantasy processing on magical energy. The restored magical energy was utilized by Romen to sustain this membrane. After all, the membrane also required energy to dismantle the cursed power. However, the energy absorbed was evidently greater than that consumed by the membrane. Romen effectively resisted this ceaseless deluge of attacks without depleting his own magical reserves, and indeed, he even garnered additional magical energy, a notion unfathomable to mages in this world. The subtleties of magic lay within the heart. Thus, as he continued to dismantle the blood-colored stalks, Romen's magical energy swelled. When the accumulation approached the threshold of what the grand spell could endure, the moment for Romen's counterattack had arrived. As the grand spell operated, an immense surge of magical energy exceeding Romen's own limits was instantaneously unleashed at a colossal magical structure unfurled around him as the center. Consequently, in Chianoceana's eyes, the location where Romen had been submerged suddenly bulged outward. Soon, a brilliant white light erupted. A miniature sun ascended from the blood-colored wheat field, radiating boundless illumination. The darkness of the illusionary space was swiftly rent asunder by this resplendent light. The entire realm began to disintegrate. The azure sky and white clouds, along with the true sun hanging high above, re-emerged, complementing the miniature sun. Romen stood beneath this miniature sun. Meanwhile, Chianoceana gazed at it, her complexion paling to a ghostly hue. The light emitted by this miniature sun was, in fact, of the same nature as the wave Roman had previously utilized against the cursed power. This meant that it was an attack potent enough to annihilate her. I knew it, behind Chianoceana. Crotier, who had been prepared, could not help but exclaim. Ever since their last confrontation with Roman, he had never dared to underestimate this seemingly youthful and enigmatic mage. Now, witnessing the unfolding events, it was evident. Yet, even though Roman appeared so mysterious and formidable in his eyes, he still did not believe that Roman could withstand the impending assault he had meticulously prepared. After all, this was his ultimate trump card. Before such a powerful onslaught, even the weakest of deities must retreat, for the force of this attack did not entirely originate from himself. Die, Roman, and you too, Chianoceana, embrace your fate of annihilation beneath this divine might. Crotier bellowed. In his desire to eradicate Roman, he tore the facade from his alliance with Chianoceana, discarding the tenuous bond as if it were worthless. Upon hearing this, Chianoceana instinctively gasped. What? Around Crotier, an unending storm of lightning crackled. It was swiftly absorbed by a golden short staff that had materialized in his hand. The staff emanated a golden radiance, displaying an oppressive aura. With a vigorous swing, a colossal and seemingly infinite figure emerged behind him. Wielding a gigantic golden short staff, identical to the one in Crotier's grasp, and mimicking his downward motion that eye in the heavens, as the dark clouds gathered, a tremendous ball lightning began to brew. Accompanying this sweeping motion, Roman's expression shifted. He quickly sought to spatially displace himself to escape, only to find the nearby atmosphere teeming with highly active ions, the magnetic field in chaos akin to boiling water. It was so tumultuous that even coordinate positioning became impossible. To forcefully employ it could result in being teleported to an unknown realm if fortune favored him. Or worse, he could become ensnared within an object, or even find his body parts scattered across different locations, leading to the possibility of being dismembered. The likelihood of such adverse outcomes under these circumstances was exceedingly high. This rendered Roman utterly reluctant to employ spatial displacement. Thus, as the immense ball lightning surged towards him and Chianoceana, Roman directed the miniature sun atop his head towards the ominous orb. Of course, Roman did not harbor any illusions that this miniature sun could obliterate the colossal ball lightning. Such a notion was patently unrealistic. Not only was the miniature sun primarily effective against curses and utterly ineffectual against lightning, but there was also an insurmountable disparity in energy levels. Nevertheless, at the very least, this miniature sun could deplete a fraction of the ball lightning's energy, albeit a trivial amount. As he witnessed the miniature sun being consumed by the approaching ball lightning, Roman's eyes, infused with a magical gleam, flickered incessantly, working in tandem with his utmost magical efforts to analyze the situation swiftly. At that moment, Roman confronted the gravest peril he had encountered since arriving in this world. Even he harbored scant confidence in his ability to survive. To clarify, in response to the critique from the reader, heavy rain is not tomorrow. I regret the inadequacy of today's chapter and will revise it following its deletion. I kindly ask readers to revisit it after the revisions are complete, but my apologies. Yesterday, due to a lack of sleep, I was unable to adequately convey the reasonable settings through my descriptions, leading to readers questioning certain inconsistencies. This was my oversight, and I shall rectify the errors. Your patience is appreciated. Point 24, that a struggle fated to fail. Does this colossal ball lightning possess any vulnerabilities? Roman had always believed that nothing in this world was without weaknesses. Yet, the ball lightning before him posed an undeniable challenge. Not only was its energy level exceedingly high, but when Roman observed its structure through the lens of his magical eye, he was struck by the perception that his vision was faltering. The ball lightning undoubtedly emanated from a supernatural force, which Roman had also discerned. However, as he scrutinized the structure of this ball lightning formed by supernatural energy, he found its configuration transcended his comprehension of electromagnetic phenomena. Moreover, whether it was an illusion or not, the structure of the ball lightning seemed to alter as he observed it. Some aspects that he could grasp swiftly morphed into states beyond his understanding. It was as if, due to Roman's observation, the structure had undergone adjustments tailored specifically to his cognition. This adjustment rendered all of Roman's contemplated countermeasures seemingly ineffectual. Despite employing every strategy at his disposal, the likelihood of his survival against such a high-energy assault was less than 10%. After all, Absolute power could not always be compensated for by skill. In essence, Roman's magical prowess was merely on par with that of a lower-tier mage in this world, unless Roman were in proximity to the capital city of Table, where an immense magical supply based on the ley lines would bolster his abilities. He would have absolute confidence in withstanding this ball lightning. However, unless is akin to if, a precondition is invariably lacking at critical moments, leaving one in a state of helplessness. In summary, Roman currently possessed no confidence in confronting this ball lightning head-on. Since a direct engagement was unfeasible, could he not approach it from the side? After all, this ball lightning had an unavoidable characteristic. Its vast volume necessitated an immense expenditure of energy. The supernatural force responsible for its formation perpetually drew energy from external sources to sustain its existence. It could be posited that the sheer size of the ball lightning rendered it inherently unstable. Roman could assert with certainty that without a continuous supply of energy, the structure of this ball lightning would disintegrate in an instant. And after its collapse, he felt confident in his ability to withstand the aftermath of electrical energy and high temperatures. Fortunately, the movement speed of the ball lightning was not particularly swift. It would take several seconds to reach Roman, granting him precious moments for rapid contemplation. During these fleeting seconds, the intense heat radiating from the ball lightning was mitigated by a magical thermal barrier he had conjured. Roman's gaze swiftly locked on his sorcerer. It was crucial to note that Crowdeer remained within the attack range of the ball lightning, yet had not fled the scene. Thus, he must possess means to survive the onslaught. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the supernatural force emanating from the golden short staff in Crowdeer's grasp was providing him protection. Roman sought to analyze this defensive structure, hoping to devise a countermeasure. Unfortunately, much like the structure of the ball lightning, the defensive architecture adjusted autonomously as Roman observed it. Some aspects that were initially comprehensible became exceedingly convoluted, rendering it impossible for Roman to decipher its intricacies in just a few seconds with his magical eye. What was this inexplicable supernatural force? Merely by observing it, it seemed to adjust itself in response to Roman's cognition. Did this imply that, during his observation, some form of information exchange occurred between him and this energy? What was the principle behind this information exchange? Did it involve reading thought information as Roman engaged in cognitive observation of its structure? Curse it, this was hardly the time for research. Roman promptly interrupted this line of thinking, for failing to devise a solution would spell his doom. Fortunately, Lily and Charlotte were situated a safe distance from the point of impact of the ball lightning. Perhaps during the earlier confrontation between Crowdeer and Chianoceana, Lily had inadvertently sustained some harm. Given the extensive scope of their battle, which had left Lily positioned on a distant hillside, subsequently, when Roman arrived, he transported Charlotte to that same hillside, ensuring both were untouched by the ball lightning's wrath. But was it truly so? In reality, after Roman had relocated Charlotte beside Lily and confirmed Lily's safety, Charlotte resolved to return to Roman's side. Naturally, as the younger sister, Lily attempted to dissuade her, insisting, "If you're going, I will follow." In response, Charlotte, taking advantage of Lily's unguarded moment, swiftly rendered her unconscious. After all, having once been a mid-tier knight, she could incapacitate Lily without inflicting harm. Next, Charlotte hastened towards the location of the three engaged in battle. To become a burden? No, she had merely glimpsed a vision of the future. Just before Roman ventured alone to rescue Lily, she inexplicably witnessed Roman's demise. The scene was nearly identical to the present, save for the fact that this time she was here. As Charlotte accompanied Roman to this valley, she once again encountered a vision of the future. She bore witness to Roman's death, albeit this time, just before his passing, he had dragged Crowdeer down with him. Chianoceana, however, appeared fortunate enough to survive. She merely took the statue and harbored no intentions of harming Charlotte or Lily. In other words, as long as Charlotte did nothing, both she and Lily could continue to live. However, Roman would perish. Wasn't that splendid? If Roman died, Charlotte would no longer be treated like a servant. No, Roman must not die. Lily still needed him, and Table required him. Only Charlotte was not in need of him. Thus, could she not trade her life for Roman's? Charlotte was acutely aware of her current weakness. The chances were overwhelmingly against her, and she likely could not alter the outcome. Yet, she harbored a glimmer of hope. And fueled by that hope, she sprinted towards the battlefield. Indeed, the ball lightning she had seen in the vision of the future was approaching as anticipated. She quickened her pace. It was not far now. Roman's position was within reach. Meanwhile, Roman, hindered by the severe fluctuations in the regional magnetic field, found his magical reception of spatial information disrupted, leaving him oblivious to Charlotte's approach. It last. After contemplating, he swiftly resolved to act, since the ball lightning lacked a power source. It would disintegrate instantaneously. The aftermath of its collapse, comprising electrical energy and high-temperature residuals, was merely a minor inconvenience. Thus, all he needed to do was sever its energy supply, targeting the critical link in its formation. But where was that pivotal link? Was it not the golden short staff in Crowdeer's possession? With that thought, Roman raised his hand towards Crowdeer, channeling his magic to operate at full capacity, constructing a trajectory for his spell. The magical structure expanded broadly, initiating the extraction of ions from the atmosphere, converting matter, generating a magical artillery shell, and introducing electromagnetic guidance. Calculating the trajectory for the shot, the margin of error was a minuscule 0.000327. In short, if he missed at this distance, Roman could consider buying a lottery ticket. Now, fire away, the super magic electromagnetic cannon. On the other side, as he prepared to launch an attack on Roman, Crowdeer initially felt a pang of anxiety, which soon dissipated. It is important to note that while he unleashed an assault with his artifact, he was simultaneously safeguarded by the divine power of the artifact. This divine power defense was something even a grand sorcerer would find difficult to breach in a brief moment. Unless, of course, the instantaneous striking force surpassed the threshold of this divine protection, leading to its collapse. But was that even a possibility? To Crowdeer, it seemed merely a futile struggle on Roman's part as he curiously observed how Roman would contend in the fleeting moments before being engulfed by the ball lightning. Upon witnessing Roman's intended attack, seemingly lightning magic, he found it utterly ludicrous to wield lightning magic against a defense evidently imbued with lightning properties. Was he jesting? Perhaps the opponent was oblivious to the divine power shielding him, prompting such a foolish maneuver. However, could Roman truly be ignorant? The magic eye was no trifling matter. While the divine power defense surrounding Crowdeer was challenging to comprehend, dismantling it in this environment was not insurmountable. By harnessing the high-energy environment to deliver a powerful strike akin to an electromagnetic cannon. The nature of this superconductor electromagnetic cannon's attack transcended mere electrical energy. At the moment of the projectile's launch, a blinding trail sliced through the air. The sound of breaking air followed shortly after. A consequence of surpassing the speed of sound, the immense kinetic energy and formidable penetrating power of the magical projectile surpassed even that of a mere coin, exhibiting exceptional durability against wear and high temperatures, making it far superior to ordinary electromagnetic projectiles. It would not easily succumb to the heat generated by friction from the kinetic energy it bore. When the projectile struck the so-called divine power defense, it shattered in an instant before Crowdeer could react. The projectile, laden with residual kinetic energy, mercilessly collided with the golden scepter held in Crowdeer's right hand. Consequently, Crowdeer's hand was left charred and mangled, while the golden scepter was propelled toward Chinana's. Crowdeer regained his wits. His expression shifted dramatically. He watched helplessly as Chinoshiana, in a stupor, caught the flying golden scepter. Astonishingly, a new layer of divine protection manifested, this time safeguarding Chinoshiana. The ball lightning continued its descent, for the golden scepter had not been obliterated by the electromagnetic magical projectile. Rather, it had bizarrely absorbed a significant amount of kinetic energy at the moment of impact. Otherwise, it would not have merely landed within Chinoshiana's reach, but would have traveled much farther. Thus, as the golden scepter remained in Chinoshiana's possession, it continued to supply energy for the ball lightning. The looming threat of death seemed unstoppable. At this moment, Roman bore a face of resignation. His final struggle had undoubtedly failed. It appeared he was destined to perish here. The brief time spent in this other world had reached an untimely conclusion. There were still numerous experiments to conduct, a method to return to Earth to discover, and the promise of restoring his homeland yet to fulfill. Many endeavors remained unfinished, and Roman was certainly reluctant to meet his end. However, the decision to live or die was not solely within his grasp. Accidents were inherently beyond one's control. They could yield exhilarating surprises that uplift the spirit or bring forth the horrifying specter of death. Roman. Was he hallucinating? At that moment, he heard someone calling his name. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him. Collapsing onto the ground, it was Charlotte. She shielded Roman with her own body, seemingly attempting to block the ball lightning. Would this be effective? Charlotte was uncertain. She merely smiled at Roman and said, "If you can survive, please help me." Before she could finish her sentence, the ball lightning made contact with the ground, unleashing currents of high-temperature energy that scorched the earth, as if intent on obliterating everything in its path. Was this the end of it all? In the valley, vast stretches of ground turned to charred earth, punctuated by the crackling sounds in the in the immense pit created by the molten ground stood the surviving Chinoshiana. With a heart still racing, she placed a hand on her chest, gazing with a hint of pity toward a certain spot in the pit. There lay a powerful and enigmatic sorcerer who had perished, accompanied in death by a girl who had come to pay her respects. At least, that was how it appeared to her. If she were a Chinese individual from Earth, she might have exclaimed, "What is love in this world? It binds life and death together." After a moment's contemplation, she lowered her gaze, examining the golden scepter in her hand. Grasping this extraordinary artifact, she began to speculate about its origin. Filling her heart with a significant thrill, she tucked the golden scepter close and made her way toward a distant hillside, where she found the unconscious Lily and carried the fallen statue away. This formidable sorceress, capable of contending with grand magicians, departed with a sense of joy from her newfound acquisition that in the valley. It seemed that only Lily remained alive. Above, the thick clouds had not dissipated. Instead, the accumulation of water vapor formed a rain effect. Raindrops cascaded from the sky, and in the cooling atmosphere, the icy sensation and moisture roused the unconscious Lily. Upon opening her eyes, she struggled to rise. The moment she turned her head, she froze in place. Was she truly alone in this vicinity? Meanwhile, in the horrifying charred pit, white steam billowed upward from the ground as rainwater fell upon it. This phenomenon was the result of the intersection of heat and cold. The white mist obscured her vision, yet instilled a flicker of hope within Lily's heart, prompting her to run toward the large pit. As she approached, the scalding steam forced her to halt her advance. Staring at the scene before her, she could not help but murmur, "Brother, Mr. Roman." After a moment's hesitation, Lily clenched her jaw, her face taut, and sprinted toward the searing pit. The scorching steam seared her skin, a torment that was undoubtedly unbearable for a princess who had never endured such suffering. Yet, fueled by two potent yearnings, her determination remained unshakable. Thus, she bore the pain in silence. Her steps did not falter as her gaze searched the area. Though her eyes burned from the heat, she pressed on, unwilling to pause for even a moment. She sought to traverse the entire pit with her feet. Fortunately, the relentless rain gradually diminished the heat, allowing Lily to navigate the area without the fear of being scalded. Step by step, she trudged forward, hoping to encounter something beneath her feet. Upon reaching the edge of the pit, she would change direction and continue onward. Thus, she persisted, reminiscent of a wandering spirit, endlessly pursuing a singular obsession. Roman, with his remaining left hand cradling Charlotte, extricated himself from the scorched earth to witness this scene. Unable to contain himself, he called out to the moving figure, "Lily." Hearing Roman's voice, the wandering Lily halted her steps. She turned, moving toward the sound that beckoned her. Inching closer to Roman. Once she approached him, she paused, her face alight with expectation as she inquired, "Mr. Roman, it's wonderful to be alive. What about my brother?" "Alive," Roman replied. Fulfilling her hopeful inquiry, a smile broke across Lily's face. Yet her vacant gaze betrayed a sense of hollowness. Under Roman's concerned scrutiny, she continued, "This is truly wonderful." Yet, scarcely had the words left her lips when her body seemed to lose all strength and crumpled to the ground. Her disheveled hair partially obscured her profile, and her closed eyes exuded an air of tranquility. However, upon witnessing this, Roman's heart clenched tightly until he confirmed that Lily still drew breath, at which point he sighed with relief. He then lowered his gaze to the figure cradled in his left arm. The doll's body had now been reduced to a mere semblance of its former shape. Yet, through the magic observation, it was clear that Charlotte still lived. After all, she had transformed into an energy entity of sentient life. The doll's form was merely an exoskeleton, albeit a crucial protective shell. Thus, the question arose, how had Roman and Charlotte survived? This was largely attributed to the mysterious energy residing within Charlotte. It is noteworthy that this enigmatic energy possessed the ability to dissolve magical power and convert it into such mysterious energy. And was it not the colossal ball lightning that emerged from a supernatural force? In this world brimming with magic, the so-called supernatural powers are, unsurprisingly, a result of the fantasy processing of magical energy. Thus, the essence of ball lightning is fundamentally based on this magical force. In essence, it can be regarded as a form of sorcery. The mysterious energy itself can naturally absorb and transform the energy that constitutes the structural essence of ball lightning. Consequently, following the initial severe thermal electric shock inflicted by the ball lightning, the properties of the mysterious energy were unleashed. As it absorbed a substantial amount of the supernatural power of the ball lightning, the mysterious energy within Charlotte not only surged but also overflowed abundantly beyond her body. This excess mysterious energy swiftly came into contact with the structure formed by the supernatural forces constituting the ball lightning. Thus, an extraordinary mutation occurred. The mysterious energy, akin to a viral infection, rapidly traversed the veins of this structure, eroding the very composition of the ball lightning itself. Before Romen's very eyes, the structures formed by the supernatural forces reacted as if they were living beings in peril, continuously shifting in a desperate attempt to save themselves, even attempting to forcibly separate the infected structures. Yet, this proved futile. Ultimately, the mysterious energy completely dissolved the entire structure. After this significant increase in the overflow of mysterious energy from Charlotte, it astonishingly returned to her body spontaneously. With the support of the supernatural structural forces diminished, the ball lightning collapsed entirely. The residual electrical energy and thermal waves were promptly shielded by Romen's magic. Merely dealing with electricity and heat was within Romen's capabilities. However, prior to the collapse of the supernatural structural forces of the ball lightning, both Charlotte and Romen's bodies had already suffered damage from the heat and electric currents. His right hand and right foot were now but mere voids. Nevertheless, this posed no significant challenge for Romen at present. Under the influence of grand magic, he established a connection with the genetic code of life's essence, recalling the information regarding his body's state prior to the damage. Constructed upon the framework of the genetic information fragments read by the grand magic, he initiated cellular division and proliferation, resulting in the miraculous regeneration of his severed limbs, due to Romen's cellular vitality being significantly higher than that of an ordinary person. No side effects arose. Shortly thereafter, Romen flexed his newly grown right hand and shook his newly formed right foot. After confirming the integrity of his regenerated limbs, he tightened his grip around Charlotte's charred body and rose to his feet. He then used his newly grown right hand to lift the fallen Lily. Utilizing the spell of magical transformation, he channeled the life force derived from his magical energy, combined with healing spells, into Lily's body. The burns were swiftly healed. After conducting a thorough examination and confirming that Lily's condition posed no issues, Romen executed a spatial displacement. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the scene with both individuals, leaving behind a large pit in the valley, which was gradually filled by the incessant rain. The girl undergoing transformation was a complex construct resembling a human form, a puppet crafted with artificial skeletons, synthetic muscle fibers, and man-made functional tissues as its primary components. It possessed specialized auditory, visual, gustatory, olfactory, and tactile systems, all overseen by a comprehensive nervous system. Additionally, there existed a digestive system, a liquid secretion system, a body scent modulation system, and a memory storage system. In summary, it aimed to approximate a complete human being. After all, the creation of this puppet body was designed with the standard of a lover in mind, not as a mere assistant for research or combat, but as a being closely resembling a human partner. For instance, the body scent modulation system could create a fragrance favored by Romen, allowing the puppet body to sweat when necessary, enabling Romen to embrace it and inhale its scent to uplift his mood. Undoubtedly, this was a feature tailored specifically for the identity of a lover. However, this was not the focal point. The crux lay in the fact that, regardless of the system, its operational power stemmed from magical energy. Yet, at present, Charlotte's bodily energy was supplanted by that mysterious force. This enigmatic energy now powered these systems, allowing Charlotte to move freely, eat, drink, feel pain and itch, sweat, use the restroom, laugh, and cry. I surmised that this mysterious energy might indeed be birthed from magical energy. Otherwise, how could it drive systems that fundamentally required magic to operate? While observing Charlotte's current state, Romen mused aloud. He had contemplated embarking on research regarding this precious specimen, Charlotte, based on this line of thought. Yet, due to various circumstances, the study of Charlotte's living state and the mysterious energy within her had not commenced. Now, however, this mysterious energy exhibited a transformation. Continuing to observe with his magical eye, Roman began to articulate the current observations. Due to the substantial absorption and transformation of the supernatural energy structure of the ball lightning, the mysterious energy had thus gained an increase in energy value. At this moment, it was meticulously altering the structural composition of the puppet body. This transformation was even accompanied by a reparative process, or rather, a system for restoring damage was emerging. In other words, was her puppet body transitioning toward that of a living being? Although this change was deduced from Roman's magical eye observations, the conclusion was not arrived at quickly. The reason, Roman speculated, was the insufficient amount of mysterious energy absorbed from the ball lightning's energetic structure. Recognizing this, Roman resolved to expedite the process. His curiosity piqued. He also suspected that if this progression were not completed, Charlotte might not awaken. The mysterious energy within her was drawing upon the surrounding magical energy with unprecedented efficacy. Perhaps she was undergoing an evolution, a transformation of an energy-based life form toward a higher tier. Reflecting on this possibility, Roman considered that spiritual entities also evolved into higher-grade spirits during the evolutionary process. It was likely that a requisite amount of energy to augment the structural composition of the life form was needed. Thus, what was the means to propel this process? Quite simply, an ample supply of magical energy needed to be absorbed and transformed by the mysterious energy. With this thought in mind, Roman set to work. Through a magical array based on ley lines, he gathered a substantial amount of ley line magic and infused it into the charred puppet body before him. Under the scrutiny of Roman's magical eye, the mysterious energy began to ravenously devour the magical energy. The mutation and alteration of the puppet body accelerated due to the growth of mysterious energy within Charlotte, and the repair of bodily damage also hastened significantly. Thus, as time elapsed, layers of charred casing shed away, revealing soft pink muscle, radiant white skin, and even hair began to grow. However, Roman's brow furrowed in concern. 2 hours passed, and before him stood the well-formed body of a girl. Yet, this girl bore a changed appearance. It resembled a fusion of the puppet's original form and Charlotte's masculine semblance. However, it did not resemble a man. It was known that Charlotte actually bore a striking resemblance to Lily, the two being twins. Thus, it could be said to be a blend of the puppet's original form and Lily's likeness. Why did such a transformation occur? Roman could roughly guess that perhaps the alteration of the body was influenced by the information regarding human form recorded within Charlotte's soul, although he had a rough idea of the cause. Inexplicably, Roman felt a sense of discontent. Discontent aside, he found himself intrigued by Charlotte's current body. Thus, he employed his magical eye to observe more closely, scrutinizing every aspect from top to bottom, from left to right. Until, at last, Charlotte opened her eyes. Momentarily dazed, she stared blankly ahead. Seeing this, Roman felt compelled to greet her. "You're awake, Didum. Have we all died? Is this the underworld?" Charlotte inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice. This caused Roman to feel a tightness in his forehead. However, recalling how Charlotte had tackled him to shield him from the impending strike of the ball lightning, and the smile she had shown him at that moment, Roman realized he would likely need to adjust his attitude towards Charlotte moving forward. This was certainly not due to the fact that the spiritual radiance within Charlotte had collapsed and dissipated, rendering him unable to exert control over her. "This is not the underworld. You know better than anyone where this is." Adjusting his glasses, Roman replied earnestly. Charlotte, suddenly enlightened, broke into a light-hearted smile, exclaiming, "So this is indeed the mountain palace of the treasure vault? No wonder it feels so familiar. This is your stone chamber, isn't it?" "Indeed, which means we are not dead. Lily has been safely rescued." Upon noticing Charlotte's sudden change in expression, Roman surmised her thoughts and proceeded to elaborate on Lily's condition. Hearing that Lily was unharmed, Charlotte let out a sigh of relief, patting her chest. However, that very gesture unveiled an issue as her gaze descended. She was confronted with the stark reality of her own bare form. What actions would Charlotte take next? Would she be flushed with excitement? Not quite, as she had once been a man. Although she harbored concerns that Roman might engage in unspeakable acts given her current state. The sight of the charred remnants surrounding her body led her to an understanding of the situation. Thus, she merely furrowed her brow and, turning her back to Roman, requested, "Could you lend me a garment?" In response, Roman utilized magic to search for clothing in Charlotte's room. Employing spatial transference, a black Gothic Lolita dress materialized beside her. The appearance of the dress complicated Charlotte's emotions. After a moment's hesitation, she swiftly donned it as she descended from the stone platform and turned to face Roman. They stood face to face. Despite her transformed appearance in the black Gothic Lolita dress, Charlotte's beauty remained undiminished. In fact, it seemed even more natural and imbued with an ethereal charm. This left Roman momentarily entranced, though he quickly regained his composure. But in truth, ever since Charlotte regained consciousness, Roman had been harboring a question for her. Now seemed the opportune moment to inquire. With a serious demeanor, he asked, "At that moment, what compelled you to rush to my side?" "According to my calculations, the distance from the slope where you were to my position, when considering the onset of the ball lightning, makes it nearly impossible for you to reach me at your peak running speed." As he posed this question, Roman couldn't help but speculate on possible answers. It was evident that Charlotte had intended to save him. Had she arrived before the appearance of the ball lightning, she could have reached him. Yet, how could she have anticipated his peril prior to the lightning's manifestation? This contemplation led Roman to a hypothesis. Charlotte's inner cosmos had erupted. To elaborate, perhaps a mysterious energy within her had accelerated her movements, enabling her to reach him within the brief seconds between the inception and descent of the ball lightning. But was this indeed the case? Next, Roman listened intently as Charlotte provided her explanation, one that completely took him by surprise. "You mean to say, you saw visions of the future?" Roman confirmed, his brow furrowed in earnestness. Charlotte nodded solemnly, asserting, "Yes, I foresaw your demise. That is why I felt compelled to follow it. So, you also saw that only you could save me?" Roman inquired further. However, Charlotte shook her head. Roman's brow furrowed deeper. It appeared that she had not envisioned a future where she could rescue him. Yet, under such uncertainty, she had resolutely rushed to his aid. If that were the case, then perhaps he needed to reassess his attitude towards Charlotte. Although puzzled by her decision to save him without clarity, Roman found his attention drawn more to the fact that Charlotte could see the future. Why was she able to do so? Was it related to the mysterious energy? And did her current existence as an energy being constructed from this energy play a part? Could Charlotte once again see the future? This needed to be clarified. With this in mind, Roman suggested, "Try to see if you can glimpse the future again." "How should I attempt that?" Charlotte hesitated, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Noting this, Roman deduced that she could not actively seek the future at present. Her previous ability to do so might have stemmed from meeting certain conditions. What could those conditions be? After some thought, he proposed, "Focus your gaze on me and concentrate. See if you can peer into my future once more." Following his instruction, Charlotte complied, but the outcome remained unchanged. She still could not perceive the future. Roman continued, "Perhaps it relates to your emotions. When Lily was captured, your feelings were undoubtedly tumultuous. Try to evoke that emotional state and see if it enables you to glimpse the future. Get excited?" "I can't muster excitement right now," Charlotte replied, somewhat exasperated. Emotions, by their nature, are not easily controlled. However, Roman's subsequent words ignited a genuine surge of emotion within her. "In truth, Lily is on the brink of death. My previous assurance that she was fine was merely to comfort you." "What?" Charlotte exclaimed, seizing Roman's collar and shouting in an agitated manner. "Did you see the future now?" Upon hearing Roman's inquiry, Charlotte realized she had been deceived and couldn't help but lash out at him. "You scoundrel! I didn't see anything. Utterly useless. How can you treat someone who saved you like this?" "Well, thank you," Roman replied nonchalantly. "What?" Charlotte was momentarily taken aback, as she had never anticipated Roman would express gratitude toward her. Breaking free from her grasp, Roman adjusted his glasses and turned away, leaving her with a parting remark as he headed toward the door. "Don't expect me to thank you again. Remember to inform me when you can see the future once more. Additionally, I will seek your consent before conducting any research on you in the future." With that, Roman vanished from Charlotte's sight. Had he undergone a transformation? Charlotte pondered, her expression a mixture of confusion and contemplation. Meanwhile, upon exiting his stone chamber, Roman executed a spatial transference, ascending into the sky above the city of Tbilbekiti. This moment, night had fallen. With the aid of a magical array based on the ley lines, He adorned himself with a special effect, with a flourish of magical lights, images, and illusions as a backdrop. Romen, clad in the robes of a mage from this world, resembled a celestial being descending to earth. Radiant hues of 7 colors enveloped him, ethereal clouds swirling around, a golden wheel of wisdom encircling his head, while the incomprehensible chant of Namu Amida Buddha added an air of solemnity, now that Lily had been rescued. It was imperative to proceed with certain matters. Romen proceeded to lift the city-wide enchantment he had previously cast. The inhabitants of the royal city, roused from their slumber, quickly rose to their feet. These residents soon noticed the unusual spectacle in the night sky, gazing up at Romen's position. Once he confirmed that everyone below was looking at him, Romen opened his mouth, his voice amplified by magic to resonate throughout the entire royal city. People of the Table royal family, I am Romen, the magical advisor to Princess Liliana of Table. Furthermore, Princess Liliana has pledged that upon her ascension to the throne, she will appoint me as the chief mage of the Table court. Thus, Romen established an identity for himself, the magical advisor to the princess and the future chief mage of the court. That a credible identity would facilitate acceptance, especially as Romen would need to engage with certain individuals to fulfill his promise of restoring the kingdom. Moreover, a necessary element of intimidation was required. Hence Romen elaborated. The thunder you witnessed earlier was my judgment upon the traitors. Therefore, you must understand that your future queen is not without power. I, the great sage Romen, am the strongest ally of your princess. With unabashed audacity, Romen bestowed upon himself the title of great sage. Indeed, while he might be gilding the lily, perhaps he possessed the merit to do so in this world. Finally, Romen announced the most crucial piece of news. He declared solemnly, 3 days hence, Liliana shall be crowned as queen. As the words left his lips, a resounding rumble echoed through the sky, as if endless thunder had suddenly manifested. Even at a proximity close to the ground, the air resonated with a cacophony of explosions, shimmering incessantly. This was the most vivid scene for the residents of the royal city below on this night. Soon after, the thunderous noise subsided, and the ethereal chant of Namo Amitba gradually faded from the heavens, accompanied by the dimming of the light and illusions, after a spatial displacement orchestrated by Romen. These phenomena vanished entirely. The royal city, having settled into a brief silence, soon became lively once more. Undoubtedly, for the inhabitants of this royal city, it would be a night devoid of slumber. Time passed swiftly. And in the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed in this realm. The king was to be crowned in the event that the late king had not left a decree of succession upon his demise. Religious acknowledgement was imperative. The tradition of this world elevates the status of religion above all else. Lady Rainey's, the patriarch of the Church of the Sacred Spring, representing the deity revered by the people of Table, was a figure whom no noble or even king dared to underestimate. This was primarily due to her role as the voice of the divinity worshipped by the people, symbolizing a vast populace with significant influence across all social strata. Consequently, even the Duke of Satri's forces, having breached the royal palace, refrained from assaulting the Church of the Sacred Spring or provoking this patriarch. After all, the Duke of Satri aimed to seize control of Table and usurp the royal family, not to act as a foreign invader. Otherwise, his own troops might waver in loyalty due to matters of faith. Presently, Lady Rainey's, adorned in the regalia of the church's high priestess, stood before the balcony overlooking the plaza in the royal palace, personally placing the golden crown, a symbol of sovereignty, upon the elegantly garbed Lily. This act signified her recognition of Lily as the leader of the kingdom of Table, the queen, Her Majesty Liliana. This kingdom shall take pride in you, Lady Rainey's expressed sincerely to Lily. However, Lily cast a slightly bashful glance at the patriarch before turning to her side to look at Romen. She was aware that Romen had seemingly engaged in some inappropriate actions concerning Lady Rainey's. Otherwise, the patriarch would not have abandoned her neutral stance to personally crown her. After all, this indicated a severing of ties between the church and the Duke of Satri. Nonetheless, for Lily, this was a beneficial development for the genuine restoration of the Table royal family. The crowd gathered below and the plaza remained oblivious to the intricate nuances of the situation. They erupted into jubilant cheers. The sound reverberated through the skies of the royal city. In response, Lily stepped forward, leaning against the railing, and waved to the crowd below. Whoosh, 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 Whoosh! Streams of luminous orbs ascended from various corners of the royal city, exploding in the sky. It resembled a vibrant display of blooming flowers in the heavens. Amidst the continuous detonations and blossoms of light, the festive atmosphere within the royal city was further ignited. The magical fireworks, the first of their kind in this world, unfolded beautifully. How enchanting! Charlotte, Lily, and Lady Rainey's were momentarily mesmerized by the spectacle. Roman observed the successful outcome with satisfaction. Thanks to the abundant supply of magical energy from the ley lines, the display, as orchestrated by Roman, would last for 3 hours. However, this was not merely a simple fireworks display. Each explosion in the sky would release a gas that induced a state of fervor, even in the most composed individuals. In this heightened excitement, the suggestive barrier that Roman had established to envelop the entire royal city would implant the concept of loyalty to Queen Liliana into the hearts of the populace. Devoid of any mental resistance, under the 3-hour duration of this suggestive implantation, nearly everyone in the royal city would become Lily's faithful adherents. This would serve as a solid foundation for Lily's quest to restore her kingdom. The knightly system and armed belief Cates, the lava swordsman and subordinate of the rebellious Duke Satri of Table, had now become a mere captive. However, to Cates's surprise, he had not endured brutal beatings or interrogations during his imprisonment. Apart from the chains binding him, rendering him incapable of utilizing magic and leaving him utterly fatigued, his days in the cell were relatively comfortable. The environment of the cell was quite acceptable, dry, clean, and well-lit, far superior to the dank, humid conditions of lesser dungeons. The daily meals were decent, and the guards treated him with a degree of courtesy. What was the reason for such treatment? While it was an unspoken rule to treat captured nobles with kindness, he was not of noble birth. Was this a prelude to execution, or an attempt at a policy of appeasement to sway him? If it were the former, Cates was unperturbed as for the latter. He did not believe he could be swayed. His unwavering loyalty to Duke Satri would not be easily shaken by mere leniency, just as Cates pondered the unusual leniency of his captors. On the 14th day of his imprisonment, he was finally brought out of the dungeon. "Keep up. The sage has summoned you," the court guard escorting him announced with a stern demeanor. Upon hearing this, Cates, still unaware of the current situation in the royal city and court, furrowed his brows and inquired with a smile, "May I ask who this esteemed sage is?" "Don't ask so many questions. You'll find out when you get there," the guard replied somewhat curtly. Noticing the guard's haughty demeanor, Cates couldn't help but reflect that even dragons could be intimidated by lesser beings. Shortly thereafter, Cates was led to a modest, secluded room within the palace. Before him stood a young man with spectacles, his hair tied back with a thin cord, clad in a mage's robe. "Roman," he involuntarily exclaimed. Roman nodded at him and raised a hand, instantly causing Cates to lose consciousness. With a wave of his hand, Cates's body was drawn by Roman's telekinetic magic to a table constructed from magical alloys and materials from this world. The guard who had accompanied Cates withdrew, closing the door behind him. Roman then began to examine Cates's body while muttering about his profile. Cates, a commoner by birth, a prodigy nurtured by Duke Satri. A senior knight and intermediate mage, he excels in earth and fire dual magic, earning the title of lava swordsman through the fusion of magic and martial prowess. He is exceptionally powerful, recognized as one of the mightiest beneath the Grand Mage and Grand Knight. Once recommended by Satri for the position of chief guard of the palace, he was among the most trusted figures of the Table royal family for magic. Let me see what a senior knight is truly capable of. Senior knights are already considered rare elites. This world is not one where grand knights and grand mages abound. Even aspiring knights and mage apprentices are not easily achieved. After all, these paths are heavily reliant on resource availability. Aspiring knights can become officers, and even the lowest-ranking officers hold a certain social standing. Lower-tier knights can typically become senior officers, while intermediate knights are the minimum qualification to become legion commanders. Senior knights are individuals who warrant respect even from the great nobles for grand knights. Akin to grand mages, they are forces that can sway the tide of war, and even a capable nation would not dare to provoke them lightly. Given this perspective, Charlotte's achievement of becoming an intermediate knight at such a young age is quite remarkable. However, in comparison to Cates, who is both a senior knight and an intermediate mage, she pales in significance. Of course, for Roman, the more talented and powerful individuals are, the better they serve as subjects for research. What a robust physique! Roman exclaimed upon completing the examination of Kate's. He had previously assessed the physique of knights, such as Charlotte's strong body as an intermediate knight, but that had been a corpse. Now, he was examining a living individual for the first time, and this was his inaugural assessment of a senior knight. He was curious about the nature of a grand knight's body. The prospect of studying a being capable of contending with a grand mage piqued Roman's interest. The study of knights was immensely valuable to him. The so-called knights, with their distinct power system from mages, lacked significant research value in terms of their advancement knowledge system. This is because the strength of knights originates from faith. Indeed, another curious concept. Yet, it differs greatly from that of mages. Through diligent physical training, complemented by a form of belief, such as loyalty, compassion, bravery, or faith in a deity, knights imbue their bodies with these concepts or divine entities. Believing that such practices will grant them strength in return. It is essential to recognize that this world is replete with magical energy. Thus, the conviction and concepts can indeed transform into power under the influence of magic. Unlike sorcerers, knights typically do not draw atmospheric magical energy to store within themselves. Instead, the magical energy permeates their bodily tissues under the guidance of their beliefs, continuously nurturing, fortifying, and repairing their physical forms through rigorous training. Consequently, the bodies of knights grow ever stronger. Moreover, formal knights possess armament of belief, as they hold steadfast to the conviction that their beliefs render them invincible. Belief is their most formidable weapon. Under such thoughts and intentions, atmospheric magical energy converges, materializing into the weapons they envision. The ability to manifest armament of belief distinguishes novice knights from apprentice knights, while the difference between mid-tier and novice knights lies in the fact that novice knights can only materialize weapons, whereas mid-tier knights can create more rudimentary protective gear. It is said that high-tier knights possess even more intricate and powerful armaments than mid-tier knights. As for grand knights, legends speak of their embodiment of the heart of belief. Though Roman is somewhat unclear about the true nature of this heart of belief, nevertheless, the notion of armament of belief appears rather mystical, yet Roman remains dismissive. This concept is overly idealistic. If one's belief shatters, then the armament of belief becomes ineffectual. For instance, Charlotte, surprisingly, embodies the belief of benevolence as a knight. However, the animosity rooted in national vengeance has tainted her heart, ultimately shattering this belief in benevolence. This explains why she refrained from utilizing her armament of belief when initially confronting Roman. Even without it, a mid-tier knight surpasses an average novice knight. In summary, the power system of knights holds little research value for Roman. The true focus of study lies within the knight's physical form. After continuous strengthening, the structural organization of a knight's body alters, with their neural networks becoming more advanced and cellular strength vastly exceeding that of ordinary individuals. The physical transformations manifest as a formidable physique, while the development of their neural networks endows knights with reflexes and bodily memory that far surpass the norm. Furthermore, cellular strength is a crucial element for the effectiveness of the armament of belief. The vibrant and robust cells, under the influence of advanced neural connections, may not rival brain cells, yet they still retain a form of memory and cognitive ability. This capacity for memory and thought can provide a more abundant belief, thereby enhancing the potency of the armament of belief. Roman refers to this phenomenon as cellular belief, which serves as the foundation for the evolution of the knight's armament of belief. Thus, let us commence. Following the examination of Caters and the clarification of this high-tier knight's bodily structure, Roman is poised to embark on a new endeavor that he aims to analyze the bodily structures of apprentice knights, novice knights, mid-tier knights, and this high-tier knight, Caters, in conjunction with his own physiological condition. Roman intends to modify his own bodily structure. Under the influence of grand magic, such modifications are not particularly challenging. Moreover, Roman's body has undergone multiple transformations, albeit still retaining the structure of an ordinary human. Therefore, this transformation lies well within the capacity of his current physique. Subconscious struggles of the persona, the subtle alterations to the organizational structure are underway. Even minor changes can yield drastically different outcomes. For instance, the difference between steel and iron lies in their carbon content. The so-called physical strength is rooted in a more refined perspective, a concept akin to purification that ancient thinkers could not comprehend. However, one must recognize that purity does not equate to strength. The softness of pure gold versus the hardness of superior alloys exemplifies this point. Finally, the transformation of the bodily structure is complete. With the aid of the magic of transmutation, any resultant structural damage is effortlessly repaired. The neural structure, being an integral part of bodily organization, had already become more advanced during the transformation phase. Following the modifications, Romen noticeably perceives a remarkable increase in his physical reaction speed. The transformation refers to the disintegration of cellular structure due to the infinite iterations of grand magic, with the magic of transmutation facilitating repair. At the cellular level, his cells have become even stronger than those of Cater's. At this moment, Romen's physique surpasses that of an ordinary high-tier knight. With a swift motion, he throws a punch into the air, producing a resounding crack that reverberates through the room. The force of the punch stirs the air within the chamber. Adjusting his glasses, Romen concludes, aside from the absence of an armament of belief, there is little distinction between him and a high-tier knight. At this juncture, a thought crosses Romen's mind. The sole difference between him and a high-tier knight is the lack of a belief, given the cellular belief that his cellular strength provides. If he could anchor this with a firm belief, could he not materialize an armament of belief? If so, what form would that armament take? Romen finds himself intrigued. With determination, he resolves to define his belief. There is no need for divine intervention. Let it simply be strength. He begins to engage in self-suggestion, proclaiming the supremacy of the strong. Armed with a desire for power as his weapon, he envisions cutting through obstacles with unparalleled success. As a result, after a brief moment of confusion, Romen's eyes gleam with clarity. His entire demeanor transforms. Powerful, commanding, and undaunted, he exudes an aura of disdain for all. The pursuit of strength is my everything. With arms crossed, Romen suddenly throws his head back and laughs heartily, embodying a rather over-the-top persona. Then, raising his hand, he shouts, "Arise, my armament of belief." Magical energy converges, taking belief as its framework. The first manifestation is a sword, its golden blade adorned with celestial patterns on one side and landscapes on the other. The hilt bears inscriptions on agricultural techniques and strategies for unification across the seas. Indeed, the prototype of this sword is the legendary Xianyuan sword of the Huaxia sacred path. Next, his attire materializes, a stylish golden long robe. I am unparalleled beneath heaven and above earth. Striking a pose, Romen revels in his own grandeur. In an instant, the armament of belief shatters. Romen's aura dissipates, his face flushed. Desperately adjusting his glasses, he mutters, utterly mortified, "This is the height of humiliation. I am no dragon Aotan." Indeed, the self-suggested image of his armament of belief had, in Romen's eyes, resembled the archetype of dragon Aotan. This was inevitable, as the notion of pursuing strength instinctively summoned such characters to his mind. Given that dragon Aotan embodies the very essence of that pursuit. Consequently, during the self-suggestion process, he inadvertently infused elements of Dragon Aotan's persona into his own. Fortunately, Romen is capable of interrupting this self-suggestion. Otherwise, should this embarrassing visage be seen by others, he might have to resort to extreme measures to bury his shameful past at last. Calming his tumultuous emotions wrought by embarrassment, Romen turns to face Cater's, who lies on the table. The intention behind summoning Cater's was not solely to study the knight's body for self-enhancement. It is essential to recognize that Cater's is a character of significant utility, particularly in aiding the restoration of the Tabor kingdom. With this in mind, Romen snaps his fingers. Cater's awakens, rising from the table, puzzled, and asks, "What happened to me?" "Look into my eyes." Romen's voice resonates with a deliberate, eerie tone directed at Cater's. Upon hearing this voice, Cater's instinctively gazes towards its source, locking eyes with Romen's iridescent and enigmatic gaze. Soon, Cater's eyes become vacant and devoid of spirit. Subsequently, Romen commences the mind surgery. The so-called mind surgery belongs to the realm of mental suggestion magic. Its effects encompass memory alteration, personality shaping, character adjustment, pathological implantation, and much more. What Romen intends to accomplish is to transform Cater's into a loyal hound. What kind of plan should he devise? Should he proceed with memory alteration? No. Memory alteration will likely yield a sense of incongruity. For ordinary individuals, this might suffice, but for a powerful entity like Cater's, the likelihood of recalling his former self after some time is exceedingly high. Therefore, the approach of personality shaping shall be employed to create a second persona, with loyalty to Romen as its core principle. Naturally, the first persona must also be addressed, which can be accomplished in two ways, either through external personality sealing or by having the newly shaped second persona eliminate the first persona, thereby completely eradicating it. Romen leans towards the latter method, yet its success rate is not particularly high. The newly created second persona typically struggles to overpower the first, as the latter is an intrinsic part of the individual, unless the primary persona is inherently weak. Wait a moment. Romen suddenly conceived a plan that he proposed to delve into the memory and cognitive abilities of the body's cells, allowing the second personality to establish itself within the cellular memory, without initially tampering with the brain cells to avoid backlash from the dominant personality. Once the second personality fully occupied the realm of cellular memory, it would then advance towards the brain cells, aiming to usurp the dominant personality. With the entire capacity of the body's cellular memory supporting it, the annihilation of the dominant personality would be inevitable. As Romen articulated this scheme, he became increasingly convinced of its feasibility. If it were an ordinary individual, their cellular memory and cognitive abilities would be far too feeble, rendering this plan utterly ineffective. However, Caters was a knight, a high-ranking one at that. His cellular memory and cognitive capabilities were significantly superior to those of the average person. Moreover, the body's cells do not serve as the control center like the brain. In a hypnotic state, the second personality could completely seize control. Contemplating this, Romen set about manipulating Caters. He sculpted the second personality and implanted it within the cellular memory. Without any resistance from the dominant personality, he ensured it fully occupied the memory space of the cellular cognition. Gradually, it eroded from the nerve endings to the central nervous system, encroaching upon the brain itself. Suddenly, Caters, lying on the table, began to convulse, his entire body tremoring uncontrollably, sweat pouring from his pores. Romen understood that in the battlefield of the subconscious, the second personality he had molded was engaged in a fierce struggle against Caters' dominant personality. However, it is essential to recognize that much of the so-called subconscious space comprises cellular-level consciousness. This cellular consciousness is nearly imperceptible when the human brain is awake, yet once consciousness descends into the depths of the sea of awareness. If the cellular consciousness is activated, it could potentially lead to a takeover of bodily control. This phenomenon is known as somnambulism. Individuals with somnambulism have a minuscule chance of developing a bodily personality. There exists a case on Earth where a man, while sleepwalking, left his home, settled in a foreign land, married, and had children. One day, he awakened from his somnambulistic state to find himself with a strange family. In reality, his original family had been searching for him all along. This illustrates the significance of cellular-level consciousness. Consequently, in this grand subconscious battle, the second personality found itself akin to being in the main battlefield. The second personality possessed the power to completely supplant Caters' dominant personality. At last, Caters' trembling body ceased its convulsions. Witnessing this, a smile involuntarily crept across Romen's lips. Soon, Caters opened his eyes, rose from the table, and half-kneeled before Romen, exclaiming, "Master, your will is my everything." As a loyal servant to Romen, Caters divulged all he knew about Duke Satri's intelligence. Among the critical information, one particular detail caught Romen's attention. If this information were accurate, war would likely be imminent, thus accompanied by the respectful Caters. Romen performed a spatial displacement, arriving directly in the palace's main hall at that moment. As anticipated, Lily was in the main hall discussing state affairs with court ministers. From the side room, Romen could easily overhear the discussions taking place in the main hall, which revolved around military preparations, provisions, and essential supplies such as clothing, firewood, and so forth. As for the firewood, it was now autumn in this world, and the weather was turning cold. With the end of autumn, winter would soon follow, causing the demand for firewood within the royal city to rise. Furthermore, winter is a season of comfort for those well prepared with supplies, even in regions accustomed to perpetual warfare. The onset of winter often brings a sense of relaxation, as the notion of not engaging in battles during winter is not only an ancient earth practice. In summary, given the movements of Duke Satri, it appeared that he would not be attacking the royal capital in the near future. Moreover, Under the principle of not engaging in warfare during winter, there was little cause for concern about war until at least spring, barring unforeseen circumstances. Finally, as the discussions in the main hall concluded, Lily exhaled a sigh of relief upon witnessing the court ministers depart one by one. That engaging with these crafty nobles was no easy task. Fortunately, they had initially regarded her as an ignorant child, but had gradually begun to take her seriously. This shift greatly enhanced the efficiency of state affairs, and she had successfully consolidated certain interests in her favor. Of course, she sensed the nobles' dissatisfaction with her, yet in the current climate, where the residents of the royal city fervently expressed their loyalty to her, backed by the formidable great sage Romen, these nobles dared not voice their grievances. Furthermore, these nobles had also been influenced by Romen's subtle implantation magic, with only those of mid-tier strength remaining relatively unaffected, while lower-tier and apprentice-level nobles had become her staunch supporters. That it is worth noting that not all nobles diligently trained to enhance their strength. Thus, Lily enjoyed the highest approval rating among the nobles in the history of Table. In such circumstances, those more aware nobles, if not foolish, would refrain from acting recklessly. All of this was thanks to Mr. Romen. Lily couldn't help but reflect on the key to her current situation. With thoughts of Romen occupying her mind, a mysterious smile graced the young queen's face, accompanied by her loyal guard. George, she made her way to the side room. After each state meeting, she would take a moment to rest in the side room of the main hall. Upon entering the side room, Lily instinctively raised her hand to rub her eyes. Just as she was about to think of someone, that very person appeared, making her question whether she was dreaming. Yet, it was clear that this was reality. "Lily, I have an urgent matter to discuss with you," Romen said with a serious expression. After a brief moment of daze, Lily quickly regained her composure. From Romen's demeanor and tone, she realized that this was a matter of utmost importance. Thus, without delay, she instructed her guard. "George, you stay outside and ensure no one enters." "Yes, Your Majesty," George replied respectfully. Before stepping out, the recently promoted head of the palace guards cast a lingering glance at Caters beside Romen. Soon after, he took his position outside. With Romen present, the guard felt assured of the queen's safety. Not only did George notice Caters, but Lily also quickly turned her gaze toward him. She had an instinct that the crucial matter Romen was about to reveal was related to Caters. Then, what Romen divulged caused her to rise from her seat, exclaiming in astonishment, "Is it true? Could it be that Caters is deceiving you?" "I can assure you that he would not deceive me at this moment," Romen replied, his tone devoid of any frivolity. He continued, "This is a plan originally devised by Duke Satri to attack the royal capital. However, due to the intervention of Crotier and his apprentice, this plan was never executed, and the royal capital fell before it could be set in motion. Now that the royal capital has returned to your Table royal family, do you think he would not revive this plan?" "He would," Lily responded without much thought, her answer immediate. Romen nodded and said, "Then prepare for the impending war. War will arrive by winter solstice." Winter solstice? War would come in winter. What a seemingly absurd notion. Yet, it is crucial to remember that this is a world where magic prevails. The reason battles are seldom fought in winter is that the costs are exceedingly high. The attacking side evidently suffers greater losses compared to the defending side. Consequently, few dare to initiate conflict in the depths of winter. However, what if there existed a means to minimize the impact of winter to the lowest possible point? In this world, there exists a magical potion known as anti-cold potion, which, as the name suggests, can resist the chill of winter. Duke Satri's plan to attack the royal capital involved preparing sufficient quantities of anti-cold potions for an army of 30,000, thereby rendering them unafraid of the winter's snow. Meanwhile, the Table royal family, having never anticipated that someone would wage war in winter, would be caught unprepared and defeated. Currently, only Satri's inner circle was privy to this plan, including Caters. Such extravagance, Lily couldn't help but exclaim. Providing 30,000 troops with sufficient anti-cold potions for winter campaigns, though not classified as a luxury item, any item associated with magic, regardless of its cost, could hardly be deemed inexpensive, especially in such volumes. The sheer amount made Lily's head spin. No, Satri could not possibly possess the resources for so many anti-cold potions, not to mention the financial burden. Such expenses would be beyond the means of a mere duke to bear, even if he had the funds. Where could he procure such a vast quantity of anti-cold potions? A realization struck Lily, and her expression darkened. Romen adjusted his glasses and remarked, unless, of course, there is a powerful entity backing Satri. Perhaps the downfall of your table family is not merely a simple struggle for power. The depths of this situation run deep. Indeed, it seems that must be the case. Lily spoke, taking a deep breath involuntarily. The looming pressure of impending war, accompanied by the even heavier burden of conspiracy lurking behind it, was not something easily shouldered. Yet, regardless of the weight, she had to bear it. Thus, with resolute determination, Lily turned to Romen. Her expression serious as she pointed at Cartes, who stood beside him, and inquired, Mr. Romen, my chief court magician, the reason for bringing him here is not solely to inform me of this matter, is it? If it were merely to announce the onset of war, you could have come alone. In response to Lily's inquiry, Romen smirked slightly and replied, regardless, he is a trusted confidant of Satri's. We can allow him to escape the royal capital, return to Duke Satr, and convey false intelligence. Even coordinating with him when necessary that it was crucial for her to ascertain whether he could be trusted now. Romen nodded affirmatively, stating, we can fully trust him now. Then I entrust this to you. Lily nodded, delegating the responsibility. Romen understood that this meant he was to arrange for Cartes's escape, as the matter was of utmost importance and deserved to be entrusted to the most reliable and capable individual. He did not decline. It was not an insurmountable task for him. Very well, he acquiesced. Time shifted to that evening, and the important prisoner, Cartes, had fled from captivity. Queen Liliana was furious. A search commenced throughout the royal city. During this search, the darker aspects of the city were also struck down in any urban environment, which serves as a hub for intelligent beings. The presence of organized crime is inevitable. For instance, the Hobbs Brotherhood, the largest underground organization in the royal city, was uprooted during Lily's search. Consequently, the nobles with vested interests in this brotherhood found themselves at a loss for words, as Lily had charged them with harboring criminals. Ultimately, Cartes was not found. The following day, the leaders and key subordinates of the Hobbs Brotherhood, along with several other gang organizations, faced execution by hanging in the square. Lily stood on the royal palace's viewing platform, her gaze fixed intently on the scene below. She appeared unfazed, yet only Romen, standing beside her, noticed her hand quivering slightly. What is politics? Over 20 gang leaders found themselves ensnared by nooses. The weight of their own bodies tightened the nooses further, leading to suffocation, desperate kicking, convulsions, and even frothing at the mouth. Eventually, they hung lifelessly, to be displayed for 3 days as a deterrent against lawlessness before their bodies could be dealt with. The common folk surrounding the square were cheering at this moment. Regardless, the gangs had always exploited the commoners' interests, bringing them suffering. The sight of these wrongdoers facing justice brought the greatest joy to the populace. Witnessing this scene, a smile finally graced Lily's lips. She turned to Romen and exclaimed, Mr. Romen, your suggestion yesterday to punish only the ringleaders while reforming the followers was excellent. However, I now face a dilemma. Do you have a viable solution? Lily inquired, her expression hopeful. After all, during the capture of these gang members yesterday, many ministers had advocated for executing all of them. Lily was well aware that numerous nobles had ties to these gangs, and that the gangs operated with noble support. Therefore, she held evidence of their wrongdoings. Yet, it was evident that Lily did not wish for so many to perish. As she pondered her predicament, Romen proposed the idea of executing only the ringleaders while subjecting the accomplices to labor reform and education. To silence the ministers, Lily leveraged the incriminating evidence she had gathered against the nobles, rendering them speechless. Now, could she obtain the answer she sought from Romen? Speak, he urged. Lily took a deep breath, her expression slightly pained as she spoke. During the process of dismantling these gangs, we discovered several children who were being trafficked as merchandise. Human trafficking. Romen understood immediately. Lily nodded affirmatively, continuing to express her dilemma. I wish to care for these children, but the wealth of the palace was plundered during previous attacks. Our current resources depend on meager tax revenues. The court officials have no viable suggestions? Romen inquired. Lily forced a bitter smile as she replied. The Minister of Finance and Chancellor, Lord Slorich, believes we should raise taxes within the royal city to fund the care of these children. Foreign Minister, Lord Philip, suggests entrusting them to capable foster parents. while Minister of Military Affairs, Lord Claude, believes we should hand them over to the Springwater Church. None of these are sound proposals. Romen commented on this. Raising taxes in the royal city is utterly exploitative. Not only would it burden the common people, but I suspect the Minister of Finance is eyeing commercial taxes that we must remember. The royal city has just emerged from turmoil. It would be wiser to lower commercial taxes to attract merchants, revitalize the market, and then consider raising them later. Entrusting the children to capable guardians, the vast majority of such guardians would likely be nobles. Given their disdain for commoners, would they truly treat these children as adopted offspring? Romen surmised. More likely, these nobles would take them as servants. Furthermore, with the gangs dismantled, the nobles would undoubtedly feel the sting of loss and might seek to profit from acquiring these children for free, only to sell them later. Lastly, handing the children over to the Springwater Church seems plausible, but the feudal-era church is notorious for its ruthlessness, beyond a few chosen ones who might become priests. Most would end up as subservient beings subject to abuse or even death at the church's whim. After a moment of contemplation, Romen proposed his suggestion. Lily, why not establish a royal orphanage to take these children in? What? Lily responded, somewhat perplexed. Romen smiled gently, explaining, if it concerns supplying basic necessities for survival, that is quite simple. With sufficient fibers as materials and ample magical energy from the ley lines, I can effortlessly produce large quantities of fabric. The same applies to ironware. And as for food, while magically synthesized food may not be gourmet, it can at least provide nourishment, as Romen elaborated. Lily's eyes sparkled with interest. Once he finished, she exclaimed, not only would this serve to care for the children, but it would also prepare us for the impending war. At the very least, we need not worry about food shortages during a siege, thus maintaining the initiative in the conflict. Indeed, if the forces of Sacha were to enter the realm of the ley line magic array, I could eliminate them all, Romen suggested, observing Lily's enthusiastic demeanor. However, upon hearing this, Lily shook her head and replied, eradicating them all would be too cruel. We can at most aim to defeat them. True, defeating them allows for recruitment. Romen conceded without dwelling on it. In a feudal era, population was a valuable asset. Completely eliminating the enemy would incur losses if one were to indiscriminately employ large-scale magic to wipe out all foes. Sustaining a basic population in a magical world would become a dilemma. Both Lily and Romen did not believe that the forthcoming war would end in failure, as for the necessity of material supplies. That was undoubtedly to maintain stability within the royal city. With ample supplies, the inhabitants would at least have confidence in defending the city. Otherwise, faced with shortages before the battle even commenced, it would not be surprising for someone to defect. Although the likelihood of such occurrences had diminished significantly after Romen's citywide subtle influence implantation, ensuring greater stability was inherently the best course of action. Thus, after finalizing several matters, Romen and Lily departed from the viewing platform overlooking the execution site. And it was nearly lunchtime. At Lily's invitation, Romen joined her for a meal, which consisted of bread, roasted meat, thick soup, and flatbreads. As they dined, Romen observed Lily. This young queen, who had recently ascended to the throne, exhibited an air of regal poise now that she had taken charge of state affairs. Noticing the evident change in her demeanor, Romen recalled the discussions he had overheard yesterday in the main hall between Lily and the ministers regarding state matters. Reminiscing about the policies Lily had proposed during those deliberations, questions began to arise within him. Consequently, during their meal, Romen posed a question to Lily. Lily, what does politics mean to you? Confronted by Romen's unexpected interjection during lunch, Lily was momentarily taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, she pointed her dining knife at the large flatbread before her and remarked, just like this flatbread, when many wish to partake, my role is to. She paused, her words hanging in the air. Why the hesitation? It was because Lily took action, using her knife and fork to cut the flatbread into smaller pieces. What I must do is to distribute it in a manner that satisfies everyone. Thus, Lily articulated her perspective on politics. Romen regarded her with newfound admiration. Within just half a month of her queenship, she had grasped the essential truth that politics is the distribution of interests. Yet, he pressed the critical question, to satisfy everyone. Who exactly do you mean by everyone? Lily's demeanor shifted, becoming unusually earnest. She replied with utmost seriousness, of course, I mean everyone in this country. The nobility will not be satisfied. Romen remarked, As he picked up a morsel of the flatbread that Lily had sliced and placed it in his mouth, in light of Loman's incisive observation, Lily nodded and continued her earnest discourse. I understand that if I had not ascended to this position, I would be powerless to effect change. Now that I am the queen and a leader of the people, I must take charge. Mr. Loman, do you not agree with me? As she posed this question, a hint of despondency crept into her expression, as if Loman's affirmation would greatly impact her. Loman's response was, of course, how could I disagree? I am merely astonished by your perspective. It was indeed remarkable that someone who had grown up as a princess would possess such a political ideology. It defied logic and common sense. The notion that one's position could dictate one's thoughts was more than just humorously ironic. Without compelling justification, it was nearly impossible for an individual to transcend their established stance. From both psychological and behavioral viewpoints, unconventional attitudes are often spurred by unique stimuli. What could have influenced such reasoning? Under Loman's curious gaze, Lily smiled, a smile tinged with nostalgia, as if recalling something worthy of reminiscence. From the time I can remember, I was never truly a princess. To clarify, one of my literary friends criticized the abrupt introduction of the artificial evil god in my narrative, claiming it disrupts the overall flow of the story. I reluctantly conceded to the validity of his assertion, leading me to delete the 2 painstakingly crafted chapters. Tears flowed freely. Nevertheless, I chose to retain the concept for potential use in the latter stages of the story. Alas, my apologies. The queen's betrothed from my earliest memories, I was never a princess. Similarly, my brother at that time was not my royal sibling. He was merely my brother. My most frequent activity was to hide in shadowy alleys, gazing up at the seemingly narrow sky, waiting for my brother to return from foraging for food. What about you during that time? At that time, my brother and I were orphans, with even our parents' identities unknown to us. In his quest for sustenance, my brother often returned battered and bruised. I sometimes pondered why we frequently went hungry. Why did he have to endure beatings to procure food? It wasn't just my brother and me. Many others also suffered from chronic hunger, and I witnessed several perish from starvation. Then one day, a stranger approached my brother and me. Pointing at the metal pendants we wore, he said, "These were left for you by your parents. I can lead you to them." It was then we learned that our parents were the king and queen of this realm. During a coup, they had been forced to entrust us to a family for our safety, leaving us the metal pendants as tokens for future recognition. Thus, my brother and I became the prince and princess of Tabor. Upon becoming a princess, I finally comprehended what had eluded me for so long. As Lily spoke, a peculiar expression settled on her face, one entirely different from the Lily Loman had known. This was Liliana Tabor, the queen. She continued to articulate her newfound understanding. It is the nobility who sees the food meant for others. This succinct statement encapsulated Lily's fundamental awareness of the world's harsh realities. The theft of food represented far more than mere sustenance. It signified the usurpation of the basic rights of survival from the common folk. Yet, it was no wonder Lily held such beliefs. Loman had not anticipated that both Lily and Charlotte shared a past devoid of the privileges typically associated with royalty. This realization illuminated the rationale behind Lily's political ideology. While those who have endured hardship often become unsympathetic once in power, individuals like Lily, who genuinely care for the populace, are indeed rare. With his curiosity resolved, Loman chose not to dwell further on the matter. And Lily, too, refrained from elaborating any further as they resumed their meal. After finishing, before parting ways, Lily reminded Loman, "I shall arrange matters concerning the orphanage, Mr. Loman. If possible, please expedite the provision of supplies." "Very well," Loman replied with a slight smile. Acquiescing to her request, in an instant, the spatial shift vanished from Lily's sight. Upon returning to the palace's rear mountain, Loman began preparing the promised supplies for Lily. First, he set about creating magical devices for fabric production, ironworks, and synthetic food. The raw materials were readily available, trees were abundant, and, despite the absence of an industrial age, iron or resources were plentiful. Synthetic food was simply a paste synthesized from nutrients absorbable by the human body, enough to sustain an individual's energy requirements for a day, albeit with a flavor reminiscent of oily cream. Consuming it consistently would surely lead to disinterest. At least Loman found no appetite for it. Had it not been for his relentless research, which had depleted his stock of instant noodles, he would never have resorted to such an unappetizing sustenance, regardless of its superior nutritional value. Thus, after 2 days of diligent effort, Romen finally amassed a substantial supply. He subsequently delivered these provisions to Lily, along with the 3 magical devices for fabric, iron, and food production. These devices were installed within the palace and connected to the ley line magic array. With simple operational instructions provided to the palace attendants, "Mr. Romen, I cannot thank you enough," Lily exclaimed, her face brimming with gratitude. Which Romen replied, "There is no need for such thanks. It was merely a small effort on my part. Yet for me, it is a matter of great significance," Lily asserted earnestly. The strength of a nation is most clearly reflected in 2 aspects: its population and its resources. Romen had not only bestowed upon her a substantial supply of provisions, but also the means to produce fabric, iron, and food. Furthermore, the quality of the fabric was superior by this world's standards, and the iron was of high quality, suitable for various shapes, ensuring the availability of both weapons and agricultural tools. Food was an indispensable resource. Lily understood deeply that even the mightiest nation in this world would covet such assets. Those palace attendants permitted access to these devices would undoubtedly be required to sign a magical contract to ensure confidentiality. Given the significance of these items, no amount of gratitude could be deemed excessive. Thus, filled with gratitude, Lily made a momentous decision. She earnestly inquired of Romen, "Mr. Romen, I have heard from my brother that you have a considerable desire for magical tomes." Indeed, Romen affirmed that he genuinely wished to acquire more magical tomes from this world, ideally encompassing all magical knowledge available thus far. Had it not been for his commitment to assist Lily in her restoration efforts and the impending war, he would have already embarked on a quest to gather such texts. Why does Lily pose this question? Does she possess a means to assist him in locating magical tomes? Romen pondered, filled with curiosity and anticipation. Lily smiled softly and replied, "Although we have yet to restore our kingdom, our seats in the Tabor Royal Council remain unrevoked. As the nominal queen of Tabor, I can recommend a sorcerer to the Elemental Tower for further studies." The Elemental Tower? This was the first time Romen had ever heard of such a place. Indeed, he had not taken the initiative to understand the customs and traditions of this world. Lily then began to explain, "That is a sacred ground long yearned for by every magician. Established by the greatest magician in history, the elemental sovereign Cambodian.it is widely believed that the most comprehensive magical knowledge in the world resides there. However, pursuing studies there is no simple task. It is indeed challenging. A king has only one sponsorship opportunity in a lifetime, and the degree of knowledge monopoly is utterly ruthless." Nevertheless, Romen found himself intrigued. Furthermore, the name Cambodian was also one of his motivations. In the dozens of magical books he had perused, this name frequently appeared. More importantly, of the magical structural knowledge that was useful to Romen within those books, 1/3 was attributed to Cambodian's inventions. Thus, Romen had developed a rare admiration for this figure named Cambodian. Now, upon hearing that he was the greatest magician in the history of this world, he realized just how remarkable this individual truly was. Thus, he resolved to journey to the Elemental Tower. He responded to Lily, "Very well. When the time comes, I shall go study there, but only after assisting you in restoring your nation. Yes, the sponsorship opportunity will always be ready." Lily smiled in agreement. Subsequently, they continued their conversation on various matters, and as time passed, Romen felt it was almost time to depart. After all, he had numerous research projects that required his attention. Completing Lily's commission took him 2 days. And without her request, he might not have been willing to spare even that much time. Just as he was about to take his leave, a voice interrupted. "Hey, who are you? Why are you speaking so intimately with my fiancée?" Romen furrowed his brow at the sound. Turning to see a stranger, a young nobleman, it was evident that he possessed the strength of a lower-tier knight, and his magical prowess had reached the level of a magic apprentice. He was reasonably handsome, yet the frivolity in his demeanor revealed the true nature of this nobleman. "Fiancé?" Romen questioned Lily, perplexed. Lily smiled faintly, though the brightness of her smile was dimmed. "This is my previously arranged betrothed, Darren, the first heir of Count Claude Epson. That he came here yesterday to fulfill our engagement. But can't you refuse?" "No. Epson is a powerful count. If I were to break the engagement, it would likely hinder our efforts to win over the nobles of the kingdom who have not yet sided with Satori. As a newly crowned queen, I cannot afford to lose credibility so easily. You are the most beautiful one, Tay. Who do you think you are?" How dare you suggest breaking the engagement? Are you seeking death? Darren Epson fumed at Roman's words. Clearly, this man, who had just arrived as Lily's betrothed, had no idea who Roman was. Thus, feeling insulted by Roman's indifference, his next actions were unsurprising. You uncouth worm. How dare you disregard me? Very well. I shall teach you a lesson today. Let you know who should not be ignored. With that, Darren threw a punch at Roman as a lower-tier knight. Darren was quite confident in his strength. He could tell Roman was a magician from his attire, yet Roman appeared far too young. Furthermore, the style of his robe was outdated. Generally, the profession of a magician is heavily reliant on age, and powerful magicians tend to be wealthy. Nowadays, even lower-tier magicians would not opt for such an antiquated style, but it was true that this robe was something Roman had discovered within the palace of the mountain's rear. Seemingly a remnant of the Table royal family's ancestors, so its old-fashioned design was not surprising. In short, Darren assumed Roman was merely a magic apprentice, a lower-tier knight. Facing a magic apprentice without using his belief in arms would be an affront. However, was it really as he thought? Do not kill him, Lily shouted urgently. Darren smirked, deciding that after killing Roman, he would apologize to his fiancée, the queen of this nation, claiming that he had not had time to hold back, thereby demonstrating his magnanimity that he mistakenly believed that Lily was speaking to him. Meanwhile, Roman, who had initially intended to eliminate Darren, was compelled to suppress his murderous intent upon hearing Lily's cry, with a swift spatial displacement. Darren's fist was sent into empty air as he vanished from sight. Where did Darren end up? He found himself plummeting from the sky into the bustling market of Table City, landing unceremoniously on the ground. After a rather undignified fall, he picked himself up, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events, only to be met with the curious stares of a multitude of onlookers. The young count's face turned crimson in an instant. On the other side, Lily expressed her gratitude to Roman. Thank you, Mr. Roman, for sparing his life. Do you truly wish to marry such a person? With me here, even if these nobles do not support you. You need not worry, Roman suggested. If Lily's betrothed were a reliable individual, it would be one thing, but it was evident that Darren was not a suitable match. Just moments ago, Roman had conducted an assessment of Darren's physique and discovered that he was deficient. For someone of lower-tier, knightly stature to be in such a condition, one could only wonder how degenerate he must be. Upon hearing Roman's advice, Lily offered a bittersweet smile. I know he is not a good person, but without the support of sufficient nobles, Satori could propose to the royal council the abolition of the Table family's royal title. Can the royal council even do such a thing? Roman found it hard to believe. Lily nodded, explaining, this is also due to the reason that our royal family's rule was once obliterated. Of course. Since the Archbishop of the Clear Spring Church personally crowned me, even if Satori were to propose the abolition of our royal title, the royal council would likely hold a vote to determine whether such a measure should be enacted. However, isn't it possible that Satori might have allies? It could very well be that someone is manipulating events from the shadows, swaying the vote to your detriment. Thus, the support of the nobles is essential. We cannot afford to grant Satori the opportunity to propose the abolition of your title. Roman articulated the concerns that Lily had wished to express. Consequently, with an even more bitter smile, Lily nodded. After all, I cannot let down my brother's expectations. If I were to lose the throne, it would surely cause him great pain. Upon hearing this, Roman understood. The root of the issue lay in Charlotte's fervent desire for the restoration of their nation. Lily, not wanting to disappoint Charlotte, was willing to endure a marriage with someone she did not like. To resolve this predicament, securing the support of the nobles was imperative. Thus, her union with Darren was crucial. Roman found himself at a loss as to how to resolve such a conundrum. He could not influence the decisions of the royal council, that entailed complex social dynamics that could not be dictated by sheer strength alone. Lily, I must take my leave. Suddenly, Roman stated, executing a spatial displacement that left Lily's sight. Soon, he arrived in a secluded area of the palace grounds. There, Charlotte was practicing, deftly wielding a short sword as she moved nimbly about. Since her doll-like body underwent a transformation through the evolution of a mysterious energy, it had gained the ability to enhance its physical attributes through training. Additionally, Charlotte had finally sensed the mysterious energy within her, indicating that she could attempt to control the energy constituting her being, as this energy was, after all, a part of her. Although her control over this mysterious energy was still lacking, Charlotte could crudely envelop her body and the short sword in it. Consequently, she had acquired the abilities of magic resistance and magic breaking. Coupled with her current intention to pursue the assassin path, she was undoubtedly a bane to magicians, the belief in arms of knights. Being a condensation of atmospheric magical power would be of little effect against her, thereby significantly diminishing their efficacy in the face of her strength. However, physically, Charlotte was still at the level of a novice knight. Achieving such a transformation from a frail physique to that of a novice knight within just over 10 days was no simple feat. Romen. At last, Charlotte, who was engaged in her workout, sensed the arrival of Romen. She halted her movements, raised her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead, and approached him. Coming to a stop before Romen, she inquired, "What brings you here? Are you perhaps seeking to conduct research on me?" Romen retorted, "Did you not know that your sister's fiancé has come to fulfill his engagement?" Initially calm, Charlotte's eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, "What?" Well, Romen must truly be oblivious as an elder brother. So what would Charlotte's attitude be upon learning of such a matter? "Charlotte, what is your perspective on this situation?" Romen asked with a knowing look. In response, "My lord, there must be some intrigue behind this." However, unlike Yuan Fong, Charlotte would not take the bait. With her brow furrowed, she resolutely replied, "Lily should not marry that lecher, Derlin." Yet, if she does not marry Derlin, Romen reiterated Lily's concerns to Charlotte, the support of the nobility and the choices of the royal council. Thus, recognizing that the union of Lily and Derlin could prevent the royal title from being revoked, one must ponder what choice this former prince, who has taken the restoration of his kingdom as his mission, would make. After relaying this, Romen squinted at Charlotte through his glasses. After a moment of contemplation, Charlotte addressed Romen. "If Lily is unwilling to be with Derlin, I will not force her. And if that results in the royal title being revoked?" Romen inquired further. Charlotte's expression darkened, and after a considerable pause, she gritted her teeth and declared, "Then we shall overthrow the rule of Soter. You will help me and Lily, won't you, Romen?" As she spoke those last words, Charlotte looked at Romen with hopeful anticipation. Romen smiled and nodded, clearly pleased with her response. He assured her, "I have already promised to assist you in restoring your kingdom. I will not go back on my word." "That is splendid. With your assistance, even if the Tabor family's qualifications are revoked by the royal council, we can carve out a new realm for ourselves." With Romen's affirmative response and assurance, Charlotte spoke with newfound confidence. Upon realizing the significance of the Earth Vein Magic Circle, Charlotte understood that at the very least, the foundation of the royal city could be secured as long as this foundation remains intact. Even if they lose the greater righteousness, there would still be an opportunity to reclaim everything. In comparison, even if they lost the royal title, she could not allow her sister to forfeit the happiness she rightfully deserves. Moreover, she had already perceived Lily's feelings for Romen. With this thought, Charlotte suddenly made a decision. She would probe Romen's sentiments. Taking a deep breath, she straightened her posture before Romen and asked, "Romen, what do you think of Lily?" "She is a good child," Romen responded without hesitation, which indeed reflected Lily's impression on him. However, Charlotte sought something beyond mere praise. She continued, "Do you find Lily beautiful?" "Beautiful," Romen answered without a moment's hesitation. Charlotte's expression brightened, and she pressed on, "In your eyes, is she the most beautiful?" Upon hearing this, the eager Charlotte witnessed Romen shaking his head. Suddenly, a sense of crisis washed over her. Who could possibly be more beautiful in Romen's eyes than her precious sister? This simply would not do. In Charlotte's plan, Romen was meant to be with Lily. With her countenance darkening, Charlotte, her voice somewhat strained, inquired, "Who do you consider the most beautiful person?" Despite her reluctance to admit it, Romen replied, "In my eyes, you are the most beautiful one," as he pointed at Charlotte. Instantly, Charlotte's entire body stiffened. She had not anticipated such an answer, leaving her momentarily blank. Romen, a person who could be described as a tech geek in earthly terms, often lacked an understanding of the emotional implications of his words. While he honestly stated that Charlotte was the most beautiful in his eyes, she could not help but interpret it as a deeper expression. A man declaring a woman to be the most beautiful. Was this not clear? The implication was apparent to anyone who was not a fool. Thus, upon realizing this, Charlotte's gaze turned to one of horror as she took 2 steps back. Leaving Romen bewildered, Charlotte, overwhelmed by the shock, struggled to articulate her thoughts. Observing this, Roman furrowed his brow, but did not dwell on it, as he deemed it unimportant that in his view, the pressing matter at hand concerned Lily's engagement. Now that he had reached a consensus with Charlotte, it was time to take action. With that thought, Roman stepped closer to Charlotte and grasped her hand, caught off guard by Roman's sudden grip. Charlotte's emotions spiraled further into turmoil. Yet, Roman paid little heed to her agitation, and with the aid of the Earth Vein magic circle, he quickly pinpointed Lily's location based on the previously recorded life signatures. Excellent. She is not in a private setting such as a bath. With this confirmation, Roman wasted no time in executing a spatial shift. In an instant, the two of them appeared beside Lily, who was currently engrossed in writing something on paper. "Let go," Charlotte exclaimed urgently, drawing Lily's attention. Turning her head, Lily's face lit up upon seeing Roman and her brother. However, her expression soon morphed into one of confusion that to Lily's eyes. Charlotte was attempting to free herself from Roman's grasp, but was unable to do so. This was to be expected, as despite Roman being a magician, he had also achieved the physical prowess of a high-ranking knight. However, Roman had no intention of holding on to her for long and soon released her hand. Freed from Roman's grip, Charlotte quickly turned away, her face seemingly flushed, exhibiting signs of both embarrassment and indignation. "There's something amiss," Lily quickly deduced, as she scrutinized her brother in this moment. Showcasing a distinctly feminine grace, she suddenly felt a wave of understanding wash over her. In an instant, Lily's emotions became complex, filled with both bitterness and solace. Why the bitterness? The answer was evident. And why the solace? Her brother was finally not solely fixated on vengeance and restoration. Additionally, Lily was preparing to fulfill her engagement with Derlin. In that case, if her brother were to be with Roman, perhaps it would be a good thing. No, she might soon have to refer to him as sister. With such a mindset of goodwill, Lily smiled gently and inquired, "Mr. Roman, and you too, brother, what brings you here?" "Sever ties with Derlin, Lily," Roman stated with a serious demeanor. Taken aback, Lily paused for a moment before shaking her head with a resigned smile, replying, "Mr. Roman, I cannot agree to such a thing. But I shall not permit you to marry Derlin." This time, it was not Roman who countered, but Charlotte. Upon hearing her brother's rebuttal, Lily was momentarily stunned. Observing Charlotte's earnest and worried expression, she realized that Charlotte genuinely opposed the idea of her being with Derlin. How would Lily respond to this? Roman and Charlotte brimmed with confidence if there was any possibility. No one wished to be with someone they did not like, since Charlotte, who was a binding force in Lily's heart, had also expressed her disapproval of the union with Derlin. Lily felt she need not make such a sacrifice. Yet, the next moment, their confidence plummeted with Lily's response that "I am truly sorry, brother, I still cannot agree." "Why?" Charlotte, filled with a sense of urgency, inquired eagerly. Lily raised her hand to gently brush away the tears that had unconsciously welled in her eyes, smiling as she began to explain. "The news of my impending marriage to Derlin has just been announced to the entire city. Scheduled for the Harvest Festival in a month, on the day dedicated to the goddess of clear springs and the goddesses of autumn and abundance. This announcement has already been conveyed through magical means to the noble brothers across the nation. You must understand what this signifies, correct? Should I choose to retract my engagement under these circumstances, it would not only result in the royal family's disqualification by the court, but would also mean a lack of support from the court during the restoration efforts. Moreover, I would face opposition from the entire royal council." Charlotte's complexion turned ashen upon hearing Lily's words. Indeed, retracting one's engagement after such a public announcement would not merely lead to a loss of support from the nobility of Tabor, but would also risk the royal family's standing being stripped away. Such an act would undoubtedly foster resentment within the royal council. No one favors a family that does not honor its commitments ascending to royal status. A mere verbal agreement, while significant, lacks the binding nature of a formal contract that has been duly communicated. Reversing a verbal engagement may only result in insufficient support from the local nobility. In fact, many nobles relish the opportunity to retract such informal promises, which is not deemed particularly egregious. For the royal council, such matters are often seen as inconsequential. However, once an agreement has been formally communicated, the situation transforms entirely. It signifies the establishment of a binding contract, and the royal council holds supervisory authority over such royal unions. One must not underestimate this supervisory power. Even a dynasty with deep-rooted governance would find it extremely difficult to retract an engagement under scrutiny, as it would necessitate significant concessions. But does the current Tabor royal family possess such foundational strength? Under these conditions, should I retract my engagement, it would lead to disqualification. Even if the Tabor family subsequently overthrew Sotret, they would not gain the royal council's recognition. Indeed, the council might actively oppose the Tabor family's claim to power. What would be the consequences of facing royal council opposition? A multitude of nations holding seats within the council would unite in a coalition against us, eager to seize the riches of Tabor. Indeed, the gravity of the situation is profound. Retracting the engagement would lead to being cornered, a dire consequence for violating established norms. Subsequently, Roman, upon realizing the severity of the predicament, could not help but lament the missed opportunity. Had he intervened prior to Lily's announcement, the current turmoil might have been averted. Naturally, when confronted with a problem, one must seek a solution, regardless of the magnitude of the issue. Neglecting to devise a remedy precludes any possibility of resolution. After a brief moment, a spark of inspiration ignited in Roman's mind, prompting him to inquire, what if it were Derlin who chose to retract the engagement instead of Lily? How could he possibly wish to do so? Charlotte retorted instinctively. Roman adjusted his glasses, revealing a somewhat sinister smile as he replied, who says that retraction must stem from one's own volition? Is he not a lowly knight? Given his debauched disposition, his resolve is likely far from steadfast. Recently, I have made some progress in my studies of knights. Just wait. I shall compel him to retract the engagement of his own accord, thus eliminating any grounds for opposition from the royal council. As Roman confidently articulated his plan, Charlotte appeared somewhat perplexed. However, Lily seemed to grasp something profound, casting a meaningful glance at Roman. Thus, a potential solution emerged. The implications of Lily's retraction versus Derlin's were entirely distinct. That a retraction by Queen Lily would carry grave consequences upon careful analysis, while Derlin's retraction would merely provoke a challenge to royal dignity, rather than damage to royal reputation. Consequently, for the Tabor royal family, the optimal course of action would be to induce Derlin to retract voluntarily. But how to achieve this? This task naturally fell to Roman. It was a straightforward endeavor, a mere lowly knight, especially one within the confines of Roman's magical domain. That very night, as Derlin retired to his chamber, he found himself transported to the mountains behind the palace in his dreams. The next steps to be taken with Derlin would mirror those executed with the lava swordsman, Cardis. However, before proceeding, Roman wished to gather further intelligence. Thus, Derlin was effortlessly hypnotized, spilling forth a torrent of information as if it were drawn from a bamboo tube. Initially indifferent, Roman was taken aback by the revelations that emerged under hypnosis. After extracting all that Derlin was willing to divulge, Roman recognized a crucial issue. It seemed unwise to compel an immediate retraction. In fact, it would be more strategic to turn the situation to their advantage. With this decision made, Derlin was subjected to a formidable psychological suggestion. You shall forever be impotent. You shall forever be impotent. You shall forever be impotent, Roman intoned repeatedly. This powerful suggestion could only be overcome in two ways: through Derlin's own formidable willpower or intervention by a master of mental magic far superior to Roman's capabilities. The likelihood of the latter was exceedingly slim. Why impose the impotence curse upon Derlin? This course of action arose from the intelligence Roman had gleaned from Derlin, leading him to plan for Derlin's marriage to Lily in accordance with the scheduled wedding date. This would be a nominal union, ensuring that Derlin's character remained largely unchanged to prevent suspicion from others. Thus, he avoided subjecting Derlin to the same fate as Cardis, whose character transformation had been permitted due to the space created by imprisonment. Derlin had no such leeway to justify a change in character. This meant he would continue to be the same lecherous individual as before. Under these circumstances, who could predict whether he might inadvertently relinquish the title of nominal husband of the queen, thereby ascending to the status of a de facto prince? Hence, an impotence shackle was set in place that a lecherous yet impotent man would serve as a fitting punishment for this ill-intentioned individual. Having executed this plan, Roman returned Derlin to his chamber. Next, he sought out Charlotte, and together they made their way to the palace to consult with Lily. In the presence of these sisters, Roman divulged the intelligence he had extracted from Derlin. Upon hearing it, Charlotte slammed her hand on the table in furious indignation, exclaiming, "Those scoundrels! To think they have already betrayed our royal family. Indeed, once married to Lily, the nobles who had purportedly come to support them would gather their forces, ostensibly obeying the royal family's commands that in reality. At the zenith of winter warfare, they would turn against them. They had long since pledged allegiance to Sotred, merely feigning loyalty to ensure victory. Virtually no nobles within the kingdom remained loyal to the royal family. Romen lamented, adjusting his glasses as he stated this harsh truth. Both Charlotte and Lily's expressions darkened at this revelation. They had not anticipated the extent to which Duke Sotred had infiltrated the entire Tabor kingdom. Had it not been for the necessity of quelling their last bastion of resistance, their royal titles would likely have been annulled by Duke Sotred within the royal council long ago. Lily, regaining her composure, turned to Romen and inquired, "Mr. Romen, do you have any ideas? Let us turn the tables on them," Romen replied. Charlotte looked puzzled. Turn the tables? It means to operate according to the adversary's schemes, thereby gaining an advantage unbeknownst to them and delivering a decisive blow at a critical moment, Romen elucidated. Charlotte quickly pressed, "What should we do?" With a slight smile, Romen responded, "When we are unaware of our opponent's plans, we are at a disadvantage. However, once we know, it becomes advantageous for us. We can convert those nobles who lead their forces to support us into genuine allies, just like Cardis." Lily interjected. Romen nodded affirmatively. Precisely, just like Cardis. This approach not only resolves the crisis, but also significantly enhances the strength of the Tabor royal family. In fact, it might even render Romen's intervention unnecessary, with the magical devices provided by Romen. As long as we have the raw materials, we can swiftly produce textiles, iron, and food in a streamlined manner, coupled with the forces provided by those nobles who initially feigned loyalty, and a timely betrayal at a critical moment. The prospects for victory would be greatly improved. If possible, Romen preferred to minimize direct involvement. Ever since nearly meeting his demise at the hands of Crotier, who wielded merely a golden short staff, Romen had come to realize the depths of this world's treachery. Clearly, he was markedly different from the magicians in this realm, and should some entities far more formidable than himself take an interest in him, it could spell disaster. Thus, upon receiving this intelligence from Durlin, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Consequently, the plan was executed with cleverness, and it was passed with a unanimous vote. Lily's marriage proceeded as usual, albeit merely in name as the wife of Durlin. Lily had little objection to this arrangement, for in this world, women, especially those of noble birth, were not forbidden from engaging in polyandry. After the discussions concluded, Romen departed with Charlotte. Romen continued to reside within the mountains behind the palace, for it was there that the nexus of the ley line magic array was located, making it the most suitable place for his workshop. Charlotte also dwelled in a palace within the same mountainous area, making it convenient for her to be near Romen. However, unlike Romen, who would often escort Charlotte via the spatial exchange magic array he had discreetly established within the palace, Charlotte typically returned to her residence through this array. This magic array was equipped with a recognition system, rendering it inaccessible to anyone other than Romen, Charlotte, and Lily. The previous secret passages remained, yet traversing them consumed considerable time, and the passages, as well as the entire mountain, had been laced with various magical traps by Romen. Under the influence of the ley line magic array, even a powerful archmage would find it exceedingly difficult to intrude. Thus, Charlotte could only return to her abode via the spatial exchange magic array. However, this time, as she was returning with Romen, there was no need for such complications. Romen directly guided Charlotte back to the hall within the mountain. Naturally, as he led her, Romen took Charlotte's hand in his. Soon, he inquired, "Your body temperature seems elevated. Is there an issue with the temperature simulation system?" "Perhaps," Charlotte replied, feigning calmness. Romen scrutinized her further and remarked, "Your cheeks are flushed, and your gaze betrays a hint of anxiety. It appears that these physical manifestations are indicative of emotional instability. Are you concerned about Lily?" "Fear not, for I shall ensure her safety." "Yes, thank you." Charlotte nodded in apparent gratitude, yet her thoughts were elsewhere. Curse it, she had never felt this way when interacting with Romen before. However, ever since she had asked him who he considered the most beautiful in his eyes, to which he had replied it was her, Charlotte found herself feeling increasingly uneasy in his presence. It was manageable when not alone, but the moment they were by themselves, she couldn't shake the feeling that Romen was regarding her with an unusual gaze. "I am tired. I shall take my leave." With that, Charlotte swiftly turned and departed. Watching her retreating figure until it vanished from sight, Roman suddenly slapped his own face. Am I actually feeling something for her? He muttered to himself. Indeed, at that moment, Roman had experienced a flicker of emotion. After all, Charlotte remained very much to his aesthetic preference, and her recent rosy complexion and shy demeanor contrasted sharply with her usual masculine assertiveness. Not that she lacked those masculine traits entirely, but rather, they were intermingled with her recent more feminine demeanor, creating an intriguing allure. This peculiar charm inadvertently struck a chord deep within Roman's heart. Consequently, he found himself at war with his own feelings. After a lengthy pause, he sighed and declared, I am not attracted to men. This was merely a coincidence. Yes, that must be it. Charlotte cannot remain this adorable forever. As the harvest festival approached, the entire royal city became increasingly lively. This was not solely due to the celebratory nature of the festival, but also because on the day of the festival, Queen Liliana would be celebrating her wedding. Such an event was indeed worthy of celebration. In feudal times, the presence of heirs was of paramount importance to rulers. Moreover, following a past coup, the Table royal family had already been significantly diminished in number. Following the recent rebellion led by Duke Satri, the only remaining member of the royal family was this singular queen. Should the queen quickly bear a child to serve as the heir to the throne, the populace would feel considerably more secure. For if a successor remained absent for too long, ambitious individuals might entertain nefarious thoughts, potentially leading to national unrest. Although Table was already embroiled in turmoil, the queen's wedding would offer the people a glimmer of hope. Yet, amid the dual celebrations for the festival and the queen's nuptials, one individual found himself in a state of distress. Who was this individual? It was none other than Derlin Epson, the other principal character of this wedding. Why, you may ask. Derlin emerged from the grand cathedral of the Holy Springs Church, his head bowed, his visage contorted in a snarl. He could still recall the moment when the esteemed patriarch Raines had shaken his head in pity while gazing at him. Why had he come to the Holy Springs Church? Of course, it was to seek remedy for a rather embarrassing affliction. Prior to this, he had tried various potions meant to restore a man's vigor, yet to no avail. Naturally, there had been some fleeting results on several occasions. He had felt a burning sensation within, yet he remained unable to rise to the occasion. For someone like him, who derived no pleasure from unfulfilled desires, this was utterly intolerable. There had to be a reason for this predicament. Derlin remembered that on that fateful day, when he awoke, the usual physiological responses had simply failed to manifest. At first, he had thought little of it, attributing it to fatigue. After all, he had been experiencing some issues in that regard recently, a manifestation of kidney deficiency. However, during a real-life encounter, he had realized that he was utterly incapable of firing the gun. Only then did he comprehend the gravity of the situation. From that day onward, he felt as though his energy had accumulated to an unbearable height. Yet he could find no outlet for it. So, what could be the cause? Upon recollection, he realized that the day prior, he had endured the humiliation of a public naked run. Could it be that such an experience had frightened his precious member into submission? It seemed highly plausible. That must be the explanation. But what to do now? The potions had failed, and even the patriarch of the Holy Springs had been unable to assist him. Was there any way to reclaim his manhood with pride? It was all that fellow's fault. In his frustration, Derlin could not help but grumble. That fellow he referred to was, of course, Roman, who had forced him into that naked escapade. Had it not been for that incident, Derlin believed he would not be in such a dire situation now. However, he completely overlooked his own previous arrogance. Nevertheless, Derlin had indeed stumbled upon the truth. His current plight was indeed the result of Roman's actions. He simply had not been aware of it when he had gone to bed that night. Since he had designated Roman as the root cause of all his woes, should he not seek revenge? Truth be told, Derlin was quite tempted to do so. Yet, upon hearing certain intelligence, he quickly realized that Roman, the queen's dedicated magical advisor and the chief court magician, was not someone he could easily confront. He would not be foolish enough to seek his own demise. After all, there were more pressing matters at hand. As he left the grand cathedral of the Holy Springs Church, Derlin adjusted his mindset. Soon, he would pay a visit to another powerful noble. This noble was none other than the Duke of Sri Lanka, who had arrived the previous day to partake in the wedding of the queen. His betrothed. Before long, he arrived at the Duke's residence, which belonged to a wealthy baron who had achieved considerable success in commerce. Thus, the baroness' estate was magnificently restored, befitting the duke's esteemed status. Upon entering the estate, guided by the butler, Derlin quickly met the Duke of Sri Lanka in a reception room. The Duke of Sri Lanka was a remarkably young and handsome nobleman, following the untimely demise of the previous Duke of Sri Lanka. He had inherited the title at a young age. The former Duke had been at odds with Duke Satri, and thus, it was assumed that the current Duke of Sri Lanka would undoubtedly be an enemy of Duke Satri. But is that truly the case? After dismissing the butler with a wave of his hand, the young Duke of Sri Lanka began discussing matters with Derlin. The Duke spoke first. "I have come under the pretense of supporting the new queen. As per Duke Satri's instructions, that I trust, Lord Epson, that you have not done anything suspicious." "My lord, I assure you, the queen harbors no doubts," Derlin confidently replied, then swiftly shifted the topic. The Duke of Sri Lanka furrowed his brow, then smiled slightly, asking, "What do you mean by however? Is there a problem?" The great sage Roman. There was previously no information regarding this individual. It was as if he had suddenly materialized. He should be a formidable archmage, and when the moment of the plan arrives, he will pose a significant obstacle. Speaking thus, Derlin recounted the intelligence he had gathered. Upon hearing this, Sri Lanka nodded in understanding and remarked, "The heavens and earth change color? The judgment of thunder? It seems the rumors have been exaggerated. Yet, one cannot blame Queen Liliana for regaining control of the royal city. With the assistance of a great mage, all becomes clear. However, there is no need for concern, for there will be someone to restrain this great sage." Could it be Master Croter? Derlin speculated, as he considered Croter the most likely candidate for assistance. However, Sri Lanka shook his head and clarified, "Master Croter is already deceased." "How could that be?" Derlin exclaimed in shock. Sri Lanka replied with certainty, "The news conveyed from the Elemental Council confirms Master Croter's death, although I am unclear on how they established this. Nonetheless, as their headquarters is the realm of mages, it is not surprising if some wondrous magic facilitated this revelation. Could it have been that Romen?" Derlin expressed his concern that if the great sage Romen was responsible for Master Croter's demise, then the power of this great sage would be formidable indeed. Yet Sri Lanka shook his head reassuringly. "Fear not, it should not be so. The Elemental Council claims he was slain by a higher power, a power that originates." At this point, Sri Lanka ceased speaking and raised his hand to point upwards. Understanding dawned upon Derlin, who, with a sense of reverence, glanced upward and ceased to worry about Romen. After all, the Elemental Council had provided their answer. Both Sri Lanka and Derlin held a profound belief in the might of this superlative organization. In this world, there exist three great councils: the Royal Council, the Elemental Council, and the Dark Council. The Royal Council embodies secular authority, the Elemental Council signifies the pinnacle of extraordinary magical power, and the Dark Council serves as the repository for all that is vile and corrupt. Each holds its own authority in their respective domains, and such authority is rarely questioned. Following further discussions, Sri Lanka suddenly bestowed upon Derlin a knowing smile that men often understand, saying, "Lord Ipson, please retire to the room prepared for you. There awaits a delightful surprise." Upon witnessing such a man's knowing smile, Derlin immediately grasped the nature of the surprise Sri Lanka had alluded to. However, at that moment, he felt a profound sense of melancholy. How could he refuse? To do so would be to undermine the dignity of a noble duke. Moreover, Derlin wished to keep his personal matters from becoming common knowledge. Thus, he steeled himself and nodded in agreement. Consequently, he was led by the steward to the room prepared for him. Upon entering, he beheld a beautiful woman clad in sheer fabric, alluring and captivating as he gazed at the enchanting figure that stirred his heart. Derlin let out a resigned sigh and commanded the seductive dame, "You will make a sound for me, the more akin to a mewling kitten, the better. Do not disturb me." Thus, the equally conflicted woman began to indulge herself. Leaving Derlin merely to observe, after departing from Duke Sri Lanka's residence, Derlin casually took the alluring woman with him. Duke Sri Lanka generously gifted her to Derlin, harboring no suspicions regarding his taking of the lady, merely believing that Derlin had taken a liking to her. This was merely the beginning. In the time leading up to the harvest festival, Derlin was to visit one noble after another arriving at the royal city, each of a different rank. The primary purpose was to conspire with these nobles regarding a long-agreed plan. However, Derlin found himself vexed, for many of these nobles were exceedingly considerate. To his dismay, numerous hosts presented him with women, leading him to reluctantly accept one after another. This overwhelming influx of women tarnished his reputation as a lecher, as whispers spread among the common folk of the royal city even before his marriage. One day, while riding through the grand streets of the royal city, Derlin overheard a passerby lament, "Such a beautiful queen, destined to be squandered on a mere wretch. I truly feel for her majesty." He nearly sputtered in response. Should he explain? No, that was out of the question. To clarify matters would leave him utterly humiliated. Should he chastise the speaker? Truthfully, he felt quite guilty that if possible, he wished to avoid attracting too much attention. Better to steer clear of trouble. Hence, he chose to ignore the comment and continued his visits to the next noble, resolutely accepting the offerings of these friendly nobles. Additionally, it should be noted that he bathed in cold water several times each day during this increasingly chilly autumn. Derlin, bursting with unspent energy, found himself in a torturous predicament. He was unwilling to resign himself to impotence, especially with the wedding date drawing near and the harvest festival celebrations imminent. The noble Queen Liliana was not far from being beneath him in bed. Amidst such temptation, he had not ceased his quest for a remedy for his affliction. However, after secretly exploring numerous options without success, Derlin made a daring decision for the sake of his future happiness. A great archmage might have the solution. Derlin spoke with a mix of anticipation and trepidation. Indeed, a great archmage, a supreme power in the realm of magic. What marvelous potions might they concoct? It is worth noting that great archmages are incredibly rare. In the entire world, there are no more than 20 known. Even the high priest of the cleansing spring church, Reigns, pales in comparison to a great archmage. So, who might this archmage be that Derlin sought? If he was to take a risk, it would surely be the great sage Romen, the powerful mage he had previously offended. In his desperation, Derlin resolved to seek Romen to address his impotence. This decision was also motivated by the fact that, until his plot was revealed, he could still be considered an ally of Romen. Thus, if he kept the matter discreet and sought his assistance, perhaps it could work. At worst, he would have to swallow his pride and apologize. After all, seeking forgiveness from a great archmage was not inherently shameful. That, of course, the primary motive remained his desire for relief. Therefore, after making his decision, Derlin swiftly made his way to the royal palace to meet Queen Liliana, a prospective prince. The guards escorted him into the palace's reception room, where shortly after, Liliana arrived to greet her betrothed. Upon her arrival, Derlin bowed respectfully and greeted her. "Your Majesty." "Good morning, Sir Ipsen. What brings you here?" Liliana inquired. Since he had yet to inherit his title, Derlin had been bestowed the rank of knight by his father. This was not unusual, as every noble is entitled to elevate a subordinate noble. It is not unheard of for a duke's heir to be granted the title of earl prior to inheriting his father's title. Of course, this was merely a matter of formal address and not the crux of the matter. The critical point was how to respond to the queen. Henceforth, that moment, Derlin did not exhibit his usual levity. Rather, he was so constrained that he could not afford to be frivolous. He solemnly addressed Liliana. "Esteemed queen, my sovereign, I kindly ask you to direct me to the whereabouts of the great sage." Though he referred to him as great sage, Derlin inwardly cursed that a great archmage would hardly wish to be labeled as such. The term sage denotes an individual of great learning, revered by society. While mages are indeed knowledgeable, their expertise primarily lies within the realm of magic. One must understand that a sage is one who can guide all societal tiers through confusion, thus earning widespread respect. Of course, there are mages who hold the title of sage. Yet not all sages are mages. Some may be ordinary individuals who lack magical ability and are not knights. After all, many issues cannot be resolved by brute strength or magic alone, as true wisdom requires the insight of learned individuals. For instance, the establishment of a vast empire was predicated on the blueprint envisioned by a sage. Without the sage's blueprint, that empire could never have come into existence. Thus, in this world dominated by magic, religion, and knights, those with profound knowledge hold significant status. The universally acknowledged sage is treated with deference even by the mightiest of emperors. Therefore, Derlin held a certain disdain for Romen, the self-proclaimed great sage who emerged from some obscure corner. Despite his disdain, he was wise enough not to betray such sentiments. "Are you seeking Mr. Romen?" Upon hearing Derlin's intent, Liliana confirmed with a questioning tone. Derlin affirmed. Indeed. What business do you have with Mr. Romen, Sir Ipson? Liliana pressed further. Derlin, his expression tinged with regret, replied, Your Majesty, the matter concerning the great sage is not something I can disclose. As soon as the words left her lips, Lily's gaze toward Darren took on a profound significance. After all, she was already aware that Darren, along with the nobles who had come to support her during this time, were, in truth, a group of rebels. However, it was not yet the time to lay everything bare. At the very least, it would be prudent to wait until all the nobles had arrived in the royal city before ensnaring them all, turning them into leverage against Duke Sotrit, given that it was now confirmed that there were those with ulterior motives. Darren remained a pivotal figure among this group. What, then, was his purpose in seeking out Romen during this critical period? Was he attempting to bribe Romen? Surely he must fear alarming the snakes. Lily found herself utterly perplexed. Nevertheless, regardless of her confusion, one thing she could ascertain was that Romen was worthy of her trust. Thus, she had no reason to fear Darren's possible attempt to sway him. With this realization, Lily, enlightened, offered a polite smile to Darren and said, Please wait here for a moment. I shall summon Mr. Romen. Thank you for your assistance, Your Majesty, Darren replied gratefully. Subsequently, Lily departed to a concealed spatial transference magic circle within the palace. Before long, Romen, accompanied by Lily, returned to the palace through a spatial transference. Since Darren had mentioned that the matters at hand were not convenient to disclose, Lily opted not to proceed to the reception room. Instead, Romen alone entered. Encountering Darren for the third time, upon seeing Darren again, Romen observed him closely. Goodness, this fellow appeared to be suffering from hormonal imbalances and internal turmoil, his gaze anxious. He must have been experiencing frequent sleepless nights of late. Moreover, on a cellular level, there was an unsettling agitation, as if the populace were on the verge of rebellion due to unfulfilled demands. Was it a lack of response to the cellular beliefs? If Romen recalled correctly, the belief path chosen by Darren as a knight was rather peculiar. He had selected lust as his guiding belief, which explained his current state of discontent. Romen's impotence curse had undoubtedly severed Darren's pursuit of this belief, leading to the agitation within his cellular consciousness. With the path of belief obstructed and the inability to engage in practice, the cells infused with the thought of lust within the memory space would find themselves in turmoil within the realm of cellular awareness. This phenomenon was further exacerbated by the fact that knights possessed stronger cellular structures and more active cellular awareness than ordinary individuals. Moreover, the agitation at the cellular awareness level would inversely affect the primary consciousness, resulting in a loss of control over dominant emotions. If Romen's analysis was correct, Darren must be under immense pressure within his primary consciousness. If Darren were merely a lecherous commoner or a knight not following the lust belief path, this might not pose an issue. The crux of the matter was that Darren was indeed a knight pursuing the lust belief path. If the needs of his cellular awareness were not addressed promptly, according to Romen's analysis, the outcome for Darren would be either a mental breakdown due to overwhelming pressure or a cellular rebellion leading to the cessation of neural information reception, rendering him a vegetable. In such a precarious situation, the primary consciousness would instinctively sense the impending crisis and begin to seek help. Suddenly, Romen felt he understood Darren's intentions, even though this realization struck him as somewhat peculiar. As it turned out, the situation aligned with Romen's analysis. Sage, please forgive my previous rudeness. I have a matter of great importance for which I seek your assistance. Darren spoke with utmost sincerity. Hearing this, Romen feigned ignorance and replied, Might I inquire what this matter is? Darren's face flushed with embarrassment, clearly struggling to articulate his request. After a brief moment of hesitation, he mustered his courage and said, Sage, the truth is, I am impotent. Upon uttering these words, Darren felt as though he might faint. Any man would find such a revelation difficult to disclose. Romen understood this all too well, and while he empathized with Darren internally, he maintained a facade of surprise. You sought me out for such a matter? He asked incredulously. Indeed, Sage, I implore you to help me resolve this predicament. I have exhausted every method available to me. I even consulted the high priest, yet to no avail. If you possess a solution, I beseech you to assist me in curing this affliction. Darren nearly pleaded. Faced with Darren's request, Romen hesitated to acquiesce. To be frank, he leaned toward refusing. Lifting the impotence curse would merely allow Darren to wreak havoc upon Lily. However, if he chose not to lift it, and Darren succumbed to madness or vegetative state due to repression, would that not raise alarms? Would it not hinder his carefully laid plans? Caught in this conundrum, Roman found himself in a dilemma. What can be done to resolve this issue? He pondered. Allow me to conduct an examination first, he finally said to Darren. Upon hearing Roman's tentative agreement, Darren's face brightened, and he eagerly replied, Of course, examine me as you see fit. As long as you can cure my ailment, I cannot make any guarantees. Roman cautioned, not wanting to overpromise. After all, it was he who had cast the impotence curse, and he had no intention of lifting it. The purpose of the examination was merely to ascertain whether there was a way to alleviate the agitation at the cellular level. Darren, oblivious to this, was filled with hope at Roman's willingness to assist. Following Roman's instructions, Darren laid down on the carpet within the room. Roman waved his hand before Darren's eyes, and under the influence of the mental suggestion Roman had implanted, Darren's pupils swiftly dilated, plunging him into a state of hypnosis. Addressing the hypnotized Darren, Roman spoke in a slow, eerie tone. You feel yourself descending slowly, with each passing moment, continuing to descend under Roman's verbal suggestion. Darren's primary consciousness gradually began to sink into his subconscious. In normal circumstances, the subconscious typically induces a sense of calm and serenity in the primary consciousness. What, then, would happen to Darren as his awareness descended? His visage began to contort into a grimace. When beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, Roman abruptly halted his incantation of descent. It appeared that further descent would severely impact the primary consciousness. Hastening his descent into madness, Roman muttered to himself, then continued with a voice imbued with suggestion. How do you feel now? At this juncture, Darren should be in a mixed state of dominant and cellular consciousness. In such a state, what would Darren's response to Roman's inquiry be? I feel so uncomfortable. I want to release. I want to release. Who can help me release? There are so many women, yet I cannot find release. It's unbearable. Darren replied as expected. This was the revelation from Darren's cellular consciousness through his primary consciousness. Indeed, it was as Roman had surmised. Darren's agitation stemmed from the unfulfilled pursuit of the belief in lust, resulting in turmoil at the cellular level. How, then, could this cellular agitation be resolved? Should he alter the belief of lust that had been infused into the cells? That would be unwise. Such an action would only exacerbate the conflict and fragmentation of deeper consciousness, leading to Darren's mental chaos. That it would be more prudent to execute a complete personality overhaul, much like what had been done with Carter. However, now was not the time for a personality change. So, how could this predicament be resolved without lifting the impotence curse? Pushing up his glasses, Roman suddenly conceived a plan. Ultimately, the release of sexual tension required physiological stimulation. However, since the reproductive organs were the most sensitive, he could enhance the sensitivity of Darren's bodily sensations, allowing him to achieve ecstasy without the need to stimulate his reproductive organs. The more he contemplated this method, the more Roman found it promising. Thus, he executed a spatial transference, taking Darren to a well-equipped workshop within the palace's rear mountain. Over the following period, Roman devised a modification plan. Of course, this was not an intricate overhaul of human anatomy. He had no intention of creating a super soldier. Rather, the focus lay on enhancing sensory stimulation. This would necessitate adjustments to nerve sensitivity and hormonal secretions, alongside some modifications to the reproductive organs, allowing the expulsion of seminal fluid without engorgement of the erectile tissues. To Roman, this series of modifications seemed rather straightforward, especially with the efficacy of his magical transformation techniques, which alleviated concerns about causing physical harm to Darren while accelerating the modification process. Consequently, within a mere 3 hours, the alterations were complete. Roman returned with Darren to the reception room of the palace and subsequently awakened him. The first words Darren uttered upon awakening were an urgent inquiry directed at Roman. Have you completed the examination? What is the verdict? I apologize, but despite numerous attempts, I have been unable to restore your reproductive function to its normal state. Roman replied with an expression of sincere regret. In that instant, Darren's face fell into a mask of disappointment. Yet, despite his dismay, Darren courteously responded, It's all right. You need not apologize. Though he uttered these words, his mind was filled with silent reproaches. blaming Romen for the predicament. Romen, capable of perceiving the fluctuations of Darren's consciousness without the veil of mental barriers, was aware of this internal conflict. However, he chose to remain indifferent. "I shall take my leave now to go. Sage sir, I kindly ask that this matter be kept confidential," Darren implored as he prepared to depart. Romen nodded in acknowledgement. Thus, with a heavy heart, Darren exited the royal palace. As he journeyed back to his residence in a carriage, an unsettling sensation began to creep over him. The gentle friction of his clothing against his skin was astonishingly vivid. Moreover, each jolt from the uneven road sent waves of unprecedented stimulation coursing through him. Were it not for his current situation within a public carriage, he might have succumbed to involuntary moans. What on earth was happening? Darren pondered, utterly perplexed. Could this be a residual effect from the examination? Had his body become exceedingly sensitive? He speculated, recalling that this transformation had occurred after Romen's inspection. Nonetheless, he did not dwell on it too heavily. A heightened sensitivity was hardly life-threatening. Moreover, the sensations he experienced within the carriage ignited a curious desire within him to return home and conduct further exploration. Finally, upon arriving at his abode, Darren entered the spacious bathroom and summoned a group of maidens. Addressing them, he commanded, "Once I have finished bathing, I shall lie upon the counter, and I request that you massage and knead my back to help me unwind." "Yes, my lord," the maidens replied in unison. Shortly thereafter, after soaking in the bath, Darren wrapped a towel around his lower body and reclined on the counter as several beautiful maidens began to press and knead his back and buttocks. In an instant, a wave of pleasure overwhelmed him, eliciting soft moans from his lips. As time passed, despite the delightful sensations, Darren found himself disheartened to discover that his treasure had not risen in response to the stimulation. "Very well, let us continue to savor this delightful sensation," he mused. Alas, due to the slippery nature of the bathroom, one of the maidens accidentally lost her footing. Her elbow inadvertently struck a sensitive area of Darren's lower body. "Oh," he gasped, momentarily blanking out as a long-suppressed release finally erupted. His lower half felt a sticky warmth enveloping him. After a brief moment, as clarity returned, Darren was left with a complex sense of satisfaction. Satisfaction? It was undoubtedly due to the fact that, despite his treasure remaining unresponsive, he had nonetheless experienced that delightful sensation. Yet why this complexity of feelings? Perhaps it was best for the young ones to remain unaware of such matters. Days later, Darren found himself holding a long, wooden phallic object, contemplating it with a conflicted expression. Ultimately, he resolved to proceed with his plans. Time passed, and at last, the day of the harvest festival arrived to celebrate this momentous occasion. Romen had once again arranged for magical fireworks to illuminate the sky. This spectacle captivated the attending nobility. Among the esteemed guests was the Duke of Sri Lanka, who, as the best man, turned to Darren, the groom, and exclaimed, "What a magnificent and beautiful sight! Surely, these are the fireworks released on the day of Her Majesty's coronation. To be wed under such a splendid display, Lord Ibsen, you are indeed the envy of many." Following this, the Duke bestowed a suggestive smile upon the elegantly attired Darren. Darren returned the smile politely, though his eyes betrayed no hint of joy. Why, you may wonder, his interest in women had waned. And no matter how beautiful a woman might be, she held no more value for him than a simple wooden object. This day marked the Harvest Festival, a significant occasion where sustenance stood as the focal point of existence. And each autumn harvest represented a vital source of nourishment. This was particularly true in feudal times. Consequently, the goddess of autumn among the four seasons was widely revered in this world, presiding over both harvest and agriculture. Essentially, apart from the frigid regions, any nation with distinct seasons held her in veneration alongside their primary deities on this very important celebratory occasion. In the city of Table, the new queen, Liliana Table, was to wed. Under the guidance of High Priestess Rains, within the sacred halls of faith and amidst a gathering of nobility, they exchanged tokens of their union, not rings, but necklaces. "Henceforth, you shall embrace eternity," Rains declared, reciting the final blessing. Darren and Liliana exchanged smiles, while the nobles applauded, creating an atmosphere that felt almost idyllic. As one of the key witnesses, the Duke of Sri Lanka stepped forward to address Darren, saying, "From this day forth, you are Prince Ibsen. Congratulations." With that, the Duke gestured towards Darren. Darren subtly acknowledged him with a glance before turning to Liliana with a smile. "My dear, on this splendid day, would you indulge me in savoring some sweet wine?" At that moment, a servant approached, bearing a wine jug and goblets. Liliana paused briefly, her gaze lingering on the jug and cups before she nodded in agreement. Soon, both goblets were filled to the brim. And Darren lifted one, offering the other to Liliana. Without hesitation, he drained his cup. The Duke of Sri Lanka and the surrounding nobility eagerly watched as Queen Liliana prepared to drink from her goblet. Was it poisoned? Certainly not. If the queen were to collapse at this juncture, the nobles would face dire consequences, having noticed an unusual loyalty among the populace towards the queen. Thus, they dared not take such a risk. Instead, the drink contained a powerful hallucinogen, colorless and tasteless. Darren had previously ingested the antidote, while unwittingly, Liliana would fall under the influence of her husband's whims. Through the enchanted queen, Darren would issue commands, allowing the nobles to gradually secure advantageous positions within the city of Table. Indeed, this was a conspiracy, aimed at minimizing losses and maximizing victories for those they served. When the winter solstice arrived, Tio stripped Queen Liliana of her crown and donned it himself. Thus, when the moment arrived, and Liliana drank from the cup laced with the potent hallucinogen, Darren, Sri Lanka, and the assembly of nobles grinned with increased camaraderie. Why such congenial smiles? Because they intended to plunder the wealth within the city under the guise of the queen's support. The loyal subjects of the queen would inevitably voice their grievances, allowing the nobles to profit, while the queen's reputation bore the cost. It was a prearranged scheme, a no-risk venture, exceedingly advantageous. Moreover, they were aware that the queen had somehow acquired vast resources. An immense fortune indeed. Dividing it amongst themselves would yield substantial gains. Darren and Sri Lanka smiled most amiably, for it was anticipated that they would claim the lion's share of the spoils. After all, one was now a prince, the orchestrator of profit distribution, while the other was a duke, the most esteemed among the supportive nobles. However, the attending nobles failed to notice the high priestess Rains, who regarded them with a gaze filled with pity, as if observing a group of oblivious monkeys headed for slaughter. These individuals remain utterly unaware of the terror that man embodies. Rains mused inwardly, unable to suppress recollections of her first encounter with that formidable man. For her, it was the second time she had laid eyes upon him. The first had been on the night of the Thunder Judgment, witnessing the terrifying methods he exhibited. At that time, as the high priestess, she was the sole individual not ensnared in slumber. However, it was precisely because of this that she grasped the gravity of the man's capabilities, leading her to resolve never to provoke him. Yet, some matters have a way of presenting themselves uninvited. Thus, she found herself before him once more, marking the first instance of genuine recognition between them. "That I require you to personally crown Liliana Table." Upon finding her, the man uttered his first words, exuding an undeniable air of dominance. What a jest! She was, after all, a high priestess, embodying the dignity of the goddess she served. Lainey's retorted defiantly, "Not a chance," and engaged in a struggle with the man, fully aware of the futility of her resistance. Ultimately, she sacrificed her life, wielding the ultimate trump card reserved for a high priestess. Beneath this card, Lainey's was convinced that no earthly power could withstand it, be it a grand sorcerer or a mighty knight at the pinnacle of secular might. Yet, in her moment of unwavering confidence, she bore witness to the man's more terrifying abilities. The trump card was shattered, and astonishingly, her life was restored. Such an extraordinary feat left her devoid of any will to resist. Thus, she was compelled to personally crown Liliana, elevating the princess to the throne. Reflecting on the events, Lainey sighed gently, for she knew that the man she feared would soon arrive. At that moment, all schemes and plots would dissolve, and her very existence would serve merely as a garment for another. How did she know all this? Because after crowning the queen, she had already tethered herself to the Table royal family's chariot. Duke Satri was now an enemy of the Clear Spring Church. She was acutely aware that the territories under the Duke's control were propagating alternative religions to supplant the Clear Spring Church. In such circumstances, he was bound to walk the path of the Table royal family. And thus, she earnestly anticipated the Duke's downfall. "Wise sage, you have arrived," a voice suddenly rang out. The crowd fell into an expectant silence, amplifying the sound of approaching footsteps. No one could overlook a grand sorcerer. Such a strategic powerhouse. Opposing any nation would be a nightmare. To those present, The newcomer was a grand sorcerer, a formidable being standing at the zenith of secular power. He introduced himself as the Grand Sage, a man named Romen. Was he here to celebrate the Queen's wedding? Most present, including Prince Darren Aper's son, Duke Salanka, and the nobles gathered to support the Queen, believed themselves to be beyond reproach. They had no inkling of the forthcoming events. Suddenly, the Queen, who appeared to have consumed a potent hallucinogen, addressed Romen with utmost seriousness. "Mr. Romen, my magical advisor, the chief court sorcerer, will impart the information you possess to the ministers. At your command, my sovereign." Darren replied with a slight bow before turning to the assembly that he proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, I have received credible intelligence that Duke Satri intends to wage war against us this winter." The moment he spoke, the countenances of the nobles shifted dramatically. Some nobles from the royal city were taken aback by the news itself, while those who had come to support were utterly astonished that Romen was aware of such matters. One noble from the royal city exclaimed, "Wise sage, surely, you jest. To wage war in winter? Has Satri lost his wits?" Such a response was entirely expected, not merely an expression of dissent. Romen nodded in understanding and elaborated. "What if there exists a cold-resistant potion capable of supporting 30,000 troops in winter warfare?" "What? A potion that could sustain 30,000 troops in winter combat? Does Satri possess such wealth? And even if he does, can he procure that many?" Another noble from the royal city voiced his skepticism. Romen nodded again, indicating his comprehension. "It is highly probable that external forces are backing Satri." Upon hearing Romen's explanation, the nobles from the royal city suddenly grasped the implications. Panic set in, for they were now bound to the Queen in a shared fate. Facing an impending war, what were they to do? Thus, the hall that was meant for a wedding became the stage for noble disputes. Upon witnessing this, Queen Lily realized it was her moment to intervene. "Silence!" Her voice resonated through the hall, amplified by magic. Swiftly, the nobles quieted, eagerly awaiting the Queen's words. Of course, many among them harbored ulterior motives. What followed was directed specifically at those treacherous nobles, seizing the scepter handed to her by High Priestess Lanes. She raised it high, symbolizing her authority, and declared, "In preparation for the impending war this winter solstice, we must consolidate our existing forces. Nobles, I, Queen Liliana of Table, hereby command you to relinquish your private armies to me for unification, so we may better confront the formidable Duke Satri." As her command echoed, the nobles from the royal city remained relatively unfazed, but those who had come to support the Queen turned pale in shock. Consolidation? That was merely a euphemism for seizure. Once consolidated, would their armies still remain under their control? Armies were the foundation and safeguard for these nobles. Therefore, under normal circumstances, many would surely voice their opposition, obeying the Queen's command. All the nobles half-kneeled, responding in unison. What on earth is happening? The reason was clear. All present nobles beheld a pair of mesmerizing, otherworldly eyes. After achieving mastery as a grand sorcerer, Romen's ability to manipulate others through his magical gaze had intensified. It no longer required direct eye contact, especially within the confines of the geomantic magic circle. Thus, their public compliance signified the establishment of a contractual spirit. Subsequently, Lily collected the military insignia from the nobles and swiftly dispatched individuals to seize their private armies. Furthermore, she ordered the news of the Queen's command and the minister's compliance to be disseminated throughout the city. Witnessing this, most nobles turned ashen, for they realized the gravity of their situation. Their private armies were irretrievably lost. The Queen's joint resolution with the nobility plans often falter in the face of unforeseen changes. The original intent was to feign ignorance regarding the forthcoming winter war, pretending not to know that the nobles who had come to support had conspired with Duke Satri. Once these nobles were ensnared, Romen would personally ensure that not a single one would escape the personality replacement. Those nobles, whose identities had been altered, would continue to liaise with Satri, relaying false intelligence, so that when the winter solstice war commenced, they could launch a devastating surprise against his forces. However, to execute this, it was imperative that the Table royal family remained oblivious to the war's impending arrival. Otherwise, Satri might speculate. How could they possibly know? Could one of those nobles have leaked the information? Should Satri harbor such suspicions, Romen's carefully laid plan would be in jeopardy. Thus, at this moment, broadcasting the news of the winter war throughout the royal city would be utterly foolish. No, This was, in fact, the correct choice. Recently, the frequent logistical mobilizations and military preparations in anticipation of the Winter War had drawn Satri's attention, leading him to surmise that we were aware of the impending conflict. Consequently, he resolved to postpone his plans to collaborate with the nobles, feigning support for the royal family. Without a doubt, this decision showcased his remarkable decisiveness and wisdom. This intelligence was conveyed to Lily and Charlotte by Romen a fortnight ago. Upon hearing it, Lily's expression grew solemn, and she inquired, "Is the source of this intelligence reliable?" "It comes from Cartes," Romen confirmed. Cartes, the lava swordsman whose personality had been replaced by Romen, was a trusted confidant of Satri. Even after escaping the royal capital, he remained one of Satri's most significant subordinates. Thus, the credibility of the intelligence was beyond doubt. Tio discerned such details from logistical mobilizations and military preparations. Charlotte seemed incredulous. Romen cast a glance at Charlotte, surprised that this former prince was unaware of such fundamental knowledge that any ruler ought to possess at that moment. Lily interjected, explaining to her brother, "The recent surge in logistical movements and military preparations inevitably accelerates the depletion of resources. If not in preparation for an imminent war, such actions would be highly imprudent. Ultimately, our logistical maneuvers and military preparations have been insufficiently discreet, to the extent that Satri discerned our strengths and weaknesses through this oversight. This is my fault. I failed to recognize this critical point, which resulted in the collapse of our counterplan." After explaining, Lily began to introspect. Upon hearing Lily's explanation, Charlotte first felt a flush of embarrassment over her own ignorance, then swiftly comforted her sister, saying, "Lily, this is not your fault. It merely indicates that Satri is a cunning old fox. Brother, there is no need to comfort me. As a queen, I must take responsibility for my own misjudgments. Lily, I too have my shortcomings. As your elder brother, I allowed you to bear the burden alone. Brother, this is not your concern." Observing the endless exchange of blame between the siblings, Romen interjected, "The pressing matter at hand is how to respond to the winter of war given the failure of our counterplan." With Romen steering the conversation back to the main issue, Charlotte and Lily ceased their futile argument. Charlotte then inquired, "Romen, what do you believe we should do? It is evident that we need not conceal the situation regarding the winter of war. The nobles who feign support are essentially accompanied by their private armies. My suggestion is to take decisive action before Satri alerts them, which could incite chaos within the royal city. Following that, we should organize these private armies under a unified command to maximize their combat effectiveness. In light of our inability to achieve surprise, I believe this is our best option." At this point, a rather chilling smile graced Romen's face. As for how to deal with those treacherous nobles, naturally, we shall proceed according to plan, ensuring that these nobles become loyal hounds to Romen. Initially, Romen believed his suggestion would be accepted. However, to his astonishment, Lily firmly opposed. "No, I cannot agree to continue controlling the nobles in this manner." "Oh, why not?" Romen furrowed his brow. Unable to contain his curiosity, he was met with Lily's serious gaze as she questioned, "Mr. Romen, whose country is this?" Taken aback, Romen felt a surge of anger rise within him. He had an inkling of what Lily was implying. Indeed, she is the queen of this nation, and the nobles are the foundation of her rule. However, after Romen's personality replacement of the nobles, their true allegiance would no longer lie with the queen but with him. "Romen, and this allegiance would be absolute. What does this signify? The cornerstone of the queen's rule is now under the control of another. Any sensible ruler would despise the notion of such a development. Thus, has Lily matured into a qualified ruler? Is she unwilling to witness the foundation of her governance being seized by Romen? Does she not reflect on who aided her?" This thought flickered through Romen's mind, but was swiftly dismissed. After all, he is a technical type without a ruler's mindset, devoid of the ambition that might lead to such suspicions. Moreover, a competent ruler would not typically present such a piercing issue so openly. So why has Lily chosen to bring this matter to light? Romen found himself intrigued. Calming his thoughts, he replied nonchalantly, "You are the queen. This is undoubtedly your country." "No, this is the country of all Tiberians." Lily's response caught Romen off guard. Wasn't the discussion supposed to revolve around the allegiance of the nobles, the very foundation of governance? As Romen pondered, Lily continued, "At least from my perspective, that is how it stands, which is why my duty is to safeguard the interests of all Tiberians. Therefore, I do not require the absolute loyalty of the nobles. While I may not hold them in high regard, I am acutely aware of the dangers posed by an all-powerful monarch. The nobles must be capable of balancing the king. Politics is a game of mutual compromise between the king and the nobles. Only through this interplay can the interests of the populace be preserved. At this juncture, Lily's expression conveyed a profound realization. Roman, on the other hand, found himself at a loss for words. That it was evident that Lily still placed her trust in him. With the absence of a mental inhibiting spell, Roman could sense this trust. Thus, she believed that those nobles whose personalities he had altered would remain loyal to her. This was, without a doubt, a coveted situation for any ruler. Yet, Lily did not share this perspective. The unchecked expansion of royal power indeed poses a threat to the populace. Absolute obedience to commands, irrespective of their practicality or reliability, would be catastrophic for ordinary citizens. If the nobles were to become mere instruments of compliance, it would spell disaster for the common folk. Consequently, the nobles' lack of unwavering loyalty would serve to filter out unreliable royal decrees through compromise and negotiation, ultimately benefiting the populace. To be frank, Roman was astonished. Presently, Lily, as queen, had the insight to recognize such issues. Moreover, how could a ruler of her stature maintain such a skewed perspective? Could her humble beginnings truly have such a profound impact? She hardly positions herself as a ruler. If she continues to uphold such political ideals, she will undoubtedly face dire consequences, Roman cautioned. Despite being a modern individual, offering such a warning might seem dismissive of the people's plight. Nevertheless, at this moment, Roman genuinely sought to protect Lily. History has shown that those who rebel against the established order often face tragic fates. Yet, in response to Roman's counsel, Lily beamed a radiant smile and replied, "I understand. But who said I am the queen? Is this truly Lily's stance? Because she is the queen, she bears the responsibility for her people. This is not the laughable, naive stubbornness often portrayed in anime, where royal women claim to protect their nation while remaining oblivious to the true needs of their populace. Roman is acutely aware that Lily, capable of recognizing such fundamental political issues, must comprehend the formidable nature of shouldering responsibility for her people. Yet it is precisely this understanding that motivates her willingness to bear such burdens. Faced with such a Lily, Roman found it impossible to dismiss her sentiments. After a pause, he resignedly replied, "Very well. I will forego the previous plan to deal with those treacherous nobles. However, can you conceive of another method to obtain military power from them? We must prepare for the impending war. I have thought of a way," Lily declared with conviction. That Roman's eyes brightened as he exclaimed, "Oh, simply create a circumstance in which they would willingly relinquish their forces during a formal occasion. For instance, my wedding, though this requires your cooperation." Lily elucidated, and Roman quickly grasped her intention. Upon further reflection, this strategy indeed held merit. Yet, a concern arose in Roman's mind, prompting him to voice, with the harvest festival wedding still half a month away. If Satri alerts them during this interval, we may face an internal uprising. Satri will not remind them within this half-month, Lily asserted confidently. Roman raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Why?" "Because he is in no rush. If he intends to incite unrest, it is best to do so as the war approaches. This way, he can strike when we are at our weakest." Lily locked her gaze with Roman. He fell into silence for a moment before finally speaking. "You have convinced me." Thus, the revised plan to usurp the private armies of the treacherous nobles was established under Lily's resolute decision. Now, half a month later, the plan has come to fruition. Those nobles who feigned support have not undergone personality alterations at Roman's hands. Instead, they have been placed under house arrest. The next course of action is to prepare the ruthless, bloody machinery of war before its arrival. 3 days following the marriage of Queen Liliana Tabor, the declaration of rebellion was disseminated throughout the realm in the form of an official document issued by the Tabor court. The formal title of the declaration of rebellion is the Queen and Noble Joint Resolution. This resolution encompasses 3 primary tenets. 1. The solemn establishment of the legitimacy of the joint rule of the Queen and nobles, denouncing any challenge to this legitimacy as treason. 2. The nation enters a state of emergency for war, calling upon all who acknowledge the joint rule of the Queen and nobles to unite closely around the ruling group centered on Queen Liliana. The royal decree concerning any actual punitive actions against the Satri rebellious noble faction, provided that they are reported to the royal court and verified as factual, will be met with rewards. These rewards may consist of material wealth or various supplies, including weaponry. Consequently, anyone possessing the capability is permitted to legally form a mercenary group, and during times of national emergency, the existence of such a group is deemed lawful. In some nations, mercenaries are legal, while in others, they are not. Within the borders of the Table Kingdom, the formation of mercenaries is considered illegal, primarily determined by the strength of the kingdom's governance. Naturally, there are also nations where mercenaries exist despite their illegality, as the ruling class turns a blind eye due to their inability to maintain control. 3. Upon achieving victory in war, those who heed the Queen's call to undertake actual punitive actions will be granted certain political status claims in the post-war settlement, which may even include lands and titles that, of course, should the war result in failure, such political status claims will neither be entertained nor feasible. Once these 3 resolutions were announced, the entire Table Kingdom was suddenly engulfed in turmoil. This war had transcended mere noble affairs. Future historians would refer to this historical event as the incident of the 3 resolutions. Resolution impact. Once the 3 resolutions were made public, they rapidly disseminated across the nation and even to neighboring countries observing the conflict. This world, after all, is imbued with magic, allowing for the transmission of information across vast distances through magical means. It wasn't long before only those in the deep forests remained unaware of the 3 resolutions. The latter 2 resolutions particularly stirred the hearts of many. Table is a feudal kingdom where social mobility is not explicitly defined. The king's son becomes king, the noble's son inherits nobility, the farmer's son remains a farmer, and the blacksmith's son follows in his father's footsteps. This is the societal structure that the vast majority have inherited, while there are those who manage to alter their fates within this entrenched social order. Such instances are exceedingly rare. Few fortunate souls ascend to nobility, and even those who do must endure the passage of time to earn the recognition of the noble class, and thus be accepted. In essence, people cannot foresee future hope. Consequently, many have placed their spiritual aspirations within religion amidst this class entrenchment. Yet, no one genuinely desires to surrender to despair. The mere emergence of a ladder of ascent ignites the ambitions of those unwilling to settle for mediocrity. They will strive with all their might to climb it. At this very moment, such a ladder of ascent had appeared. Many who believed themselves capable yet lacked the opportunity to demonstrate their abilities became fervently inspired. We must answer the Queen's call. Let us vanquish the traitor Satri. Brothers, the future of this nation requires our salvation. The Table royal family is the legitimate authority. We follow the righteous cause. We shall surely defeat Satri. Perhaps then we can stand before Her Majesty the Queen and pledge our loyalty, proclaimed a tall, robust man. The preceding words were mere platitudes, but the prospect of facing the Queen and offering loyalty was the true motivator. Was it merely a literal promise? No. Many had never even been granted the opportunity to stand before the Queen and pledge their allegiance. The implications were clear. It signified the chance to become a direct part of Her Majesty's ruling elite. The audience was invigorated by this notion. Their spirits ignited. Loyalty to Her Majesty. Loyalty to Her Majesty. Loyalty to Her Majesty. They shouted in unison, their eyes, expressions, and postures radiating fervor. Among them was a youth clad in a wide-brimmed leather hat, equally swept up in the fervor. However, unlike others, this youth did not fully comprehend the latter words. She was simply captivated by the notion of offering loyalty to the Queen, that I shall become a knight directly serving the Queen. The youth, influenced by tales of noble knights, felt her blood boil at the thought of their valorous deeds. The most defining trait of a knight is loyalty to the crown. It is indeed one of the quintessential attributes of knighthood. Thus, she yearned to join the mercenary group being formed before her, hoping that through their deeds against the traitor, she might one day meet Her Majesty the Queen and earn the honor of being a knight. Alas, her aspirations faced significant obstacles. Contemplating this obstacle, she could only sigh in resignation, her heart heavy with discontent as she turned to head home. Nestled within the woods stood a somewhat concealed wooden cottage, not far from the nearby town, as basic necessities still required procurement from there. Upon returning to the small courtyard before the cottage, she spotted a middle-aged man skillfully skinning a recently captured prey. Upon seeing her father engaged in this task, she called out, "Father, from the tone in your voice, I can sense you harbor concerns. Speak your mind." he urged, continuing his work with familiarity. The youth felt taken aback. She had not anticipated her father could discern her troubled state. Should she confide in him? After a moment's hesitation, she resolved to share her thoughts. Not long ago, Her Majesty the Queen issued a declaration against Duke Satri, which included 3 resolutions allowing the formation of mercenary groups to combat the Satri rebels. Those who achieve success in their endeavors may receive rewards of wealth and resources from the royal family and subordinate nobles. Furthermore, should the campaign result in ultimate victory, they may claim political status commensurate with their contributions, such as lands and titles, that I cannot permit you to go. The middle-aged man interjected firmly. The youth's expression turned defiant as she exclaimed, "Father, you must listen. Do not even think about keeping me here. You would do well to remain in this place forever, avoiding contact with outsiders." He insisted with a solemn expression. The youth, yearning for adventure, protested, "Why must it be so? Simply because you are half-elf, humans will not accept you, nor will elves." The man's face betrayed a deep sorrow as he spoke. The youth paused for a moment, then resolutely removed the wide-brimmed hat from her head. Her fiery red hair cascaded down, revealing slightly pointed ears, marking her mixed heritage of elf and human. This youth, or rather half-elf maiden, bore a fiery determination in her eyes, drawing a dagger from her possession. She, to her father's shock, sliced off the pointed portions of her ears. Blood seeped from the fresh wounds. "With this, no one will recognize me as half-elf," she declared to her father. Overcome with emotion, her father could not help but shed tears. "Natalie," he cried out. "Father, may I now pursue my dreams?" she asked, her gaze resolute and unyielding. Faced with her determination, the father could only nod in resignation. After all, Natalie had made up her mind that it was uncertain what action she might take in defiance of his wishes. A week passed, and in this town, a mercenary group known as Dragon's Blood was established. The name derived from a legend that spoke of a mighty dragon once dwelling in the mountains, vanquished by a valiant knight, leaving the ground stained with dragon's blood. On this blood-soaked land, a town subsequently arose. Now, the leader of the Dragon's Blood mercenary group, the very man who rallied to form it, set forth with his comrades, including a red-haired, half-eared youth, all in pursuit of their dreams. Similar occurrences transpired throughout Table. These mercenary groups began to raid territories loyal to Satri, compelling many nobles under his banner to call forth their forces for defense. While this alone might not have been overly concerning, the intricate clauses within the Queen's decrees effectively severed the connection between the rebellious nobles and their subjects. It declared the subjects to be innocent victims of the treacherous nobles, affirming their status as Table citizens entitled to respond to the 3 resolutions. This meant that as long as the subjects under the rebellious nobles recognized the Queen and the noble coalition's authority and were willing to unite under the Queen's rule to combat rebellion, the 2nd and 3rd resolutions would equally apply to them. Consequently, many of the weaker rebellious nobles found their territories descending into chaos, unable to venture forth without trepidation. The forces that Duke Satri could muster were significantly diminished as a result. In the northern realm, there lies a flourishing city, a vital nexus of water management and transportation. Within the courtyard of an estate, a middle-aged man with a square face attentively listens to a report delivered by a red-haired gentleman. "Your Grace, due to the repercussions of the 3 resolutions, our once 30,000-strong army has dwindled to a mere 17,000. Moreover, it appears that some of the remaining nobles are contemplating their departure as well." The red-haired man, filled with concern, inquired of the square-faced middle-aged man, "What shall we do in response to this situation, Your Grace?" This middle-aged man is none other than the most formidable rebel of Tabor, Duke Satri. Upon hearing this, Duke Satri furrowed his brow and shook his head, responding, "They use the survival of their territories as justification. I cannot hinder their departure. However, this is not the most pressing concern at present. The power these departing nobles can provide is inherently feeble. Their exodus will merely result in the loss of 1/5 of our strength. How can it be that from 30,000, we are left with only 17,000? And yet we only experience a 1/5 reduction in power. Is Duke Satri's reasoning flawed? This is certainly not the case. The red-haired man, known as the lava swordsman Cartes, shares this understanding. In this world, the quantity of an army is a force not to be underestimated, yet equally significant is its quality. Consider the formidable knights and sorcerers. Even a novice knight possesses extraordinary physical prowess, while a fully fledged knight can cleave through ordinary foes with ease. It must be noted that these so-called mercenary companies find it exceedingly challenging to possess a single knight. The nobles who need to retreat are primarily those of insufficient high-level combat capability remaining behind. This indicates that these nobles cannot contribute significantly to Duke Satri's military strength. Thus, his concern for their departure is minimal. Why is it so difficult for mercenary companies to produce knights? The answer is simple. These individuals lack resources and education. Not to mention the immense resources required for a sorcerer's training. Even the training of a knight demands considerable investment. Adequate nourishment, critical techniques in physical training, and a clear understanding of the philosophical path necessitate a certain level of cultural knowledge. Among these, the cost of cultural understanding is the highest, making it exceedingly rare for an ordinary citizen to become a knight. For commoners to aspire to knighthood, they must apprentice themselves to a knight. Knights, by their very nature, are either nobles or vassals of nobles, for only they possess the requisite resources. Undoubtedly, this necessitates loyalty. Upon becoming a knight, one bears the mark of their noble patron, and disloyalty would result in public scorn influenced by noble opinion. Thus, knighthood has become a paragon of loyalty. Consequently, even a novice knight is not easily attainable for the general populace. The notion that knights are ubiquitous and that a mere low-ranking knight in a mercenary company is commonplace is a naive delusion. Therefore, Duke Satri harbors little worry regarding the potential impact of the populace stirred by the three resolutions. With even a novice knight being a rare sight, what trouble could these peasants possibly bring? His true concern lies with the content of the resolutions themselves. Your Grace, what do you consider to be the most pressing matter? Cartace inquired, puzzled in response to this inquiry from his loyal subordinate. A faint smile crept across Satri's otherwise stern visage, as if mocking or lamenting something. Soon, he spoke. My student remains hopelessly unrealistic. She holds these selfish fools in far too high regard. A nation requires absolute will. This absolute will must be powerful, just, unwaveringly committed to justice. Only thus can we effectively eradicate all corruption and decay. Yet look at her. Upon ascending to queenship, she formally established a joint rule between queen and nobility. She has forsaken the singular will, granting those decayed nobles greater legal power. Foolishness, utter foolishness. Absolute will requires no checks and balances. Granting the nobility space to fester only breeds a more corrupt world. Why can she not comprehend this? With each word, Satri grew increasingly agitated. His ire is not merely the result of personal grievances. The greatest hatred in this world is not the murder of kin, but the struggle of ideologies. Every individual possesses their own truth. For this truth, they would willingly sacrifice their lives. Moreover, the ideological conflict involves his own student, which is utterly intolerable. Satri yearns to summon this disobedient and ignorant student for a thorough reprimand. Originally, had she embraced my ideology, I would have had no qualms allowing her to continue as queen. But she has utterly disappointed me. Her father disappointed me, her brother disappointed me, and now the student I once held such high hopes for has also let me down. But never mind, once my plan is successful, all else will cease to matter. As Satri spoke, his fervor gradually subsided. Returning to his usual calm demeanor, he is not one prone to emotional excess. He understands the importance of reason as such. He seldom indulges in drink, avoids the allure of beauty, and refrains from expressing his opinions about others lightly. He acts with a sense of justice, combating the corrupt nobility and supporting the virtuous and benevolent populace. To many, he is seen as upright and perfect. Were it not for his rebellion, he would still embody the justice of Tabor, the king's most trusted noble. That it is precisely for these reasons that Cartace, in the past, revered and remained loyal to Satri. Even when Satri instigated a rebellion, he resolved to follow him without hesitation. However, the current Cartace has pledged his loyalty to another. Your Grace, your plan will undoubtedly succeed, Cartace proclaimed in a tone of encouragement. Yet, at that moment, his gaze flickered with uncertainty at a plan. What could this plan entail? In the past, Cartace might have assumed it was to overthrow this unjust and inequitable kingdom, allowing the more just and fair Satri to take the reins and transform the realm into a better place. However, the current Cartace, harboring doubts and diligently investigating information about Satri, has come to realize that Satri's plan is far more complex than mere rebellion. It seems to conceal even more significant implications, so crucial that even a trusted confidant must remain unaware. This is undoubtedly a matter of great magnitude. Thus, Cartes is eager to uncover the truth. Yet, for now, it is prudent to remain cautious. The situation is tense, and a decisive battle looms on the horizon. His presence may yet prove pivotal at a critical moment. At last, following Satri's signal, he departed the courtyard. Upon reaching a secluded corner where no one could observe him, he produced a small black box. Infusing it with magical energy, he soon heard a voice. What news? This voice did not travel through the air as sound waves do, but rather through a form of long-distance telepathy. This black box serves as a mental communication device, constructed with a communication protocol that prevents mental pollution within its range. Thus, Cartes did not utter a sound but communicated through the protocol, engaging in a mental dialogue. Next, Cartes recounted the conversation he had with Satri, including his suspicions of Satri's hidden agenda. On the other end, Romen remained silent for a moment after listening. Finally, he replied, I understand. Continue your investigation with caution. Prioritize the impending war above all else. Afterward, Romen severed the mental connection. Subsequently, Romen pondered is Lily a student of Satri. This was the first time he had learned of this connection, and he felt somewhat surprised. Furthermore, Cartes had shared Satri's declarations regarding absolute will. One seeks to govern the nation through unwavering authority, while the other prioritizes the welfare of the people, granting them opportunities to pursue their interests. A person hailing from a modern society. Romen naturally leans towards the latter perspective. Yet, he does not believe Satri to be entirely in the wrong. This is not modern Earth. Under the influence of extraordinary powers, the populace has little room to genuinely resist exploitation and oppression. In such circumstances, the ideology of absolute will might indeed be more fitting for this society. However, there remains an inescapable core issue. Unless this absolute will possesses formidable enforcement capabilities and remains uncorrupted, can Satri truly achieve both? Romen murmured, expressing his skepticism. In the orphanage of the first snowfall, the scheming Alice was preparing everything for war, and the atmosphere throughout the entire city of Tabor was thick with tension. Fortunately, Romen had crafted numerous magical devices for supplying resources. After all, it was necessary to fund the mercenary band that answered the Queen's call to quell the rebellious nobles. Among these, the anti-inflammatory medicine provided by Romen was particularly well received. In an age marked by underdeveloped productivity, sometimes a mere wound could claim a life. Of course, there were priests in this world, such as those from the Church of Clear Spring, renowned for their healing abilities, even feeling obligated to treat the impoverished in exchange for faith. However, this obligation was limited, and their primary patients remained those who could afford the treatment, which did not come cheaply. Thus, most commoners found it exceedingly difficult to benefit from the priest's healing. In this context, the abundant supply of anti-inflammatory medicine was highly sought after by mercenary bands. Initially, some nobles intended to stockpile the medicine for profit, as its efficacy rivaled that of low-grade magical potions. However, with the unrestricted supply of magical devices, the nobles were compelled to abandon this notion. The emergence of anti-inflammatory medicine endowed those mercenary bands with sustained combat capabilities, allowing them to maintain prolonged harassment. Consequently, the forces that Satri could muster gradually diminished over time. This was undoubtedly advantageous for the royal city, although Romen and Lily understood that the diminished forces primarily comprised lower-tier combatants. These lower-tier forces were not decisive. Snow began to fall. Charlotte lifted her hand to catch the first snowflakes of winter. At this moment, the season had indeed turned to winter. Sitting on a bench beneath the eaves, Romen replied, Indeed, it is snowing. He adjusted his glasses and returned to reading the book in his hands. Charlotte remained silent, merely gazing upward as the snow continued to fall. As time elapsed, Romen turned page after page, and the snow on the ground accumulated thicker and thicker. Eventually, a group of children rushed out of the house, engaging in snowball fights and building snowmen in the snow-laden courtyard. They played joyfully, lowering her head to observe the orphans raised by the royal orphanage. A smile unconsciously spread across Charlotte's face. Seemingly recollecting something, she spoke up. When I was little, every winter, I cursed this snow. Romen, do you know why? Cold, Romen replied, pausing from turning the pages. After a moment, Charlotte nodded affirmatively. Exactly, the cold. Winter's snowfall is unbearably frigid. Lily and I feared we would freeze to death, that we witnessed someone die from the cold while begging on the streets during winter, that I was too afraid to engage in snowball fights. That would expend too much energy. With that energy, I might as well spend time looking for food to fill my belly. At that time, I even pondered why I had to live in such misery. Perhaps it would be better to die, but with Lily by my side, she comforted me, saying that living in this world is the greatest gift. Moreover, she expressed her gratitude to God for granting her a dear brother. Honestly, if it weren't for her, I might have frozen to death or starved in some corner due to my reluctance to move. I wouldn't have had the chance to meet that scoundrel. As she concluded her lament, Charlotte's expression turned to one of gritted teeth. Who was this scoundrel that evoked such hatred in her? Romen, of course, was aware. He had inquired with Lily earlier, having learned of her student-teacher relationship with Duke Satri. At that time, Lily had replied, "The one who rescued me and my brother from poverty and brought us before our biological father is Duke Satri. Since that moment, he has been responsible for our education. Thus he is our benefactor." Her brother once held him in great esteem, admiring him as a role model, exemplifying benevolence and justice. Alas, it was a pity that Satri chose betrayal. The more Charlotte revered him, the deeper her hatred grew. In essence, it could be summed up as, the deeper the love, the sharper the blame. To be betrayed by someone most trusted is a pain that is undeniably hard to bear. "Sister, are you feeling unwell?" a youthful voice interjected. This brought Charlotte back from her feelings of hatred. She looked down to see a small girl gazing up at her with concern. Charlotte recognized this little girl, one of the orphans taken in by the royal orphanage. She was a strikingly beautiful child, exceptionally perceptive. Her brown hair had a lovely texture, slightly curled, and her delicate face bore a pair of emerald green eyes as clear as a lake. She was as enchanting as a fairy stepped out from the forest. Although Charlotte was unaware of the reason, it seemed that Romen did not particularly like this child. "Alice, I'm fine, just reminiscing about some unpleasant memories," Charlotte said with a faint smile as she reached out to stroke Alice's head. The obedient Alice displayed a content expression akin to that of a kitten being petted. Romen averted his gaze. Observing this scene appeared to be a heartwarming moment, one that could evoke a smile from any kind-hearted person. However, he was not one to be deceived by appearances. In truth, he could discern that Alice's emotional fluctuations betrayed her impatience, immensely impatient regarding the head patting. Yet why would this girl named Alice willingly submit to such affection? Romen easily deduced that she was seeking to establish a connection with Charlotte. He had long noticed this peculiar 5-year-old girl in the royal orphanage. There was not a single person who did not like her. Everyone could easily get along with her, as she radiated the innocent charm of childhood, appearing entirely natural and unpretentious. But what if all of this was merely an act? Indeed, Romen had already perceived the reality hidden beneath her universally adored facade. She was a child far too mature, adept at leveraging her surroundings. Were she merely that, Romen would harbor no dislike for her. It could be said that her early maturation had taught her to protect herself. However, when this maturity morphed into a condescending superiority, manipulating truly innocent children for her amusement, treating them like toys, deceiving and toying with them, inciting their conflicts, the more intense the strife, the more twisted her delight became. Such a beautiful exterior cloaking a perverse and selfish heart was utterly unappealing to Romen. To be honest, he found it impossible to like her. If not for the fact that she was merely a child, he might have cast her aside without a second thought, preferring not to see her at all. Yet, some matters, which he wished to disregard, would come looking for him. Charlotte took Alice's hand and approached Romen. She seemed to have enjoyed her time with Alice, for she wore a cheerful smile as she greeted Romen. "Romen, the lovely Alice wishes to meet you, her big brother." Emphasizing big brother, Charlotte placed a hint of reproach in her tone. Romen, however, paid no heed to this, setting aside his book and regarding Alice with a pair of emotionless, unwavering eyes. Under his gaze, Alice appeared startled, retreating behind Charlotte. This incited Charlotte's irritation as she admonished, "Romen, can't you be a bit gentler with your gaze toward Alice?" Thus, when Alice peeked out from behind Charlotte, Romen offered a gentle smile to the cunning little girl. If one were to judge solely by his expression, one might conclude that he appeared affable. However, Alice recoiled in fright, genuinely startled. To be frank, Romen shamelessly infused his gaze with a mental suggestion spell, intimidation. As for why Charlotte was oblivious to this, her mysterious energy, which dissolved magical power, rendered mental suggestion ineffective against her. Therefore, she remained unaware that Romen was frightening Alice, merely perceiving Alice as somewhat timid in his presence. Consequently, she reassured Alice, "There's nothing to fear." Romen is actually quite nice, right, Romen? Just as she turned to comfort Alice and then pivoted back, Charlotte discovered that Romen had vanished, prompting her to voice her confusion. Meanwhile, Alice, having witnessed Romen's sudden disappearance from her peripheral vision, widened her eyes in astonishment. Subsequently, those beautiful and clear green eyes gradually revealed an intense fervor. The small fists were clenched tightly. Meanwhile, Romen, who had departed from the orphanage through spatial displacement, arrived at the second magic workshop within the palace. The first magic workshop, naturally, was situated within the mountains at the rear of the palace, which Romen designated as a secret research base. In contrast, the second magic workshop served as a semi-public research institute. A decision made for the sake of convenience. After all, it was not feasible to bring others into the first magic workshop casually. Upon entering, Romen encountered a figure, the presence of George, the loyal guard and current head of the palace guards. Was rather faint. "Oh, you truly have a way to make me stronger?" George inquired with a hint of skepticism. Romen nodded, replying, "Of course. Is that not the reason you came?" At this juncture, Romen's gaze fell upon a button transmitter in George's hand. This device had been given to George by Romen. Should George make up his mind, he could press the button to summon Romen. How dangerous could the phenomenon of cognitive fissure be? George asked. A note of concern evident in his voice. He did not believe that rapidly gaining strength would come without any cost. Romen, while adjusting the instruments before him, responded, "With me here, even if there is a risk to your life, it can be remedied. Did I ask that so?" George replied, somewhat doubtful that Romen's affirmation suggested that danger could indeed arise. However, the notion that life-threatening situations could be salvaged, were it not for Romen's consistently extraordinary abilities, George would likely assume he was boasting. Yet, upon hearing that danger might be involved, George felt a sense of relief. If Romen had claimed that he could make him stronger without any risks, George would have genuinely worried about the validity of that statement. Now, the possibility of danger implied that the prospect of rapid enhancement was indeed genuine. As for Romen's assertion that even life-threatening situations could be remedied, George took it more as a form of reassurance. In truth, Romen spoke from a position of fact. With the power of the magic transformation technique, he held no fear of causing unintended fatalities. At last, Romen completed the adjustments to the various instruments. Before him, a magic crystal container filled with a pale green liquid began to emit a soft glow. The magic crystal, a crystalline material capable of rapid decomposition and reformation under magical influence, possessed excellent magical conductivity and could be configured to filter and permeate specific substances. It was a highly prized artificial magical material on Earth, were it not for the abundance of magic in this world. Romen would never have dared to use such a material merely to create a container. The life cultivation liquid, this pale green fluid, was concocted from a blend of magical energies and various subtle substances. It served as a precious growth medium, minimizing the side effects of biological experimentation. On Earth, due to the scarcity of magical energy, it was considered a rare artificial material, often combined with cheap nutrient solutions produced by technology. Now, however, an abundance of it filled a container of such considerable size. If the sorcerers on Earth were to learn of this, they would certainly be driven to madness. Romen now truly felt a sense of extravagance. "Undress and enter," Romen instructed, gesturing toward the magic crystal container brimming with the life cultivation liquid. George stared in astonishment. Where was the entrance to this seemingly sealed crystal container? Realizing George's bewilderment, Romen approached the container and performed a demonstrative action. Thrusting his hand into it, he truly penetrated it. The point of contact with the crystal container emitted a faint yellow glow, yet the liquid inside did not spill out. This was the effect of the magic crystal's rapid decomposition and reformation. Romen had configured it so that upon contact with a living being, it would disintegrate into a virtual state substance, allowing the living entity to pass through. Once the living being had traversed, it would reconstitute into a solid state. Withdrawing his hand, Romen turned to George and asked, "Do you understand?" "Oh." After a moment of daze, George quickly nodded. He hastily stripped down and entered the container. To his astonishment, he discovered that he could breathe while floating in the green liquid. This experience was utterly surreal and profoundly transformative for him. Though he soon rationalized it through the wonders of magic, Romen paid little mind to such thoughts at that moment. His grand magic was interfacing with the surrounding instruments. Once George stepped into the container, various data was swiftly relayed to the grand magic, and soon an intricate model of George's bodily structure materialized in Romen's mind. This model was exquisitely detailed. The data reflecting each pulse was merely a superficial aspect, while the dynamic structure of the bodily tissues reached down to the cellular level, crystal clear before him. Through this superlative observation, Romen acquired invaluable data. It was, in fact, his first opportunity to observe a knight's body so comprehensively and thoroughly. The information obtained, combined with prior studies of knightly physiology, afforded Romen a deeper understanding of their bodily structures, which was immensely beneficial. He was confident that the ensuing enhancement experiment on George would yield invaluable experimental data. Eagerly, the enhancement trial for the knight commenced. Essentially, it involved modifying the intricate structural organization of George's body according to Romen's own experience. However, to sustain such structural alterations, a more robust cellular strength was imperative. Thus, Romen aimed to fortify George's bodily cells. This strengthening was fundamentally crucial for a knight's prowess. The experiment progressed smoothly, and even if any damage occurred, it could be promptly remedied through the dual effects of the life cultivation liquid and the magic transformation technique. After 7 hours, George's bodily strength and cellular fortitude finally reached the level of a mid-tier knight, signifying his successful ascension to that rank. Yet, would merely being a mid-tier knight suffice for George? Would it satisfy Romen? The enhancement persisted, with George's bodily organization and cellular strength growing ever more potent. Suddenly, the shrill blare of red lights and alarms echoed throughout the workshop. Romen's expression shifted. He quickly grasped the reason for the alarming warning from the feedback of the grand magic. Was there truly a risk of cognitive obliteration? Upon reaching this conclusion, Romen promptly halted the ongoing enhancement. Next, he assessed George's current state of mental disarray. It did not take long for him to comprehend the specifics of the situation. The excessive power of his bodily cells and memory-imparting capabilities was overwhelming his core consciousness. Or rather, the core consciousness lacked sufficient strength. More precisely, it was deficient in certain crucial memory fragments, leading to a disconnection between the core consciousness and the memory faculties of the bodily cells. This disconnection manifested as the cognitive fissure phenomenon, preventing the cognitive domains within the same body from establishing a proper integrative connection. Consequently, the cognitive fissure led to a conflict between the core consciousness and the memory of the bodily cells, resulting in the current mental turmoil. Fortunately, the disorder was merely mild. The cognitive fissure was gradually stabilizing. Otherwise, the continuation of this process could exacerbate the fissure, potentially leading to a complete cognitive rupture. Such a collapse of the cognitive entity would not be surprising. At that point, even with the magic transformation technique, Romen would be unable to save him. With that thought, Romen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. It is worth noting that the collapse of the cognitive entity, in more fantastical terms, could be described as soul annihilation, a fate akin to the most absolute death. George was, after all, one of the few individuals in this world whom Romen recognized, second only to Lily and Charlotte. If he were to inadvertently cause his demise, Romen would indeed feel a profound sense of regret. In summary, Romen's enhancement of George could be viewed as both a success and a failure. The success lay in the fact that he had managed to elevate George from a lower-tier knight to a mid-tier knight without significant issues. The failure, however, stemmed from the perilous near-miss during the transition from mid-tier knight to upper-tier knight due to the cognitive fissure phenomenon. Initially, Romen had intended to elevate George to the rank of upper-tier knight. What is happening to me? Why is my mind so foggy? After being extracted from the life cultivation liquid, George's thoughts began to regain clarity after half an hour. Upon hearing his question, Romen adjusted his glasses and candidly replied, "Your enhancement did not meet the anticipated requirements. You have now reached the level of a mid-tier knight, exceedingly close to that of an upper-tier knight. Then why not continue the enhancement?" George inquired. Puzzled, Romen simply explained, "If we proceed, you will die." The utterance of such words stirred a subtle discontent within George, which swiftly dissipated. Rising to his feet, he intended to stretch his limbs when, all of a sudden, he stumbled and fell to the ground. Had it not been for Romen's timely intervention, several delicate instruments nearby would surely have been toppled. "What on earth is happening?" George exclaimed, cursing as he turned to Romen for an explanation. Romen, adjusting his glasses once more, replied, "This does not surprise me. You are indeed struggling to control your excessively enhanced body. Thought injection and goddess. Your cognitive memory lacks crucial fragments of information, which are essential for you to truly master the various functional components of your body. To draw an analogy, It is akin to a baby's soul inhabiting an adult's physique, rendering it incapable of even walking, let alone engaging in the reproductive behaviors expected of a mature individual. The absence of these vital memory fragments hinders the connection between thought and function, resulting in an inability to respond appropriately even when confronted with the naked anatomy of a woman. Upon hearing Roman's analogy, George's face flushed with embarrassment as he grasped the gist of it. Yet, Roman's overly solemn demeanor left George hesitant to comment on the perceived vulgarity of the comparison. He felt that mentioning it would reflect poorly on him. However, this was not his primary concern. He was far more interested in another question. He inquired of Roman, "Is there a way for me to gain proper control over my current body? You can gradually explore and experiment with various movements. After all, your thoughts still govern this body. It is merely difficult to control. As you engage in this exploration, the missing memory fragments will gradually be restored, allowing you to command your body effectively." Roman suggested. George pressed further. "How long will it take before I can control my body properly?" "At least a year," Roman estimated. Instantly, George's demeanor soured. "A year? Who could endure the slow process of regaining control over their body for an entire year?" This meant he would be unable to accomplish anything during that time, merely expending his efforts on mastering bodily control. How could that be acceptable? "Is there no way to expedite this process?" George asked, his tone growing increasingly anxious. Roman replied promptly, "If a targeted training regimen is established, adhering to a comprehensive plan I designed, 2 months and 17 days would suffice." "That's still too long. Can't it be quicker?" "Ideally, immediately." George continued to urge. 2.5 months. By then, the war would have already commenced. He had originally intended to brave the battlefield and serve the Queen. Roman adjusted his glasses, hesitating slightly before speaking. "Well, if you insist on immediate results, it is not entirely unfeasible." "Really?" George, who had begun to lose hope, felt a flicker of surprise at Roman's words. Roman, his expression somewhat peculiar, nodded and explained, "However, I do not recommend this course of action." "Why not?" George inquired, puzzled. Roman elaborated, "Thought injection, which involves infusing your consciousness with memory fragments of an external mind, can enable you to swiftly master your body. However, this method results in the injected memory fragments lacking a sense of realness within your cognitive memory." According to the studies of Master Thrallid of modern soul information science, when the invasive external thought occupies 7% of a cognitive entity's memory fragments, the individual's consciousness tends to lack emotions, leaning towards rationality. When it exceeds 23%, a mechanical inclination emerges, leading to behaviors markedly different from those of ordinary individuals. Should it surpass 70%, the result is a being cloaked in human skin, resembling a robot. Such a cognitive logic system may even succumb to a crash due to a paradox. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, it is advisable for a normal person to refrain from learning knowledge and experience through this rapid method, as no one desires to become a human robot. Even if this robot possesses an advanced logical processing core, closely mimicking a normal human, it remains devoid of creativity, and its weakened emotions may lead it down a path of self-destruction. Roman continued, "Take, for instance, the magical puppets often serving as familiars for wizards. Many self-destruct upon perceiving their own lack of value, a phenomenon frequently reported in the news of the modern magical realm. This example clearly illustrates the negative state of mechanical personality thinking, which starkly contradicts the reproductive traits deeply embedded in the instincts of living beings, rendering it anti-biological and anti-human." "Stop. I cannot comprehend any of this." "In short, if I opt for your proposed thought injection, will it have severely detrimental effects on me?" George interrupted impatiently, posing the question. Roman adjusted his glasses once more, responding in a composed manner. "If the injected external thought memory fragments constitute less than 7%, aside from the lack of a sense of realness regarding those memory fragments, there should be minimal emergence of mechanical thinking traits. Overall, the impact would be negligible. Then that settles it. Let us proceed without delay." "Administer the thought injection," George urged, eager for the desired outcome. Roman let out a slight sigh of resignation, realizing that his meticulous nature as a modern magician was being disregarded. Initially, he had no intention of performing such a taboo act of thought injection on a familiar face like George's. However, given the latter's insistence and the minimal side effects associated with a slight thought injection, Roman found himself agreeing. "Very well, I shall proceed with the thought injection," with a wave of his hand. George's form on the ground vanished, only to reappear lying on a nearby table. Roman approached the side of this table and began the process of thought injection that he infused his understanding of the knight's physical structure and operational methods, essentially his own cognitive memory fragments, into George's consciousness. This was also one of the reasons Roman had not experienced the cognitive rift phenomenon when enhancing his own body. Being a grand magician, he possessed unparalleled advantages in the accumulation of cognitive memory fragments. Coupled with the extensive data acquired from his research on the knight's anatomy, he held a profound and comprehensive understanding of his own body, ensuring that he would never lose control over it. In fact, Roman's control over his body was exceptionally refined, achieved through the most rigorous and rational calculations, reaching an intricate level of mastery. Nevertheless, given the vast amount of information contained within the intricate control, injecting it into George's consciousness risked inducing a mechanical inclination in his thought process. Thus, Roman had to simplify the information, ensuring that it remained within a safe range for George. At last, the thought injection concluded. Roman withdrew his hand from George's head and remarked, "All done." George promptly sat up, raised his hands, and wiggled his feet. He then stepped off the table and began dressing. Controlling his body felt peculiar. Although he moved with agility, an unsettling sense of instability lingered. As he donned his clothing, he furrowed his brow and remarked, "This feels odd." Roman nodded knowingly, saying, "This sensation will accompany you for quite some time. It depends on how well you can integrate the injected cognitive memories. I see." "Thank you." Once fully dressed, George expressed his gratitude to Roman with a bow. Regardless of the circumstances, Roman had indeed significantly enhanced his abilities. Now a mid-tier knight, he was dangerously close to becoming a high-tier knight. Moreover, with Roman's thought injection, he had gained a profound control over his bodily strength, enabling him to stand a fighting chance even against high-tier knights. Consequently, George departed the magical workshop within the palace. Buoyed by a sense of joy, shortly after George's departure, Roman turned to a specific direction and spoke. "Isabella, were you surprised just now?" In that direction, a phantom materialized. It was a young girl with light blue hair, donned in a simple white robe, exuding a lively and clear smile amidst an atmosphere of tranquility. The girl's phantom responded to Roman's inquiry. "The technique you refer to as thought injection is frequently employed by us, the celestial deities, whether for creating celestial apostles, summoning holy ones, or bestowing divine techniques. This method is essential." "Roman, could it be that you are a reincarnation of some ancient deity? Forgive me, but I have never believed I am a deity reliant on superstitions." Roman responded, his tone unmistakably laced with disdain. The young maiden named Isabella smiled faintly and remarked, "If you hold me, a mere deity, in such contempt, then why not release the seal and allow this insignificant incarnation of divinity to depart? Do you truly believe that I bear the label of fool upon my brow?" Roman replied with a cold smirk. He was far too astute to relinquish this divine incarnation back to her, thereby allowing the true form of the water goddess to reclaim her essence and discern his true nature. Indeed, this girl's ethereal presence was none other than the manifestation of the goddess revered by the Tabor people, the water goddess Isabella. Faced with Roman's clear refusal, Isabella's smile grew increasingly radiant. Roman was well aware that the more radiant Isabella's smile became, the more displeased she was. After all, as a proud deity, she had already lowered herself considerably. It was only natural that her mood would sour when he showed her such disrespect, were it not for her divine pride demanding a certain image. She might have succumbed to the urge to unleash a torrent of invective. Yet, Roman paid little heed to Isabella's emotional state. Him, this ancient woman, who had likely lived for countless years, was merely a fascinating and rare subject for study. After meticulously analyzing the data acquired from the Knight Enhancement experiment, Roman commenced a further adjustment of his body's intricate organizational structure. This adjustment, aided by advanced instruments, was significantly more profound and comprehensive. Thus, he disrobed and stepped into the enchanted crystal container filled with life-imbuing liquid. "How shameless," Isabella muttered under her breath, visibly affronted by the sight of him baring his flesh in the presence of a lady. Yet, despite her self-proclaimed status as a lady, this enchanting goddess was unable to tear her gaze away. Her eyes gradually shimmered with a glimmer akin to the gentle flow of a clear spring. Divine sight. No, this was the eye of a deity, a natural manifestation of divine vision. Yet, In truth, it merely represented a sophisticated form of magical sight. Apart from possessing extraordinary capabilities, it shared a high-dimensional perspective, much like Romen's own magical vision. However, because it was enshrouded in an exceedingly complex seal, the effectiveness of the divine sight was severely diminished. Still, even in its weakened state, she discerned some changes in Romen's physique. Was he enhancing his physical form, just like that knight named George? Wait. It appeared he was inscribing the secrets of life upon the foundation of life's essence. Did he possess such profound knowledge in the realm of life? Isabella instinctively covered her lips, stifling the ungraceful gasp of astonishment that threatened to escape. Her surprise was warranted, for the foundation of life's essence was inaccessible to those beneath a certain threshold in this world. Even among those who could access it, few truly understood its intricacies. The secrets of life comprised a vital component of this foundation, Romen. These two entities could be likened to genes and hereditary codes. Indeed, he was in the process of injecting information into the hereditary data inscribed within the genes. This injection, of course, was conducted with the utmost caution to avoid causing genetic mutations. Romen certainly did not wish to sprout additional limbs. As for why he was undertaking such an endeavor, it was, in fact, inspired by the concept of armoring one's beliefs. However, Romen had no desire to tread the path of a knight, so it was clear that he could not construct his framework upon belief alone. Yet, the so-called belief framework essentially entailed achieving consistency in the cognitive space of cellular memory. Thus, as long as he could accomplish that, Romen resolved to focus on manipulating the genetic hereditary codes, thereby influencing the cognitive space of his body's cells and constructing the framework he envisioned at long last. Romen completed the intricate adjustments to his body and the injection of information into his genetic hereditary codes. Stepping out of the enchanted crystal container, he felt an unprecedented lightness in his body, indicating that his adjustments had indeed succeeded. Next, he would observe the fruits of his labor, with a mere thought. The ambient magical energy began to coalesce to framework far more intricate than that of the knight's belief armor manifested, enveloping Romen's bare form in a stylishly modern robe of a mage. This robe significantly enhanced all aspects of Romen's attributes, providing formidable defense against both physical forces and high-energy particle impacts. The force field could even stabilize the surrounding spatial structure, preventing attacks that would rend the very fabric of space, while high-energy particle impacts would only breach the defense if sustained beyond a certain threshold. Not only did this robe excel in defense, but it also connected with grand spells to assist in casting calculations, resulting in a remarkable 17 increase in Romen's spellcasting efficiency. This aspect brought Romen immense satisfaction. As a modern mage, he understood that efficiency was paramount. One should never underestimate a mere 17 increase in spellcasting efficiency. Often, a slight advantage could lead to unparalleled dominance. Romen estimated that this enhancement alone made his power 1 to 2 times greater than before. In essence, this robe of armor had significantly augmented his capabilities. Without the aid of the geomantic magic array, facing the terrifying assault unleashed by Crodiel wielding his golden scepter would have been a much more uncertain endeavor. "You possess an impressive understanding of the laws of the world," Isabella remarked, observing the intricate knowledge displayed within the framework of Romen's robe of armor through her divine EYE.IN response. Romen turned his gaze toward Isabella. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he now understood that he could not afford to underestimate the deities of this world. From Isabella's demeanor alone, he gleaned that these divine beings were, in fact, forms of high-dimensional, highly intelligent life. A truly formidable existence. A high-dimensional perspective allowed them to easily perceive the underlying laws of this world, while their high intelligence enabled them to analyze and summarize these fundamental principles. Thus, unlike the indigenous inhabitants of this world, who lacked a true understanding of physical laws, these deities possessed a depth of comprehension that was both awe-inspiring and daunting, if viewing the indigenous people of this world felt akin to observing mere monkeys. Then perceiving these deities was to truly regard them as equals. Moreover, the power they wielded instilled in him a profound sense of trepidation. Just a mere incarnation of the water goddess had once necessitated the aid of the geomantic magic array for him to suppress and seal. What of the true form of the water goddess? Could he contend with her now that he had grown considerably stronger, and considering that the water goddess was not even among the mightiest of deities in this world? What might those even more powerful deities be like? Contemplating this, Romen felt that he must tread carefully. Until he could fully disregard such presences, it was wise to remain low-key. Furthermore, he was not the type to flaunt his power ostentatiously. He would rather dedicate his time to his research endeavors. With that thought, Roman executed a spatial displacement, returning to workshop number 1 to pursue his various research projects. Meanwhile, as Isabella observed the direction of Roman's vanishing figure, she could not help but exclaim, "Since the fall of Cabodian, another such formidable mage has emerged in the mortal realm. I wonder if this is a boon or a bane." With that, her ethereal form gradually faded until it vanished entirely. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, over half a month had elapsed since the first snowfall. Here, in a canyon west of the royal city, a critical checkpoint lay guarded by an imposing army of over 10,000 soldiers. For the nation of Tabor, an army of this size could be deemed substantial. This checkpoint served as the gateway to thwart the northern army of Sothri from invading the southern lands. Thus it was imperative that no missteps occur. All commanders and senior officers present, "You must confront this battle with the most resolute conviction," proclaimed Queen Liliana from the head of the main tent. Addressing the officers below with grave seriousness, "Remember, the nation and its people rely upon your protection. Your own properties require your safeguarding as well." This was a necessary ideological preparation prior to the onset of war. Failure to undertake such measures would render her unfit for the role of queen. Every war must have a clearly defined objective. That a war without purpose is destined for failure, and this is a prevalent tenet of military thought in this world. Therefore, a competent commander and leader must establish a direction for the war before it begins, ensuring that the executing officers comprehend it so that the army can unite its efforts toward a singular goal. This is the foundation for achieving victory in battle. Should they neglect this while the enemy takes such measures, they would find themselves at a disadvantage. To encapsulate it succinctly, victors often prevail not due to their overwhelming advantage, but rather because they commit fewer errors. Otherwise, the annals of Earth's history would lack those illustrious battles where the few triumphed over the many. At long last, Lily concluded her enlightening discourse. The officers present, save for a select few commanders, took their leave. One of the commanders unfurled a map upon the table. Observing the remarkably detailed map of the canyon and its surroundings, Lily could not help but smile, for this map was crafted by the renowned Romen, whose expertise alone could produce such intricate terrain depictions. The commander who presented this map was none other than the esteemed General Polit. He pointed at several locations on the map and declared, "Your Majesty, these positions here, and here are our focal points for defense. That I thus propose the establishment of fortifications in these areas, with a considerable deployment of knights stationed therein." "Excellent. We shall proceed according to Sir Polit's counsel. Is there anything else of significance we should heed?" Lily nodded in agreement, then inquired further, as she always valued the insights of experts. Upon hearing the Queen's question, Polit's expression turned grave as he responded, "The utmost priority is the provision of warmth. Despite the assistance of the sage, who has ensured that every soldier is equipped with thermal garments, these are not as convenient as cold-resistant potions. Moreover, should the enemy employ wind and ice magic, even minimal damage could severely impact our forces, rendering our thermal clothing ineffective." The importance of what Polit articulated was undeniably paramount. Concern etched on the faces of the commanders present. The allocation of sufficient cold-resistant potions to sustain 30,000 troops through winter warfare was indeed a substantial endeavor. One could say it was akin to throwing money at winter to transform it into our home ground. Coupled with the use of magic to conjure wind and ice, Table's soldiers clad merely in thermal garments would undoubtedly struggle. In contrast, the northern rebels from Sotli would bask in the warmth of spring. Thus, the strategic disparity was crystal clear. Polit, his gaze unwavering, fixed his eyes upon the Queen. His astonishment. After addressing such a critical issue, Lily displayed no signs of concern. This stirred something within him, prompting him to inquire, "Your Majesty, might you possess a solution to this dilemma? Sir Polit, you might wish to familiarize yourself more with the thermal garments you wear." Lily replied with a gentle smile, then softly intoned an incantation. Water elements coalesced, forming a sphere above Polit's head. "Your Majesty, this!" Polit exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. Soon, the water sphere descended, and as those present anticipated Polit to emerge drenched, he stood frozen in astonishment, utterly dry. One commander examined Polit closely and exclaimed, "His clothing is completely dry. Not only that, even his hair remains untouched." Another commander observed with keen scrutiny. At this moment, the realization dawned upon the assemblage, and they collectively lowered their gazes to their own garments. Lily then elucidated, the attire you and the soldiers don not only provides warmth, but also possesses water repellent, wind resistant, and fireproof qualities. These were specially prepared by the Grand Sage for this campaign. Furthermore, in terms of protection, they rival high-quality leather armor, and they are remarkably lightweight, interjected another commander. The assembled generals could not help but marvel at the garments, which could truly be regarded as treasures. Naturally, all present were mid-tier knights. With Polit being a high-ranking knight, such treasures might not significantly benefit them individually, but the sheer number of these treasures was staggering. The thought that every soldier among the thousands received a set of these thermal garments, with ample reserves still stored in the royal castle, left the commanders momentarily dizzy. One commander even lamented, "Oh my goddess Isabella, even as a mid-tier knight, if I were to face 100 soldiers clad in high-quality leather armor standing still and attacking me without pause, I would surely be exhausted." The other commanders, save for Polit, nodded in agreement. Soldiers in simple linen would indeed require considerable exertion to fell, whereas those clad in high-quality leather armor would demand even greater effort. After all, humans are not perpetual motion machines. Knights are ultimately human, but if a knight possessed infinite stamina, there would be no need for soldiers in this world at all. This is fortuitous for us. Consider this. If we are daunted by the prospect of facing thousands of soldiers dressed in high-quality leather armor, how must the enemy feel? Initially, my primary strategy in this war was to annihilate the enemy soldiers and lower-ranking officers, compelling them to retreat. However, with these garments, we now stand a chance to significantly cripple their core forces, potentially capturing their high-ranking officers and even commanders, Polit declared, his hand instinctively raising in a fist. Upon hearing this, the commander's eyes brightened. Polit's assertions were indeed plausible. Should the enemy's knights, confident in their status, underestimate Table's soldiers clad in thermal garments, they could find themselves ensnared. Furthermore, these soldiers would not merely stand idly by. Even mid-tier knights would expend considerable energy. It was likely that after slaying 20 or 30 foes, they would begin to falter if they failed to break through the encirclement promptly. Table's knights could very well seize the opportunity to ensnare them. This held true even more so for lower-tier knights. Instantly, the atmosphere among the commanders lightened as they began to strategize around the thermal garments, not wishing to intrude upon their deliberations any further. Lily took her leave from the main tent of the camp. Outside, the snowstorm raged. However, clad in garments with superior properties than mere thermal clothing, Lily felt no chill from the biting wind and snow. "Your Majesty," called George, the head of the guards, as he hurriedly approached her. The young queen smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "Let us be off." "Where are we headed, Your Majesty?" George inquired promptly. Lily's smile radiated even more brightly as she pointed in a direction. "To that place, of course." Following the direction of her finger, George quickly realized where she meant. That location was Roman's quarters within the camp. They proceeded toward it and soon entered Roman's tent. Yet, Roman was absent. While Charlotte, clad in a black coat, was engrossed in reading, upon their arrival, Charlotte's attention shifted to Lily, and with a fond smile, she asked, "Lily, what brings you here? Is Mr. Roman present?" Lily queried. Charlotte sighed, somewhat exasperated, and replied, "Indeed, you are searching for Roman." "Brother, do you and Mr. Roman share a tent?" Lily inquired, a mix of anticipation and slight disappointment in her tone, as if she had just made a sudden realization. This caused Charlotte to flush slightly, and she hastily interjected, "Do not speak nonsense. The reason I share a tent with Roman is because having a separate tent would be too conspicuous. Even the commanders share tents with others. I am no longer the prince I once was, and I wish to avoid drawing unnecessary attention." "Then, why not allow me to stay with you?" Lily suggested. This, Charlotte firmly retorted, "That is out of the question. I am the elder brother, and you are the younger sister. We are no longer children. What would it look like for siblings of our age to share a bed?" Momentarily, Lily found herself at a loss for words. Should she remind her brother that she now appeared as a young lady? It was entirely reasonable for a girl to have a separate tent in a military camp filled with men. No man would dare speak ill of it, for that would display a lack of grace. However, after some contemplation, Lily decided to let it be. Perhaps it was for the best that her brother shared a tent with Roman. She then continued with her earlier query. "Brother, Is Mr. Romen here? Upon hearing this, Charlotte recollected that Lily had come in search of Romen and promptly responded, Romen? He left not long ago, saying he would return later. And where did he go? Lily pressed. Charlotte shook her head, a hint of helplessness in her voice as she replied, I do not know. He did not specify before he left. Lily nodded slightly, a hint of disappointment flickering across her brow. So, where has Romen gone? In this realm of undulating mountains cloaked in ice and snow, Romen stood atop a ridge, gazing into the distance where the mountains stretched endlessly. It seemed as if mist swirled about, imbued with ethereal, dreamlike glimmers of pale blue light. Chirp, 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 a series of silvery, bell-like giggles echoed, both distant and near, blurring the line between reality and illusion that Romen's eyes, shimmering with an array of strange colors, pierced through the veil of mystery. His magical vision revealing much. With a single step, he found himself enveloped in the swirling mist, surrounded by countless flickering blue lights. The atmosphere around him began to transform gradually, the space twisted. And soon he arrived at a verdant paradise, where blossoms unfurled in vibrant colors and a gentle stream babbled nearby. Though the scene appeared idyllic, Romen was acutely aware of the lurking dangers, just as I anticipated once I stepped beyond the confines of the ley-line magic array. I will be tested, he murmured to himself. Resolutely, he continued forward in a determined direction that in an instant, everything became adversarial. The tender leaves, the grass, the soil, and even the water in the stream all manifested a ferocious and unpredictable assault. These attacks were intricate and varied, imbued with an unusual power. In the unseen corners, there existed a choking grasp of space itself. Romen allowed these onslaughts to come upon him, yet, in a subtle manner. He countered each one effortlessly, as if strolling leisurely through a garden. Ultimately, he reached the source of the stream, where a clear spring gushed forth. A figure clad in a simple white robe was combing her long, smooth blue hair with a comb. Upon noticing Romen's arrival, she offered him a serene smile. However, accompanying her was a serpentine stream of water that surged forth from the spring. The flowing water, at first glance, appeared to be an assault, yet it concealed a complex structure woven from extraordinary power. Had Romen been the novice sorcerer he once was, he would have faced this watery serpent with utmost caution. However, the Romen of today merely raised his hand, and the serpentine stream was ensnared within his grasp, coalescing into a sphere of water. The blue-haired maiden paused her grooming, her expression one of astonishment. Romen, with an air of nonchalance, simply clenched his hand, causing the water sphere to dissipate into nothingness. This casual display of power instilled a sense of gravity in the blue-haired maiden, or rather, the goddess of the spring. Isabella, could it be that Romen was truly so formidable? Not entirely. He had spent considerable time studying Isabella's avatar, and had developed a significant understanding of her divine powers and methods. It was precisely this knowledge that allowed him to respond with such apparent ease. Yet, Isabella remained unaware of this. At that moment, she stood up, her previously relaxed demeanor replaced by one of resolve. The goddess solemnly declared, Since the time of Cabodian, I have not encountered such a powerful sorcerer. Mortal, your ability to seal my avatar suggests that it is not merely due to the extraordinary magic array. Isabella, speaking to you feels quite strange, almost as if I am conversing with a stranger. Romen replied, pushing up his glasses in a jesting manner. His words, a flicker of ire crossed Isabella's features. She was not the avatar that Romen had tormented into surrendering her pride and dignity as a goddess. Her sense of self remained intact. Nevertheless, the power Romen exhibited was not to be underestimated, and though she felt anger, she suppressed it. With a sly smile, she continued, You have merely spent time with my avatar. Your familiarity lies solely with her. However, if you wish, I could swiftly become your acquaintance. The implication was clear. She wanted her avatar returned. Yet, Romen was not foolish enough to comply, nor would he reject her outright. This goddess was not the same as the avatar he had imprisoned, whom he could toy with at will. Thus, he deftly shifted the topic. Isabella, where are you residing at present? In the celestial realm? What a curious question. Am I not standing right before you? While this inquiry might have seemed odd, Isabella did not find it perplexing at all, given Romen's displayed prowess. If he were unable to discern this, she would indeed find it strange. She nodded and replied, Indeed, I am in the celestial realm's domain of the spring, and this is merely the projection of that realm into the mortal world. So, Our interaction is facilitated through a projection interface. It appears that deities find it quite challenging to descend to the mortal plane, Romen observed, nodding in understanding, feeling a sense of relief. Although the projection prevented him from truly harming Isabella's essence, he could sense that maintaining this projection severely restricted her abilities. Moreover, the formation of the projection was not instantaneous. A powerful deity would need time to manifest through it, allowing Romen the opportunity to escape before it fully materialized. This indicated that the gods were quite constrained in the mortal realm. With this realization, Romen felt free to navigate this world without restraint. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Isabella seemed to perceive his intentions. Hissing disdainfully, "Humph, it appears you do not regard us celestial deities with proper respect. Let me warn you, do not attempt to challenge the majesty of the gods. Otherwise, through the descent of a saint, we could bring all our power into the mortal realm. Although this would cost a precious saint, the descent of a saint." Romen recalled that Isabella's avatar had mentioned this, referring to a method of thought infusion. Saints, they seem to be the pinnacle of the holy order, individuals whose faith in the divine was so pure and unblemished that they could ascend to the status of saint, possessing power rivaling that of great sorcerers and knights. Infusing thoughts into a saint, pure and unblemished faith in the divine. Very well. Romen began to comprehend the principle behind the descent of a saint. If the celestial deities could wield their full power in this manner, it would be wise for Romen to maintain a low profile henceforth. Resolving this within himself, he decided not to linger in the projection interface of the spring goddess, having gleaned some insights into the celestial deities. Was he to remain here for idle chatter with the goddess? Thus, Romen turned away, intending to leave. Yet, Isabella interjected, "Wait, do not depart just yet." Pausing, Romen turned back and inquired, "What is it? You seem to be assisting the Tabor royal family in their quest for restoration." "Correct." Upon Romen's return, Isabella posed the inquiry with a composed demeanor, though her tone bore an air of certainty. Regarding this matter, Romen found little reason to deny or affirm, so he merely nodded and replied, "Yes, and what of it?" "The Tabor kingdom harbors a significant secret," Isabella remarked, a pensive expression creeping onto her face, tinged with an unspoken sadness. Romen was not overly surprised by this revelation. He recalled the substantial supplies of anti-cold potions funded by some unknown benefactor. And it would be strange if the benefactor had no ulterior motives. Given that even a goddess referred to it as a significant secret, everything began to make sense. Thus, Romen inquired, "What is the secret?" "I cannot disclose it to you, for it is of great importance. However, if you are willing to return my avatar, I might reveal a fragment of the truth to you." Isabella, initially resolute, swiftly shifted her tone. This display of unscrupulousness left Romen somewhat speechless. Would he truly return Isabella's avatar merely to uncover this significant secret? Certainly not. He was not that naive. With that, he declared, "Then I shall take my leave." Without further ado, Romen unleashed a powerful spell that disrupted the local spatial structure of the projection interface. Escaping through the spatial rift he created, seeing Romen depart without so much as a second thought. Isabella stomped her foot in frustration. Subsequently, the entire projection interface trembled. Moments later, it shattered. The figure of the blue-haired maiden gradually vanished within the swirling mist and flickering lights. As Romen departed, he faintly heard Isabella's voice echoing, "There will be another opportunity for us to meet, great sage, Romen." Turning back to gaze at the direction in which the mountains extended, shrouded in snow and swirling clouds, the flickering blue lights continued to diminish until they vanished entirely. Suspended in midair, Romen squinted slightly beneath his spectacles that he muttered to himself, "The great secret of the Tabor kingdom, indeed a season of turmoil." With those words, he vanished from his location. This was the Tabor military camp at the canyon's entrance. And when Romen returned, Lily remained in his tent, waiting for him. Engaged in a conversation with her brother, Charlotte, their discourse abruptly ceased upon his entrance, both turning their gazes towards him. However, at that very moment, the glances exchanged between the two bore an unusual peculiarity. "George, this loyal captain of the guard had already been dispatched. Why do you look at me like that?" Under the weight of their unwavering stares, even Romen felt a shiver run down his spine, unable to suppress his inquiry. Charlotte took a deep breath and pointed towards a narrow black box that had been opened within the tent, exclaiming, "What is the meaning of this?" At this sight, Romen finally comprehended the reason behind Charlotte and Lily's peculiar glances. Within that elongated black box lay a figure, hands clasped and crossed over its chest. Golden hair somehow appearing rather dull. The pale visage had its eyes closed, resembling someone in a serene slumber. The figure was adorned in a form-fitting black armor, with a sword, its hilt and sheath both black, lying quietly by its side. So, who exactly was this figure? Upon closer inspection of the figure's face, it bore a striking resemblance to Lily. Yet, it was a male. Thus, the identity of this figure became evident. Charlotte continued her interrogation. Romen, what on earth have you done to my body? Merely hearing this statement seemed to invite a myriad of interpretations. Nevertheless, those present understood precisely what Charlotte meant. Indeed, within that narrow black box lay Charlotte's body, or rather, the body she once possessed as a prince. Logically, this corpse should have long since decayed, yet it appeared remarkably well preserved, even clad in a set of armor. What on earth was going on? Both Charlotte and Lily sought clarity. After all, no one relishes the thought of their corpse being toyed with. Nor would anyone wish to witness the body of their beloved brother being subjected to such treatment. What explanation would Romen provide? Adjusting his glasses, Romen displayed no hint of embarrassment at having his dubious activities exposed. Explaining, codenamed Death Knight, this is a super soldier enhanced using the remains of a mid-tier knight. Upon acquiring such a valuable resource as the mid-tier knight's corpse, I intended to create a guardian to serve as a meat shield as part of my research. However, plans change. Through studying the knight's anatomy, I have since achieved body enhancement and no longer require this guardian. Yet, the project was not halted. Just last week, the data from the project's progress met the expected criteria. This battle serves as a test to determine whether the experimental subject meets the anticipated standards. Upon concluding his explanation, Romen promptly recited the command, Death Knight, activate. As soon as the command was issued, the figure within the black box suddenly opened its eyes. They were blood-red orbs devoid of focus, subtly emanating a terrifying glow. Grasping the black sword at its side, the Death Knight, Charlotte's corpse, rose to its feet. It stepped out of the box, moving its head side to side as if surveying its surroundings. Soon, the Death Knight Charlotte faced Romen and inquired, Command Issuer, do you have any instructions? Upon hearing this inquiry, Romen immediately pointed at Lily and instructed, record her as Command Issuer number 2. Then, he gestured towards Charlotte, stating, record him as Command Issuer number 3. Complying with Romen's orders, the Death Knight Charlotte scrutinized both Lily and Charlotte for a considerable time. Having completed the recording, the Death Knight Charlotte finally responded. Lily and Charlotte, after absorbing Romen's explanation and witnessing such a spectacle, were momentarily stunned. Eventually, Charlotte, regaining her composure, began accusingly pointing at Romen and the Death Knight Charlotte, exclaiming, you actually used my corpse to perform necromancy? In the eyes of those in this world, the magic that animates corpses is unequivocally regarded as necromancy. However, Romen furrowed his brow and retorted, necromancy primarily relies on the soul, with the corpse as a secondary component. I have neither utilized your soul nor anyone else's. How can this be classified as necromancy? The greatest taboo of necromancy lies in the desecration of souls. Since I have not resorted to such profanation in creating the Death Knight, I cannot be said to have employed your corpse for necromancy. Romen's vehement defense left Charlotte momentarily speechless, unable to counter his claims. Yet, should she simply disregard this matter? The thought of Romen having conducted some unspeakable experiments on her body irked her greatly. Humph, though displeased, unable to formulate a rebuttal, she merely huffed, crossing her arms defiantly and turning away. This display of I won't acknowledge you was, truth be told, rather endearing to Romen. Naturally, he refrained from voicing such sentiments, mindful of certain boundaries best left unbreached. On the other hand, after contemplating for a moment, Lily addressed Romen. Mr. Romen, you brought my brother's body here to assist us in achieving victory, didn't you? Of course, Romen replied, adjusting his glasses in acknowledgement, while it was framed as a test of the project's results. This was merely a researcher's instinct. Primarily, it was to aid Lily and her companions in securing triumph in the war. How formidable is he? Lily inquired, striking at the crux of the matter. Romen pondered before responding, as I have yet to witness the great knights of your world, I cannot definitively say he can rival them. However, I have equipped him with numerous tactics to counter mages. Even a grand mage would not dare to be complacent in his presence. Overall, he is significantly stronger than a mid-tier knight, but regrettably, due to the limitations of the materials and the time and magical energy required for production. Mass production is unfeasible. The Romans' lament over the inability to mass-produce the Death Knight elicited a cold sweat from both Charlotte and Lily at a Death Knight that even grand mages should not underestimate. If he could be mass-produced, it would spell disaster. Lily chuckled nervously, stating, "Then I shall eagerly anticipate his performance on the battlefield. However, could you conceal his appearance? Everyone believes my brother is dead. If he were to fight in this guise, it would lead to unnecessary complications. Indeed, I overlooked that detail. However, it is a simple matter. I will create a sturdy helmet for him to wear." Romen readily acquiesced. Thus, a minor upheaval seemed to settle. Yet, from the complex glances that Charlotte cast towards the Death Knight, it was apparent she remained quite concerned about Romen's utilization of her body. Subsequently, Lily continued her conversation with Romen for a while longer. Her visit had originally been to seek Romen out, not for any specific purpose, but rather to enjoy some friendly banter to alleviate her spirits. As time passed and nightfall approached, Lily bid her farewell. Within the tent, only Romen, Charlotte, and the motionless Death Knight remained. Shortly after Lily's departure, Romen turned to leave the tent. Charlotte, noticing this, quickly inquired, "Where are you going now?" "Back to the royal capital," Romen replied, not pausing as he walked, nearing the exit of the tent. "What purpose do you have in the royal capital?" Charlotte pressed on. Romen's voice, somewhat faint, reached Charlotte's ears, "To craft a helmet for the Death Knight." In that instant, Romen's figure vanished from sight. Observing Romen's swift exit, Charlotte pondered for a moment before turning her gaze back to the Death Knight fashioned from her own corpse. As she looked on, an undeniable curiosity stirred within her. Truth be told, she was exceedingly eager to inspect what Romen had done to her body. To claim she was not intrigued would be an utter falsehood. And now, Romen had conveniently departed. Opportunity knocks but once. Thus, Charlotte cautiously approached the Death Knight. Soon, she stood before him. However, before she could take any action, the red, unfocused eyes of the Death Knight Charlotte locked onto hers, and it inquired, "Command Issuer number 3. Do you have any instructions?" Momentarily taken aback, Charlotte quickly regained her composure and exclaimed, "Strip off your armor, so I can see." "At your command," the Death Knight Charlotte responded by beginning to remove the armor and clothing that adorned her form. The slender upper body soon came into view before Charlotte, evoking a sense of nostalgia as she gazed upon this familiar physique. Next, the trousers were shed, leaving only a pair of undergarments. In that moment, as Charlotte observed, an unsettling feeling suddenly washed over her. Yet, what was amiss? For a moment, she could not recall. Subsequently, the remaining undergarments were discarded, revealing the hidden lower anatomy. Charlotte could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. Why was there only a slit? She exclaimed, pointing at the private area. Indeed, what was once a man's precious attribute had been reduced to but a seam. Of course, it was still distinct from the female anatomy. Upon hearing Charlotte's incredulous inquiry, Death Knight Charlotte replied, "According to calculations, the removal of the reproductive organs can enhance operational efficiency by 0.007359. To achieve optimal modification, the primary commander and designer of this form performed an excision during the transformation experiment, completely removing the male reproductive system and replacing it with an internal component crafted from high-strength fiber mixed with precision sensors." Charlotte. 23 Secrets related to the Demon King. Within the palace, in workshop number 2, Romen gazed at the completed black helmet before him, nodding in satisfaction. Next, would he return to the military camp at the Western Canyon's entrance with the helmet? There was no need to rush. Romen's journey was not merely to create a helmet. Isabella. He called out the name of a certain goddess. Soon, a blue-haired girl clad in a simple white robe appeared before him, her ethereal figure materializing on a nearby chair. Sitting in a languid posture, the beautiful goddess exuded an air of drowsiness. In a tone that hinted at exhaustion, she inquired, "Romen, are you planning to conduct research on me again? If so, could you please be a little gentler this time?" "This time, it's not for research," Romen replied. Isabella's spirit immediately lifted. She straightened her posture and asked, "Then what is it? Please, do not make things difficult for me." Has the poor goddess truly been stripped of all dignity by Romen's torments? Observing Isabella's somewhat pitiable demeanor and contrasting it with the earlier encounter with her true form, a peculiar sensation arose within Romen once more. Though they could be considered the same person, their differing circumstances led to entirely different displays before Romen. 1 Exuded nobility, standing independently in the world. The one before him, however, seemed to tread carefully, gauging Roman's mood. Such thoughts flickered away as Roman swiftly returned to the matter at hand, stating, "Isabella, reveal to me the great secrets hidden within the Tabor kingdom. Did you see my true form?" The realization dawned on Isabella as she inquired, her question affirming her suspicion. Roman nodded, confirming, "Indeed, I have seen your true form." Upon receiving Roman's confirmation, Isabella's face bore a helpless smile. She shook her head, unable to suppress her lament. "It seems my true form believed you could merely seal me away. And that would be the extent of your power. Otherwise, she would not have acted so recklessly." As she spoke, Isabella, as a fragment of herself, found her thoughts drifting back to the period of her confinement. Initially, she had been summoned as the avatar of the spring goddess by the high priest Rains of the Tabor kingdom through a sacrificial rite. Essentially, every high priest and chief of a divine order possessed such a means. This is why, even if a high priest's power pales in comparison to that of a grand sorcerer or a mighty knight, the latter still hesitate to provoke them. After all, should a high priest be driven to desperation and manage to summon the avatar of their deity through sacrifice, the grand sorcerers and knights would have no choice but to await their demise. However, Roman's appearance shattered this ironclad rule. The avatar of the spring goddess had been summoned, yet was suppressed and sealed by Roman through a magical array. Initially, Isabella, feeling the weight of her misfortune, did not believe she would suffer further desecration despite her confinement. After all, merely sealing a divine avatar was already a remarkable feat in this world. What more could one desire of a divine avatar? Did they not fear retaliation should the avatar find an opportunity to escape and seek vengeance upon their captor? Thus, when Roman first sought to study the sealed Isabella, she felt a sense of triumph, preparing to teach this audacious mortal a lesson once she managed to escape. Alas, reality proved to be nothing but a vain hope. Not only did Isabella fail to escape, but Roman also examined her repeatedly. Exploring every inch of her being, shame, the anger eventually transformed into resignation, habit, and even cooperation with Roman's research endeavors. After all, maintaining a good attitude could lessen her suffering. Moreover, Isabella had come to realize that Roman possessed the means to obliterate her avatar entirely. It was merely his reluctance to part with such a valuable research subject that spared her from that fate. Given this, if Roman sought to uncover the great secrets of the Tabor kingdom from her, she would comply and share what she knew. In truth, the great secret of the Tabor kingdom was linked to a demon king sealed from another world. As she spoke, a glimmer of fear surfaced in Isabella's eyes. Alongside this fear, a hint of sorrow also lingered. Upon hearing this, Roman recalled the tale he had learned from Charlotte regarding the gem of interdimensional summoning. Once, a demon king was summoned from another world, only to be sealed away. The specifics of the events that transpired remain unclear to Charlotte, save for the knowledge that the demon king brought great devastation to this world. A thought struck Roman, as if he had realized something, and he inquired, could it be that the demon king's seal lies within the borders of the Tabor kingdom? No, absolutely not here. However, the secrets within Tabor do indeed have connections to the demon king. Countering Roman's assertion, Isabella emphasized, then what exactly is the secret related to the demon king that you mentioned? Roman pressed on. Yet, Isabella shook her head, replying, I do not know. Are you not a goddess with your faith rooted in Tabor, and have lived for quite some time? How could you possibly not know? Roman was not easily swayed. He observed Isabella's helpless response, because it is a matter of great significance, even in the celestial realm. Only a few deities are privy to the specifics. The Spring Church of Tabor was established later by my followers as a faith division. You should inquire with the royal family of Tabor. I do know that the ancestor of the Tabor royal family, the Green Knight Tabor, established this kingdom to safeguard the secret associated with the demon king. In other words, the royal family of Tabor exists to protect the secret related to the demon king? If that is the case, it stands to reason that the interdimensional summoning gem, which once called forth the demon king, would be kept by the Tabor royal family. However, at that moment, Roman's brow furrowed deeply, for he understood all too well that neither Charlotte nor Lily truly grasped this matter. Could it be that the previous king, their father, passed away too soon and had not the chance to impart this knowledge? That was certainly a possibility. Furthermore, was the entity that provided Satri with support against the cold truly aiming for the secret related to the demon king, or rather, were they seeking to gain something from that secret, which prompted them to aid Duke Satri in toppling the Tabor royal family's rule? That was not certain either, for it was also plausible that some other grand conspiracy necessitated the overthrow of the Tabor royal family. Thus, regardless of what this secret related to the Demon King might be, the pressing matter at hand was to thwart the hostile forces intent on subverting the Tabor kingdom. In the course of this endeavor, they would eventually uncover the motives behind the forces backing Satri and their involvement in the internal strife of the Tabor kingdom. As these thoughts flashed through Roman's mind, he declared, "I shall take my leave." With that, he had no intention of lingering further. Carrying the crafted helmet, he utilized the power of the magical array, performing a spatial displacement, and instantaneously departed from workshop number 2. Observing Roman's departure, Isabella could not help but exhale softly. It appeared that Roman did not harbor resentment towards her for her lack of knowledge. Subsequently, she could not resist voicing her complaints. Honestly, why must my true form speak without understanding? It would be better not to boast about things she herself is unaware of. As Isabella's doppelganger lamented the plight of her original self, on the other side, fortified by the Earth Pulse magic array, Roman returned directly to the military camp at the mouth of the canyon. Within the confines of his tent. At that moment, darkness had already enveloped the sky, and the interior of the tent was shrouded in pitch blackness, yet it did not hinder Roman's sight. He could see Charlotte lying on the bed, ensnared in the grasp of slumber, seemingly tormented by nightmares. No more. It's gone, gone, she murmured even in her dreams. Roman, navigating through the darkness, observed the delicate features of her face, her brows furrowed, betraying a pained expression. What was this about something being gone? Roman was perplexed. However, he didn't dwell on it too much. Nightmares were a commonplace occurrence. After all, it wasn't a psychological ailment, merely a slight detriment to sleep quality at worst. Subsequently, he donned the black helmet he had prepared, placing it atop the still and silent Death Knight Charlotte. Once adorned, he glanced at the Death Knight's dark ensemble and remarked, "Quite cool." He then adjusted his clothing and lay down on the bed, ready to indulge in his own slumber. Naturally, he would not share the bed with Charlotte. As the prelude to war commenced, amidst the frigid winds that pierced to the marrow, conflict descended upon the canyon checkpoint. The biting cold winds from the northwest forced the Tabor forces into battle, compelling them to advance against the gale. It seemed the archers would be rendered ineffective for the time being. "Attention, all officers must steadfastly guard several critical defense points," commanded Polit, his voice ringing out as he observed through the enhanced vision granted by the Eagle Eye spell. Responses echoed from the ranks. Defense Point 3 acknowledged. Defense Point 5 acknowledged. Defense Point 1 acknowledged. Defense Point 4 acknowledged. The affirmations resonated through the command line, and Polit felt a swell of emotion. The officers' insulated garments bore insignias, distinguishing them from the soldiers. Initially, Polit and the other commanders believed these insignias merely indicated rank. However, they soon discovered these symbols facilitated real-time command and reporting. As a seasoned general, Polit recognized that this was not merely a means to eliminate the need for messengers. He immediately grasped the immense impact this would have on warfare. The efficiency of troop operations would be markedly enhanced. The execution of combat orders would exceed previous standards. Assaults would be more precise and rapid. Furthermore, even fatal errors that could lead to defeat in the past could now be rectified in a timely manner. This advancement truly elevated the nature of warfare to an entirely new dimension. Of course, the quality of the troops remained paramount. Fortunately, the insulated garments provided exceptional protection, bestowing a significant advantage in that regard. It was well known that in many nations, armor was far more likely to be classified as contraband than weaponry. So, what were they waiting for? It was time to prepare for an audacious annihilation campaign. However, before that, intelligence gathering was crucial to orchestrate the annihilation strategy. After all, the current assault was most likely a probing attack by the enemy. If they were merely to consume this probing attack and expose Tabor's advantages, Polit deemed it unworthy. His strategy was to mire the entire northern army of Sodor in a quagmire from which they could not extricate themselves. Thus, he resolved to bide his time and await the opportune moment. Whispering to himself, Polit's demeanor appeared calm, yet his eyes burned with fervor, as Polit, the commander of the Tabor forces, awaited the arrival of opportunity. Several key defense points had already engaged in skirmishes. Undoubtedly, the fiercest clashes were between lower-tier knights and their higher-ranking counterparts. The clash of swords and weapons, armed by conviction, manifested the very essence of belief. In the combat between knights, it could be said that the struggle was one of conviction. If one's belief was not sufficiently robust, the conviction-based armaments would shatter more easily in the fray. Of course, there were two forms of belief at play here. One was the mindset, while the other comprised the totality of cellular conviction. The interplay of these two aspects determined the outcome. Moreover, although they were knights, their battles did not unfold atop steeds. Unless mounted on magical beasts, ordinary horses became a hindrance in combat. However, not just any knight could secure a magical beast as a mount. The soldiers' combat was equally noteworthy. Prior to the onset of war, the insulated garments of the defending soldiers at these critical points had been dyed and tailored by Romen at Polet's behest, transforming them into vibrant and aesthetically pleasing attire that starkly contrasted with the uniforms of other Tabor soldiers. Though this was merely a superficial distinction, during the battle, the soldiers of Sodor found it exceedingly challenging to inflict significant harm upon their Tabor counterparts, for the opponent's garments were evidently superior armors. Not long after, a Sodor general observing the conflict discerned this point. Retreat, he ordered immediately. Subsequently, the senior officers of Sodor forced the Tabor commanders to withdraw, retreating just in time before their soldiers were entirely eradicated. However, several junior knights among the lower officers unfortunately lost their lives. Shortly thereafter, the Sodor general led the remnants back to the northern camp, reporting this crucial military intelligence to the highest commander of the army. This was the trusted confidant of the Duke of Sodor, a middle-aged nobleman of upper-tier knightly strength, Count Stewart. After hearing the report, Count Stewart displayed no trace of solemnity, even going so far as to utter with a hint of sarcasm, "The decaying royal family truly spares no expense. They have outfitted the soldiers at several critical defense points with such fine gear." Yet, he acknowledged that these positions were indeed pivotal. Now, if they intended to seize them, it would require a considerable cost. It seemed the commander of the northern army of Sodor had mistakenly believed that the Tabor soldiers at those critical points had received special provisions. It must be said that Polet's stratagem effectively concealed the comprehensive advantages of the Tabor forces. My lord, since those key points are so formidable, what shall we do next? A subordinate general could not help but inquire within the main tent. Count Stewart, upon hearing this, revealed a confident smile. In a tone tinged with self-satisfaction, he replied, "Of course, we shall crush them with absolute force." Having uttered such domineering words, he turned to face two individuals in the main tent who appeared somewhat out of place due to their humble demeanor. They were two figures clad in hooded black robes, an elderly man and a youthful-looking man that he respectfully addressed the two, requesting, "Masters, I implore you, please use your irresistible power to utterly shatter their futile resistance." "Leave it to us," the elderly man responded in a calm tone. The younger man smiled amiably and added, "Rest assured, even if they have a grand sorcerer among them, we possess two equals of that caliber. Dave will confront that self-proclaimed sage, while I shall secure victory for you in this war. When triumph is at hand, I shall prepare a celebratory feast for both of you." Masters, Count Stewart, exuding the confidence of someone who had already grasped victory, spoke as if it were a foregone conclusion. Indeed, with two top-tier powerhouses and the advantage provided by cold resistance potions, he felt an overwhelming sense of assurance. This confidence left him utterly convinced that he would not fail in this war. What followed was a witness to the two masters charging onto the battlefield, while he organized the army, preparing to launch a full-scale assault. With absolute might, they would bulldoze their way through. Meanwhile, standing at a high vantage point, Roman sensed something approaching. His lips parted slightly as he uttered, "They're here." Beside him, the knight clad in black armor, with the slits of his helmet revealing two gleaming red eyes, swiftly drew forth his obsidian blade, its blood-red edge glinting ominously. "You deal with the grand sorcerer. I will handle the knights," Roman commanded the Death Knight. From within the black helmet came a muffled reply, "As you command." With that, the shadowy figure darted forth like a bolt of black lightning, slicing through the wind and snow, leaving a trail of mist in the air. Roman, too, executed a spatial shift, appearing before the young man in the black robe who was rallying his forces, intent on breaking through the checkpoint with unmatched might. "This area is off limits." With a push of his glasses, which remained completely fog-free in the winter environment, the voice of Roman echoed across the battlefield. The young man in the black robe, however, revealed a smile that conveyed genuine interest as he remarked, "I did not expect you to seek me out. It seems the task of breaching the checkpoint shall fall to Dave. I had initially intended to allow you all to engage in a duel among mages. But alas, perhaps this is my stroke of luck? Ha ha ha. Battle, battle, battle. I relish fighting formidable opponents. After all, it is you who sought me out. Dave has no retort now, does he?" the youthful visage, once adorned with a friendly smile, rapidly morphed into a fervent expression brimming with the spirit of combat. He continued, "Remember my name. Kenorkiov. My creed is battle. With the fervor for combat, I shall become a great knight. You must not disappoint me. O great sage." As he spoke, intricate silver armor materialized around the man named Kenorkiov, and a silver spear manifested in his hand. The potent aura of life he exuded commanded the attention of all present. Moreover, through Roman's iridescent and enigmatic magical vision, it became evident that Kenorkiov radiated a luminous glow. This glow emanated from every cell in his body, as if each one housed a resolute will and conviction. Countless cells, imbued with steadfast determination, emitted a brilliance that interconnected them all. That this radiance coalesced into a pulsating orb of light, akin to a heartbeat, on a hyperdimensional level. So this is the heart of a great knight's conviction. By maximizing the cognitive memory of bodily cells, forming a tangible thought wave field, and through a shared homogeneous signal, the myriad of cells' thought wave fields were interconnected, creating a semi-high-dimensional thought entity. With this realization, Roman adjusted his glasses. In that moment, he began to comprehend the essence of a great knight. No sooner had he completed this thought than Kenorkiov charged at him. The destructive force concentrated in the spear of conviction in his grasp had escalated to a level capable of dismantling atomic structures. In a certain sense, it was indeed invincible. It possessed the power to obliterate anything in its path. In this world, only another great knight or an elementalizing grand mage would dare to face such a terrifying assault. Though Roman was neither a great knight nor capable of elementalization, he harbored no fear. Just as the spear's tip was poised to pierce Roman's chest, Kenorkiov's savage grin faltered for an instant. From a perspective imperceptible to the ordinary eye, Roman radiated a luminous glow. Suddenly, a sword appeared in Roman's hand, intercepting the silver spear in a breathtaking display that left Kenorkiov in disbelief. "Are you a mage or a knight?" he exclaimed, retreating to assume a defensive stance, his voice laden with incredulity. As the war commenced, the question lingered. What was Roman truly? The glow emanating from him, invisible to the untrained eye, was one of the hallmarks of a great knight, the light of conviction. The brilliance of conviction illuminated the essence of the heart. Thus, in this world, few could rival him. However, was not Roman a grand mage? How had he suddenly transformed into a great knight? Surely there had been a misunderstanding. No, that must have been a teleportation spell that had brought him before Roman. Could it be that he embodied both a grand mage and a great knight simultaneously? Such a notion seemed absurd. As Kenorkiov pondered, Roman's robe began to shift, morphing into an attire more suited for close combat. Positioning the manifested sword at his side, Roman smiled at Kenorkiov and said, "Thank you for enlightening me. Developing the cognitive memory of my bodily cells to form a tangible thought wave field, and linking them through a homogeneous signal, allows me to fully harness the potential of my evolved form. That it seems my grand magic requires a significant overhaul. To better suit my current circumstances, I must genuinely thank you. Kenorkiov, allow me to engage you without the use of magic." Indeed, Roman resolved to face Kenorkiov without employing magic. Was this not folly? No, for the greatest threats. The Great Knight and the Grand Mage were preoccupied with him and the Death Knight. The outcome of the war would rest in the hands of their armies. After all, involving himself in a conflict of such magnitude, centered around two Grand Mages and two Great Knights, would undoubtedly draw immense attention to Roman. He had long decided to operate discreetly and harbored no desire for notoriety. Moreover, he had already contributed significantly to the Tabor forces. Not using magic, what nonsense are you spouting? Even among great knights, one must not underestimate their opponent. Can you not even show the most basic respect? Roman's declaration was incomprehensible to Kenorkiov at first, but the latter half stung with humiliation, prompting a furious retort. Without hesitation, he raised his spear and advanced with a swift stride. His speed shattered the sound barrier, yet it produced no sonic boom. Such control over his power had reached a level beyond the grasp of ordinary mortals. Roman could not help but marvel at this knightly prowess. Even on Earth, where magic was scarce, such mastery would be unassailable. The level of power control exhibited by a great knight indicated a metamorphosis of life forms beyond human comprehension. This semi-high-dimensional thought entity could even influence the physical body. Roman understood that even if he were to sustain injuries, Even in critical areas such as the heart or brain, he would not perish. Instead, under the influence of the semi-high-dimensional thought entity, he would automatically begin the process of self-repair. Would he not die? Not quite. Rather, the semi-high-dimensional thought entity retained the life state information of his entire body, allowing it to restore itself to its original blueprint upon receiving feedback from a higher dimension. The influence of thought information on the body was not mere theory. It had been demonstrated in hypnotic experiments where subjects were convinced that a room temperature iron was a red-hot branding iron, resulting in real burns due to their belief. Thus, it was evident that the transmission of information was essential for the operation of the human body. To be able to store life state information in a semi-high-dimensional manner eliminated the concerns of conventional physical damage disrupting the transmission of bodily information, facilitating rapid memory-based recovery. Furthermore, due to the existence of the semi-high-dimensional thought entity, even severe bodily damage would not lead to rapid deterioration of the physical form, preserving its vital memory. Consequently, a great knight could be likened to an indomitable cockroach, nearly immune to the threat of death. In facing the onslaught of a great knight, Romen, as a self-taught great knight, found himself increasingly insulated from danger. The sounds of clashing weapons filled the air as Romen countered Kenorkiov's relentless assault. Lacking close-quarters combat experience, Romen, despite his superior command over power, was struck by the silver spear on several occasions. Yet, to Kenorkiov's astonishment, Roman's supposed armor of conviction sustained no damage whatsoever. As a fellow great knight, breaching the other's conviction armor was indeed no trivial feat. Yet, to strike Romen directly and find him unscathed was a testament to the strength of his conviction. Moreover, the manifested armor was not robust armor, but rather a soft garment. Therefore, even as he dominated the battle with experience, Kenorkiov did not feel assured of victory. He could sense that Romen was steadily improving. Indeed, through continuous data collection and analytical refinement, Romen was making fewer mistakes in his movements. The opportunities for Kenorkiov to land a hit were diminishing rapidly. If this trend continued, it was foreseeable that Romen would soon be capable of counterattacking. Thus, they fought, gradually veering away from the battlefield under Romen's deliberate guidance. Kenorkiov noticed this but dismissed it. After all, their confrontation could wreak havoc, affecting the Satori Northern Army. Furthermore, even without his assistance, he believed the Satori Northern Army would not falter. He had relinquished the desire to immediately defeat Romen, for the tortoise shell he wore was simply too resilient. Yet, as a battle enthusiast, Kenorkiov relished the fight. Let him engage Romen. The forces of Tabor shall be dealt with by the great mage Dave and the northern army of Satri. Ultimately, victory will undoubtedly belong to them. Boom! The two combatants fought at a distance, having ascended to the distant snow-capped mountains. The aftermath of their battle stirred an avalanche that seemed capable of toppling heaven and earth. Yet, this magnitude of natural force was effortlessly surpassed by the two. Romen's sword cleaved a massive gash in the sliding snow. With a graceful leap, he surged through the air, aiming a strike at Konalchev. The so-called faith-imbued armament, being constituted of atmospheric magical energy, could, upon reaching the rank of a Grand Knight, harness the magic from the atmosphere. Although Romen's armament was not forged from faith, it could still transform the invoked atmospheric magic into a sharp edge. Konalchev, faced with this assault, evaded with a swift motion, causing a small peak behind him to collapse under the force of the blade's passage. As it plummeted to the ground with a muffled thud, it triggered an even greater avalanche. What followed was a close-quarters clash. Clang after clang, the blades of swords and the body of spears clashed incessantly, creating chaos amidst the vast fields of sliding snow. Many snowflakes were shattered by their strikes, disintegrating into fine particles. Consequently, even the nearby atmosphere became tumultuous due to the profusion of gaseous particles. The heavy clouds above seemed to shift under this influence, suggesting that the duel between Romen and Konalchev would not conclude anytime soon. And what of the great mage named Dave? Has he led the northern army of Satri to victory in this war? No, far removed from the battlefield, the elder mage Dave, who intended to ensnare Romen, found himself entangled with a knight clad entirely in dark armor. What in the world are you? The great mage Dave demanded, narrowly dodging the blood-red blade. He had to voice his inquiry, despite the opponent's appearance and combat style resembling that of a knight. This being seemed more like a lifeless entity, yet this very lifeless form posed a threat that even a Grand Knight would find daunting. This was not a Grand Knight. Dave discerned the absence of faith-imbued armament, faith's radiance, and the heart of belief. What remained was a terrifying agility, a deadly blade aimed at elemental beings, a repelling magical force, and various means specifically designed to counter magic. This was evidently a terrifying weapon crafted solely to combat mages. Moreover, it emitted not a trace of life. Dave hurled a highly corrosive great polluting sphere toward it, only for the dark night to pierce through and shatter it effortlessly. Witnessing this, Dave felt an overwhelming urge to curse. Such a great polluting sphere would be best avoided even by the Grand Knight Konalchev. As Dave continued to dodge, retaliate, and evade in frustration, the battle raged on in the valley. War had commenced, despite a full mobilization. The whereabouts of the assisting Grand Knight and Great Mage remained unknown. Count Stuart gritted his teeth and pressed forward with the assault. There was no alternative. After all, a mobilization of this magnitude could not simply be halted without causing a significant drop in morale. War is not a game where one can dictate the terms at will, especially in the context of ancient warfare. As a seasoned commander, Stuart would not make such a blunder. Moreover, he had faith in the northern army of Satri's advantages in the harsh winter conditions. Signal the mages accompanying the troops. Prepare to unleash wind and water magic at any moment. Let the enemy's forces become a flock of shivering, waterlogged birds in this icy wasteland. With a malicious grin, Count Stuart commanded his messenger. The messenger acknowledged the order. Subsequently, Count Stuart continued to issue commands, making strategically targeted arrangements that a series of orders were given, and then Stuart refrained from further commands that he had done all he could. Now, he would observe how the situation of the war unfolded. In fact, he held considerable confidence in the outcome. Simultaneously, the commander of Tabor, Paulette, was imbued with great confidence regarding the war at this moment, as he surveyed the battlefield. A smile graced his lips. Though his eyes glimmered with coldness, he addressed the insignia at his collar. The time has come. Proceed with the operations as planned. Report on the battle conditions promptly. And follow remote command. Understood, came the response from the insignia. Soon, a multitude of affirmations echoed in reply. Thus, the undaunted northern army of Satri was met with a force exhibiting extraordinary precision in their military objectives. Furthermore, this army, like them, was unafraid of the biting cold and snow, and was outfitted with exceptionally high standards of armament. As the war unfolded, victory often hinges on the minutiae of difference, such as my weapon being sharper than yours. My armor being superior, my weapon, sharper than yours, allows me to wound you more easily to my armor, better than yours, ensures that a single strike does not fell me. Even 2 or 3 blows may not suffice. Yet when I strike you once or twice, you shall fall. Such disparities can determine life and death. If such differences manifest in the clash of armies, then they can dictate the direction of victory. This is why armor, particularly protective gear, often holds far greater value than weapons. Indeed, in many nations, without sufficient status, possession and accumulation of armor is strictly prohibited. The stronger the grip of the ruling class, the more they focus on this aspect. A knight, no matter how formidable, if not at a certain level, can be overwhelmed by a swarm of strong ants. Yet, it is crucial to understand that even resource-rich nobles, though they may ascend to lower-tier knights, do not necessarily become mid-tier knights, and those who reach mid-tier knights may not attain the rank of high-tier knights. This signifies that even as a member of the ruling class, one cannot disregard an army armed to the teeth. The significance of superior armor is fully manifested in this war. Kill, slay. The two armies clashed amidst the relentless snowstorm, with the northern army of Satri enjoying a slight advantage due to the favorable winds. They unleashed a volley of arrows, followed by a swift advance, effortlessly cutting down their foes. To their astonishment, the forces of Tabor soon crumbled. Excellent. Let us capitalize on this momentum. The officers and soldiers of the northern army charged forward with enthusiasm, convinced that this was no deceit. Firstly, they believed that in such frigid weather, the Tabor forces must be suffering greatly, coupled with the significant disadvantage of the wind. Finally, those fleeing Tabor soldiers came to a halt. Were they exhausted from running? No. How could they appear so orderly and composed? The commanding officer of the advancing Satri troops suddenly sensed something amiss. Suddenly, figures emerged from the snow, forming an encirclement. How is this possible? The officer exclaimed in disbelief. They lay in ambush within the snow? Were they not afraid of the cold? It must be said that Paulette skillfully capitalized on the characteristics of warm clothing. Similar occurrences transpired across various battlefronts. The northern army of Satri found themselves ensnared in numerous gorged, dead-end terrains. Among them, the main force led by Count Stuart received particular attention. As the battle progressed, the northern army of Satri quickly suffered a higher casualty rate than the Tabor forces due to their inferior equipment. Several lower-tier knights and senior officers leading soldiers nearby were swiftly eliminated, overwhelmed by the onslaught. Subsequently, after exhausting themselves and slaying Tabor soldiers, they were found vulnerable by the Knights of Tabor and met their demise. The inexperienced knights serving as junior officers fared even worse. Their deaths were swift. Even the mid-tier knight commanding the troops began to sustain injuries. As for the water and wind magic conjured by the accompanying mages, it proved utterly ineffective. Without the tangible protection of an army, ordinary mages are more vulnerable on the battlefield than knights. Count Stuart, witnessing this unfolding chaos, felt his beard quiver in anger. He could not comprehend how it had come to this. Why were all the soldiers of Tabor equipped with such superior gear? Indeed, not only was their armor of exceptional quality, but their weapons were equally formidable. The weapons of the Satri army were rare high-quality items, crafted by the elite artisans of the Artisan Guild through unique secret methods. Yet, Tabor's weaponry was no less impressive. Not to mention, procuring armor is far more challenging than obtaining weapons. Stuart had come to a conclusion upon observing the situation. The garments worn by the Tabor forces boasted a defensive capability equivalent to that of premium leather armor. This was indeed premium leather armor, not merely a common commodity in this world. The notion of high-quality leather armor diverges significantly from that which contemporary humans on Earth might envision. After all, this realm is saturated with an abundance of magical energy, where the so-called superior leather armor is crafted from the hides of magical creatures, rendering it a product of exceptional quality. However, magical beings are anything but commonplace. Certain extraordinary magical creatures possess hides that are remarkably more resilient than those of ordinary beasts, and their pelts are even more amenable to the enchantment process. "Sir, what shall we do?" a senior officer implored Stuart. Without hesitation, Stuart waved his hand and declared, "What else is there to say? We must break through." With that, he kicked the belly of the snow leopard beneath him. A magical creature that then surged forward. Stuart deliberately instructed the snow leopard to slow its pace. He was not escaping alone. At the very least, he needed to bring back the core officers. Thus, positioning himself as the nucleus of the escape, he led his men in a charge to break through the encirclement. His gun danced in his hands, swiftly eliminating one Tabor soldier after another, leaving them either dead or grievously injured. As if sweeping away dried twigs, he pressed on until he was met by the stalwart Paulette. "I shall not allow you to escape so easily." Paulette bellowed, manifesting his conviction in the form of a resplendent dark azure suit of armor, wielding a similarly hued greatsword. With his fiery steed beneath him, he swung his blade. The clash of steel rang out. As the ground beneath the feet of Stuart, the snow leopard, and Paulette's fiery steed cracked like a spider's web. And this was merely the beginning. The true terror of an upper-tier knight's conviction and power could only be revealed on this battlefield. If lower-tier knights could only manifest a weapon, slaying as easily as one might chop vegetables, and mid-tier knights could manifest armor, enhancing both their offensive and defensive capabilities, what of upper-tier knights? Is their strength in killing alone? Their defensive prowess, too, is greatly enhanced. Not only that, but upper-tier knights possess a conviction that can achieve a state of psychic suppression. Any conviction lacking the strength to rival theirs will be subjected to a form of mental oppression within a certain range. Those with feeble convictions would scarcely dare to raise their blades against them. Mid-tier knights would find their movements awkward in the presence of upper-tier knights, while lower-tier knights would feel significantly hindered. A squire facing an upper-tier knight would find it nearly impossible to act, and a mere mortal in their midst would feel as though they were in the depths of hell. Paralyzed, at this moment, countless soldiers and knights surrounding the clash between the two upper-tier knights felt the weight of their presence. Before the pressure could deepen, they hastily retreated from the vicinity. Undoubtedly, the farther one is from the battle of upper-tier knights, the lesser the influence of psychic suppression. Thus, a vast circle of open ground was left around the site of their conflict. Outside this perimeter, those engaged in battle continued their struggle, witnessing his subordinate officers and soldiers fall one after another. Stuart felt the veins on his forehead pulse with indignation. This proud man could not bear such humiliation. Despite the support of two masters and numerous advantages, the outcome of this war had become painfully evident. Gritting his teeth, Stuart, after pushing Paulette back, glared fiercely and shouted, "Paulette, I shall use your head to redeem the shame of our defeat in this war." "You are delusional," Paulette retorted with a cold laugh. Had it been in the past, he might have doubted his ability to triumph against an upper-tier knight bent on his demise. But now, Paulette recalled a rare gift bestowed upon him not long ago by the esteemed royal sorcerer. "The court's chief mage and venerable sage, this is my gift to you, a token of appreciation for your loyalty to the queen and this kingdom. Therefore, Paulette, do not disappoint me, nor let your queen down." Remembering the sage's solemn words ignited a fire in Paulette's chest, especially considering the immense advantage the gift would grant him in battle. At that moment, Stuart charged once more, shouting, "Die, Paulette, die by my hand. I will crush you into the depths of hell. I will make you endure the humiliation of your demise. Come then, Stuart, I shall not disappoint anyone. Let your death bear witness to my sovereign's delight." "Let this war conclude with a perfect finale," Paulette shouted in response. A more intense clash was imminent. This time, it was a battle of life and death. On another front, while life and death struggles raged on, the confrontation between Romen and Konarchev unfolded in an entirely different manner. Konarchev's attacks proved ineffective against Romen, but as time passed, Romen finally began to mount a counteroffensive. His sword sliced a wound across Konarchev's face. Surprisingly, despite the great knight's regenerative abilities, the wound did not heal. Yet, Konarchev remained unfazed. He understood the destructive power behind a great knight's assault. Damaging atomic structures was no trivial matter. Such profound destruction could not be automatically repaired. Of course, it wasn't that Konarchev couldn't mend the wound. It simply required more energy to do so. That he knew that addressing minor injuries immediately would deplete his energy reserves if too many such wounds accumulated. Consequently, Konarchev paid the injury no heed and continued to engage in battle. As the fight progressed, Romen's sword inflicted more and more wounds upon Konarchev. Not only was his armor's defensive capability exceptional, but the penetration power of Romen's sword also surpassed that of Konarchev's silver spear. Konarchev's conviction armament was repeatedly breached. Fortunately, the conviction armor was not a material structure, and there was no atomic structure that couldn't be repaired. Even if broken, it could quickly absorb atmospheric magical energy for restoration. Naturally, only a great knight's conviction armor could repair itself at such speed. Thus, Romen had yet to inflict significant damage upon Konarchev. As for targeting the head, for a great knight, the head was no absolute weak point. Even if the head appeared unprotected, the defense provided by conviction armor did not rely on whether or not the surface was armored. It was more akin to a protective field enveloping the body, with the external manifestation taking various forms based on individual preferences. Of course, the form of armor still played a role. A sturdy suit of armor was indeed superior to plain cloth in terms of defense. This was a result of the simplistic material perceptions held by the people of this world. Romen, however, prioritized the creation of a formidable defensive force field, placing little importance on the rigidity or softness of his armor. If one were to truly analyze it, it was a matter of knowledge disparity. Romen perceived that the knights of this world possessed a rather fantastical approach to the structure of their conviction armament. Lacking a cohesive integration, the energy consumed in manifesting conviction armor was considerable, leading to infrequent manifestations in everyday life. In contrast, Romen had consistently maintained the manifestation of his armament, drawing upon atmospheric magical energy to replenish the minimal energy consumed in sustaining it. It must be said that this difference in knowledge levels produced distinct individuals, and those individuals created diverse armament manifestations. As time passed, it became increasingly evident that Konarchev's small wounds were not only multiplying, but also exhausting his stamina far more than Romen's. However, for Romen, stamina was easily replenished by converting magical energy into life force, with minimal magical energy expenditure. Effortlessly absorbing atmospheric magical energy, he hardly needed to expend any magical energy at all. It was as if one individual was exhausting both life force and magical energy with desperate attacks, while the other remained unscathed, with no depletion of life force and a full magical reserve. Miss, 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 miss. At this point, Romen felt that even without employing magic, he could be accused of bullying his opponent. "How about we have a conversation?" Suddenly retreating several hundred meters, Romen addressed Konarchev, who was preparing to advance. The distance was quickly closed, and just as Konarchev was about to launch an attack, he halted in mid-motion, adopting a guarded stance and inquiring, "What shall we discuss? Who are you? Why are you aiding Duke Satri? Given your prowess, you must not be a mere foot soldier. You must possess considerable knowledge," Romen replied, invoking an invisible barrier. Sensing the barrier, Konarchev prepared to attack, only to quickly realize that this barrier posed no threat to him. Suppressing the impulse to attack, a pair of eyes gazed at Romen with newfound significance as he inquired, "Is it a barrier that obstructs magical observation? Is there someone watching this place?" With this question, Kenorkiov adopted a serious demeanor. He could not afford to be otherwise. If someone were indeed observing the situation here through magical means, a barrier was essential. Yet, astonishingly, even Dave, a grand sorcerer, had not noticed anything amiss. Who, then, could this observer be? What formidable figure might they represent? What forces lurked behind them? In response to Kenorkiov's query, Romen nonchalantly replied, "It's nothing. Merely inconsequential individuals. If they were truly inconsequential, would it necessitate the use of a barrier to obstruct them?" Kenorkiov was far from convinced. Romen shrugged in resignation. He could hardly reveal the identity of the Watcher. Such a revelation would surely frighten the esteemed knight before him. Observing Romen's demeanor, Kenorkiov realized that he was indeed unwilling to disclose the identity of the shadowy observer. He found himself at a loss. Thus, feeling somewhat fatigued, he resolved to engage in idle conversation to recuperate, and by some time. With this in mind, Kenorkiov organized his thoughts and addressed the question Romen had previously posed. "Who are we? This is not a secret I cannot share. With your prowess, you will undoubtedly uncover the truth soon enough. Dave and I hail from the Dark Council. Do not tell me you have never heard of it." So they are members of the Dark Council. No wonder they possess the audacity to provide such a plethora of cold-resistant potions, upon learning that his counterpart belonged to one of the three major councils. Romen found the support received by Satri entirely understandable. It is worth noting that the so-called Royal Council is essentially an alliance of royal families from the majority of the world's nations. Undoubtedly, it is a colossal entity, and the Dark Council, being its equal, should not be underestimated. Moreover, the Dark Council is a notorious organization that inspires dread and terror. Engaging in state subversion is commonplace for them. Yet, what could be their true motives for undermining the rule of the Table Royal family? Continuing, Romen listened as Kenorkiov elaborated. "As for why we assist Duke Satri, is it not a perfectly normal affair for us at the Dark Council? Overthrowing regimes and forging agreements with new monarchies to secure resources and benefits is a daily routine within the council, merely a matter of weighing costs and feasibility. I see." Romen nodded, appearing to accept this explanation. Yet, genuine belief was far from the truth. Romen perceived that Kenorkiov was lying. Despite his skillful disguise, with every muscle fiber meticulously controlled and emotional fluctuations subdued, an ordinary person would never detect the deception. But was Romen an ordinary person? The subtle changes in thought triggered minute shifts that, under Romen's keen observation, resembled a high-precision lie detector, swiftly revealing Kenorkiov's mendacity, concealing the truth beneath a facade of what was normal for the Dark Council. The real reason remained shrouded in secrecy. Why resort to such subterfuge? Surely, the truth was too horrifying to be disclosed. But how terrifying could it be? With this contemplation, Romen addressed Kenorkiov. "I apologize, but I must retract my statement." "What?" Kenorkiov responded, slightly puzzled. Adjusting his glasses, Romen continued, "I intend to employ magic against you." As the words left his lips, an overwhelming chill surged from his spine, permeating his entire being. A sense of impending dread enveloped Kenorkiov, as if every pore were exuding a frigid warning. Realizing this, he prepared to retaliate, but it was too late. It had been ages since he had encountered such a profound sense of helpless despair. This was the last thought that crossed Kenorkiov's mind before he lost consciousness. The barrier lifted, and to the outside observer, it appeared as though two figures had suddenly materialized in an open space, one standing, the other prone upon the ground. The standing figure lifted his gaze and smiled at the heavens. Plop! The sound of a stone being cast into a spring reverberated, sending ripples that shattered the reflected image upon the water's surface. Here lay the divine spring domain of the celestial goddess, where Isabella stomped her foot in frustration. "That scoundrel! He dares to use a barrier to obstruct my view." and afterwards, he had the audacity to display such a contemptuous smile. Who does he think he is? The goddess of springs exclaimed, her demeanor radiating displeasure. Nearby, the divine attendants, witnessing their goddess's vexation, hastily pretended not to notice, Romen casting a scornful glance in my direction. Isabella mused he must think himself innocent, merely offering a smile as a greeting, devoid of any disdain. Let us pretend it is so. As the war drew to a close, Kenorkiov was brought back to the military camp by Romen, subjected to a form of confinement before being unceremoniously tossed into a corner of the living tent. And what of the other formidable character? Grand Sorcerer Dave, at this very moment, was engulfed in true fury. His robe bore numerous rents, and his body was marked with wounds. Since ascending to the rank of Grand Sorcerer, it had been a long time since he had found himself in such a disheveled state. Before him, a knight clad in black armor, wielding a bloodied blade, sat astride a unicorn-like steed wreathed in purple flames. The nightmarish creature, a type of equine demon, instilled terror in all who beheld it. Wherever it tread, if someone fell asleep at night, they would inevitably be plagued by nightmares. Furthermore, the nightmare was a demon of considerable rank, rivaling even dragons in prowess. It is crucial to note that an adult dragon surpasses most upper echelon knights in strength. Of course, Dave was unconcerned with average dragons, unless they were of the elder dragon variety. What truly vexed Dave, however, was the nightmare's unique abilities. This was a rare demon capable of traversing between the mortal realm and the infernal domain at will. It could navigate through the shadow plane and move freely through space. In other words, it could traverse any area shrouded in darkness and shadow at will. At least, that was the theory. This very trait posed a significant challenge for Dave. After engaging in combat with the knight in black armor for a time, he quickly deduced that the opponent could not take to the skies. Thus, he ascended into the air, seeking to dominate the aerial battlefield and deliver a thorough lesson to his foe. Yet, almost immediately, the black-armored knight summoned the nightmare from his shadow, and together they galloped skyward. It is worth mentioning that the nightmare could tread upon air, given that the environment was steeped in darkness. The infernal steed could teleport freely through the sky, utilizing the shadow plane to its advantage. Consequently, Dave's attempt to assert aerial supremacy was utterly thwarted. The black-armored knight, now mounted on the nightmare, thrived in the nocturnal environment. The disparity in strength was not a simple matter of addition. As a result, Dave found himself thoroughly dominated. Were he not an exceptionally powerful Grand Sorcerer, he would have surely met his demise by now. Yet, due to his standing as a Grand Sorcerer, he was recognized as a formidable force throughout the world. Particularly within the realm of mortals, a mere stomp of his foot could provoke tremors. How could he possibly acquiesce to being so thoroughly bested while his opponent remained unscathed? At that moment, a fire ignited within Dave's heart. Driven by this blaze, he resolved to fight back. After all, he was ensnared and had no means of escape. Let his adversary witness the consequences of provoking a Grand Sorcerer. Unfathomable Black Knight. Do you comprehend what igniting a flame in the arid woods signifies? The aged visage contorted ever so slightly as he spoke, exhibiting a hint of grotesque distortion. The black-armored knight remained silent. Yet, Dave continued unabated. What you shall face is inferno from the forest. Having likened his wrath to a forest fire, Dave removed a ring adorned with a black gemstone from his left hand, channeling corrosive energy. He crushed the ring into powder with a mere pinch. Though it pained him to do so, he felt he had no choice. Once more, the black-armored knight launched an attack, only to pass harmlessly through Dave's form. Upon turning, the knight struck again, yet still failed to make contact. It was as if Dave were merely a phantom. Futile, my body is indeed present, yet you cannot touch me, unless you possess profound mastery over spatial magic. But is that even possible? Ha ha. Now, I shall get serious. Mockingly addressing the halted Black Knight, Dave composed himself with meticulous poise. His lips parted, and a complex incantation spilled forth. This was an exceptionally lengthy spell. And even with Dave's Grand Sorcerer prowess, it would take several minutes to complete. This is precisely why Dave felt compelled to shatter the previous ring. Only by harnessing the spatial magic contained within the ring could he concentrate fully on reciting the incantation, unleashing formidable magic to annihilate his foes in one fell swoop. However, despite his intentions, a flicker of concern gnawed at him that he feared that the black-armored knight before him might flee before the magic could be unleashed. Should that happen, his efforts to crush the ring would be in vain. Thus, while intoning the spell, Dave fervently prayed that the detestable Black Knight would refrain from fleeing at the first sign of trouble. To his relief, the knight indeed did not escape. This was to be expected, for after all, the Black Knight, known as Death Knight Charlotte, was a mere automaton, devoid of emotions, acting solely on programmed directives. At least, Romen had not instilled a protocol within him to retreat in the face of danger. He remained steadfast against his adversary, as Romen's orders were clear: deal with the Archmage at all costs. Minutes slipped by. Dave opened his arms wide, as if to embrace something, confronting the Black Knight. There was no massive surge of atmospheric magical energy. Tremendous magic did not always necessitate an enormous reservoir of power. Some intricately structured spells could pose even greater peril than those requiring vast magical might. This was particularly true for the powerful. The spell Dave was currently casting was, for him as an Archmage, also a complex one. Otherwise, he would not need to chant for several minutes to aid in constructing and adjusting the casting framework. And now, the spell was complete. Ethereal green motes of light floated dreamily into the night sky, reminiscent of countless fireflies. A shadowy figure began to coalesce amidst these glowing points. The indistinct silhouette bore an indistinguishable humanoid form, faintly revealing a pair of dark wings behind it, beyond which little could be discerned. This was a projection, a manifestation of a profoundly powerful entity. That Dave could conjure this nebulous projection was a remarkable feat in itself. Upon witnessing this apparition, Dave humbly bowed his head. Suddenly, as if sensing something, the projection lifted its gaze. Within the sacred spring domain, the crystalline waters, imbued with divine essence, turned toward Isabella, who was engaged in combat with the Black Knight. Upon noticing the hazy figure that Dave had summoned, she felt an unsettling foreboding, and when the projection raised its head and looked directly at her, she hastily waved her hand, shattering the image reflected in the waters. After doing so, she couldn't help but shudder, anxiously biting her finger as she exclaimed, "What should I do? That terrifying figure seems to have noticed me. I'm just a weak deity. I certainly don't want to be targeted by such a being." Observing their goddess in such a disarray, the nearby divine attendants discreetly averted their gazes, pretending not to notice. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the clash between the upper-tier knights had reached a critical juncture. At this pivotal moment, it was evident to all which way victory would tilt. The spear of belief wielded by Stuart was already riddled with cracks. Why? This is impossible. I refuse to accept this. Ignoring the imminent collapse of his weapon, Stuart launched a desperate assault against Paulette. Yet, no matter what, even if he managed to pierce Paulette, he could not breach her defenses. Observing Stuart's frenzied demeanor, Paulette's eyes reflected pity. At this moment, the disparity between them was not one of strength, but rather a chasm in their armaments. More specifically, the gap in their weapons of belief was staggering. Indeed, the gift Romen had bestowed upon Paulette lay precisely in her weapon of belief. Paulette's current weapon was far from a mere fantasy construct. It had been meticulously structured and augmented through Romen's interventions. At this moment, Paulette, bolstered by the potency of her weapon, was significantly stronger than the average upper-tier knight. "Stuart, allow me to bring an end to your disgraceful display," Paulette declared with a look of compassion, finally unleashing the true might of her weapon of belief. The atmospheric magic surged violently. A blinding radiance erupted. In one swift stroke, a massive gash opened in Stuart's chest, accompanied by the shattering of his armor and weapon, the entire construct of his belief crumbling. The commander of the Northern Satri army collapsed helplessly to the ground. With a final, unwilling gesture, he reached out, as if to grasp something. "My lord the Duke." This was Stuart's last cry. His gaze dimmed, and his hand fell limply. Witnessing this scene, Paulette and the others present understood that the war was drawing to a close around the battlefield. Upon witnessing their commander's demise, numerous soldiers of the Northern Satri army relinquished their resistance. Even those who continued to fight did so half-heartedly. Of course, at a distance, there were still many foes resisting. Paulette addressed the insignia on her collar, declaring, "Announce to the battlefield that the enemy commander Stuart is now deceased." With that, Paulette turned her attention to a flag still proudly standing not far away. A Tabor officer, upon seeing Paulette's gaze fixed on the standard, quickly comprehended the situation. He hastened over and severed the flag with a swift stroke of his sword. It was truly coming to an end. A multitude of emotions swelled within Paulette. This winter campaign had culminated in victory. However, for the purpose of subjugating the traitorous Duke Satri and reclaiming the entire kingdom, this was merely the beginning. Nevertheless, with this war concluded, some nobles would likely have to realign themselves. Undoubtedly, this would be highly advantageous for the political landscape of the Tabor kingdom, providing reassurance to the nobility and instilling fear in many would-be usurpers. Romen, who observed everything from the shadows, shared this sentiment. Upon witnessing Stuart's demise at Paulette's hands, he could not help but let out a soft chuckle. Yet, as he continued to observe the battlefield, his expression suddenly shifted. A spatial displacement transported him to a location considerably distant from the fray. There, he beheld the black-armored knight, his shattered helm and twisted form sprawled on the ground. The shadowy figure, not far from the knight, was gradually fading. Romen recognized this as a projection, and it was indeed dissipating. But just before its complete vanishing, the projection cast a glance in Romen's direction. Their gazes met in an instant. The intricate workings of Romen's magic structure faltered. A torrent of irrelevant and chaotic information surged into his consciousness. The Romen's body went rigid for a moment. Although this did not attract anyone's notice, he quickly dispelled his momentary paralysis. His expression grave that it was undeniable that the projection he had just encountered would have been easy to defeat. Yet the power of its master left Romen feeling utterly powerless. While he was unafraid of the difference in their levels, it was clear that the other party possessed a deeper understanding of the fundamental laws of the world than he did. Had the projection not been so weak, that fleeting glance would have had far more profound implications for Romen. Indeed, maintaining a low profile was the right course of action. Romen reaffirmed that his strategy was sound. Despite the primitive social structure of this world, there were certainly entities capable of overpowering him. If not numerous, then certainly not few. 29 Overview. After victory, are you the one who calls himself the Great Sage? Romen, the questioner, was unmistakably the Archmage Dave. How did Dave recognize him? Romen's glasses were unique in this world. Having spent some time here without taking special measures to conceal his identity, it was hardly surprising that some intelligence had filtered to Dave. Upon hearing this, Romen turned his gaze toward Dave and replied, "Indeed, that is it." He then scrutinized Dave with keen interest, as if he had discovered something intriguing. Dave furrowed his brow. Was he offended by Romen's scrutiny? Not at all. He too was observing Romen intently. After a prolonged moment, he inquired, "Are you truly an Archmage?" Romen was not caught off guard by Dave's question. He understood Dave's concern well, as the hallmark of an Archmage in this world was elemental corporeality. Romen, however, did not conform to this characteristic. Previously, Connor Chef, being a knight, had overlooked this detail, but Dave, a genuine Archmage, had his elemental domain enveloping the vicinity. Yet, Romen refrained from manifesting his elemental domain to contest for control over the surrounding magical energies, which led Dave to question whether Romen was indeed an Archmage. How would Romen respond to this inquiry? With a gentle smile, Romen shifted the conversation to another matter. Was that projection you summoned just now? And if it was, Dave responded with a hint of irritation, feeling somewhat dissatisfied with Romen's failure to promptly address his query. However, Romen seemed oblivious to Dave's displeasure, leisurely inquiring, "Which existence is the essence of the projection? Might you enlighten me?" Romen's curiosity was piqued at this moment. Even if the essence of the goddess of springs were to appear before him, he would regard it as a mere inconvenience rather than a source of fear. Yet, the earlier indistinct projection unsettled Romen, preventing him from finding peace of mind. He was resolute in his desire to unravel its mystery. Unfortunately, Dave had no intention of cooperating, retorting in an odd tone. "Why must I divulge anything to you? What relevance do you hold in my affairs?" Upon hearing this, Romen couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Adjusting his glasses perched on his nose, he addressed Dave in a tone as if stating a fact. "It seems I must insist you accompany me back." "Humph, as if you could compel me." Dave scoffed derisively, his aged face curling into a contemptuous smile. Was it because Romen lacked an elemental body? No, Dave, a powerful Archmage, was hardly a fool. The very fact that Romen sought him indicated something significant. The formidable knight, Connor Chef, had likely been dealt with by this peculiar sorcerer before him. Given this, it was indisputable that Romen was a dangerous individual. Yet, despite this realization, Dave felt no trepidation for his own safety. The Black Knight, now lying on the ground in a contorted state, served as testament to this. Unless one possessed profound mastery of spatial magic, it was virtually impossible to threaten him in his current state. It is worth noting that few archmages can truly claim to be proficient in spatial magic. Even if Romen were to confront him using spatial magic, what of it? A mere teleportation spell did not signify much. Indeed, at least until Romen made a move against him, that was how Dave perceived the situation. With a swift motion, Romen's finger pointed at Dave. The structure of the magic rapidly unfolded, and the anomalous spatial structure surrounding Dave was swiftly analyzed. Seal. Romen exhaled softly. In an instant, Dave felt his body rendered immobile. He attempted to elementalize, only to discover he could not even achieve that. This was an exceptionally sophisticated application of spatial magic. At that moment, tears streamed down Dave's heart. Was it truly necessary? He had thought that unless one possessed considerable expertise in spatial magic, he would be impervious. Yet, his adversary indeed exhibited remarkable proficiency in spatial magic. Proficiency that was nothing short of terrifying. To achieve such a feat without uttering a single incantation and executing the spell in mere moments was nothing short of monstrous. Where on earth did this being come from? Well, truth be told, Romen was not without his own challenges. This single action had depleted over 20% of his magical energy. Of course, this was also due to the fact that the anomalous spatial structure surrounding Dave appeared to hold significant research value in Romen's eyes, prompting him to decide against its destruction and instead seal it for further study. However, maintaining this seal proved slightly more complex than simply destroying it, as it required transporting it back via spatial exchange without disrupting the anomalous spatial structure. Moreover, based on Romen's observations, this anomalous spatial structure would revert to normal over time. This simply would not do. Thus, Romen resolved to sustain it at the very least. Until he thoroughly studied it, Dave would remain immobilized within this seal. Subsequently, Romen transported both Dave and the somewhat damaged body of Death Knight Charlotte back to the military camp. Returning to his quarters, the sounds of lively chatter and laughter filled the air. Military camps typically adhered to strict discipline, forbidding loud noise, especially during wartime. However, the current revelry was undoubtedly a result of their victory in battle. Romen understood this while he carefully placed Death Knight Charlotte's body in a long, narrow black box and closed the lid. He then casually tossed the immobilized Dave near Konarchov as Romen exited the tent. He heard George, the head of the guards waiting outside, exclaim, "My lord sage, we have awaited your return. The queen has invited you to attend this celebratory banquet. Of course, your presence is not mandatory, and you may choose to decline." "Understood. I shall attend," Romen replied, glancing at the still early twilight. George expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your understanding." He then took his leave. Observing George's retreating figure, Romen noted the gruesome wound on his back, indicating that George had undoubtedly participated in a fierce battle. Looking around, he saw many individuals busily occupied, escorting and settling prisoners, handling unnecessary post-war precautions, and carrying wounded soldiers on stretchers. Even the injured soldiers on the stretchers wore smiles. Indeed, with the external injury medications provided by Romen, being wounded no longer equated to death. It was said that some individuals, during the chaos of battle, had suffered injuries to their limbs but could not afford treatment and resorted to amputating their festering appendages with heated saws, becoming disabled amidst both physical and emotional torment. In contrast, the current soldiers were far more fortunate. Those injured in battle were able to receive free medical treatment arranged by Queen Lily. This post-war measure further endeared the queen to her soldiers, even inspiring the soldiers of Tabor to fight with reckless abandon against the northern army of Satri. One could assert that the swift victory of Tabor in the war was, in part, attributable to this factor. Indeed, logistics are crucial in warfare. The Tabor army now boasted superior logistical support, enabling soldiers to maintain a positive mindset with greater ease. After reflecting on this, Romen prepared to turn back into his tent when suddenly someone called out his name. "Romen." He halted, turning to see Charlotte, her attire and hair somewhat disheveled, an aura of fierce determination emanating from her. This fierceness was not directed at Romen. Rather, it stemmed from her psychological state after engaging in combat. Romen recalled that Charlotte had participated in a different form of battle, one that was often more perilous than the front lines: reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance combat. In other words, scouting warfare. In this world, scouts, reconnaissance soldiers, come in two distinct forms. One type is the traditional scout, characterized by agility, keen observation, exceptional personal combat skills, and trap-setting abilities. The other is the Magical Scout, a specialized unit trained to possess a reserve of magical energy akin to that of an apprentice. Their spells solely focused on reconnaissance and detection. Such individuals typically serve as leaders of reconnaissance teams as both armies established their camps. Reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance were ongoing. Charlotte was actively engaged in this endeavor. Her ability to nullify magical effects was indeed a nightmare for spellcasters. Reconnaissance magic typically relies on feedback signals. However, Charlotte could absorb the magical fluctuations of reconnaissance spells, rendering them ineffective. It was due to this unique trait that Charlotte had become a source of dread for the reconnaissance leaders of the Northern Army of Satri in recent times. Before long, Charlotte approached Romen, her expression somewhat peculiar. There's something you wish to discuss?" Romen inquired, sensing Charlotte's apparent reluctance to speak. After a brief hesitation, Charlotte finally voiced her concern. "During the banquet later, I will be seated next to you." "Is that all?" Romen replied, somewhat surprised. "Seated beside me. Is that truly a significant matter?" Romen was not particularly concerned about who sat beside him, provided the individual did not overly disrupt his appetite as long as they do not impede my enjoyment of the meal. The banquet commenced, devoid of any pretentious noble flair, given that it was held within a military camp where provisions prioritized convenience. Nevertheless, the dinner was indeed quite lavish, featuring some meats sourced from the spoils of the Northern Army of Satri. It was only natural. During the winter months, meat could be preserved for extended periods. Thus, that evening, the Legion commanders, noble officers, and soldiers alike indulged in hearty portions of meat and copious amounts of wine. Even the soldiers were well fed. Of course, the food was not the artificially synthesized fare produced by Romen's magical devices. Although such sustenance was nutritionally adequate, the soldiers had grown weary of it. They feasted on the provisions captured from the Northern Army of Satri. With ample food available, many soldiers expressed their happiness. Additionally, they savored hot soup infused with meat and vegetables, allowing them a taste of meat. Romen occupied the seat of honor beside Queen Lily, who was also flanked by Polet. Regardless of the era, hierarchies would always persist. In the feudal realm of Tabor, the situation is even more pronounced. Following the conclusion of a war, seating arrangements are determined by social status and merit. Given the substantial assistance provided by Romen, which can be said to have decisively influenced the victory, his position surpasses that of the commander of this war, Polet, in accordance with the custom of honoring the left. Romen occupies the seat to the left of Lily, while Charlotte sits beside him. Among those present, excluding Lily and George, no one is aware of Charlotte's true identity. Although Charlotte has made considerable contributions in the realms of reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance, such accolades do not suffice for her to claim the esteemed second position at the Queen's left. Surely, no one would dare to gossip about this. Not at all. Some individuals cast suggestive glances in Romen's direction, especially since Charlotte frequently accompanies him, even residing in the same tent within the military camp. Thus, many find the situation hardly surprising. If they were to doubt it, that would indeed be peculiar. However, Romen remains unfazed by this. After all, Charlotte is a rather pleasing sight, or at least appears to be so. Contemplating this, Romen feels no sense of loss. Yet, among the lower-ranked seats, one person's gaze stands out, piercing with palpable hatred. Indeed, someone directs a glare filled with animosity at Romen, as if he harbors a grudge akin to that of a son seeking vengeance for his slain parents, or a husband wronged by infidelity. Romen does not need to look closely to pinpoint this individual, a young officer, possessing the strength of a lower-tier knight and the magical prowess of an apprentice. Judging by his attire, he seems to be an officer responsible for reconnaissance. Given Charlotte's recent actions, Romen requires no intricate reasoning. A mere thought reveals the underlying truth that he turns to Charlotte, leaning closer to whisper in her ear. "So, it turns out you brought me here as a shield against the affections you've spurned. I mean, why must you insist on sitting beside me?" At that moment, the emotions of a certain officer intensify. Romen can almost decipher the unspoken thoughts, akin to fantasies of cruel torture. It must be said. His posture while whispering to Charlotte appears rather intimate. Even Lily, who has been observing, blushes and feels her heart race. The Queen, recalling the image of her brother alongside Romen, hastily averts her gaze, attempting to dispel her inappropriate thoughts. How could she entertain the notion of her brother, in his former masculine form, in such an unseemly context with Romen? She quickly raises her glass to Polet, exclaiming, My Lord Polet, this victory over the enemy is largely due to your strategic oversight. I raise a toast to you." After lifting her glass and clinking it with Lily's, Polet, in turn, offers a compliment to this flattery. Lily merely smiles. Meanwhile, having overheard Roman's whispered exchange, Charlotte shyly returns a smile and responds, "I didn't expect to be entangled by Counts. Initially, I thought him quite amiable. As an officer in charge of the reconnaissance unit, he has been very considerate. Until recently, when he confessed his feelings for me. I can see he is serious about you. Have you considered his intentions?" Roman replies in a half-joking tone. Charlotte shakes her head decisively, furrowing her brow as she states, "I could never be with a man. And as for the reasons, you should understand. Just look at me. I doubt I will ever find a wife that I will likely remain single for the foreseeable future." "Single, you say?" Roman's brow furrows at that notion. He has certainly had opportunities to escape the bonds of solitude during his time on Earth. If he so wished, finding a mere girlfriend would be a trivial pursuit. However, finding someone he genuinely admires proves to be a formidable challenge. Additionally, some acquaintances who have recently entered relationships have inadvertently spurred his frustrations, leading him to tread the path taken by many modern-day sorcerers. Unable to find a suitable partner, why not create one? Since the inception of the infamous Frankenstein, where the amalgamation of magic and scientific theory birthed high-intelligence automatons, the technology has flourished. Crafting a doll that closely resembles a human is hardly a daunting task. Moreover, the magical community has even developed a custom doll industry, offering a plethora of styles from both Eastern and Western cultures. Nonetheless, the phenomenon of these dolls being abandoned due to their perceived loss of value, resulting in self-destruction, has regrettably contributed to a rise in global suicide rates. It is said that some dolls, having failed in their self-destruction attempts, have been salvaged by despondent men, leading to poignant love stories. Roman would never admit to being influenced by the romantic tales circulating in the magical community. Furthermore, he does not consider himself to be so careless. Thus, he embarked on a journey to create a companion for himself, only to be abruptly summoned to this world before he could validate his feelings toward an artificial partner. And the body of that doll has been generously donated to Charlotte. Reflecting on this, Roman feels rather unfortunate. Should he seek a partner to end his solitary existence? At this moment, Roman, filled with myriad thoughts about his own singleness, inwardly questions himself. Indeed, he has voiced it, though his voice was soft. It was nonetheless heard by Charlotte beside him. Suddenly, she jolts, quickly inquiring, "Have you found someone you like?" "Not yet," Roman replies candidly. Charlotte exhales softly before asking, "So what prompted this sudden desire for companionship?" "It was your situation that made me reflect on this. But this is my affair. You need not concern yourself with it," Roman queries, somewhat puzzled. Upon hearing this, Charlotte pauses for a moment, then abruptly turns her head away. "Mind your own business." Her seemingly displeased tone reaches Roman's ears. He glances over, somewhat bewildered, but soon decides to let it go. Shortly thereafter, Charlotte steals a glance at Roman. Noticing his apparent indifference, she adopts a facade of normalcy. Yet, internally, Charlotte is anything but calm. She grapples with confusion, uncertainty, and a plethora of unanswered questions swirling in her mind. As time passes, the revelry of feasting and drinking cannot persist indefinitely. Casual banter eventually leads to moments of fatigue among the majority, signaling the time to part ways. After bidding farewell to Lily, Roman walks alongside Charlotte on their way back to the camp. Ordinarily, this would not warrant much elaboration, but suddenly, an unexpected interruption intrudes upon their path. "Roman, you are utterly despicable. The beautiful Miss Charlotte must have been coerced by you to refuse my affections. You are akin to the villain in a tragic love story, forcibly tearing apart two souls in love. How revolting. What if you claim to be a sage? Do you dare to face me in a duel to prove who deserves to be with Miss Charlotte?" The young officer Count stands defiantly before Roman and Charlotte, proclaiming with righteous indignation. Roman stares at this fellow, momentarily at a loss for words. Just as Count believes Roman is astonished by his solemn demeanor, he hears Roman's response. "Indeed, it seems that love can impair one's intellect. Is it the excess of hormones that leads to such emotional turmoil?" That must be the case. After all, one is neither a robot nor a Chuxian, incapable of always making the most advantageous choices. That it's not merely jealousy, Roman retorts. What do hormones and robots have to do with it? "Counts, are you looking down on me? Do you disdain someone who makes sacrifices for the sake of great love?" The officer Counts exclaims loudly, "To sacrifice for the sake of great love? Is that how one describes oneself?" Roman realizes, unable to suppress a chuckle, "I suspected as much from your earlier words, but now I see you are just an embodiment of the Chinibu syndrome." "What Chinibu?" "Don't think you can insult me with your incomprehensible words just because you are a great sorcerer. Let me tell you, even if you are a great sorcerer, what of it? This world speaks of fairness and justice. You have wrongfully taken Miss Charlotte from me, but I believe that justice will ultimately prevail. As a believer in justice, I will defeat you under its shining light. So if you are a man, come and duel me." With fervent passion, Counts delivers this impassioned speech. Roman is momentarily taken aback. He never anticipated encountering such a naive individual. Does fairness and justice truly exist in this world? Fairness and justice are merely ideals, moral principles in pursuit. The essence of the world, or rather, the essence of society, lies in the distribution of interests among individuals that in the face of this reality. The so-called fairness and justice appear rather insipid. Of course, this does not imply that fairness and justice do not exist. They are simply relative concepts. However, the individual before me evidently believes in absolute fairness and justice, clearly indicating a naivety. He remains unaware that blindly adhering to his own notions of fairness and justice obscures the essence of the conflicts at hand. Instead, he may find himself entangled in using fairness and justice as a guise to justify his pursuit of self-interest. For instance, when one develops feelings for another, wishing to win a woman's affection, he may cloak his motives in the grandiloquent rhetoric of fairness and justice, genuinely convinced that this is his steadfast principle. Yet, he fails to recognize that this so-called justice is, in fact, dictated by his own self-serving desires. Such a character, I must say, resembles a self-righteous gorilla, blindly believing himself to stand under the light of universal civilization, utterly oblivious to his own hypocrisy. Disgusting. The word escapes my lips. Instantly, Counts' stern countenance contorts as he exclaims, "What?" I retort, "Disgusting. If you could, would you kindly step aside? If you leave now, I can pretend your previous rude behavior never occurred." I say this in a nonchalant tone, not sparing him a glance that I have no desire to squander time on such a self-important fool. However, my demeanor evidently insults Counts. He raises a trembling finger towards me, his lips and cheeks quivering as he declares, You dare to call me disgusting? Truly, you are vile. How could a scoundrel like you ever deserve to associate with Miss Charlotte? What on earth is happening? It seems Counts and the sage have engaged in a quarrel. Is Counts losing his mind? Huh. You know as well as I do that Counts is a man overly serious yet blissfully unaware. This time, it appears he has fallen for the sage's woman. However, regardless of his seriousness, provoking such a formidable sorcerer as the sage is undeniably foolish. Who knows? Perhaps Counts is indeed that naive. As Counts continues to berate me, a few officers returning from the banquet gather around, intrigued by the spectacle, whispering amongst themselves. After all, it is human nature to revel in the drama. Witnessing this, I furrow my brow. I have no desire to be a source of entertainment. Truthfully, it is rather vulgar to engage in conflict over a woman. Am I to ostentatiously flaunt my prowess? Engaging with such a character is a nuisance I can scarcely bear. In light of this, I resolve to bring matters to a swift conclusion. According to Counts' proposal, shall we formally duel? Then, a crowd would gather to watch that I could deliberately restrain myself, eschewing magic, feigning vulnerability, and just as the onlookers anticipated defeat, I could, to their astonishment, showcase my physical prowess as a non-magic user. To be candid, such a ludicrous development for the sake of ostentation is rather excessive, isn't it? Seizing the moment before the crowd grows too large, I point directly at Counts. What is this? Still too afraid to utter the word duel. Before I can finish, Counts' body suddenly freezes. Indeed, it is as if he has been struck by a paralyzing blow from a martial arts novel. He will remain in this position for a minimum of 20 hours, incapable of speech or sleep. Without a glance at the immobilized Counts, I take Charlotte's hand and, without hesitation, we return to the tent through spatial displacement. Do you have anything to say? I inquire, releasing her hand. Charlotte lowers her gaze and replies, I'm sorry. I caused you trouble. Indeed, you have caused me trouble, but much of it does not rest solely upon your shoulders. I respond. Hearing this, Charlotte looks up at me, puzzled. Observing her expression, I realize she remains oblivious to the full context. I cannot help but exclaim, Indeed, Lily is far more suited to be a queen than you." "What on earth happened?" From my words, Charlotte detects a certain undertone. Upon her inquiry, I decide to reveal the truth. I begin. As for Cownes, his father, the Earl of Cownes, is a staunch royalist, yet other factions of nobles have manipulated him, using his feelings for you to create trouble for me. How is that possible? Aren't the nobles in our royal city united now? Charlotte questions. Incredulous, I reveal a resigned expression. In theory, under my broad suggestion of loyalty to the queen. Yes, however, Lily believes this approach to be flawed. Contrary to her political ideals, though beneficial for the crown, it risks undermining the interests of the populace. After navigating the most arduous period of restoring royal prestige, she asked me to withdraw the suggestion. Consequently, while some nobles still harbor thoughts of loyalty to the queen, they are increasingly focused on their own interests, if they are primarily concerned with their own interests. Why then conspire against the royalist faction? Charlotte still struggles to comprehend the underlying conflict that I let out a derisive laugh. Because I am here, with my support for Queen Liliana, they feel an overwhelming sense of threat. Although Lily is not a domineering monarch, these nobles instinctively perceive her as such. Therefore, they orchestrated a conflict with Cownes, the heir to the royalist faction, should I engage in serious conflict with him, or even eliminate him. The royalists would certainly demand an explanation from Lily at that juncture. She would be forced to choose between me and the royalists. If she chooses me, the royalists' support for her would diminish, sowing discord between ruler and subjects, thus undermining her authority. Conversely, if she sides with the royalists, she risks creating a rift with me, potentially losing my support and relying solely on the royalists to maintain her power. In such a scenario, without my robust backing, Lily would no longer pose a significant threat to these nobles that I must say, those who dabble in politics, be it on earth or in this world, in ancient or modern times, possess a penchant for backstabbing. Upon hearing my revelations, Charlotte, now grasping the situation, is momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that the recent bout of jealousy concealed such intricate machinations. This realization clarifies why I did not act harshly against Cownes earlier. I had no intention of clashing with the royalists, thus aligning with the designs of those nobles behind this scheme. The Duke of Sothery has yet to wage war, and yet they are already embroiled in internal strife. Do these individuals not comprehend the importance of the greater good? In this moment, Charlotte cannot contain her frustration. I shake my head, addressing her. You are still too naive. For these nobles, it matters little who reigns, as long as it is not them. They see little difference. Their actions following the significant victory in this war demonstrate that they retain a semblance of loyalty to the queen. Now, with the triumph in this winter war, the kingdom's situation has markedly improved. It is no longer one-sided but rather balanced. In such favorable circumstances, they will undoubtedly engage in further maneuvers to secure their interests. Just wait and see. Upon our return to the capital, political intrigue will undoubtedly escalate. Indeed, even Sothery would betray. These nobles harbor scant loyalty to the crown. My words seemed to resonate with Charlotte, prompting her to reflect. The melancholy in her subsequent remarks is palpable. Observing this, I offer her a rare moment of solace. At least you still have Lily to trust. By the way, Romen, you weren't joking about considering Cownes, were you? Suddenly recalling something, Charlotte inquires. I nod, responding matter-of-factly. If you truly wish to be with Cownes, then this conspiracy will not unfold as those nobles desire, and I will grant you my blessing. Why are you looking at me like that? I ask, bemused. Charlotte shoots me an exasperated glare before turning away. Her evident annoyance leaves me perplexed. I believed I was showing her a considerable amount of respect. Now, Romen has ceased to regard Charlotte as his private possession and is willing to respect her wishes. However, it seems that the sentiment is not reciprocated. The winter chill will eventually pass, leaving behind traces of snow still clinging to the eaves. During this transitional period between winter and spring, a lingering, biting cold persists, even more frigid than when the snow initially fell. The cold after the snow, Charlotte murmured, her gaze unwavering as she observed the execution ground before her. Just as the season of blossoming warmth approaches, another group of nefarious gangsters meets their end by hanging, their wicked lives extinguished. Her sister indeed holds the security of the royal city in high regard. Yet, Charlotte is aware that the eradication of these gangsters is merely a superficial manifestation of underlying turmoil. Since the war, the struggle for power among the nobles has intensified, with each seeking to claim a larger share of the spoils. Consequently, conflicts are inevitable. Liliana navigates this treacherous landscape, mediating various interests while striving to distribute the spoils among the populace. In the intricate web of alliances and rivalries, nobles who fall out of favor with the queen find themselves beaten until they bleed, their influence and rights within the royal city significantly diminished. Recently, Charlotte has increasingly perceived a certain gravitas emanating from her sister. This presence of authority, she mused, might even surpass that of their father, the former king Table. "What are you thinking about, Sister Charlotte?" a voice beside her inquired. Upon hearing the sweet and melodious tone of the young girl, Charlotte's face instantly brightened with a gentle smile. She turned her gaze downward to the youthful figure of a girl named Alice and replied, "Alice, I was merely pondering what we should have for dinner today." The girl named Alice is a strikingly beautiful child, with softly curled brown hair, a delicate and youthful face, and emerald eyes as clear as a tranquil lake. Reminiscent of a fairy emerging from the woods, after flashing Charlotte a tender smile, she remarked, "Sister Charlotte, there's nothing to see here. Let us return to the orphanage." "Very well," Charlotte responded with a smile, taking Alice's small hand as they departed the outskirts of the execution site. Heading back toward the orphanage as they walked, Charlotte suddenly felt a sense of unease. Why had Alice appeared so composed during the execution? Wasn't she usually quite sensitive, grieving even at the sight of a fallen sparrow? This thought quickly slipped from her mind as a young man approached her, inquiring, "Excuse me, miss, do you know where the mercenary guild is located?" The young man was strikingly handsome, his appearance so androgynous that one might question his gender. He sported a mane of fiery red hair styled into a pineapple top. The reason he appeared youthful was due to his distinctly masculine attire, and his chiseled features exuded a certain robust charm. However, what caught Charlotte's attention most were the pronounced notches at the upper edges of his ears, as if they had been severed by a sharp blade. "Miss, do you know where the mercenary guild is?" the young man asked again with a smile. Charlotte, regaining her composure, realized her earlier rudeness and replied apologetically, "The mercenary guild? You must be a mercenary, then," upon glancing at the sword at the young man's waist and the bow slung across his back. Charlotte quickly deduced his identity. The young man confirmed her assumption, saying, "Indeed, I am a mercenary, here to collect my reward from the royal city. Collect a reward from the royal city. It seems your exploits against the rebels have been quite fruitful." As she spoke, Charlotte's gaze toward the young man shifted, filled with newfound interest. The term exploits refers to the achievements gained from vanquishing the insurgents. Those with significant accomplishments could claim their rewards from the noble vassals of the royal family. When the achievements reach a certain magnitude, one must journey to the capital to receive their due. For instance, there are the clandestine night training methods shared among nobles, provided by Romen, the queen's exclusive magical advisor and the chief court mage. In the revised version of the night training method, despite the noble's covert mockery of the so-called night training method modified by the mage, Charlotte is well aware of its extraordinary nature. Its training effects are several times more effective than traditional methods and possess a significantly lower entry threshold. Such a method is nothing short of miraculous. Yet, rather than hoarding this miraculous training technique for royal exclusivity, Liliana has made it accessible to anyone who achieves a certain level of success against the rebels. This indicates that, in the near future, the profession of knight will no longer be monopolized by the nobility. In addition to the revised version of the knight training method, there are numerous other rewards that nobles covet, such as the body enhancement elixir provided by the great sage Romen, which can be used multiple times. Its efficacy is greatest upon the first use, gradually diminishing with subsequent applications until it barely has any effect. Were it not for her already doll-like body, Charlotte would find herself desperately yearning for this body enhancement elixir. It is evident that those mercenaries who come to the royal city to claim their rewards are likely to become formidable figures. At least, they would be regarded as such in the eyes of ordinary people. Indeed, my accomplishments are commendable. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here to collect my reward. However, miss, could you kindly inform me where the mercenary guild is located?" the young man asked for the third time, a twinge of exasperation in his voice. Charlotte, feeling embarrassed once more, finally pointed him in the right direction. She raised her hand, indicating a path, and said, "Head in that direction. Continue until you reach a fork in the road, then take a left, continue onward, and you'll find a place guarded by soldiers. That is it." "Ah, thank you very much for your guidance," The young man expressed his gratitude with a wave as he hurried off toward the mercenary guild. As Charlotte watched him depart, an inexplicable sense of concern washed over her. Was it the stirrings of youthful affection? Surely not. She considered it improbable that she would ever harbor such feelings for a man. Or so she hoped, in truth. Her fixation lay with the young man's peculiar ears. With his fiery red hair and the distinctive absence of part of his ears, he was a mercenary. Such traits evoked a sense of déjà vu within Charlotte. As if she had heard of someone like him before. While she racked her brain to recall, Alice tugged at her hand and called out, "Sister Charlotte, let us head back." "Oh, right. We must return to the orphanage," Charlotte replied, snapping back to the present as she followed Alice's lead. Continuing their journey toward the royal orphanage as they walked, they soon passed a small gathering of individuals discussing animatedly. The red-haired demon with the missing ear is quite a formidable character. It is said he will come to our royal city, personally bestowed by the queen as a knight, to become a knight. What a lucky fellow. Ha, lucky? Do you think that the title of demon is a matter of fortune? The mention of the red-haired demon with the missing ear finally triggered a memory for Charlotte. Recently, this mercenary had gained notoriety for his significant achievements against the rebels, becoming a quintessential figure among mercenaries. His legend began in a mercenary group known as Dragon Blood, which was eventually eradicated. At that time, he did not yet bear the title of red-haired demon. It was only after the dissolution of Dragon Blood that he became a lone mercenary. Yet, this solitary figure had amassed the most considerable achievements among mercenaries, surpassing even those of entire groups. It is said that the moniker red-haired demon was bestowed upon him by the very enemies he vanquished during his campaigns against the rebels. And thus his renown spread far and wide. Consequently, during a council meeting at the Table Court, the red-haired demon was established as the quintessential figure of the rebellion's suppression, heralded as a heroic figure worthy of promotion. That if Charlotte recalled correctly, the name of the red-haired demon with the missing ear was something like Natato. Could it be that the young man she encountered earlier was indeed this legendary mercenary? Charlotte found herself uncertain of her deductions. Despite the striking resemblance in features, the title demon evoked an image of a towering, fearsome brute. How could such a title befit the earlier youthful figure? The young man appeared undeniably amiable. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence that he bore a resemblance to the red-haired demon with a missing ear. Could it truly be just a matter of chance? Raja and Nadadu arrived at the mercenary reception hall of the Table Kingdom, situated in close proximity to the bustling marketplace. The establishment was an independent three-story building, guarded at the entrance. The boy, with his pineapple-like red hair, was one of the few literate mercenaries. Upon reading the sign, he became further convinced that he had indeed found the mercenary reception. After ensuring that there was nothing amiss with his attire, he made his way towards the entrance. The guard, glancing at the sword and bow the boy carried, chose not to impede his passage. Thus, he effortlessly entered and approached the counter directly across from him. The attendant was a young woman who, due to the lack of patrons, appeared to be dozing off peacefully. It was only when the boy rapped on the table that she jolted awake, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, I wasn't sleeping. I merely had my eyes closed for a moment." The boy let out a dry chuckle at her reaction. Noticing his laughter, the attendant, seemingly displeased, remarked, "Honestly, young man, do you not know how to greet someone before knocking on a table?" "You startled me. My apologies. I am here to claim my reward as a mercenary," the boy responded with a polite smile. Pleased with his courteous demeanor, the attendant nodded approvingly and inquired, "What is your name? What is your record code? Please present your mercenary credentials for me to examine." "Nadadu Dadas for my code. I believe it is missing ear," he replied with a hint of embarrassment as he presented his mercenary credentials. The attendant took the credentials and tapped a transparent rod against it. A sound echoed, and the rod emitted a green light, signifying the authenticity of the document. The green hue indicated that the mercenary was engaged in lawful activities. Had it emitted a red light, it would have signified involvement in illegal activities detrimental to the Table Kingdom, triggering alarms that would summon guards to apprehend the illegal mercenary. Everything seems legitimate. Of course, an illegal mercenary would not dare come to the capital for a reward. After inspecting the credentials, the attendant began to peruse the slender document. Indeed, mercenaries eligible for rewards in the royal capital were exceedingly rare. Before long, the attendant located the relevant file. Habitually, she began to read aloud. Name, Nadadu Oswich. Gender, male. Age, 16. Registration code, missing ear. Also known as the red-haired demon with a missing ear. Upon reaching the alternate title, the attendant gasped in surprise, her gaze shifting to the striking red-haired boy before her, now filled with newfound intrigue. Swallowing hard, she returned her gaze to the document, which detailed significant achievements, personally vanquishing the rebellious Viscount Noxon, slaying the sorcerer Wenzel, and defeating the treasonous Count Clan Winston. The rebellious Viscount Noxon was a lower-tier knight, accompanied by 3 lower-tier knight attendants and over 10 apprentice knight attendants. The sorcerer Wenzel, notorious for his malevolent deeds, was not to be underestimated. While some sorcerers could not confront knights head-on, others could, with proper preparation, defeat mid-tier knights. Notably, Wenzel was reportedly killed in his workshop, a place typically deemed safe for sorcerers, leading to his ridicule as a new disgrace in the magical community. Lastly, the rebellious Count Clan Winston was a mid-tier knight, and his demise contributed significantly to the red-haired demon with a missing ears burgeoning reputation. It was essential to understand that Count Clan Winston held considerable influence within Table, and even high-ranking dukes would not dare dismiss him lightly. His assassination would undoubtedly place the red-haired demon on the black list of the rebellious faction, carrying significant political ramifications. Look, this is the result of the 3 decrees issued by the Queen. Does it not further validate her correctness? The attendant mused, realizing that the red-haired demon was a key figure in validating the Queen's authority. It was only fitting for the royal family to elevate such a mercenary to the status of a hero and offer generous rewards that in truth, the attendant had already received prior notification. Should the red-haired demon register at her desk, she was instructed to promptly escort him to meet the Queen. This news had long since circulated throughout the capital. Taking a deep breath, the attendant picked up a pen and began recording. Can you write? If so, please inscribe your name. If not, simply press your handprint. She paused, awaiting his response. The red-haired boy named Natadu eagerly nodded. I can. He accepted the pen and began to sign the document presented to him. After completing the necessary paperwork, the attendant rose from her seat. Follow me, she instructed the boy. Natadu nodded and followed her out of the mercenary reception. The attendant closed the door behind them, casually hanging a sign that read closed for business. Turning to the guards, she commanded, go and fetch the finest carriage available. Miss Raija, what is your intent? The guard inquired, a hint of confusion in his tone. Despite her role as an attendant, he recognized her as the daughter of a noble marquis. Pointing towards Natadu, Raija replied, I wish to escort this esteemed guest to meet the Queen. Understood. After scrutinizing Natadu for a moment, the guard's expression shifted as he grasped the situation, promptly departing to relay the message. Before long, the coachman arrived, guiding the carriage towards them. Lifting her skirts, Raija gracefully ascended into the carriage, followed closely by Natadu. Once they were settled, the coachman set off towards the palace. Miss Raija, why are we going to the palace to meet the Queen? After a moment's hesitation, Natadu inquired, puzzled. This prompted Raija to glance at him quizzically, responding, You do not know. The Queen wishes to summon you. What is this all about? I only knew that my accomplishments in defeating the traitors would warrant a reward in the capital. So I came. I never anticipated a summons from the Queen. Natadu replied, his embarrassment evident. Raija could only respond with exasperation. And when did I acquire the title of red-haired demon with a missing ear? Natadu continued, expressing his ignorance regarding his own situation. Raija regarded him as if he were a curious creature. Fortunately, time passed, and ultimately, they arrived at the palace. After the carriage came to a halt, Raija led Natadu out. Keep close, she instructed as she guided him forward. The palace guards, upon recognizing her, smiled and nodded, allowing them to pass without hindrance. Under Raija's guidance, Natadu was escorted into the palace. They made their way to the main hall. Natadu gazed around in awe, much like a country bumpkin marveling at the grandeur. It was only natural, for he hailed from humble origins. He recalled his astonishment at the noble estates he had encountered during his quests. Yet they paled in comparison to the royal palace. The opulence and majesty of the palace, cultivated over centuries, left Natadu in silent admiration. Observing his reactions, Raija merely pursed her lips, choosing not to comment further. Finally, they halted before the grand doors of the main hall. After a brief announcement by the guards, they were granted entry. Upon entering the grand hall, Raija immediately spotted the figures within. The youthful queen sat regally upon an ornate throne, flanked by a bespectacled young man with dark hair. The sage is here as well. Could it be that even the sage holds this individual in high regard? Raija mused quietly. Continuing forward, they reached the foot of the throne, where Raja bowed, placing her hand over her heart. "Your Majesty, I have brought him." "Raja, you have done splendidly," the queen responded with approval. Queen Liliana on her throne smiled and offered her compliments. Naturally, Rezaiah understood that this was merely a necessary formality for such an official occasion. A queen, in the grand palace, acting coy and playful in front of outsiders with her close friend. Such foolishness could only be found in the anime of the Northeast Isles. Formal occasions adhere to their own established decorum. Anyone who fails to grasp this would undoubtedly be politically expendable. I apologize. I have once again disparaged the Northeast Isles anime. Certain aspects are indeed quite exasperating. Meanwhile, Natadu, standing beside Rezaiah, was filled with excitement as he clutched his chest and exclaimed, "Your Majesty, I am to be bestowed the title of knight." The queen's appointment. In the solemn hall, Natado's loud declaration drew the attention of all present. Time seemed to pause, and for a moment, the hall fell into a profound silence. Eventually, this tranquility was broken by Queen Liliana, who inquired of Natadu, "Natadu, do you have something to say to me?" "My apologies. I was overwhelmed upon seeing Her Majesty and realized my words were somewhat inappropriate." Natadu replied, feeling embarrassed. Liliana nodded, appearing to understand, and with a warm smile reassured him, "Do not be nervous. Natadu, you are a hero of the kingdom. Stand tall and showcase your extraordinary valor." "A hero? I am a hero." Natadu pondered, bewildered by the notion. Seeing his confused expression, Rezaiah, who had previously noted his ignorance, could only sigh. Liliana and the nearby Roman exchanged glances. Is this truly the deaf red-haired demon of legend? The formidable, enigmatic, ruthless, and cold-hearted mercenary. He appears utterly unreliable. What is his strength? Liliana inquired of Roman in a whisper. The whisper was subtle, yet in the acoustics of the hall, it was easily discernible to a knight, although the others could not hear. Roman received her words clearly. He glanced briefly at Natadu before speaking in a hushed tone that only Liliana could hear. A mid-tier knight, and likely a half-elf that half-elf. Liliana's expression remained unchanged, but the muscles in her back tensed slightly. Sensing this, Roman reassured her, "Do not worry. This does not involve any conspiracy. I can see that she harbors no ill intent and even holds great respect for you as queen." "She?" Liliana murmured. Roman nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, she." His gaze shifted to Natado's slightly pointed ears. Based on his observations, if those ears were unscathed, they would indeed be the characteristic pointed ears of an elf. And speaking of pointed ears, the most renowned owners of such features are the elves. The former rulers of this world. A half-elf. Then, it is no wonder his ears were injured. In this world, humanity has risen to dominate, having displaced the previous rulers. Thus, the relationship between elves and humans remains fraught with animosity. This enmity is primarily due to the elves' extended lifespans. According to the ancient texts, when the world tree, the birthplace of the elves, still stood, their lifespans were theoretically infinite. Even after its destruction, elves still enjoyed lifespans of 3,000 years. The fall of the elven supremacy occurred over 2 millennia ago, a matter long forgotten by humans but seared into the memories of those ancient elves. Consequently, even if humans wish to avoid conflict, elves harbor deep-seated animosity towards them. Elven conspiracies against human nations are frequent, compelling humanity to regard elves as their primary adversaries. Members of the Royal Council possess ample documentation of past elven plots against human realms. Upon learning of Natado's mixed heritage, Liliana felt a surge of concern that the elves, the primary instigators, had come to stir trouble in Table. However, reassured by Roman's explanation, she found solace. She trusted Roman implicitly. If it was not a conspiracy, then all would be well. A half-elf, while many might find this difficult to accept. Liliana herself was unconcerned. Thus, like Roman, she chose not to expose Natado's true lineage. Now that Natado's status as a mid-tier knight had been confirmed, his accomplishments seemed credible. Therefore, it was only right to generously bestow upon him what was due. "Natadu!" Liliana exclaimed as she rose from her throne, accepting the sword handed to her by a nearby attendant. Startled, Natadu quickly responded, "Yes." He advanced to receive his title. The queen clasped the sword with both hands, holding it upright before her. Hearing her call, Natadu hurriedly ascended the steps to kneel before the queen, bowing his head. The sword struck his right shoulder 3 times before Liliana, her expression solemn, asked, "Natadu Oswich. In this hallowed hall, upon this sacred ground, and in the presence of the goddess Isabella, I ask you, do you wish to become my sword, to defend my realm, protect the people of Table, and become a knight of honor? I do, Natadu proclaimed loudly. Then let this pact be sealed. May you forever remember this day and never forget your oath. Rise, Liliana declared, returning the sword to the attendant. Natadu stood, beaming with joy that he was now a knight, bestowed by the queen herself. He had automatically acquired the title of knight in service to the queen. His aspiration had been fulfilled, seeing his jubilant demeanor. Liliana could not help but find it amusing that in truth, given Natado's contributions, it would not have been impossible for him to receive a formal noble title. However, such an honor was not to be taken lightly. It would be prudent to wait until the Restoration War had concluded successfully and sufficient lands had been secured for granting titles based on merit. Of course, nobility is notoriously stingy, particularly regarding mercenaries. Even for knights, unless one is a trusted confidant or has saved their life, it is challenging to receive a title, no matter how significant their contributions. Thus, what Liliana was doing was already quite generous in the eyes of the nobility. This generosity, however, was not without its motives. First and foremost, it served as a model for mercenary groups. Look, with enough merit, becoming a knight is within reach. This would undoubtedly spur the enthusiasm of mercenaries, especially when paired with rewards such as knight training methods, body-enhancing potions, and high-grade alloy equipment. Over time, some mercenaries would undoubtedly emerge as formidable figures, even challenging the noble knights. Yet, this was not the sole purpose of summoning Natadu. Liliana regarded Romen with a serious expression. And upon receiving his nod, she made up her mind. She turned to Natadu once more. Lord Oswich, I have an assignment for you. I wonder if you would be willing to accept it, Your Majesty. Your command is my everything. Natadu knelt again, awaiting her order. Liliana paused for a moment. After dealing with so many cunning nobles, encountering such an earnest young man was somewhat disconcerting. Nevertheless, considering the gravity of the matter, she suppressed her reluctance and continued, I acknowledge your loyalty. This assignment is quite straightforward. I want you to establish a mercenary group and head to a forest located at the southern border of the kingdom. There lies the largest den of illegal mercenaries within the kingdom. I need you to lead your newly formed mercenary group to eradicate them. The mention of an illegal mercenary den caused Natado's expression to grow serious. He recalled the recent emergence of powerful illegal mercenaries within the kingdom, some even possessing knight-level strength. This struck him as rather peculiar. However, since it was the queen's command, he felt it was his duty to comply. As you wish, Natadu responded. Soon, he departed under Rezia's guidance, presumably to collect further rewards. After all, merely being granted the title of knight seemed somewhat insufficient. Several other resources, such as the knight's training method and the body enhancement elixir, are readily available. Observing the retreat of the two individuals, even the attendant beside them was dismissed. Within the grand hall, only Lily and Romen remained. Turning to Romen, Lily inquired, Is the situation truly grave enough for you to intervene personally? Nodding, Romen replied, Indeed, however, to avoid alarming the enemy, a legitimate cover is essential. Establishing a mercenary group formed by freshly minted legendary heroes would serve well, even if I were to dismantle that stronghold. The members of the Dark Council would not suspect me or any formidable mysterious figure, thus preventing them from raising their vigilance or relocating. They would merely assume that it was those enhanced illegal mercenaries who attracted the royal attention, resulting in a normal extermination scenario. Consequently, there would be little focus on this mercenary group led by a legendary hero, allowing me to search for further clues at my leisure, ultimately leading to the final destination. Meanwhile, as queen, I shall announce the initiation of a restoration war against the rebels at the onset of spring to divert most of the attention towards your actions. With that, Lily's expression grew solemn. Romen removed his glasses, and in an instant his eyes transformed into a soft lavender hue. His long hair, previously tied back, shifted to a sky blue, and his complexion became as pale as parchment. His attire morphed into the white robes of a priest of the Clear Spring Church. Stowing away his glasses, Romen now resembled an entirely different individual, his face adorned with a gentle and warm smile. His demeanor markedly altered. Had one not been intimately familiar with him, they would scarcely recognize him, but at that moment, Romen spoke. Indeed, all of this is to save precious time. The outcome of the war is no longer the primary concern. What matters is to dismantle that plan. What should I call you now? Upon witnessing Romen's transformation, Lily felt her anxiety dissipate, and she smiled gently as she queried, Romen, upon hearing her words, offered an even warmer and gentler smile and performed a gesture of reverence. Responding, "Your Majesty, the esteemed Queen, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am your loyal shepherd, Ron Smith. May the glory of Goddess Isabella shine upon you." Romen, no, he should now be referred to as Ron Smith. The priest of the Isabella Church, formally registered as a priest of Clear Spring by Patriarch Laney's not long ago, under the guidance of Lesha, Natadoo departed the Grand Hall. However, the two did not immediately leave the palace. As the rewards to be obtained extended beyond mere titles of nobility, navigating through familiar territory, Lesha reflected on the Queen's recent appointment of Natadoo, establishing a mercenary group to eradicate illegal mercenaries. The so-called illegal mercenaries arose as a consequence of the legalization of mercenaries during wartime. Many mercenary groups, lured by profit, accepted commissions from the royal family while simultaneously being bribed by the nobles of the rebel faction. Seeking to curry favor on both sides, such actions, once discovered, were categorized as illegal. The definition of illegal was further expanded when some mercenary groups brazenly took to robbery as a side venture. This reality mattered little to the nobles, as long as their own subjects were not the victims. Moreover, these mercenaries primarily targeted the subjects of the rebel nobles. However, the Queen was incensed by this conduct. She proclaimed that any mercenaries engaging in robbery within the borders of Tabor, whether on royal or rebel territory, would be classified as illegal mercenaries. Legal mercenaries tasked with exterminating illegal ones would also receive rewards. This highlights the Queen's profound disdain for mercenaries dabbling in banditry. In fact, the majority of today's illegal mercenaries have fallen into this category due to their criminal actions. Why, then, does the Queen harbor such animosity towards mercenaries' banditry? Deeming it illegal, Lesha was not foolish. She surmised the Queen's intentions. The 3 decrees previously issued by the Queen were aimed at severing the ties between the nobles and the commoners, fostering a closer bond between the populace and the royal family, with the legalization of mercenaries during wartime emerging as a consequence. However, should mercenaries devolve into bandits, the royal family, which legitimized mercenaries, would undoubtedly be viewed as the main culprit, undermining the efficacy of the 3 decrees. To avert this outcome, mercenaries engaging in banditry were classified as illegal, was it not? The more Lesha contemplated, the more convinced she became of this reasoning. It was entirely logical for the Queen to dispatch the current mercenary heroes to eradicate illegal mercenaries. Lost in thought, Lesha suddenly felt a stirring within her heart, a notion blossoming in her mind. As this thought emerged, she turned to glance back at Natadoo, who was following closely behind. Upon meeting her gaze, Natadoo offered a warm and friendly smile. This caused Lesha to momentarily falter. Natadoo's smile bore an uncanny resemblance to someone she once knew, a person of great significance, yet that individual had long since passed away. Quickly averting her gaze, she ensured that Natadoo did not catch a glimpse of the sorrow etched upon her face and continued to lead the way. Before long, Lesha brought Natadoo to a location guarded by numerous vigilant attendants. As Lesha approached, a captain of the guard stepped forward, exclaiming, "Ah, it is Miss Lesha. I regret to inform you that this area is of utmost importance. Entry is prohibited without specific documentation. I possess it." Lesha replied. The guard captain continued in a matter-of-fact tone, "Please present it." "Just a moment," Lesha responded, rummaging through her belongings until she swiftly produced a document she kept close at hand. Every mercenary visiting the royal city to claim their rewards, upon verifying their achievements against the rebels, would receive a reward claim document at the mercenary reception office in the royal city. Given the unusual circumstances this time, Natadoo was to meet with the Queen first. Lesha, wishing to be thorough in her kindness, personally escorted Natadoo to the reward collection office. Thus, the document was not issued to Natadoo. Rather, Lesha submitted it on his behalf. The guard captain accepted the document, examined it, and then gazed in surprise at Natadoo standing beside Lesha. After confirming its validity, he addressed Lesha, saying, "I apologize, Miss Lesha, but this document permits only Lord Natadoo to proceed. That I understand. I shall wait outside." Lesha nodded in response, turning to Natadoo to give him a subtle signal. Realizing he would enter alone, Natadoo took a deep breath. Truth be told, the excitement he felt at the prospect of meeting the Queen had yet to subside, and the opportunity to claim rewards only heightened his anticipation. He stepped forward to enter. "Wait," the guard captain called out hastily. producing a seal to stamp the document before handing it back to Natadu. Momentarily stunned, Natadu accepted it. "You may enter," the guard captain affirmed once more. Upon glancing at the stamped document, Natadu nodded and proceeded inside. How stringent, he couldn't help but exclaim. Such strictness was hardly surprising. The reward repository was filled with valuable items. Regarded as treasures in this world, that it was only natural for such places to have rigorous procedures. Inside, Natadu found himself in a grand hall. At the reception desk stood a court maid, who greeted him with a bright smile, saying, "Welcome." Approaching the reception desk, Natadu handed over the reward claim document to the maid. Upon receiving it, she reminded him, "You also require your mercenary credentials." Quickly, Natadu produced his mercenary credentials as well, following a procedure similar to that at the mercenary reception office. The maid verified the authenticity and legality of the credentials. After reviewing the reward claim document and confirming its details, she retrieved a file for further examination. Before long, Natadu was signing documents again. Once the paperwork was filed away, the maid handed him a list. "This is the reward claim list. I will retrieve your rewards from the warehouse shortly. Please verify them upon receipt." "Very well," Natadu replied, taking the list. The maid then departed the counter to fetch his rewards. What indeed would Natado's reward entail? Upon scrutinizing the list, he was taken aback by the initial reward of 2,000 gold coins. He had never encountered such a sum, especially in gold. Although he had fought against nobles, various circumstances had prevented him from acquiring the wealth amassed by them. Continuing to read, he noted the mention of the modified version of the knight's training method by the Grand Sage. He wondered how it compared to the knight's training method imparted to him by his father. Feeling satisfied with his own knightly training method, Natadu paid little mind to it. Upon glancing down, he noticed 12 bottles of body enhancement potions. They appeared to be quite formidable elixirs. A flicker of excitement stirred within Natadu as he continued to peruse the list, discovering a set of belief composite armaments. What on earth is this? It seemed to have some connection to the belief armaments. Confounded, Natadu continued to read. 7 major healing potions, 7 efficient antidotes, 7 powerful curse-dispelling potions, 7 communication mirrors, 7 space-expanding bags, and a land deed for a barony, non-inheritable, non-tradable, non-transferable. This, indeed, comprised the entirety of the inventory. As Natadu pondered over the items listed, the rewards designated for him were finally brought forth. "Here you go," announced the court maid as she returned to the counter. Placing the 7 bags before him on the table, glancing at them, Natadu surmised that these were likely the space-expanding bags mentioned in the list. Observing the 7 bags, Natadu soon found himself perplexed. What about the other rewards? "They're all contained within," the court maid smiled, gesturing towards one of the bags. Then, as if anticipating Natadu's confusion, she proceeded to demonstrate while explaining. "This space-expanding bag has recently been supplied by the esteemed sage, and it is quite a convenient item. It possesses magical properties for spatial storage. Do not be deceived by its small size, for it can hold up to 15 cubic meters of objects." 15 cubic meters? Unfamiliar with such measurements, Natadu looked on in astonishment as the court maid began to extract various items from the modest bag. Most were vials containing transparent potions, along with a small booklet, a sheet filled with annotations, 7 small hand mirrors, some coins, and a metal sphere the size of a chubby infant's fist. "What is this?" Natadu inquired, lifting the sphere, utterly baffled by its purpose. The court maid responded, "This is the belief composite armament, another treasure recently provided by the sage. This is the belief composite armament." "How does it relate to the knight's belief armament?" Natadu asked, bewildered as he scrutinized the metallic sphere. The court maid began to elucidate. "Indeed, it is applicable to the belief armament. According to the instructions provided by the sage, it can enhance the knight's belief armament. When manifesting the belief armament, simply let a drop of the user's blood fall upon it. It will then start to disintegrate and permeate into the manifested belief armament, thereby strengthening it and merging completely with it." "And if I retract the belief armament, will it revert to a sphere?" Natadu probed further, shaking her head. The court maid explained, "It will not revert to a sphere, so there is no fear of losing it. According to the instructions, it will attach itself to the user's skin surface, and in the event of a laceration, it will rapidly staunch the bleeding and expedite the healing process, ensuring that harmful bacteria cannot cause infection, though I do not fully understand all the details." "Oh," Natadu replied, nodding as if he comprehended. Without hesitation, he manifested his belief armament that it materialized as a simple, unadorned leather armor, rather unremarkable, having grown up as a child of the hunter class and not from noble birth. Natadu held no preference for making his belief armament flashy or ostentatious. He believed that such behavior was unbecoming of an accomplished hunter. At that moment, he noticed that, aside from his original sword, he now bore an equally unembellished longsword at his waist. His entire appearance deviated entirely from the flamboyant knights typically recognized by the court maid. This caused her to regard him with a hint of surprise. It was common for newly minted mid-level knights to manifest their protective armaments in the most extravagant manner possible. Some knights of taste managed to achieve opulence without losing sophistication, while others descended into garishness. To encounter someone so unpretentious was indeed a rarity that the court maid marveled at this. Natadu unsheathed his personal dagger and made a small incision on his finger. Blood oozed from the wound, and he let a drop fall onto the metal sphere. Almost immediately, the sphere emitted a glow, dispersing into shimmering motes of light that gradually permeated his simple belief armament. Gradually, Natadu sensed a distinct change in his belief armament. As it become stronger, he mused that only practical combat would reveal the truth. Once he retracted his belief armament, indeed, the sphere did not reappear. It had affixed itself to his surface. Yet, Natadu felt no noticeable alteration. Was it too subtle to perceive? That was the only conclusion he could draw. Next, Natadu directed his attention to the other items laid out before him. Before he could voice a question, the court maid began to explain. This booklet contains the knight training methods provided by the sage. Peruse it. It may prove beneficial to you. This is the body enhancement potion, which, as the name suggests, fortifies the physique. The initial use yields the best results. Utilizing all 12 will result in negligible effects. I have never seen anyone claim 12 at once. But take heed. The potion requires an interval between uses, at least 1 week. This is the major healing potion, best reserved for critical moments, as long as one is not utterly beyond saving. It can revive them. This is the efficient antidote, capable of neutralizing most toxins in the world, including magical poisons infused with arcane energy. This is the powerful curse-dispelling potion, the bane of curses. Capable of dispelling all but divine curses and those of equal caliber, it is essential when facing nefarious sorcerers adept in cursing. This is the communication mirror. 7 individuals can hold 7 mirrors, allowing them to communicate as if face-to-face, provided they are not too far apart. Oh, and I should mention the space-expanding bags cannot be stacked atop one another. Otherwise, they may collapse due to excessive spatial pressure. Lastly, please take care of this baronial land deed. Losing it would be quite costly to replace. Having absorbed the court maid's explanations, Natadu could not help but marvel at the value of these items. Each one could be considered exceptionally useful. However, Natadu found himself puzzled as to why several items came in sets of 7 that the 3 highly useful potions aside. The 7 mirrors required mutual usage. Thus, how could he employ them without distributing some? Why 7 space-expanding bags? Natadu believed 1 would suffice, as carrying 7 would be rather inconvenient, especially since they could not be stacked. Indeed, what on earth could this mean? With such questions lingering in his mind, Natadu returned the items to the bags and exited the rewards distribution area, carrying the 7 bags with him. Outside, Rija awaited him and inquired, "Have you obtained the items?" "I have," he replied, gesturing to the 7 bags in his possession. Upon seeing the seemingly deflated bags, Rija asked curiously, "Just these?" Realizing that Rija was unfamiliar with the concept of space-expanding bags, Natadu explained the function of the bags and their contents. After learning of their spatial storage capabilities, Rija expressed her astonishment. These are magical items with spatial storage effects. Such treasures are exceedingly rare. Only mages with profound mastery of spatial magic could create them. And even great mages might not possess them. Such rarity. Why then, are 7 being given all at once? Natadu was even more astonished. If space-expanding bags were this valuable, providing 7 was excessive, was it not? Rija, however, seemed to have an epiphany, replying, "Since 7 bags have been awarded to you at once, it suggests that for the esteemed sage, such magical tools of spatial storage hold little significance. Moreover what?" Natadu prompted, intrigued. Rija pointed to the 7 bags he carried, saying, 7 bags, 7 communication mirrors, and 7 bottles each of 3 potent potions. This clearly signifies something. Did not the queen appoint you to establish a mercenary group for missions? In that case, you will need to recruit members to gather ordinary members. 2,000 gold coins should suffice. For elite members, 1 space bag, 1 communication mirror, and 3 bottles of such potions will guarantee their recruitment. Ah, I see. This is intended for gathering elite members. Natadu contemplated that I shall keep 1 for myself and recruit 6 elite allies. Upon hearing this, Rija shook her head, continuing, there is no need to recruit 6. The caliber of potions you possess is sufficient to attract high-quality elite warriors. Therefore, be prudent in your selection of elite members. My suggestion would be to recruit mid-level knights or mid-level mages. While higher-tier specialists can be summoned, as the leader, I worry you may struggle to manage such powerful individuals. I understand. Regarding Lesia's words, Natardo nodded seriously in response. Upon witnessing this, Lesia felt a stir within her heart. A thought that had previously crossed her mind resurfaced once more. After a moment of hesitation, she steeled herself and inquired of Natardo. Natardo, may I ask you for a favor? Speak freely, as long as it is within my capabilities. Natardo replied without a moment's hesitation, a sincere smile gracing his lips. This once again left Lesia momentarily dazed. She seemed to faintly envision a golden-haired, crimson-eyed youth, who, with an equally genuine smile, expressed his agreement to her request. Taking a deep breath, Lesia continued, please allow me to join the mercenary group you have established. Although I am merely a low-ranking knight and an apprentice mage, I realize my request may be rather audacious. Very well. After a brief contemplation, Natardo acquiesced. This brought a sigh of relief to Lesia, who expressed her gratitude. Thank you. It is I who should thank you for introducing me to Her Majesty the Queen. With that, Natardo opened a satchel filled with numerous rewards and retrieved 3 vials of potions, along with a small mirror. He placed these 4 items into another spatial satchel and then handed it to Lesia. Here. No need. I only wish to join. There is no need to offer me such precious items, Lesia insisted, waving her hands in refusal. However, Natardo firmly pressed them into her grasp, smiling at her with a blend of kindness and insistence. Miss Lesia, I kindly ask you to be the first elite member under my command in this mercenary group. But there is still one important matter. Seeing that she could not decline, Lesia pondered for a moment before suddenly speaking. This took Natardo by surprise, prompting him to ask, what is this important matter? The name of the mercenary group. For a mercenary group, a catchy and memorable name is of utmost importance. With her hands on her hips, Lesia asserted with a competent demeanor. Upon hearing this, Natardo nodded in agreement and promptly decided on a name. Let it be called Dragon Blood. He felt nostalgic for the mercenary group he had previously belonged to. However, Lesia resolutely rejected this. No, I know the name of that mercenary group, and while you may inherit it, how could we possibly use a name that has already been taken? It must be something new. Then what name do you suggest? Natardo, not insisting further, wore a wry smile as he sought her opinion. Stroking her chin, Lesia scrutinized Natardo and muttered, since you are the leader, the name of our group should naturally reflect your characteristics. As she spoke, Lesia noticed Natardo's missing ear. The missing ear mercenary group? She pondered, wouldn't that seem somewhat mocking? However, recalling that Natardo had registered her as missing ear in the records, she felt that if the mercenary group were indeed named thus, he would not mind. Yet, merely missing ear felt rather bland. Continuing to observe Natardo's slender figure and his face, which was androgynous and striking, akin to that of a forest spirit, she exclaimed, ah, the missing ear elves. Though the elven race is currently humanity's foremost adversary, their beauty is universally acknowledged by mankind. Thus, invoking the name of the elves, or even summoning elemental spirits, which seem to have a connection to elves, does not meet with human disdain. However, upon hearing this name, Natardo's pupils constricted, and his body stiffened momentarily. The tension that arose within him was quickly suppressed, and he feigned a smile as he responded, very well. From this day forth, I shall be the leader of the Missing Ear Elves Mercenary Group. Indeed, I am also a member of the Missing Ear Elves Mercenary Group, Lesia declared, her cheeks flushing with excitement. Unlike typical noblewomen, she had little interest in tea parties or balls. Her only close friend was the reigning queen. Instead, she was more boyish in her interests, drawn to adventure and combat. Otherwise, she would not have become a low-ranking knight at such a young age, a rarity even among noblemen. Joining a mercenary group marked the beginning of her pursuit of self-worth. Therefore, the soon-to-be-established Missing Ear Elves mercenary group undoubtedly held profound significance for her. The entire royal city, along with vast surrounding areas, fell under the surveillance of Romen. The Earth magic array, continuously revised and perfected, had become far more effective than it had initially been. Monitoring a person's movements was an exceedingly simple task. Unbeknownst to Natardo and Lesia, the Missing Ear Elves mercenary group was established not only in the presence of the two, but also under Romen's watchful eye. Moreover, Lesia, unaware, believed that her idea of gathering elite members using those 7 rewards was solely her own, when in fact, it had been subtly implanted in her mind by Romen at a critical moment. Unbeknownst to her. Interestingly, Lesia's desire to join this mercenary group caught Romen somewhat off guard. Nevertheless, he paid it no mind. Aside from himself and another person wishing to join, he was indifferent to who else became a member, provided they were not utterly incompetent. Shifting his focus from Natardo, Romen instinctively adjusted his glasses, only to realize he had removed them. He had undergone a transformation and found himself unaccustomed to it. He sighed, reflecting that without his glasses, he felt as though something was missing. Should he wear them or not? For the foreseeable future, he would not require them. It would be best to acclimate quickly. Subsequently, he gazed at the floating light blue staff before him. At this moment, Romen found himself in workshop number 2 of the palace, colloquially known as the second research base. This light blue staff was the weapon he had prepared for himself, or rather, a weapon designated for his current identity as a priest. A staff for a priest? Naturally, priests and mages share a common origin. During the era of sorcery, when wizards employed sorcery, they also served as conduits between gods and mortals. The tradition of wizards wielding staves was inherited by both priests and mages. Of course, Romen's use of a staff was not to augment his own strength. Given his current capabilities, whether or not he possessed this staff mattered little. However, to ensure that his identity as a clear spring priest appeared authentic to others, he needed to wield this staff. Yet, the staff currently lacked one crucial element. With this thought, Romen turned to a specific direction and called out, "Isabella." "What is it?" The figure of a girl with long, light blue hair gradually materialized nearby. The avatar of the goddess of clear spring. Isabella regarded Romen's markedly different appearance with curiosity. She had perceived something unusual about his attire upon his return. As the avatar of a deity, she was not easily deceived by appearances. She recognized at a glance that this seemingly devoted priest was, in fact, Romen. The reason she refrained from inquiring was simply that she did not wish to engage in conversation with him. Who knows what kind of research he might subject her to if they spoke. However, since Romen had called her, she dared not ignore him and promptly responded. Seeing Isabella obediently appear, Romen nodded in satisfaction before pointing to the floating light blue staff beside him. Addressing Isabella, "Will you enter of your own accord, or shall I assist you in?" "What?" Isabella queried in confusion as she looked at the staff. She was aware that this staff was something Romen had been tinkering with recently, but she was unclear about its specific purpose. Now, he wanted her to enter this staff? Why? "I shall give you 10 seconds to ponder," Romen stated, imposing a time limit. 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7. Isabella deliberated, regardless of the outcome. She was at Romen's mercy. In other words, whether she wished to or not, she would have to enter this staff. Given this, Isabella resolved her course of action. Before 10 seconds had elapsed, she transformed into a flurry of blue light particles, permeating into the staff. As soon as the blue light completely entered, Isabella suddenly felt an overwhelming force of confinement emanating from the staff, binding her tightly within it. This confinement was as intricate and powerful as the seal outside. "So, my cage has transformed from the external seal into this diminutive staff. Romen, what do you intend to do?" Isabella could not help but question with a hint of irritation. Previously, she had some semblance of freedom. But now, trapped within this staff, she found herself utterly devoid of any liberty. Romen, on the other hand, grasped the hovering staff firmly in his hand, initiating the grand magical connection for the next adjustment. Soon, he would be able to harness the power of Isabella contained within the staff. With a slight smile, he gestured towards the essence of Isabella within the staff. "I am now your priest." Romen Smith, "O great goddess, is this how a priest treats his revered deity?" Unable to restrain herself, Isabella retorted at that moment. She had accepted her reality. Resisting was futile. With Romen's burgeoning power, she had no means to oppose him. Even as a mere fragment of a deity, before long, Isabella emerged from her momentary despondence. Curiosity piqued as she inquired of Romen, "Given your demeanor, are you intending to masquerade as my priest? What purpose does this charade serve?" "You will know in due time," Romen replied nonchalantly. This response made Isabella realize that he was either unwilling or simply disinterested in revealing his intentions. Sooner or later, she mused, in truth, upon further contemplation. Her spirits lifted once more that it seemed that Romen intended to take her out, providing her the opportunity to experience the world beyond this small workshop. This prospect was undoubtedly more appealing than remaining confined within those four walls. And thus, Isabella found herself harboring a sense of anticipation for the near future. The day swiftly passed. With Lessia's assistance, Natadu promptly registered the Eared Elf mercenary group at the Mercenary Guild. The next step was to gather members. "Should we recruit ordinary members?" Natadu pondered aloud. "I believe it is unnecessary to call upon common members. We should pursue an elite member strategy first," Lessia countered. As the leader, can you truly attend to the interests of dozens or even hundreds, thereby managing the mercenary group with precision? Natadu chuckled awkwardly in response. "If we only summon a mere 10 or 20 ordinary members, it would be better not to summon them at all. The tasks issued by the Queen will certainly not be trivial, and I am well aware of the powerful night-level figures among illegal mercenaries. If, as the Queen suggests, we are to venture into the heart of the largest den of illegal mercenaries, then a mere 10 or 20 ordinary members will be utterly inadequate. Therefore, it is best to gather only elite members." With arms crossed over her chest, Lessia firmly refuted Natado's plans to recruit ordinary members. Upon hearing Lessia's reasoning, Natadu reflected and realized she was indeed correct. If numerous night-level figures lurked among the illegal mercenaries, ordinary members would indeed be insufficient. It appeared the path of complete elitism was the only viable option. However, this presented a challenge. Natadu contemplated and addressed Lessia. "But elite members are difficult to find, aren't they? Could you perhaps provide an ideal solution?" "Humph." Lessia's elegant visage bore a self-satisfied expression, as if she had anticipated this all along. "I have already considered this. You, as the leader, may have limited experience and connections, thus lacking knowledge on how to find elite members. But I am different. Leave this matter to me. And where shall we search?" Natadu eagerly pressed. Waving her hand dismissively, Lessia adopted a calm disposition, stating, "Not so fast. First, allow me to explain the necessary composition of a reasonable elite mercenary team." "A reasonable composition for an elite mercenary team?" Natadu inquired, perplexed. Lessia continued, "You, as the main attacker, should be a swift warrior, right? We also need a guardian warrior to ensure the safety of our rear guard. If possible, having a priest to assist from behind, healing during injuries, would be splendid. Thus, we must at least find a powerful guardian warrior and a priest. Is there more? Shouldn't we summon 3 additional members?" Natadu asked. Lessia nodded in agreement and elaborated. "What I mentioned pertains to the core composition of the team centered around the captain. As the captain, you have experience as a hunter, excelling in tracking, discovering traps, and outdoor activities. However, you cannot compare to a professional. My suggestion is to seek someone skilled in this area to join us. Such individuals are quite useful when traversing the outside world. I have connections with the Assassin's Guild and the Thieves Guild, or we could look for capable retired scouts. Additionally, it would be even better if we could recruit a magician. In critical moments, a magician's spells can yield miraculous results. Even a low-tier magician would be immensely beneficial to the team. But what about?" Natadu continued to inquire. Lessia sighed in mild exasperation. "The magicians in the royal city have all been recruited by the esteemed sage into the newly established Tabor Magic Association. I learned this morning that even low-tier magicians, upon joining the association, receive spatial expansion satchels, a communication magic mirror, and a yearly supply of 3 powerful potions for healing, detoxification, and curse removal. The mid-tier magicians and above receive even better benefits, despite the association's strict regulations. The allure of such privileges draws all the magicians in the royal city to join. There is no way we can offer sufficient rewards to attract these magicians." "I see. Then let's set that aside for now. Our immediate priority is to gather the other team members," Natadu concluded, not overly concerned about the inability to recruit a magician. Given that Lessia had the means to gather elite members, it was best to act swiftly. The pressing question arose: which profession should they recruit first? Lessia promptly provided her answer. "Let us first seek out a priest at the temple." Thus, the two made their way to the main temple of the Isabella Church in Tabor City. At the main temple of the Isabella Church, the archpriest, Lanes, fervently prayed before the statue of the goddess. Beside him was a young priest with sky-blue hair and lavender eyes, who was also engaged in prayer. However, Lanes was acutely aware that this priest would not offer any sincere supplications, that if anything, he was a blasphemer, insistently demanding to be registered as an official priest of the Clear Spring. Reluctantly, Lanes had acquiesced. What astonished Lanes even more was that while beseeching the goddess for forgiveness for this sacrilegious act, the goddess Isabella had responded, assuring her that there was no need to delve further into the matter. How could it seem that the goddess Isabella was utterly powerless against this individual? It made sense. She had summoned a fragment of her divine essence and still could not do anything about it. Stop. The goddess is great. To think such thoughts would be to deny her greatness. Lanes hurriedly recited the sacred texts of the Clear Spring Church, hoping to cleanse the impurities from her heart. Meanwhile, as Lanes wrestled with her thoughts, Romen, maintaining the guise of prayer, communicated mentally with the staff beside him. Do not fret. No matter what you do, you cannot reach your true form. Once you employ divine magic, my true self will undoubtedly deduce that I am imprisoned within this staff. The Isabella within the staff replied that a slight smirk graced Romen's lips as he continued through their mental connection. And if she deduces it, what then? Can she simply reclaim you from my grasp? Isabella was momentarily rendered speechless. Indeed, could she really reclaim herself? Even if her true form were willing to invoke the descent of the saint, the risk of falling would likely deter her. Was she to remain forever as a mere spirit bound to this staff? As a fragment of a deity, Isabella found herself feeling quite aggrieved. With no other recourse, Isabella relinquished her attempts to communicate with her true self from within the staff, observing the goddess's essence settle down. Romen resumed his pretense of prayer until, after some time, he suddenly lowered his clasped hands. Archpriest, the radiance of the goddess guides me. She informs me that the one destined to be intertwined with my fate is drawing near. With an air of theatricality, Romen addressed Lanes. The esteemed archpriest winced, realizing that this individual was truly embodying the role of a seasoned charlatan. Was he not simply implying that the awaited person had arrived? However, she could not afford to display too much emotion. Composing herself, Lanes adopted a solemn demeanor, her face seemingly aglow with a sacred light, and replied, Go forth. May the goddess Isabella grant you her protection. My esteemed archpriest, as Romen prepared to leave, he offered his blessing in return. May the goddess's radiance illuminate you as well, priest Lanes. Thus, Lanes watched as Romen departed the temple hall. Exiting the temple, Romen proceeded directly towards a specific direction. Not long after, he witnessed a male and a female, two young individuals, engaged in conversation with the chief pastor of a temple at a designated visitation site. Undoubtedly, those two were Nadadu and Raja. As for the chief pastor, the hierarchy of clergy is not divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. That it goes without saying that saints, who stand on par with grand sorcerers and grand knights, are at the pinnacle. Below them are the high pastors, chief pastors, and priests, or the titles used by other religious institutions, such as archbishops, bishops, and clerics, as well as high priests, senior priests, and priests. Only at the level of saints do the titles of clergy achieve some degree of uniformity. A high pastor is akin to a top-tier knight or sorcerer, while a chief pastor corresponds to a mid-tier knight or sorcerer, and a priest aligns with a lower-tier knight or sorcerer. The esteemed patriarch, Raines, is indeed a high pastor. This is not surprising. In this world, saints rarely ascend to the role of religious administrators. Consequently, the highest leaders of the church are often of the high pastor rank. Even so, grand sorcerers and grand knights, those at the apex of power, do not dare to underestimate any religious leader. After all, when it comes to life and death, mutual destruction is always a possibility. Now, to speak of the young couple, Nadadu and Raja, they were conversing with the chief pastor. As long as you are willing to join our mercenary group, the spatial expansion pouch in your hand, along with 3 vials of potent magic potions and a communication magic mirror, can be yours as a reward, Raja urged earnestly. However, the heart may be willing, yet the waters may be unyielding. It should be said that the heart is willing, and the waters too, yet must remain indifferent. The chief pastor, Granlin, eyed the spatial expansion pouch in Raja's hand with a hint of envy. Despite his strong desire, Granlin had to decline, saying, Miss Raja, I truly do not have the time to join your mercenary group. This was the seventh pastor they had encountered, and Raja felt as if she might explode with frustration as she could not help but question, "Why is it that none of you wish to join?" Indeed, this was the seventh pastor they had approached after arriving at the temple. To Raja's astonishment, not a single one had expressed interest. Granlin couldn't help but recall the previous night when the patriarch had summoned all the pastors for a session of ideological guidance. The essence was that if a mercenary group named Earless came seeking to recruit, they were to refuse without hesitation. Otherwise, their status as registered pastors would be revoked, relegating them to the status of wild pastors. Wild pastors, such a fate is utterly hopeless. Advancement as a pastor is not solely determined by piety. Every pastor, regardless of rank, must meet the standards of piety in their faith. Beyond piety lies sainthood. Yet, attaining sainthood is exceedingly rare, while becoming a fanatic is a possibility. However, once one becomes a fanatic, the chance of becoming a saint is lost, for fanatics cannot accurately comprehend doctrine, thus failing to align with the divine will. The piety of ascetics may be close to that of saints, but achieving the status of a saint is arduous, difficult. Many saints have seemingly become so overnight, perhaps having been ordinary pastors or even mere aspirants before their elevation, or even just devout village women. Thus, the unreliability of becoming a saint is evident. The advancement within the pastoral hierarchy primarily relies on achievements, establishing parishes, spreading faith, and expanding followers. As long as one's piety does not fall below the threshold, and they achieve remarkable results in their missionary work, ascending to a higher level of pastor is not impossible. This requires the support of an organization. After all, resources and manpower provided by an organization are far more effective. Being stripped of their registered pastor status signifies the absence of such organizational support in their missionary endeavors. How could one hope to surpass other pastors in achievements under such circumstances? It is exceedingly challenging. The prospect, when compared to the future, the precious reward before them pales in significance. Despite this line of thought, Granlin could not voice such sentiments in response to Raja's inquiries. He spoke with a countenance of sanctity. The goddess has proclaimed that witnessing clear springs nourishing the vitality of the earth is the true wealth of humanity. To draw nearer to the thoughts of the goddess, I must renounce superfluous desires, hoping to approach her divine presence. May the goddess Isabella bless you, Miss Raja. I take my leave. With that, Granlin departed with the solemnity of a holy saint, leaving Nadadu bewildered and Raja's eye twitching. When did these avaricious pastors become so noble? Murmuring to herself, Raja could not help but wonder if she were dreaming. After all, as the daughter of a marquis, did she not know these pastors well? Piety towards the divine does not equate to goodness. In terms of greed, pastors can sometimes surpass even nobles. Thus, in her eyes, pastors were the easiest to bribe. Yet, what had happened today? Why were they all suddenly transformed? Had they truly been inspired by the goddess and cleansed into saints of noble soul? If that were the case, it would indeed be a miracle. Perhaps, the Church of Clear Springs had some significant matter keeping them occupied, causing these pastors to feign piety. The more she contemplated, the more convinced Raja became. What should we do? It appears we cannot recruit any pastors for our group. Nadu inquired of Raja. Furrowing her brow and pondering briefly, Raja resignedly waved her hand, stating, "Enough. If there are no pastors, then so be it. Let us depart. Wait a moment, those guided by fate. I have been awaiting your arrival for quite some time." Suddenly, a gentle yet slightly elevated voice interrupted their departure. Nadadu and Raja turned to the direction from which the voice emanated. A young man, clad in the robes of a priest of the goddess of Clear Springs, with long azure hair tied back and deep lavender eyes that sparkled with warmth, approached them step by step, exuding a refreshing and pleasant aura, as if being near him would bring immense comfort. "And you are?" Nadadu inquired. The young priest's gentle smile deepened, as he replied, "I am Ron Smith, a faithful shepherd of our Lord. I have been waiting here, guided by fate, to welcome your arrival." "Welcome me?" Nadadu expressed his utter confusion. What was happening? Why was a complete stranger claiming to welcome him? The priest, identifying himself as Ron, continued to explain, "Indeed, I welcome you. The kingdom is on the brink of descending into chaos, and you are the one destined to confront this calamity." "Destined one?" Nadadu echoed, bewildered. Raja shared his confusion. How could they possibly understand such a fantastical term? It was akin to the chosen one in Western fantasy. However, Ron felt that destined one was more straightforward. When disaster looms, fate will guide. and a person endowed by destiny to face the calamity will emerge. This individual is the destined one, and under the guidance of fate, they hold the key to averting the impending catastrophe. In the face of the crisis looming over our kingdom, we need the destined one to save us. The priest, self-identified as Ron, spoke to Natadu with an air of sanctity and solemnity. Are you implying that the kingdom is about to face a crisis? And only he can save it? Is the crisis related to Duke Satri? Only he can defeat Duke Satri. Raja furrowed her brow, pointing at Natadu as she posed the crucial question. In response, Priest Ron nodded, then shook his head, stating, the destined one represents the potential to alter fate, but it is not absolute. Moreover, the impending crisis is indeed connected to Duke Satri, yet it is far more monumental than you can fathom. Are you a prophet? Raja suddenly asked with utmost seriousness. A prophet? Natadu, somewhat bewildered, perked up at the mention, his gaze toward Ron transforming with newfound reverence. In religious contexts, a prophet holds a status even higher than that of a saint. Saints embody the divine will, existing as beings close to the divine incarnate. However, they cannot match the awe inspired by foreseeing the future. Thus, the religious status of a prophet surpasses that of a saint. For the deeds of a prophet are far more miraculous than mere extraordinary powers. What answer would Priest Ron provide? With a gentle smile, he replied, I merely respond to the guidance of fate. Coincidentally converging with you here, aside from matters related to this impending calamity, I cannot delve into the past or future of any other individuals. This meant that he could not proactively predict the future. But did that not still qualify him as a prophet? Certainly. A prophet is defined by whether they have accurately foreseen events in the past. If they have done so even once and it came to pass, they are deemed a prophet. While prophets who can actively predict the future are undoubtedly more powerful, those guided by fate may also find themselves pointed in the right direction once more. Thus, Natadu regarded Pastor Ron with an admiration akin to that reserved for an extraordinary individual. Simultaneously, a profound sense of sacred duty welled up within him. However, Elijah was not so easily swayed. Nobility are not quick to place their trust in others. She was acutely aware that charlatans thrive on deception. It seemed yet again that they were encountering a deceiver in the guise of a pastor if he truly embodied the traits of a conman. Should she expose him? Just as Elijah pondered this, Natadu extended an invitation to Ron. Pastor Ron, our mercenary group is in need of a pastor. We implore you to join us. I have indeed come for you. And I shall gladly join your mercenary band. Ron replied with enthusiasm. Instantly, a joyful smile illuminated Natado's face. Observing this, Elijah was struck with realization, regardless of whether this pastor was a master of deception. The fact remained that he donned the official clerical robes within the Grand Temple of Isabella, which surely affirmed his legitimacy as a true pastor. Achieving their goal of reaching the temple was commendable. Perhaps it was best not to pursue any revelations. Thus, Elijah welcomed him with a smile. Welcome, Pastor Ron, to our ranks. Henceforth, the ears of the Elves Mercenary Group welcomed its third member. The trio departed the temple area. As they moved, in accordance with the characteristics of an RPG game, the next objective was to seek clues for acquiring additional members. Pastor Ron, unperturbed at the prospect of serving as a guide, proposed another individual to join as the fourth member of their mercenary group. Are you in search of a formidable guardian? I happen to have a close friend whose defensive prowess is exceptional. At the opportune moment, Ron interjected while Natadu and Elijah discussed the requirements for the fourth member, the guardian warrior. Natado's face lit up with delight. Is that true? That is splendid news. Yet, Elijah, maintaining her composure, cautioned, let us first assess the situation. If his abilities fall short, it would be unfortunate. Indeed, it would be preferable to recruit someone of higher rank, even if he were merely a minimally qualified pastor. It would suffice.